Stardew Valley. A beloved farming sim featuring so much more than just farming. I decided almost 3 years ago that I wanted to beat this curious little game blind. No spoilers, no looking things up, total lockdown. Today I have for you folks the wild and wacky 400-day journey, the full saga, in one epic and epically sized video. And to begin this comedic tale of bewilderment and triumph, I need to take you way back to when I was first learning how to even make videos, all the way to spring year one. Our story begins, oddly enough, at our grandfather's bedside, and him bestowing us a letter, only to read when we'd had our fill of the burden of modern life. And a vague number of years later, we had had just that. Sitting in our cubicle farm at Joja Corp, we cracked open the letter, finding not only a letter, but also a deed to a farm in a far-off valley. Whisked away by bus to this far-off world, we meet Robin and Lewis, who introduce us to a very messy farm. Day one started as I presume they all do, in a small house, with a small box of parsnip seeds on the floor. I eagerly picked them up and checked out the TV with its conveniently relevant farm help show running. Then I headed outside to clear an area to plant the seeds. I poured a vague amount of water on those newly sown seeds and walked away a proud new farmer. The game gave us a quest to meet all 28 people, so I set out to do just that, including a spunky purple-haired girl named Abigail and a shy bookworm named Penny. Somewhere along the way, I decided to stop by the graveyard and discovered I couldn't read one of the tombstones. I accepted that as normal and moved on. I bought new seeds from this guy, named Pierre, who conveniently sold mostly seeds. I did this because my small game knowledge told me there was an upcoming Complete the Monument type objective, and I knew it would need specific crops from each season, and I was pretty sure I remembered which ones it wanted for spring. Parsnips, which we'd already been given, as well as cauliflower, potatoes, and green beans. So I planted all those next to our lovely parsnips. The next day was simple. I watered the crops, cut down some trees, made some chests, put the tools in one of them because our inventory is tiny, and went to town. I went to the museum and met a fine gentleman by the name of Gunther. I also went to the big department store across the river with the horrid name of Joja, and met an equally horrid man by the name of Morris, strongly suggesting I buy some sort of membership, which I didn't do. That night in my dreams, I leveled up my foraging to level 1, the pinnacle of achievement, and I learned how to make a field snack. I was clearly already making those god gamer moves. Real quick, I should mention I'm playing this game entirely vanilla, with no mods whatsoever. I should also mention I played these 100 days as a Let's Play first, and I will occasionally reference some hints I was given in the comments that affect my decisions. And finally, I should mention I had played once before, through about the 10th of summer, year 1, so I knew a little bit going in, but not much. But, for these 100 days, all new information had to be discovered in-game, except for the occasional hint in the comments. Which, by the way, if you have any hints or suggestions, or even just want to point out some of those glorious mistakes I made, don't be afraid to give your thoughts down in the comments below. Now, where were we? The next day, I met a man by the name of Demetrius, who had an outright laboratory in his home, which tickled me as I glanced at the beakers and flasks on the shelf behind me. I also started looking through the game's menus and tabs and found the collections, the recipes, and the achievements. And as an achievement hunter, this had an effect on me. Achievements, yes. Yes! Yeah! After that was over, I took a crack at fishing and caught a shad, which I was convinced held no value beyond selling, so I stored it away for later to sell. This was, as you'll eventually see, a terrible decision. With 2 questionable activities under my belt, I decided to make more farm space and plant some mixed seeds. The day ended with a 3rd, remarkably questionable activity, when a fairy came from the east and dusted my parsnips in whatever that is. So I started day 4 by harvesting our blessed parsnips, and claimed the quest reward for growing a parsnip. Upon collecting, I received a new quest to build a coop, which I promptly ignored. I watered the crops, stored some forage. Did I mention that? There's just stuff on the ground you can forage. You don't have to grow everything you sell, apparently. So after storing those things that I found on the ground, I committed to deforesting my farm by eating these field snacks I'd made out of tree babies, which would provide me enough energy to be able to keep chopping them down. Makes sense, right? That night, I dreamed of more god gamer moves and reached the unbeaten rank of level 2 foraging. I was officially not bad at picking things up off the ground. On day 5, I found out about the atrocity that was, and still is, crows, which, in the absence of a scarecrow, would eat crops. Joja also sent us mail about a landslide they cleaned, which I believed had something to do with the mines, the part of the game I knew the most about going in. Robin also sent us mail about upgrading our house. Like almost everything in this game, I knew nothing about. So I harvested our remaining parsnips and headed towards the mines. Access had been granted, but I walked right by because I was curious what was further east, and I found a troubling broken bridge. So of course I walked on it. Thankfully it didn't collapse. Leaving the dysfunctional bridge behind, I wandered into the mines and met a rugged-looking lad by the name name of Marlin, who gave us a rusty sword and a plucky, "you might need this" kind of dialogue. Down into those mines I went, found some cool things like copper ore, earth crystals, quartz, topaz, and struggled with the tiny inventory with all the distinct items. We'd been given a quest to get to level 5, which we quickly completed, as the ladders down just sort of pop out of rocks at random, and I was breaking a lot of rocks. After reaching level 5, the quest updated to getting to level 40, so I kept going. Upon reaching level 10, I found some snazzy leather boots, which I promptly put on. This was, however, not before throwing them onto the ground, because I couldn't fit them in my inventory, because our inventory was tiny. I then got this dwarf scroll after vanquishing this slime. The game gives us a brief description of artifacts here, suggesting we visit the museum once more, so I plan to do just that. This elevator was serving as a sort of checkpoint, allowing entry to every 5th level once said level was accessed for the first time, so upon reaching level 15, it seemed like a good time to head home. That night I dreamed some more gamer dreams and received level 1 farming and level 1 mining, giving us scarecrow and fertilizer recipes and proficiency? Whatever that is. On day 6, I was surprised by someone literally standing at my door, which I would come to find out is normal? Clint, standing there, confirmed to us that he existed, then left. In response, I checked my mail and found a letter of opportunity to join the Adventurers Guild, should we slay 10 slimes. Making a mental note to go sliming later, I made and placed a scarecrow, which would supposedly deal with the crow problem. I watered the crops, made and placed a furnace, which I then used to smelt copper, which I did a lot. I picked up the scroll into my tiny inventory with ambitions to visit the museum, then made ambitious color-coded chests for all the metal bar types I was familiar with, as well as a chest for coal, because we would need coal to smelt those bars. I grabbed our new copper before heading into town, where Lewis took the time to show us the community center, which was in shambles. It was infested with small critters that looked somewhat like the slimes from the mines, but Lewis never got to see them, because I think we might have been the chosen one. After Lewis left, I ran over to this tablet, which I couldn't read. Unable to glean more information from this location, I decided to leave, remembering there was something magical I had to do first before I could read these. I headed over to the museum and was met with Gunther, lamenting over the emptiness of the museum's exhibit section. He noticed the scroll in our pockets and basically guilted us into donating it to the museum, which was fine with me. I'm a 100% completionist kind of gamer, so that meant this museum needed to be completely filled. Consequently, I donated Dwarf Scroll number 1, as well as quartz, topaz, and earth crystal, because the museum wanted minerals as well. And speaking of minerals, I decided to head back to the mine to mine and remove a few slimes. There were also these awful bugs. Awful bugs. But those slimes and awful bugs were dealt with one less awful bug giving us an ancient seed, I think. It happened somewhere in the middle of this edit in this Let's Play episode, and I'm not sure. I think that's how it happened. One of the slimes even gave us a small magnet ring, helping us pick up items from further away. That slime and 9 others allowed our Adventurers Guild quest to update, suggesting we needed to attend an initiation. I kept going a little further to level 20, found a steel sword in a chest, then went to get initiated. It was as simple as talking to Marlin, and just like that, we had access to a literal bounty board for monster eradication. That night I sold some fish, forage, stone, and wood, and hit the hay. We achieved level 1 combat that night, learning how to make a sturdy ring. Day 7 began with watering crops and reading a letter from a wizard who seems to have an idea of what was going on. There was another letter from Robin about a well, which I promptly ignored and forgot about. I forgot about this one so hard that I didn't even remember that a well was a thing until editing this video. I wonder how many more of those there were going to be. I smelted some copper and then smelted some copper, and then decided not to let my dreams just be dreams, and went to Pierre's to buy the inventory upgrade to save me some trouble. Just as I was enjoying the roominess of my new pockets, I noticed the rather expensive second upgrade to the inventory and set my sights on deeper pockets. Literally. On my way to meet the wizard, I found this extremely strange lady and her traveling cart. I didn't buy anything from her on day 7, but I will be buying things from her later. As I stepped into the wizard's tower, I remembered how I would begin to be able to read those tablets. This cutscene, one of the few cutscenes I'd seen in the game before, was absurd. The wizard identifies the existence of Junimos, the creatures which were in the community center, and we're told if we drink some mystery goop, we'll begin to understand these creatures and their writings. After verbally declining, I drank the mystery forest juice and became enlightened. After this revelation, I went back to the community center to read what the wizard said were scrolls, apparently. Not tablets after all. I walked into the crafts room, which asked for the spring forage plants, which I henceforth called forageables in my head and shall do for you too. Completing the spring forage bundle rewarded us with 30 spring seeds, and I began to look at other bundles to complete, namely the construction bundle. Upon exiting the scroll, 2 more rooms unlocked. The pantry, which had crops for each season, quality crops, and artisan items, and the fish tank, which had bundles for each type of fish. River, lake, ocean, night, and specialty. I left the parsnip in the spring crops bundle and went home. I decided to plant those new seeds and consequently nearly hoed it up until I became exhausted. But my tree baby bars saved the day. I planted and watered the new plants, all the while hunting more tree babies to make more food to keep me from being exhausted the whole way through. After some well-deserved sleep, I took the next day as a day to clear up more of the farm. I cut down trees consistently throughout the day so I could keep making field snacks to stay vigorous. During the spring cleaning, I noticed a note in the far northwest corner of the farm, stating that dear old grandpa would return in our 3rd year. This was rather daunting as I'd never even made it past the first week of summer, and this was day 8, so I wasn't even close to that. By the end of the day, sleep came easily and our dreams of gamer prowess were filled with level 3 foraging and level 2 mining, which gave us the tapper and staircase recipes. Day 9 started with me examining the staircase recipe, but rather than making any, I moved right along to the community center. There I put wood and stone in the construction bundle, and I also added a potato to the spring crops bundle. Then I was off again to the museum to drop off an amethyst and an ancient seed. And this time, we got some rewards. From what I could tell, certain items donated would yield specific rewards, like the ancient seed would give us a plantable ancient seed and the recipe to convert them. The rest of the items donated would contribute towards a running total, which, when met, would give a set track of rewards, like the amethyst earning us the cauliflower seeds. To date, I'm not sure if this is correct, as I still haven't been to the wiki. With this in mind, I went to crack open the geodes I found in the mines over at Clint's blacksmith shop to hopefully get more minerals, the donatable rocks, and more ores, the resource rocks, to smelt to crafting component metal bars. I got both, as well as a thunder egg, which I assumed was an artifact. I donated what I could and snagged another reward, this time melon seeds, which were to be planted in summer. I decided this meant we were ahead of the intended pacing of the game, and this of course meant to me I was obviously and indisputably a pro gamer. As pro gamers do, I went to the beach and found a clam and an oyster. I immediately gave the clam to a long-haired lad named Elliot, which prompted me to check the menu tabs of the game. Here I learned about the social tab and how it tracks the gifts you give people. Then Elliot proceeded to give us a thought-provoking quote. Let's talk. A great idea can pass through your head when you least expect it. But if your mind is too busy, you might miss it. That was profound as fuck. After reflecting on my life choices, I wandered eastward to find another broken bridge. This one was smaller and set at a cost of 300 wood to fix, so I made a mental note to save wood for this purpose. I then brought that oyster back to the community center and turned it into the crab pot bundle in the fish tank area. This very bundle actually needed a clam, so I was again questioning my life choices. Painfully moving on, I started looking more carefully at the social tab, realizing there was a 2 gift per week and 1 talk per day structure to being social. Why don't they teach this kind of thing in school? I could have had way more friends. While there, I noticed I hadn't met Alex, the token jock of the town. I attempted to meet him, but couldn't go in his bedroom because I didn't know him well enough. Accepting my helplessness here, I decided to go back to the farm and unintentionally took my Stardew frustrations out on a cauliflower plant. But I had more, so I planted the new seeds. I spent the rest of the day chopping trees and smelting copper, and then brought the preceding wood to that broken bridge. I found more ocean forage, as I tended to call it in my head, sea urchins and coral and such, as well as a sweet new pier. Not having any idea what else to do with the newfound area, I headed home and sold the ocean forage. The next day started with Marnie, a local purveyor of livestock, standing directly in front of our door, with a dog to give us. After some sufficient guilting, I accepted the dog and took the default name, believing that was just the name of the dog. One financial liability later, I decided to head into town and finally meet Alex, who declared himself the sporty type. He assumed I wasn't, and I was quick to tell him otherwise. He then proceeded to cop out rather quickly because his arm was sore. I see how it is, Alex. I spoke to Haley, who just grumbled about the town, then left to check the calendar for birthdays, which, I must warn you, I did this a lot. I'll just call them birthday checks from now on. I went on to forage some daffodils and was shocked by how fast the time had passed on that day. It's locked. It's 6 p.m. It's so late. I bothered Abigail at a grave on the way home and then ended the day smelting some more copper. Day 11 started with a letter from Robin saying she had lost her axe. Fortunately, I remembered where I had found that in my trial run of the game, so I ran straight there and picked it up, slightly surprised it wasn't a randomized thing. I also looked at this locked sewer, remembering there was some sort of cutscene about that, and like magic, I immediately caused that very cutscene. I still didn't properly know what that was all about though, as I had never unlocked said sewer before. I went onward to try to complete the meeting everyone quest and assumed I had forgotten to meet Gunther and all the excitement. I gave it my best, but I couldn't walk up to him to speak to him properly, so I began to look in the social tab for somebody to meet. Turned out some green-haired lady was left and I had no idea where to find her. I asked the awkward man, who I have forever since voiced intentionally awkwardly, to make us a copper axe, to which he awkwardly responded that he would, but it would take a couple of days. I left him to his work and went to Joja to compare prices to Pierre's store. I found that Pierre's was cheaper, at least for now. Luckily, in that very home, I found the green-haired lady, who had a name. Caroline. One more quest in the bag, and pro gamer status clearly maintained, I headed back to the farm and watered the crops. I then found I had a quest to give a person a gift, which I knew was going to be the beginning of a massive trial and error process. But I knew a little bit about Linus, the man in the tent, and how he loved foraging for food. So I foraged a leek and handed it to him, then went to Robin to return her axe. And while I was there, I claimed the quest reward and took a look at the fabled coop I was being told I needed to order. I then promptly ordered no such thing, went home, smelted some copper, and spent the rest of the day chopping wood, because I realized I was going to need a bunch of that. For everything. While dreaming, I gazed at the piles of money I had made from today's harvest. I started the next day tending to the farm, as would soon become very normal. Day 12 yielded our first green beans, and I smelted more copper as per usual. A couple of letters came through, one from our dear mother packed with some awesome cookies, and another from Lewis letting us know about the Egg Festival tomorrow. This was one of the only 2 events I had any clue what would happen, but I knew we'd be hunting for eggs. I smelted a bit more copper, bringing us to a total of 6 bars. Then I brought the green bean to the spring crops bundle in the community center. I also noticed I was getting hearts with people, and I made an effort to get more, but instead I just found out some people don't like daffodils. One of the bundles in this room, the pantry, is the quality crops bundle, and it calls for 5 gold star crops from a few different seasons. I haven't explicitly pointed this out, but you may have noticed that some of the crops and or forageables that I've picked up have a little star next to them. This is to indicate their quality level. Throughout the playthrough, I deduced there were 4 different qualities. So far, at this point, I knew about 3 of them. A neutral quality, as I called it, which had no star, a silver quality, which had a silver star, and a gold one that had a gold star. With that said, the only crop in the bundle from spring is the parsnip, so I decided to buy a bunch of parsnip seeds, 41 to be exact, and put them in the ground for growing. After watering them, I headed back to the mines, eating those awesome cookies for a quick burst of energy. Thanks, Mom. I ended up finding lots of copper and lots of bugs on the way to level 25, where I finally called it and ran home. Somewhere deep down in the mines, I found this rice shoot, which the game instructed me to plant near water. So I did, and then went off to get some well-deserved sleep. Today was the day. It was egg finding time. I did the simple farm things, watering, harvesting, selling, and went to the festival. I wandered into town to find Pierre's shop outdoors, and saw he was now selling event things, including strawberry seeds, which I just had to get my hands on. I then proceeded to talk to everyone, silently hoping it would make them like me more. But who really knows? The last person I spoke to, Lewis, asked me if I was ready, and since there wasn't a selectable option that said, "A gamer is always ready," I picked yes. And then I frantically hunted small, partially covered egg textures for a good few seconds, determined to crush the dreams of any and all of the children of the town and become the town's egg-finding victor. Which I did. Sorry, children of the town. While I had done this event once before, I had never won, and I was so excited about the exclusive prize, and I found myself unbelievably unimpressed with the reward. What's the exclusive prize? Oh, straw hat? Is it the straw hat? Was the exclusive prize a straw hat? I haven't decided how I feel about that yet. It's very farmer-y, with the little hairlets coming out the side. We'll have a chest for exclusive prizes and things that we will never ever wear again. I decided to plant one of the strawberry seeds and save the other before heading off to sleep. On day 14, I woke to a notification that my copper axe was ready, so I took care of things on the farm as quickly as I could, harvesting the spring seeds which had all grown into the forageables, smelting some copper, watering my dog, watering some worms, and discovered a lost book, which I would later discover isn't that weird, but I was shocked to learn that lost books could be dug up and would be added to the library's collection at the museum. After reading a bland book I had just dug up out of the ground, I had a bland conversation with Penny about the weather, but not before grabbing my sweet copper axe from Clint. After scoring this new upgrade, I headed home to test it and realized I hadn't watered the crops yet. I'd watered my dog, I'd watered some worms. The crops? Nah. I took care of that, noticed the cauliflower was ready, then tried watering this rice thoroughly, but it didn't do anything. But I wanted to do something, so I tested out the new shiny copper axe on a large stump which shattered with some effort, making the most lovely sound. Ooh, hardwood. I simply could not stop myself, so I ate field snacks and chopped as many as I could find until eventually reverting to chopping normal stumps until nightfall. My deforestation thoroughly achieved, I decided to plant a few new trees in the north of the farm as an entrance and to have 2 of each type to tap for different tree saps. After my natural redecoration, I left the farm to bring the cauliflower to the community center, but stumbled into one of the other few cutscenes I had seen before, with Linus rooting around in the town's trash cans, almost getting caught by this cranky elderly fellow named George. We saved him and didn't shame him, and then consequently, he did it again, and got caught by a more kind, less cranky Gus, who gave him some food. None of this cutscene shocked me, but some in the future, you'll see me pull some faces, I assure you. After enabling what I think might have been theft, I headed over to the community center to turn in the cauliflower, completing the spring crops bundle, earning some speed-based fertilizer and unlocking a whole new room with bundles of its own. the boiler room. In its bundles were lots of mines-based items, like monster drops, crystals from different areas, and smelted bars of copper, iron, and gold. So I tossed in a copper bar, and then also went to the crafts room to drop off this hardwood in the construction bundle, finishing that bundle, giving us a reward of a charcoal kiln that I never used. This also unlocked another room of sorts with its own bundles, the bulletin board, which had many bundles with a character from the town in their pictures. So I assumed these people would also likely like the things in these bundles as gifts. I went on my merry way, scheming to return to the mines and find a lot of those items for the boiler room in short time. That night I dreamed a dream I was a level 4 forager and now knew how to make a charcoal kiln, and that I made some good money. I started day 15 reading a letter from Evelyn about crops dying at the end of the season. So I watered my crops and tried not to think about the existential dread of my crops' oncoming demise. To distract myself from the pain, I went to Robin's, talked to everybody there. Well, almost everybody. I also found out about salmon berries, which would be in so many bushes now. So like a good opportunist, I went to the mines. Strange decision, I know, but I did get a crab, as well as some sneakers that were strictly worse than my leather boots. And if you didn't think it was worth before, there were also bugs. And then even a really dark part that was just absolutely awful. I'm not afraid of the dark or anything, I swear. I'd made it this far in my trial run, but man, was it unsettling. Not scary though, definitely not scary. Just a little after passing level 30, I decided to head home, with more stone, a few weird things like a mushroom and a cave carrot, and a little bit more bug meat. That night, the gamer gods blessed us with level 2 combat, letting us learn how to make a life elixir. The next day, I took a look at this mysterious life elixir and decided to save mushrooms for it, because health at the cost of fungus sounded pretty good to me. And they say that you are what you eat, and I sure did want to be a fun guy. I harvested many parsnips and some green beans, and sold everything, except the gold parsnips. We were going to need those. I planted some mixed seeds I had found, splashed with a good H2O, and smelted some more copper. And now, the day after being told about them, I went and hunted for salmon berries. During the hunt, I stopped by the community center to drop off quartz and crab to the geologists and crab pot bundles respectively, as well as the red mushroom and cave carrot to the exotic foraging bundle. And looking at the bundle, it occurred to me the rest of this bundle could just be the various tree juices, as I have them written in my notes, so I'm going with it. Lastly, I turned in 5 gold star parsnips from all our parsnip harvesting this season to the quality crops bundle. I left, gave Linus a salmon berry, and then headed back to the mines. So maybe I didn't really look for salmon berries. I made my way through that totally not scary darkness with the help of torches, which helped me score an amethyst as well as see a freaky rock monster, of which I would encounter several times. After having enough of that for a lifetime, I had a snack and went home. That night, we secured level 2 farming, which gave us the recipes for the mayonnaise machine and sprinkler, as well as level 3 mining, which gave us some weird lollipop I never used. Day 17 started with watering the dog bowl and crops, and then I quickly went out to drop something off at the community center. Along the way, I hunted down salmon berries. Once there, I turned in bat wings to the adventurer's bundle, and an earth crystal to the geologist bundle. Then I headed back and sold the stuff I didn't need to turn in, and found another lost book, which I went and read. I had seen that sturdy ring recipe back on day 6, and I decided I wanted one of my own. So I headed back to the mines to gather bug meat, which for some reason was in the crafting requirements for a ring. During the work, I noticed my skills were growing, except fishing, which was at a whole level 0. I had obviously not been having enough gamer dreams about fishing. Once I had everything I needed, I crafted a new sturdy ring and swapped out one of my 2 small magnet rings to put it on. I headed back to the dark portion of the mines, hoping to get to the end of it, not because I was scared or anything. And upon reaching level 40, I did find a not so dark area with a chest in it. It gave a slingshot, which I would probably put away and never use again. This completed the quest to get to level 40, so I checked for a reward, but now it had updated saying, just get to the bottom, scrub. Get good. In the interest of therefore getting good, I headed downwards once more. It was in this new icy area that I began to gather iron finally. I'd only ever reached level 70 in my trial run, and I had almost entirely focused the mines in that trial run, so I was getting close to the end of all of my game knowledge. Still, I figured the iron was going to be important. The next morning, I sold the proceeds of the mining trip and smelted our first iron, then watered the crops and smelted more. I was very excited about the iron. I went out looking for trouble, and by trouble I mean more salmon berries. And I found trouble. I tried to give Linus some trouble, but couldn't. And then I noticed a weird unminable rock that seemed to have a sign pointing towards it, as though it was once a pathway. I would later find this was indeed a direction to go, but for now, I decided it was beyond me. I stopped by Robin's, wondering about this mystical coop the quest gods were telling me to make, and found I needed to get some wood to make that happen. No true gamer stays away from such a challenge, so I got chopping. Soon I had the requisite wood and ordered myself a fine fancy fowl farm fabrication. The coop. A construction site was formed, and that was all the confirmation I needed to know it would get built. Springing my step at my new incoming glory, I headed to the community center to drop off some things I had found in those icy depths of the mines. I turned in a crystal fruit to the winter foraging bundle, and a frozen tear to the geologist bundle. I attempted to chop this unchoppable tree, and learned I could take off my clothes in the middle of town. I walked back to farm, and cleared the farm until sleep time. During that sleep, I was required to make my first choice. We earned level 5 foraging, and I had to choose one of 2 perks. Forester, which would get us more wood, or Gatherer, which would get us more forageables. I decided after much thought that Gatherer would be better, as the amount of forage spawns couldn't really be controlled, while if I needed more wood, there were always more trees. New skills learned overnight, I awoke feeling powerful on day 19, and read my mail. This time, the letter was from Jody, and she wanted a cauliflower. Fortunately, 2 of mine had just matured, so I grabbed them, smelted some copper, and saw Robin was building our coop. I brought Jody her cauliflower, collected on the quest, and headed to Clint to bust open some geodes. I arrived with a full inventory, so I kept bouncing back and forth between the blacksmith and the museum to donate new minerals until I'd finally broken them all. This time, our rewards were a decorative standing geode and some lovely starfruit seeds, which I read were meant to be grown in the summer. After Sebastian told me he liked frogs, I stored away those seeds for summer, and sold the extra stuff from the broken geodes. I smelted a bunch of copper, and kept at clearing the farm, hoping to get more wood. Good thing I took the perk for not the wood gathering. Next morning, I watered everything plus the trees, because I was beginning to wonder if I had to water the trees when they were young, as I hadn't seen any growth yet. I smelted some more copper and went off to see if there were any quests to do. I encountered a quest from Clint to go mine a bunch of copper. I thought maybe I could game the system. I had no idea how the timeliness of completing quests like this affected anything, so I went and gathered all the copper, then came back and accepted the quest. Turns out the quest tracks that you actually gather new ores after accepting it, so my day ended with me feeling rather foolish, but still at least having some copper to show for my efforts. That morning, the coop was done, but I'm not sure if I noticed. I harvested the rest of the cauliflowers, sold them and stuff from the mining trip, then I went to do the copper quest properly this time. On the way, I dropped off some more mines-based things to the community center, a winter root to the winter foraging bundle, and a frozen geode to the field research bundle. By this point, I was beginning to wonder if I could get all the winter things from the icy part of the mines. I went back into the mines and got all the copper I needed for the quest, left the mines, and went to Clint's to give him the ores. I was surprised when he looked them over and actually let us keep them. But that was good enough for me. I collected on the quest and processed the geodes I found during both trips into the mines. And I got an interesting batch of minerals. With this one, I had no idea how to pronounce. Jaguite? Jaguite? Is it a Jaguite? Jaguite? I sold what I didn't donate, and smelted more copper after collecting the juicy new iron bars. I went to water my strawberry, which I for some reason hid behind my green beans, and ended up harvesting a strawberry. Then I impulsively smelted another copper, and another, which by this point was becoming a little bit too fun. I reviewed the artisan bundle because I remembered there was some kind of jelly in it, and I was now holding a fruit. And for those of you who want to play the strawberries are actually nuts game, it is classified as a fruit in the Stardew universe, so don't be that guy. The jelly in the bundle had no name, so I assumed it could be any kind of jelly. I went back to the mines to search for more of those winter forageables, and I left just a little bit too late. While sleeping on my floor, I learned how to make a bee house, and also a glowstone ring, and how to transmute copper into iron. The next day was a very mines-focused day. The rain saved me the trouble of watering, so I got there early enough to reach level 50 and acquire tundra boots, which outclassed the leather boots. I continued far enough that I even used the staircase to quickly get to level 55. Then I left, sold some gems, and got some sleep. I reached level 3 combat during that night's Gamer Dreams. Day 23 started with a letter about the flower dance, which was the only other event I had seen, and apparently it would be happening tomorrow. With my heart full of dread of rejection, I went to the community center and took another look at the bulletin board bundles. I had an aquamarine, which I needed for the dye bundle, but I also needed one for the museum, as well as one to test if it would be a good gift for Emily, because her picture was in the dye bundle, so I saved it. But I did deposit solar essence to the adventures bundle, which unlocked another room of bundles. The vault. This was the most surprising room so far, as it simply contained a broken vault and a bunch of bundles which, rather than items, needed to be purchased by giving up a certain amount of G. What even is G anyway? Is it gold? Anyway, I purchased the cheapest one of the bunch, costing 2,500 G. This completed the bundle and gave us a prize of some cake. I was a bit underwhelmed by this prize until I noticed the energy recovery was actually quite high. Faith restored, I ran over to the museum and deposited a few new minerals, including the aquamarine as well as dwarf scroll number 3, for all of which I received a painting. I didn't care much for the painting, but progress was progress, and I wanted more of that. So I stopped by Clint's to process some more geodes and then order the copper pickaxe upgrade. I went back to the museum to deposit something called a ghost crystal, which I presume had been haunting that particular geode. On the way home, I realized Gunther didn't ask for or want a refined quartz. Wait a minute, he didn't want this. He didn't want refined quartz. This is a mineral. This is a resource. We need this for something. Back at home, feeling excited about my realization, I hung my painting and moved my northmost trees downward. Not sure why I did this. I also grabbed an iron bar and took that to the community center to deposit into the blacksmith's bundle. After returning home, I realized how ridiculous it was that I was doing so much mining and only had one furnace. So I made more, smelted more iron, and went to sleep feeling smart that day. I genuinely cannot believe it took me till day 23 to make more furnaces, but that's how it goes. I awoke on day 24 with the same existential dread I remember from the days of middle school dances. There was a dance, and nobody liked me enough to dance with me. I mean, just look at this. I'm practically a stranger. I went off to the dance knowing exactly what was about to happen to me, but I tried anyway. I stopped by the event shop, saw a rare crow I couldn't buy, died a little bit inside, and kept moving. I had a feeling getting all of the rare crows was an achievement, and as I wanted to get all the achievements, this was seemingly a setback. As you can see, in my trial run, I only ever got one achievement, the literal easiest one, to get a little bit of money. In the interest of giving it my best, I talked to everyone. No one would dance with me. Absolutely no one. So I watched everyone dance and noticed some obvious pairings between the people of the town that were single. I went home that night lonely, but not discouraged. The next day, I could feel the season getting close to its end, which was fairly intimidating, as I knew nothing about fall or winter, and barely anything about summer. I started harvesting a strawberry and beans, realizing I couldn't plant anything new, or it would just wilt in a couple of days. Then I picked up my mail to find a letter from a local purveyor of hats, as well as a letter from Mom with a little cash to set us up for a good summer. I actually watched the TV long enough to learn about fruit trees, but I'm not sure I retained any of it. I went by Clint's to get our new copper pickaxe and gave some gifts out. After the pain of rejection, now that I have my one truest love though, my pickaxe back in hand, I headed back to the mines, fought my way through an infested level, and found myself next to water, and a chest with a crystal dagger in it. I had really pushed it to make it to this level though, and fell asleep at the top of the mines. I woke the next morning to find a letter from Linus about retrieving me in my mailbox, which it turned out I was gonna have to get used to. I started testing the new crystal dagger, and noticed it had no cooldown, which I have to admit was rather exciting. I smelted 3 more iron, then took the aquamarine to the community center, this time to turn it into the dye bundle. I used the logic I mentioned before with the characters in the bulletin bundles, and gave a frozen geode to Demetrius, but he disliked it. Ashamed, I went back to the mines, starting this time at level 60. Our new weapon, the crystal dagger, got its debut on this run, and I soon learned right-clicking was very powerful with this weapon. Speaking of powerful weapons, I found a chest on level 70 with a new weapon, the Master Slingshot, which I promptly forgot about. These new levels, this cave biome I would refer to as bricked ice, this was as far as I'd ever gotten in the mines. And that was both exciting and terrifying. I didn't quite make it back to bed that night and passed out on the farm, dreaming about the combat level 4 I would use in those very mines. I woke up and smelted more iron. Smelting was becoming an obsession. Joe just sent me a letter letting me know they picked me up and charged me a fee to move me from my farm into my bed. How nice of them. I brought Jody some jade and took dwarf scroll number 2, which I'd found in my spelunking, to the museum. I was in the giving mood, as I wanted to start focusing on getting hearts with as many of the townsfolk as possible. I started to give a topaz to Penny, then last second switched and gave this aquamarine to Haley instead, which she liked. Don't worry, I gave Penny the topaz after that, and she liked that also. I wanted to try my theory one more time with the bulletin board bundles and gifts, so I went to give Emily an aquamarine this time, and I almost didn't because she was in her room, but she started to leave, so I hid and waited to surprise her. Surprise! A birthday gift? Oh, yes! I didn't even know it was her birthday! My track record of giving stones to girls of the town was stellar, despite how strange that sounds. Ooh, do you like quartz? Hey, how'd you know I was hungry? What'd I just give you? Did I not just give you quartz? Wait, I just gave you quartz, right? Am I going insane? Or did I just give you a crystal and you just said? 4 for 4 on giving gemstones to people of the town, I went to get something for myself, hoping to make a good investment. I paid a visit to Marnie and bought a chicken, which I was shocked was a chick when I arrived home at the coop to see her. It was unreasonably cute and tiny, in fact. I remembered around this time to water the crops in Yogi's bowl, then went off in search of more shenanigans. I discovered the arcade, but was confused by the fact I could only use one machine. The other called for a skull-shaped key in order to operate it. On the way out, Willie mentioned the idea of expanding the shop's stock if the fishing scene got more lively. I took the hint, but delayed action because fishing was hard. I wanted to give more tangible progress a try, so I went and hit this weird rock on the east of the mines entrance to see if it would budge, but my pick wasn't strong enough. Yet. The final day of spring began, and I started it by picking beans. And of course, petting my new little chick, because how could I not? I had recently realized while perusing the social tab that there weren't just liked gifts. Loved gifts existed. Such as Emily's attitude towards aquamarine. Speaking of Emily, it turns out I wasn't the only one in town having gamer dreams. What is going on? Whoa! What is happening right now? What are we doing? What is going on? What? What? Dude, what is happening? Is this a dream? I handled this situation by not handling it. I went over to Marnie's and bought the new chick some hay to eat, and started looking at the sprinklers I had learned, maybe to craft some, which, thanks to my obsessive smelting, I was able to do immediately. I toyed around with a few different orientations of sprinklers because it seemed they would water one crop directly on each side of them, north, south, east, and west. I tried some patterns that would conserve farm space and some that would maximize sprinkler efficiency, and considering how much space was available and how few sprinklers I had, I went for the latter. By the time my experimentations were through, it was time for sleep, and time to begin the next season. At last, on day 29, summer had arrived, and with it, new music. The persisting crops from spring had wilted upon summer's heat, and as I went to cut them, I realized my dagger wasn't gonna cut it. Literally. I began building a new farm, this time with irrigation. I planted the melon and starfruit seeds I had earned from Gunther, as well as a few mixed seeds, put down a chest to store farm items in, and then watered the seeds because the sprinklers were only going to go off in the mornings from what I could tell, and the morning had already passed. I even actually used fertilizer this time, not knowing what mechanically it would do. I found this little door for the chickens to walk through, which I thought was rather cute, then headed to Pierre's to buy some other seeds. When I walked in, I was greeted by the final cutscene I had ever seen before in this game. Morris, the Joja gremlin, had come by to put Pierre out of business, announcing a sale at Joja Mart, causing the customers to leave Pierre's and investigate said sale. Morris was executing a classic big dog move: operate at a loss briefly to put local businesses out of business, then return to higher prices than the original local companies had been selling at. A nasty scheme for sure, but it was working. I resolved by that point not to buy a Joja membership because even though Pierre had his flaws, I'd rather support the local business and town than an encroaching corporation who would use tactics like this. It was now personal. Kid. I went back to the mines for the rest of the day, finding this aquamarine. I later gave that to Emily, dropping it off to her at the saloon, before picking up a lost book on the way home. The next morning I was surprised by a new friend walking through the coop's gate. That little chick I had gotten just a few days ago was now a full-blown hen. No adolescent stage or anything. Just hen now. And it had laid an egg, which I then promptly stared at, not knowing what to do with. I checked the bundles, but they only wanted big eggs. So with no idea what to do with this egg, I sold it. I headed over to Pierre's and bought more seeds, according to what the bundle wanted from me. Melons, which we already had, blueberries, tomatoes, and hot peppers. I bought those, headed home, planted them, and fertilized them with Speed Grow, which I assumed would make them grow speedily. Then I headed back to the community center to drop off a sweet pea I had found earlier to the summer foraging bundle. Then I headed towards the mines, and as I did, Linus asked a rather strange question, and we ended up finding another summer forage, the spiceberry. I brought that back to the community center and then started heading to the mines again. But on the way, I found another summer forage, a grape. So I brought that back to the community center, completing that bundle, and receiving a lovely gift of 30 summer seeds. Emily told me she felt lazy today as I headed back to the farm. I made several more sprinklers and planted all the new seeds. I placed a few more scarecrows as I had no idea what their effective radius was. I grabbed a bunch of torches from all around the farm to put them in the farm, and watered everything I could before the mandated bedtime. The next day, after greeting the newest lady on the farm, I read a letter from Lewis about his lucky underwear being missing. I accepted his extremely strange request for me to find them and moved on with my day, going over to check the rock in the east of the mine's entrance, as I had read something in the comments that had a chance at helping us crack through it. I dove into the mines, hoping to make more progress through the bricked ice section, but found my dagger was a bit too short for skeleton quelling. However, the spirits of the valley graced me with a new option. Twice, actually, but I didn't notice until the second time. I had received a bone sword, and in the thrill, I immediately forgot about my crystal dagger, and before the hype had died, I found a coffee bean, which I saw was a seed, and assumed I would now have access to growing a thing that would make us go faster. I kept pushing, hoping for even more loot and plunder, when I encountered a new chest, and a dramatic shift in mood. It was fiery, and there was a constant, ominous rumble. Yep. This would be the kind of place to find fire quartz, alright. Within this chest, I found some more lovely boots. Why did all the chests have either weapons or shoes in them? No matter, these new Firewalker boots were superior to my existing Tundra boots, so I swapped them out permanently. I stepped bravely into the new cave biome and found out very quickly that things down here hit very hard. But in exchange, gold. And more gems. Even the bats down here were red, but one of them dropped a bomb, which I then brought back up to the entrance. In the comments, I had been recommended to use a bomb on this rock, and I was shocked to find it actually worked. I didn't have time to check the other side of it though, because sleep. This would not be the first time I would get hints in the comments, but they were usually sparse and or cryptic hints, which kept it fun for everyone. That night, we hit level 5 mining and had to make another choice between getting more ores and getting more gems. I decided to take the gems-based one because gem spawns were rare, and if I needed more, of a particular ore, I knew where to go. Day 32 was one of, if not the first morning I got to see the sprinklers actually working. I decided today to save the coffee bean and picked up my first gold quality egg. Speaking of gold, I grabbed the gold bar I had smelted last night, turning it into the blacksmith bundle and receiving a furnace for completing said bundle. I took another look at the fire quartz in the bundle and knew today had to be the day I would nab that thing. I dropped a red mushroom to the dye bundle before leaving and brought an emerald to the museum. I read more of the lost books, which contained some various fishing lore, and picked up this grape, which I gave to Abigail, who for some reason didn't know what to do with it, despite always being hungry. I headed back to the mines to check the new pathway, only to find a dwarf, and I had utterly no clue what they were saying. I also saw a strange cave off to the east that I couldn't access, but more on this later. I dove back into the mines I understood to get further and to get gold, as well as the crown prize I was after that day. Fire quartz. Prize in hand, I ran home a victor. The next morning I handled my winnings, smelting some, selling others, and gathering the egg of the day. Every single day after this day, with a few notable exceptions, I grabbed eggs. I'll just show you from now on, because otherwise I'll end up saying that I grabbed eggs about 66 more times. Then I took the flaming quartz to the community center, where I turned it into the geologist's bundle, completing it and receiving 5 omnigeodes. This also completed the last bundle in the room, and I wasn't sure what was gonna happen. Whoa! Whoa! Look at them, they're so happy! They're so...
We are the Junimos, keepers of the forest. Whoa!
Whoa! Whoa! Whoa! Whoa! The music's so sweet, I'm gonna cry. I actually have tears in my eyes. Oh! What's happening? I'm oh, I knew it. I knew it was gonna happen. I'm not gonna lie, I just cried watching that back. I already read the script, and I'm now matching the script up to the video. I'm crying again. Feeling like a good person, I soldiered onward, adding a purple mushroom to the field research bundle before I left. I gave a red mushroom to Emily based on her picture being next to one in the community center, but the math didn't math for this one. She hated it. I tried giving an omnigeode to Abigail because she seemed to like rocks. She didn't like that. So I decided the only healthy thing to do was to stop giving the wrong things and go see what other monsters needed to be eradicated for no particular reason. I also saw some really awesome swords in the shop and decided I was gonna get one of those. I tried one more time with the gift idea from the bulletin board stuff, thinking maybe it would sometimes work, and gave Demetrius a purple mushroom, which he liked. Acting on a positive upswing, I decided to go swing my sword in the mines. But I died. Too many ouches in one time frame, apparently. Somehow, Linus found me, but I had lost items. I headed home, confused by the massive up and down that was today's emotions, grabbed my newly smelted gold, and headed to sleep. As I slept, I saw the Junimos working some kind of magic next to one of the broken minecarts, and as well, secured level 5 combat, choosing the perk that increased my crit chance by 50% over a blanket damage increase of 10%. I wanted to hit really hard when I hit really hard. I started off day 34 by bringing a hot pepper to the summer crop bundle and a fire quartz to the museum. I ended up getting a very nice reward for this, a singing stone that sounded very much like an iPhone text tone. Oh! I processed some geodes, getting new gems and iridium ore. This was in fact my first discovery of iridium, period. I had no idea there was going to be a tier above gold. I turned the new minerals into Gunther and tested out the new minecarts next to Clint's place. I went home with my new speedy capacity and realized I would need more hay. I decided it was time to get a silo because I was pretty sure that was going to be part of the hay gathering scheme. I did some ocean foraging, then put the singing stone down by the dog bowl to function as a bell for the dog to know his water bowl was full. I have no idea if this had any in-game effect. In fact, I imagine it didn't, but it felt nice, so I kept doing it. I then decided to move the smelting operation to its own area. I recolored the chests and organized the ores, this time including a chest for iridium stuff, then headed back home for some much needed sleep. I started off the morning with the usual business, then put some tree tappers in the new trees. I tried giving a red mushroom to Demetrius since he liked the purple one, but he hated it. I noticed this new pathway up to the north which led to a train station and a sauna, of which I explored both thoroughly, but failed to gain much more than confusion and blocked pathways, and I guess a nice bath. Then, before before I had left, a train came through the station, flinging useful resources from its cars, giving geodes, ores, coal, and even a strange pair of leprechaun shoes. I assumed this would interact somehow with being lucky, but decided to save them and figure that out another time. I gave Penny some grapes I found, which she hated. I tried the same with Maru, which affected her normally. She didn't like them or dislike them. So there were 5 tiers of gifts then: hate, dislike, normal, like, and love. I gave Haley a flower which she liked, a reasonable response. Then gave a fire quartz to Abigail, which she liked and wanted to eat. Not a reasonable response. She then asked me a question about where I would want to go, and I lied, saying the beach because I thought she would like that, and her reaction indicated that this was not a reasonable response either. I decided after flubbing that to always answer honestly and not tailor my answers to the character, which I held to for the most part. I went home feeling childish, but I had some new green shoes, and I put them away for safekeeping. Next morning, the summer seeds had grown up, so I harvested and sold them. Some of the wheat was also mature, which required harvesting by scythe. I gave a sweet pea to Linus, hoping to improve hearts where I already had them. I then went back to Robin to order the silo's construction, which I put in what I would later learn was a rather inconvenient spot. I gave sweet peas to people, hoping to get hearts where I didn't have them, and it turned out it was Gus's birthday. I also gave one to Haley in front of Alex, which surprisingly didn't start a fight. I did some foraging, sold some, and gave Clint a copper ore since he'd asked for some before. He probably got depressed. I had the depressed man process my geodes and received some new minerals as well as a whole helmet. There was a whole helmet in that rock! I donated what I could to the museum, and Gunther gave me a hideous chair as thanks. As I was leaving, I found another artifact, a rusty spoon, and ran back to donate that too. Apparently a rusty spoon was an artifact. Okay, after some remarkably unhelpful reading, I made 2 mayonnaise machines, which I then placed next to the coop for convenience. I started making mayo with them, which I was surprised to see wasn't in the artisan bundle, and because I didn't need it, I sold it. Digging around in the UI, I noticed the collections section incorporated a what has been shipped section. So I proceeded to sell one of everything I had made that I hadn't sold before, including some ores, crops, and even eggs. I checked to see if it would update the list, but it hadn't yet, so I assumed it would be updated tomorrow. I went to sleep and was surprised by how much money I made doing this. More of the summer seeds grew by morning, and I harvested them. Then I checked my mail like a good villager and found a letter in the mailbox with a fish in it. Accepting this as normal and saving the fish, I made new summer seeds from the harvest and replanted. I looked at the collections tab, new and filled out, and noticed I had missed wheat. I sold 1 wheat, grabbed iron bars to bring to Clint, and headed out to town. I gave the town some sweet peas and headed to Clint's, where I ordered the steel pickaxe upgrade. I brought Clint a sweet pea as well, which made him sigh. Clint was clearly troubled. More sweet peas were given, and I checked out the town's quest board. Alex wanted a Joja Cola, so I did what any hometown athlete could do for themselves and walked to the store and bought one. I brought it to him, and he paid me for it. He paid me exactly as much as it cost. Thanks, Alex. I brought the largemouth bass I had been sent in the mail to the Lakefish bundle. Then I headed home to grab all the equipment I didn't need to sell to the Adventurers Guild. It let me sell everything except the slingshots, and I'm still not sure why. On the way back home, I dropped by the mayor's and learned about divorce as an option. Noted. Day 38 started with the silo being finished, so I tossed my bounty of 4 hay into it. Then I harvested a new plant, a radish, but it wasn't in any bundles, so I immediately sold it. I checked the mail, terrified I would find another fish flopping about in my mailbox, but it was just a letter about a new event, the luau, suggesting I bring an ingredient for the soup to impress the governor. This got me frantic, wondering what in the world to choose. I foraged, gave some of it away, and encountered this hat shop, which I admit I had seen before, but was still so weird to me. After a little more exploration and gift giving, I went to Marnie to purchase 2 new chickens and more hay to feed them. I went home, pet the new friends, and added the new hay to the silo. I started consistently making more mayo by this point, and made as many summer seeds as I could out of the forageables to plant. I decided to start selling sweet peas with quality and keep the ones without quality to gift people. With that, I went to get more seeds from Pierre, but it was closed. So I went to give Maru a birthday gift, but she wasn't home. I wandered around that whole day, not sure where to find who, until by nighttime, I finally found Maru stargazing, where I gave her a sweet pea. I checked on my new sleeping chickens, then went off to sleep myself, dreaming about new foraging powers like making fall seeds and lightning rods. The next morning, another person was weirdly standing outside our door at the crack of dawn, this time with an offer and a choice. Demetrius wanted to set up something in our farm cave, either something to attract fruit bats and score us some left behind fruit, or something to grow mushrooms in for every day. I deliberated this one thoroughly because I didn't have either of these things, but eventually the fungal choice seemed clear. I decided this because I knew fruit fruit trees existed, and had no clear understanding of how else I would get mushrooms beyond random chance in the mines. Since I could guarantee myself fruit later, I'd make sure I'd guarantee myself both later on by picking mushrooms now. New cave plans underway, I set to work on making a lightning rod. After grabbing the supplies, I encountered our first big egg, which the bundle did want. I also harvested our first tomatoes, crafted and placed our first lightning rod, sold most of the tomatoes, and headed off to the community center to turn in the large brown egg to the animal bundle, and the tomato to the summer crops bundle. Then it was off to the luau, where I saw the whole town again, plus this weird guy, the governor. There was a limited shop, but I had no money for any of it. Again, neither did I have anything special for the soup, so I tossed the tomato in, thinking of a lovely tomato bisque. Then I talked to everyone, even the disturbing man. After much conversation, the strange governor tried the soup and decided it was just average. Apparently, next year it would be up to me to carry this town's soup on my back. Feeling just average, I went home and sold my average tomatoes and got some average sleep. But at least I learned how to make a preserves jar that night. On the morning of day 40, I realized big eggs were here to stay, and I got some pine tar from a pine tree. I had recalled this was in the exotic foraging bundle and decided I would just do all the tree juices for the remaining 3 slots in it. Just as I felt like I was starting to understand this world and my place in it, the scarecrows spoke to me. Accepting this as normal, I decided, since big eggs were here to stay, I'd try making mayo out of them. I dropped pine tar off to the community center, then headed to Clint's to pick up my new steel pickaxe. I tried gathering our new shrooms from the cave, found out big eggs make gold quality mayo, and sold both. I tried using the sweet new pickaxe on the large rocks on the farm and was thrilled to finally be able to break them down. I planted a few things heading back to the mines and scored big time. Gems, gold, and even a chest at level 90 with a new sword called the Obsidian Edge. It was slower, but more powerful, and seemed the right choice. I continued a little further in the mines that night, then bailed at level 95. I went home with the plan to sell, then passed out by the selling box because I'm really good at keeping track of time. Day 41 began with a rainy day of harvesting melons, and a letter from Joja kindly billing me for picking me up from my own farm. I sold the melons except the gold ones, which I was saving for the quality set of 5. The new chickens had grown up, and I got the gold a smelting. I took care of all the farm things I could, getting into the groove of summer. Then I brought a diamond to the museum. I grabbed more melon seeds from Pierre to keep working towards the quality melons and headed home to plant them. I decided to try out this new preserves jar while doing more farm things. I brought the melon to the summer crops bundle, then headed to the beach and found an old mariner talking cryptically. Clueless on this, I left and brought a mussel to the crab pot bundle. I brought Alex a safe gift for his birthday and then headed home. I sold stuff, got some blueberries, which I was surprised to learn drop in bunches of them, sold some gold bars, and headed to Clint's to see about upgrades. But the blacksmith's was closed, so I took a blueberry to the summer crops bundle, completing it and receiving the first quality sprinkler. I started to sell the blueberries, but decided to save them to make jelly out of them. Yeah, blueberry preserves, baby. I set up the sprinkler back at the farm, hoeing, grabbing mushrooms in between, clearing more farm, fertilizing, and planting a measly 1 mixed seed. But we got some money. I ran outside next morning wanting to see the new sprinkler in action, then enjoyed a letter in the mail about being featured in the Stardew Valley Tribune. Whatever that is. Pam sent us a letter as well, asking for a pale ale, which I then ignored. I got some new resources this day, like a battery, oak resin, and 3 eggs, because eggs were definitely new. I gathered up some gold bars, harvested the 1 star fruit, and stored it away with the fruit to preserve. I headed off to Clint's, but I didn't get very far as Emily was having a moment. These birds flew overhead, and one of them didn't quite do the bird thing correctly. Or maybe it did the bird thing perfectly. Kinda depends on your perspective on birds. She decided to take care of this bird and nurse it back to health. After that, I headed to Clint's to order the gold pickaxe. But it was too expensive, so I ordered the copper trash can instead. This would apparently improve the percentage of money value we would get if we tossed an item in the trash can in our inventory. Seemed useful to me. I noticed Emily and I were at 4 hearts and began to suspect cutscenes might relate to that. I took the oak resin to the exotic foraging bundle, and I went to inspect the Emily situation further and found I could now open her door in not a creepy way. I swear. So I of course walked in and played with the parrot. I headed to Pierre's to buy more melons, and I also grabbed some grass throwers while I was there. From there, I headed to Marnie's and bought another chicken. Then I headed home and tried something I learned from the comments. Apparently, if you use a scythe, once you have a silo on grass, then you get hay, and it teleports into the silo. I don't think I was gonna figure that one out. So I went ahead and filled the silo, then planted the melons and moved the mayo machines to a better spot. At the end of the day, I remembered the mushrooms and got a moral. I would forget about these mushrooms nearly constantly, but today it had given a mushroom in the exotic foraging bundle. So I brought it to the bundle, completing it and receiving 5 Autumn's Bounty, a seemingly very nutritious food. On day 43, it started to really occur to me that there was an entire pillar of this game I was completely ignoring. fishing. I decided today I'd put a dent in that. But first, I made an observation. Corn was in 2 of the bundles, fall crops and quality crops, and could grow in summer and fall. So I figured it wouldn't wither when the season changed. Curious, very curious. I went to the beach to experiment with fishing, but instead, Alex wanted to be sporty, and I wanted to be sporty too. Unfortunately, the game didn't want me to be sporty. So after getting my ego bruised enough to assert my own sportiness, I walked about the beach, gave flowers out, and found a clam. I went ahead and brought this clam to the crab pot bundle, and took a look at what other fish I needed to get a hold of. I decided the river fish were my best bet, and tried my luck, giving gifts to people as they passed by. I did catch some fish, a few during the day, and a few during the night, and brought what ended up being 2 fish to the bundles, a sunfish to the river fishing bundle, and a brim to the night fishing bundle. Then I headed home and sold everything else. That night, I finally gained my first level in fishing. The next day was a day for poor decisions and great discovery. I got some more tree juice. This time it was the maple kind, which I nearly dismissed, as we had already completed the exotic foraging bundle, but I noticed on a cursory inspection, it was in the chef's bundle. Spicy. I'd be bringing that soon, but first, I needed to get distracted doing other things. I started that distraction journey with a mail from Mom, continued it with getting my first batch of jelly, and taking care of a few things on the farm, then heading into town to give gifts and get a new trash can from Clint. Then, of course, it was mines time, all while carrying this maple syrup in my inventory. In the mines, I had a skill issue and paid the price for it. But somehow, I didn't lose the syrup, or the jelly, which I had also been carrying this whole time. I decided to turn these 2 things in before doing anything else, then had a bountiful snack, and headed back into the mines. This time, sans skill issue, +1 staircase, I made it to level 100 to discover a new chest, with something I could have never expected inside.
Whoa. Whoa, what just happened? I didn't say to eat that. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Did my max energy just get increased or something?
I found a star drop. It's strange, but the taste reminds you of gold.
Your maximum energy level has increased.
Then, after eating this extremely rare, liquid gold tasting energy providing fruit, I passed out. Makes sense, right? But level 6 mining, and with it, the recipe for bombs. Day 45, I decided to keep pushing the mines. While taking care of all the different things on the farm, I checked what the cost of making more furnaces would be, and they had one requirement I didn't have: copper ore. Because I'd been so fervent with smelting, I would have to go back to the mines to get ore. Driven by progress, I headed to level 100, instead of the highest levels for easy copper. I tried my hand at fishing in this weird red water, and didn't get anything except trash. Not knowing something very important, I trashed all of this trash, and headed onwards into the depths. This starred slime dropped dark boots, which I decided to wear from now on. I made it all the way to level 105 before bailing for the day, and I decided before heading home to try my hand at lake fishing.
It was agreeable.
Chub. I got a chub. And I got one of those. I also managed to find a bullhead, which I took to the lakefish bundle. When I got home, I wasn't swimming in copper, but I had more gold, and I definitely made it home. That night in the dirt, I dreamt about different kinds of eggs, scoring level 6 combat. The 18th of summer was when chaos really started to settle in. I started the day off confused by a dead plant on the farm, but also secured a gold corn for the quality bundles. I took care of the plants and hens, even replanting before heading to town and checking the quest board. Willie had asked for green algae, so I grabbed a couple from home and headed his way. I stopped by the museum to read more books and drop off a ruby, for which we earned pumpkin seeds. These were for fall, so I just pocketed them on my way to Willie. But I stopped by Emily's house to give gifts, and I said hello to the parrot, gave some gems to the girls, and finally headed to Willie's for real. He took the time to suggest a training rod to me, and also implied heavily that he had a non-working sea vessel in the back of his shack. I sold him what ocean forage I'd snagged along the way, and almost forgot to give him the algae. Then I gave it to him twice to see if he'd like it as a non-quest gift. He hated it. Shocked someone could want something and hate something at the same time, I decided to go fishing. Fishing took the rest of the day up, but I did secure the second achievement in the game. Fisherman, for catching 10 different species of fish. Caught a red snapper in the ocean, a chub and a carp in the lake, and deposited them into the ocean fishing, field research, and lake fishing bundles respectively. As the day was winding down, I noticed the common mushroom was in the fall foraging bundle. I had been harvesting those frequently from the mushroom cave, so I boldly ran one of those over to the community center as well, barely making it back in time for sleep. That night, I dreamed of being a better fisherman and making some good money. The next day I went to work, taking care of all the usual farm things in the morning before running off to the community center to drop off hay to the fodder bundle. Then heading over to Clint's to order the golden pickaxe upgrade. I went to Robin's after that to see about another farm building, but stumbled into a Maru cutscene instead. But Maru wasn't the only one in it.
Maru's a good kid. She's my special little girl. What's happening right now? I wouldn't want anything getting in the way of her bright future. Know what I mean? Just some food for thought.
That's right. Demetrius was trying to get me to stop talking to his daughter. After that lovely conversation, I decided to talk to Robin about why I came, which was the barn. I just wanted to know what it cost, man. Feeling like I was trespassing at this point, I gave Demetrius a flower and found out it was his birthday. He liked the flower, so despite the sternness from before, we ended up gaining hearts. I gave a flower to his wife for good measure on the way out, which in hindsight might have been a bit weird, but that's okay. With the dates in my mind, I decided to look at the calendar and noticed there was some weird dance coming up. Hopefully I wouldn't strike out this time. I headed over to Pierre's upon looking at the fodder bundle and bought weed seeds. Oh shit. Not those. I headed over to Pierre's upon looking at the fodder bundle and bought wheat seeds to get the 10 wheat I needed for it. I headed home and went to work expanding the farm to accommodate more crops, including wheat, moving the furnaces in the process. I decided after this to cut some trees, as the barn I'd looked at would be needing wood. I continued to turn the supplies of eggs and jelly during this, even tossing the starfruit in for jelly making. I wanted to know what the differences were for prices of crops versus processed crops, so I sold a blueberry and blueberry jelly before heading to bed to compare. That night, I hit level 5 farming, requiring a choice. I decided to choose tiller in this instance because crops seemed more scalable than animal products. Also, blueberry jam turned out to be 3 times the value of a blueberry. The 20th of summer started with watering the new part of the farm I'd added yesterday that didn't yet have sprinklers, and then immediately continued with 3 pieces of mail. 1 from Willie, letting us know his fishing-related wares had expanded, and 2 from Demetrius about samples. In one, he gave us a sample, and the other, he was asking for a melon sample. The comments had also mentioned something about using a lightning rod to keep grass alive near animal buildings, so I moved this lightning rod for that reason. I left to drop off the oak resin I'd picked up on the farm to the community center because it was in more than 1 bundle, but I first ran into a cutscene with Penny. This was a cutscene about somebody being cranky and not liking being helped, somebody else not realizing that and insisting to help. After that little debacle, I turned oak resin into the enchanter's bundle, answered a weird question from Haley, and took to fishing. I ended that night selling a whole bunch of marine stuff and making some decent money from it. I started off day 49, heading over to Clint's to pick up our new gold pickaxe, and for the first time saw what the iridium tools looked like, and had a very moving conversation with Alex and his dog. Alex apparently had some family troubles, and this was something that I was able to relate to, more than necessarily I was prepared for in the moment. And then I cleared the farm for hours. I also found this rusty spur whilst clearing the farm. Today marked the halfway point. Today would be the last day of the first half of this challenge. If you made it this far, you may have realized I initially had no idea I would be doing this as a 100 days video or challenge. I was still just learning how to make a let's play when this first started. I did happen, however, to hit an awesome goal exactly on day 50. But I have had a wild time creating this video. Literally 2 months of work, not counting the recording and editing of the original Let's Play videos. 2 months of learning and editing this video alone. So, if you like this video, like you are genuinely enjoying it, please press the like button so YouTube knows that I did a good job so more people can get to see it and enjoy it too. Thanks. Now, what did I do on the halfway day, you ask? Well, after the animals and the plants, of which I sold most, I took the rusty spur to the museum. I also stopped by Clint's to order the steel axe upgrade, but when I got there I realized I didn't have enough money. So I sold him some iron, and then I had enough money, but now I didn't have enough iron. So I went home, got more iron, and came back, finally ordering the steel axe. Hang on, Watson, you said something cool happened. Yes, because now I finally had my pickaxe again, and this time it was golden. With gumption and confidence, I strode back to the mines. I found plenty of gold, finally ate that strange bun that just been floating in my inventory, and made it down 5 levels to level 110, finding another chest. This one had space boots in it, even more powerful than the dark boots, so I made the permanent switch. But I wanted to see more, and the comments had been hinting at the bottom was now only 10 levels away. I kept pushing on despite the time, swinging and swinging, using a staircase occasionally, until finally we reached the bottom of the mines. It's a key! That's a key! You found the skull key! You're not sure what it's for, but it seems important. It's mad at your wallet. I know exactly what it's for. But I would soon learn that I had no idea of the most important thing this key does. I explored these weird snakes, wondering if they had any use, but found nothing extra. Then I ran home and almost made it. Day 51 began, and I technically played this first hour twice. I had made a point to not reset days, but before this episode had ended, I really wanted to check out the new achievement Cowpoke and my new key before ending the episode. At the beginning of the real Day 51, I noticed a new quest as well. Still confidently wrong that I knew what this was about, I started working the farm, plants and animals, including harvesting another gold melon and our first big white egg, and headed to town to give some gifts. Ego swelling, I stepped into the saloon to use the key for what I knew the key was for, the second second arcade machine. And technically, I was right. The key unlocked access to a new game called Junimo Kart, which I quickly learned was surprisingly difficult. But this wasn't the most important thing the key did. I didn't even know it had another purpose at this point. Stay tuned. I decided to head to the community center to deposit the big white egg to the animal bundle. And while I was there, I checked the remaining requirements for that bundle, deciding I definitely needed that barn. At about this point, I had begun to realize, to 100% this game, not only would I need to complete this community center, I would need to get hearts with everyone. 10 hearts with everyone. You might be saying, Watson, that means you'd have to date all the single people. Yeah, it does. I don't think I'd realized that awful truth by this point yet, so I started innocently giving gifts to everybody I could, every day I could, to increase the hearts. I'll just keep showing the giftings and transition moments as I have been, and point out cool ones like the discovery that Abigail loves amethyst, and I'll let you know what happens as a result of my actions. After my boundless generosity, I went back to the mines to check that bottom floor's snakes one more time, came up empty once again, and decided to mine a little more before going home, ending up a few diamonds and gold richer. After selling things per usual, sleep brought level 7 in mining, and I quietly began to wonder to myself, why was the game paced such that mining level wouldn't max near the bottom of the mines? Had I rushed it? I had much to learn, but day 52 wasn't the day for those answers. Today was the day for a new axe. So after tending to the farm's daily duties, I headed to Clint and received the new and improved steel axe. I had Clint process some geodes while there and discovered this whole laptop, or excuse me, a dwarf gadget out of a rock. We also got some rocks out of the rocks. I brought all of this, laptop gadget included, to the museum to donate, and got another achievement, this time for donating 40 things, called Treasure Trove. Reaching this point came with 2 rewards, a vase and a rare crow. The rare crow stated it was 8 out of 8, so I determined I would need to collect them all somehow. I gave some gifts and headed home, putting the new rare crow onto the farm, and swapping in the vase in place of the bowl in our comfy home. I sold everything I could, found out not all trains drop stuff, gave more gifts, and noticed that there was some character development going on. Means more watering work for you, huh? Or do you enjoy the sunny weather? You're thinking about me now. You're talking to me about me instead of talking to me about you. That's very interesting, developer of game. Before the day ended, I noticed it was Willie's birthday and ran over to give him something he didn't like. Oops. Anyway, this screen should give you an idea of how many gifts I had been giving. Feeling generous, I headed home to sell things and finally used that new axe I mentioned. The axe had the power to chop these big logs, and so I chopped every single one I could find before passing out again. That night, I reached level 7 foraging and even made some decent money. Next morning, I harvested the last gold melon and the last of the wheat we needed for the community center. I got a couple letters from Linus, in one of which he taught us how to cook sashimi. We also got a letter from George, saying he wanted a hot pepper for his knees? Far be it from me to judge, I accepted the quest, and wondered how on earth a pepper helped knees. I took care of the animals, and watered our unsprinklered section of the farm, before heading off to deposit the wheat to the fodder bundle, and 5 gold melons to the quality crops bundle. After this, I headed to Pierre with an aspiration for deeper pockets. My dreams came true as I sold him some of the things in my pockets, and bought a second and final inventory upgrade. We now had pockets that were exactly 36 deep. Nice. I then headed home to put the first touch on what would soon be a massive organization overhaul. I started by sorting out tree-related items into this chest. Then I spent the rest of the time clearing out the farm, which I time-lapsed in the Let's Play. Day 54, I spent entirely just harvesting the farm, clearing the farm, and getting a bunch of bug meat for bait, because bug meat could be crafted into bait. I also sold a bunch of things, and the money was solid. I spent the penultimate day of summer enhancing the farm. After taking care of the chickens, like I usually did every morning, I realized making 4 eggs every day but having 2 mayo machines was not ideal. I started setting to work on improvements there, and realized I had an ancient seed in my inventory. Deciding I must have gotten that yesterday from the bug meat gathering, I crafted it into a plantable seed, and received a new achievement, DIY. The description of this read craft 15 different items, but I was sure I had crafted ancient seeds before. I later decided that different didn't mean distinct in this instance, and that I had crafted a total of 15 things, but there were many more things to craft today. Caroline sent us a potato, which I sold along with some of what I harvested from the farm. I chose not to replant because I assumed summer crops would wither at the beginning of fall, just like the spring ones had at summer's inception. I stored the ancient seeds and watered the corn because I believed they would be an exception in terms of withering. I wanted to craft a lot of things, but I didn't have everything I needed, so I crafted what I could with what I had on hand. I started with 2 new furnaces, smelting copper in all 6 for good good measure. I then scrounged up some wood and made a new mayo machine, bringing our total to 3, and grabbed the newly smelted copper to make a 4th. With this, I decided to move the machines to what I hoped would be a slightly more convenient location. I also crafted 5 new preserves jars and repositioned the preserving area down here. Using 4 more copper I'd queued after the mayo machines, I also made 4 sprinklers to cover the recent expansion to the farm. After placing the fruit in the jars, I grabbed our mushrooms and set out to Clint's, feeling productive and well prepared for fall. I paid to have my special rocks cracked, gave 1 new mineral from my special rocks to the museum, and gave a not so new one to Haley. Feeling a giving mood coming on, I led with a pepper to the enigmatic George. Truly still wondering how a pepper could help, I handed him what he asked for. I also gave him a flower, which he didn't like. I went absolutely wild on the giving, though not entirely successfully, and headed home, making bait for my fishing along the way. I was confused soon though, because I couldn't attach this bait to the rod. I decided I might need to get one of those wares Willie had been talking about adding to the shop's stock. I stored it all away for now in a designated fishing chest, as I had fall's onset to concern myself with currently. The final day of summer was upon us, and as a consequence, we got a letter about the dance. The dance wasn't exactly what I had first thought, however, as the jellies were a species of jellyfish that would be doing the dancing on the beach tonight as they passed by. Looking forward to this turn of events, literally, I started off the day by harvesting like normal, but I ended up making a few other interesting discoveries on this day. Firstly, I gave Demetrius the melon he had requested, while stopping by Robin's to see the price of a barn again. I didn't have enough wood or stone, so I headed out to fix that. But first, I gave some gifts out, learning Abigail didn't just like to eat pretty rocks.
Abigail! Hey, how'd you know I was hungry? Do you eat everything?
Yet, as I remembered to collect the reward for the melon quest, I noticed something odd. I still had the skull key quest. This made me realize that the skull key had to have another purpose, a more important purpose. A few gifts later, I found myself at the Adventurers Guild, on a hunch there were better swords in the shop, as the quality of the swords available had been improving as I descended in the mines. I scrolled through to find the lava katana. Based on this, the quest still being available, and some loose hinting in the comments, I decided there might be a new mines in our future, and that I needed to get this sword before this year, or these 100 days, were over. I headed back to the mines to get stone for that barn I mentioned, and chose the place where the monsters dropped coal, because I was going to need a lot of that, all the time. Just before the event was scheduled to start, I left the mines and headed to the beach to see what all the fuss was about, and I can say with absolute certainty, it was worth the fuss. After speaking with everyone of the sanctity of this situation, I spoke to Lewis, who sent this little boat out, drawing these jellyfish in. And this was the gorgeous result.
Oh, there's a lot more. Wow. Wow. The glow of summer has faded now, and the moonlight jellies carry on toward the great unknown.
And so with that, summer came to an end. Fall's beauty absolutely shocked me, and I couldn't have my dead plants marring that. Fall had new forageables, the common mushroom I had noticed before, as well as the plum, the hazelnut, and the blackberry. I gathered up some of these on my way to the mines, hoping to quickly get enough stone for the barn, and enjoy the rest of my time basking in fall's orange glow. After getting plenty of stone and some copper along the way, I headed to Robin's to order the barn. 1 or 2 clicks later, construction had begun, and I was thrilled. I swung by the community center to put the 3 new forageables into the fall foraging bundle, earning myself some fall seeds at the perfect time. I headed down to the ocean, giving gifts along the way, and once there, picked up a bunch of stuff. And I also caught a can's worth of sardines. I headed back to the good old CC and dropped off a sardine in the ocean fishing bundle. I headed home to sell stuff, cleared up the rest of the farm, smelted 3 iron, moved the last preserves jar, and planted the new fall seeds. Then I grabbed that iron and made 3 new sprinklers to expand the farm, just a bit more, so we can make even more cash than this. The next day on the farm, I wasn't alone, as Robin was on the scene, swinging her hammer at this exact spot all morning long as I did the day's tasks. I was expressing my disinterest in fertilizers, and this happened. Speed grow, wah. Retaining soil, wah, wah, wah. Why? That was incredible timing. Taking that as a cue to fertilize things, I did. Even unplanted ground. Then I headed to town to find out Robin had been pulling double shifts. Lewis and Robin had added a large quest board to town. It was for bigger sized quests that, as I would learn, would change once a week rather than daily. Upon first glance, I decided against picking one, not realizing they wouldn't change until next week. Curious instead about a new fishing rod, I headed to Willie's and picked up a new tool, the fiberglass rod, as it appeared to be able to use bait. I also gave Willie a pine pine cone, which he didn't hate. I tried out fishing for the first time with bait and had no idea what the effect was, but I caught a tilapia, which was indeed in the ocean fishing bundle. That weird old guy was back again too, and I still don't know why. I headed to Pierre's hoping to get new fall seeds and ended up stumbling into Abigail's room for a quality time cutscene, in which we play one of the arcade games. I helped her through the first level and was sad we couldn't keep playing together afterwards. Cutscene complete, I spoke to Pierre to purchase the seeds for what the fall crops bundle would need. Eggplants, pumpkins, and yams. I also decided to try some other crops, like bok choy, cranberries, amaranth, fairy, and even this grass starter recipe. Then I remembered about saplings, which I now couldn't afford. After returning home, planting the new crops, and selling more things, I headed to the community center to drop off a tilapia and check the remaining marine requirements for the aquarium set of bundles. I decided to go back and fish in the ocean more, fishing up my very first albacore, which was a tough catch, but sadly not in any bundles. I did snag an eel though, which was in the night fishing bundle. I brought this bad boy to the CC so fast, I then switched to the lake, assuming that I had caught a night fish in the ocean and the river, that perhaps a third night fish would be found in the lake. My intuition was correct as I reeled in this walleye, which I then also took said bad boy to aforementioned CC place. This completed the night fishing bundle, scoring us a small glow ring. I then headed home, sold the extra fish, and got some well-deserved sleep. That night we leveled hard, getting both level 6 in farming as well as level 3 in fishing, collectively enabling us to craft the quality sprinkler and the cheese press, as well as the crab pot and the dish of the sea. That recipe for that new sprinkler was fresh on the mind on day 59, and I wanted to do something about it. First, I flexed the new rod, and then read a letter from Marnie about needing amaranth. Then, I took a new look at the recipe for the quality sprinkler. I saw it would require iron, gold, and refined quartz. I didn't know where to get the quartz, but I sure knew where to get the other two. After harvesting and selling some corn, I went to the mines to get as much iron and gold as I could muster. And I ended up getting plenty of those two and more, finding gems, a ghost fish, and coal along the way. When my health was finally too low to continue, I headed to the Adventurers Guild to see what monsters needed slaying. I sold some surplus from the mines trip while there, and headed home to tend to the rest of the farm, and of course, smelt my proceeds from the trip. I proceeded to make a bunch of fertilizer from stored up sap from all that farm clearing, and found out crops that aren't in their seed stage could not be fertilized. I'd have to do that ahead of time next time. That night though, the gamer dreams were back, bringing us to level 7 combat. On day 60, I woke up itching to sprinkle my crops with more quality. You know what I mean? I made 2 quality sprinklers as that was all I could with the refined quartz I had. Once that and the daily farm tasks were sorted, I headed to the community center to turn in the ghost fish to the specialty fish bundle. But little did I know there was much more fishing to be done today. I purchased the 5000G vault bundle while there, receiving, coincidentally, quality fertilizer just after I fertilized everything. I gave out some topaz from yesterday's spelunking as I walked over to the big quest board and was surprised to find the same quest with simply less time to do them. I decided therein to choose one, deciding on one from Demetrius about reducing overpopulated salmon in the valley's rivers by exactly 10. I found myself fishing in fall, which was remarkably peaceful. After catching a bunch of fish, including 3 salmon, Sam walked up to watch. Sam. Of all people. I caught more fish, including 2 more salmon, a tiger trout, and even somehow an aquamarine. By then, though, night had fallen, and I was seemingly only getting night fish. I decided to call it on salmon for today, being satisfied with a halfway done quest in one day that I had 5 more days to do. I headed home to gather the farm's daily yield and sold it all, along with the fish, except for the tiger trout, which I actually needed for the community center. I dropped off the trout in the river fish bundle, and headed home to sleep, and gander at a good day's money. I decided to check the calendar first on day 61, knowing it was going to be a very busy day today. And so, after determining that it was indeed Elliot's birthday, I headed home to check out our brand new barn. After the usual suspects of farm duties, I walked around inside our new barn, then headed to Marnie's to buy some cows. I bought 4 outright, then immediately headed to the river to polish off the other half of that salmon depopulation we'd quested to do. I managed to snag this nautilus fossil among the salmon, and completed the quest with flying colors. After this, I headed down to the ocean to give Elliot a gift of a dazzling ruby, and sell the fish and marine stuff to Willie, from whom I then bought a crab pot, thinking I could get crab pot stuff for the crab pot bundle this way. But I didn't read the description. I decided to buy some trout soup from him as well, hoping I could improve my fishing this way, as it gave a temporary +1 buff to fishing. I took that snazzy nautilus fossil to the museum, then I gave Caroline this gift I just knew she would love. She hated it. I decided to head to the mines to try my hand at cave lake fishing, and once again, only got trash. But this time, I also got a ghost fish. I headed home, throwing away the trash, and went to visit my sleeping new cows before sleeping myself, dreaming of being a better angler and learning how to recycle things. The next morning, I decided to meet the cows while they were awake this time. I gave them pets and did the farm routine, which included more petting. I harvested plenty of corn and bok choy, selling all but the gold corn, which would be for the quality crops bundle. Demetrius thanked us for murdering 10 specific fish by teaching us by mail how to make a farm computer. It needed one of those fancy laptops that came from Rocks though, so I couldn't couldn't make it yet. Shane also sent us a pizza through the mail. What's up with this town and mailing everything? I quickly snagged the day's quest of copper collection, then I collected the mayo flawlessly. I headed to Marnie to buy a milk pail to milk the cows with, as well as a heater, which I assumed I would soon need. I tested out the use of the bucket, and it looked like this. Questionable activity. I then promptly went and did this to a cow, and found out it was too young. Also questionable activity. Morals completely intact, I headed to the coop to put the heater in it for the birds to be warm this winter. Then I made a chance to leave this pail in by the barn. I headed to the mines to get copper for the day's quest, and ended up scoring the Monster Slayer goal for bug eradication. It was too late that day to check the reward, so I went home with a little extra fiber from the cave as well, which I made grass starters out of. I've been told about a strat with lightning rods and grass, so I tried it by the coop and fenced it in. New fence in place, it seemed there was now a better place for the mail machines to sit for what would be a very, very long time. I went home to get some sleep, but had some trouble with that. But at least I made good money. Bok choy seemed to have sold really well. When I woke, I added more fencing to the coop, threw down more grass, and saved some for the cows, who I then also built a fence for. Once the fence was built, I let them out to watch them eat grass for the first time. Too cute. I did the daily farm chores and found myself harvesting eggplants for the first time. I sold everything from the mine strip and today's yield, except an eggplant and the geodes, and headed to town. I stopped by Pierre's to buy a lot of bok choy based on what I saw from last night's invoice. Pockets laden now with bok choy seeds, I headed to Clint's, showing him the ores for the quest, cracked the geodes, I donated one new mineral to the museum next door, then headed home to replant. After planting all the bok choy I could, I crafted a recycling machine to place by the fishing chest. I headed back into town because I forgot to turn in the eggplant and accepted a day quest about catching 2 chub. I turned in the eggplant to the fall crops bundle and headed back home again to smelt 6 copper, which I wanted to use to craft cheese press, considering multiple cheeses were in the artisan bundle. That night, I noticed my money was good, and right now, I'm just noticing how juicy melon jelly is. On day 64, a new foraging season began. Linus sent us a letter letting us know blackberry season had begun, and that we could find them on bushes. He, however, had lost his basket and needed us to find it for him. I accepted that quest, looking forward to clicking on bushes for a week or so. I eventually left the farm to see what I could find, and ended up chopping trees and fishing for a few chub for the quest. After catching them both, I headed down to Willie to complete the quest, and accidentally sold everything, including the chub, first. Fortunately, we somehow got away with this, getting paid for 2 chub twice. That's good business right there. Today I also noticed the issue with the crab pot collection, and added bait to it before leaving, feeling a bit dumb. I then headed over to the big quest board, where I took another fishing depop quest, this time in the ocean. I was quietly hoping this would convince me to actually level my fishing skills so I could catch it up to everything else. I kept giving all these blackberries I was finding to everyone I encountered, with mixed results. I walked to the Adventurers Guild whilst giving out gifts, hoping to receive a gift myself, as we had slain a certain specific number of bugs. I was genuinely appalled by the reward. Insect head, level 4 sword, not very pleasant to wield. Yeah, that's pretty damn strange. Hey, would you like an insect head? Not gonna use that. I then glanced at the goals board to learn a star meant we'd done it. Stardew Valley seemed to have a whole lot of stars in it. I headed to the mines where we'd recently gotten a star drop, struggled a good bit to get gold, and ate the mail order pizza we'd gotten from Shane. I made it home that night, barely, and got some decent sleep. Though I imagine I woke up at least once that night due to the pizza. On day 65, we received some very startling news. There was a Stardew Valley fair in a week, and I was supposed to present in it. So after accidentally eating an egg and throwing a tepper on a mahogany tree, I got to work on making sure I could make things to present in this fair. I started by making this cheese press I'd mentioned before, hoping to make our first cheeses as soon as the cows were old enough. The comments had lobbed me a pretty solid hint that I could get refined quartz now that I had a recycling machine, and I instantly realized things like broken glasses and broken CDs must be the source. Broken glasses indeed provided some quartz, and I was sure I had found the only source of refined quartz. Yet I was still missing the more simple option. Still, this enabled me to make quality sprinklers. So I harvested, sold, and stored things, including the amaranth that Marnie was asking for. Excited about refined quartz, but knowing it could wait, I headed to Marnie's to drop off her request. I had noticed something in her bedroom, and after giving her the amaranth in question, I had the capacity to enter it. I found some rather incriminating evidence in here that I immediately ran away with, grabbing more and more blackberries when I saw them. I started looking around for Lewis, but didn't find him. I returned to plant a lot more bok choy, then took to focusing on recycling. I began to place the torches made from trash on the ground here, and avidly fished for all trash types in this small lake. Once I'd caught a sufficient amount of of quartz-making garbage, I headed over to the beach to start working on the ocean fishing quest I had taken, collecting shrimp and rebaiting the newly working crab pot. I gave more gifts on the way home that night and made decent money on the day's harvest. Day 66 started off with some selling, some good old classic gathering, and discovering that our cows could now be milked. I got milk from each of them, but it wasn't large, so it wouldn't work for the animal bundle. I went ahead and put all 4 of them in the cheese press I'd preemptively made, hoping to get cheese by the end of the day. I noticed as well that the mahogany tapper just produced sap, which I admit was a bit underwhelming. The jelly production was going swimmingly, as I simply just kept queuing more fruit from the summer yield that I had saved, mostly being blueberries. But I was saving a lot of blackberries for this as well. After selling and harvesting more, I was left with this sunflower, which was needed in the dye bundle. As I left, I caught a quartz making trash and queued it for production. Then I left to go find Lewis and return his shorts, and I grabbed this ghost slaying quest on the way. I handed Lewis the shorts, giving me a chance to lie and then demand I tell no one what happened here. After doing that questionable deed, I brought the sunflower to the dye bundle and headed back to the farm. The animal products were ready, and so we got our first look at cheese. I sold most of it but saved 1 for the artisan bundle, which I took it to, as well as bringing the shrimp to the crab pot bundle, buying the 10,000 G bundle, and bringing the 5-star gold corn to the quality crops bundle. Each of those last 3 completed bundles, giving 3 crab pots, a lightning rod, and a preserves jar respectively. I headed back home with all the loot, expanding our preserving station to 7 strong, and heading to the mines to slaughter a ghost for the quest. 1 dead ghost later, I went home for sleep and made this much money. I started off day 67 harvesting and replanting bok choy, then taking care of both sets of animals. This animal routine would become a consistent pattern of behavior for nearly every morning. I collected a forgotten reward for the Mayor's Shorts quest while walking to the Wizard's Tower, and of course, picking blackberries. After speaking to Rasmodius the Wizard and acquiring the cash, I headed to Emily's to give her a sunflower, since one was by her picture in the dye bundle. But instead, I got a private show. What is happening? I gave Jody next door a trout soup for her birthday, then had some for myself to go ocean fishing with. I ended up scoring a fair bit from this trip, including sea cucumbers, coal, a glass shards artifact, a super cucumber, and some trash, which now mattered. I had effectively balanced the biome with this and collected my money for doing so. I headed home to sell my bounty, but chose to save the super cucumber and the iridium quality sea cucumber I had caught. By this point, I had a small chest of special stuff, which would change and expand throughout the playthrough, as I learned more about what was truly rare. I headed off to sleep, having sweet gamer dreams of level 7 farming and level 5 fishing, the latter of which gave us a choice. Fishers seemed like the obvious choice of the 2 here, and so I slept comfortably on my new pile of money. Day 68 was very much a wood day. I got a letter from Jody about how to make fried calamari, then began doing the usual farm routine. Today in particular, I harvested my first yam, which after the farm business had been addressed, I took to the fall crops bundle. I planted this tree by Robin to see if it would grow, as I was on my way to check on another farm upgrade price from her, but this time, it was a house upgrade. I could apparently upgrade my house for 10,000 G and 450 pieces of wood, but I very much didn't have that wood. My gifts were not enough to lower the wood price, so I went looking for as much wood as I could find. By the end of the day, I sold the artisan goods and replanted what I could, and I slept comfortably on my pile of wood. It was a nice day today, so I grabbed this amethyst for future plans and harvested lots of bok choy, and of course eggs and milk. I went to town where I found a daily quest for Haley, which I accepted before managing to find Abigail, the reason I'd grabbed the amethyst. It was her birthday after all, and I knew she loved these, though I was worried she might eat it. I went to Robin's with the pile of wood gathered yesterday and ordered the new house upgrade, genuinely curious what would happen. On my way home, my subconscious brain put in some work. Oh, that was the basket! I just saw the basket! Did you guys see that? I still love that I saw that after it was off screen. The human brain is crazy. I started gathering up my gold bars for a new gold tool, but I only had 3 and enough ore for 1 more. So I went back to the mines to get enough gold for exactly 1 more. Then came back home and started its smelting. I sold some stuff, then went to grab the mysterious basket from the road. After returning, I decided to get cheeky. I genuinely don't remember if I figured this out or if the comments help with this, but I noticed a silo could only hold so much, but a chest could hold so much more. I decided to try withdrawing hay from the silo and storing it in the chest next to it, but the troughs for both animals were full. I'd have to try this again later. The gold didn't smelt in time to take to Clint, so I went to the museum to drop off the glass shards. Then I started looking in the collections tab at all the things I was missing. I stopped by the beach before heading home to grab a frozen tear per Haley's day quest. I tried to get to some of my boxes, but a good boy caused another issue, so I moved the chests outside. I went to bring Haley the tear, but the night had grown late enough and the door was locked. I at least got more cash from good old bok choy. Today, Robin was bonking the same spot on my house with a hammer. Needless to say, I imagine I woke up a little early. There was a good harvest, and I shared it with Robin, and I even sold all my void essence from spelunking for some quick cash. I saved all the fruit as per usual, though. More perishable food came through the mail. More perishable food.
This time it was a cake, though, from Mom. Our harvest included these fairy roses, which I decided were best given to people who would like them. I went to give a couple to Emily and Haley and stumbled into a cutscene about cleaning the couch. I came up with what was apparently a great solution, gave them both roses and Haley a tear, and went on my way. Not before Haley started being Haley, though. Penny and Alex also liked the roses, and I went on a gift-giving spree to the whole town, searching for Linus the whole time to give him his basket. I even tried to give this lady a gift, but it simply wouldn't work. After giving everyone I could find gifts, I found Linus and ended up with a very strange cutscene from him. Into your tent. Okay. Oh.
There we go. See this? It's a special kind of fish bait that I make.
Awesome.
Okay.
One super special bit of knowledge later, I headed home, running into Abigail and answering a question about her hair. Very incorrectly, apparently. I headed home, confused how my wide generosity would end with meanness, handled the day's remaining farm things, and went to sleep. On day 71, I got some surprising news. After the farm's usual chores, during which I harvested the first pumpkins of the playthrough, we got a letter in the mail. It stated that the Stardew Valley Fair was tomorrow? How had time gone by this quickly? I picked out 9 items, hoping they would help me do well at whatever it was I was supposed to be doing at this fair, and then cleared some grass for hay. I headed to town to do some community centering, and stopped by Pierre's to sell some harvest directly to get enough cash to reach 25,000 G. I took this hard change over to the town's decaying center and bought the very expensive 25,000 G bundle in the vault set. We received this fascinating gift of a crystallarium and completed further with this the entire room. We earned another star, the second of 6, towards full completion of the center, and I was genuinely so happy about it. I didn't forget to drop off the pumpkin of the fall crops bundle before leaving, finishing that bundle and earning a bee house. I took the few nickels I still had to rub together and bought more bok choy to grow and headed home to replant. I also grabbed our jelly and placed down our rewards. I attempted to put refined quartz into the crystallarium, which sadly didn't work. My brain was slowly turning over the predicament here though, as I did finally have the premonition to put regular quartz in the machine instead. I added jelly to the box for the fair, knowing this was too many items, but hoping I could make a good decision on the next day. I did a brief mind trip before heading to bed, dreaming of a vision of a bunch of Junimos dancing around a bus. On the morning of the fair, I awoke in a newly upgraded house, complete with a new room and a kitchen with cooking capacity and a fridge. I moved some things around, headed outside, and began to prep for the fair. During the usual tasks, I got our first large milk, which would be useful in the animal bundle. I also used an egg to test cooking, netting us a fried egg. The kitchen worked. I started heading towards the fair and saw Pam walking to the bus. I learned by speaking to her that she was the bus driver and that soon we'd be able to go somewhere with it. Then I headed into the fair. I discovered a much larger event than I expected, complete with its own minigames and currency called star tokens. I tried my hand at one of those minigames, netting a cool 2 tokens. Lewis directed us to an empty grange, which, after speaking to a few locals and a few tourists, I placed 9 items of choice in. I continued talking to everyone I saw, taking in the sights, encountering the very oracle from the TV who read our personal fortune, being rather ominous about it, and I eventually stumbled into a minigame about fishing with a pay-to-play scheme, but I earned considerably more star tokens from playing it. I also found one about slingshots, which was decent, but the payout was far less than the fishing one. I decided not to continue with this as the price to play was the same as the fishing game, with less payout. I went to the shop, realizing this was where to spend the star tokens, and within it were important items, a rare crow and a star drop. There was also a glowstone ring, which piqued my interest. I decided I needed to earn a lot of star tokens. I asked Lewis at this time to evaluate the granges, considering I thought maybe I could score some tokens from possibly winning. Crushing the competition with a 96 out of what? I'm not sure. We earned 1,000 star tokens with which to enable our success. I talked to the sore losers who were agreeable, then tried spinning this wheel. I won, but felt it wasn't reliable, so I stepped away and went back to fishing. Once I had reached 2,000, I went to secure the star drop, easily being the most important purchase of the set. I continued this loop until having enough to purchase the rare crow as well, then decided to try an all or nothing with the remaining tokens to speed up getting the ring. That didn't work. I went back to fishing for a while, until then trying the wheel a few more times to save me some time, which all in all, it did. Securing the ring, the win, and of course, a saucy star drop, I talked to everyone I could find before leaving the fair for good. Leaving the fair put us at our doorstep at 10 p.m., so I left to go to the comm center to drop things off, but encountered an Abigail cutscene. After being an influence on somebody else's daughter, I went to leave perishable food in an abandoned building. What a game this is. On the way, I made this thing, which apparently makes slime eggs. What a game this is. Anyway, about that abandoned food, specifically, I placed a large milk in the animal bundle, and I was surprised to notice the fried egg was in the chef's bundle. That one was an accident, but I'm taking credit for it anyway. I placed down the slime egg press back at home, allocating 100 slime to keep the production of one such slime egg. I sold the things I didn't deem special that were used in the Grange, and saved the special ones. And this is how much money I made. After that shockingly long day, it was time to clean up, literally. I started the day with a letter from Emily teaching us how to make a red plate, then promptly took a large quest from Linus about fishing trash out of our town's waters. This seemed great because I would love to process that trash into quartz. I had also been nudged in the comments to try refining quartz into refined quartz. Feeling a little dumb, I tossed it into the furnace to learn I could have just done this whole time. Accepting this new reality I was now in, I began to fish for trash in my small puddle, wondering if I could just farm the trash here. After spamming the exact same spot 20 times, the collection portion of the quest was complete. I started heading over to where the trash bin was, but got caught in another Abigail cutscene.
Oh, really? That's beautiful. That is beautiful. And much to my surprise, we joined in. Yes.
Yes. I ended up loving it so much, I looped it later and played along with my violin. After that lovely jam session, I headed to the train station and put all the trash in the bin, hoping it would complete the quest. Then I took it all back out, planning to keep it to process. The quest knew better though, and didn't let me finish the quest without leaving the trash in the bin, which immediately became unopenable as soon as I closed it with all 20 trashes in it. My plans had been foiled again, but at least the quest itself was complete. Upon completing, 2 achievements popped at once. I'm an achievement hunter, so this scratched a forbidden itch. One for getting hearts with people, and one for doing quests for people. Only then did I head home and do the usual farm chores, collecting our first normally produced refined quartz, and grabbing this new slime egg and storing it for later. Linus had also requested a frozen tear, which I brought him as well. I kept making refined quartz this new way, cleared more grass for hay, and smelted my little heart out until it was time for sleep. Once again, dreaming of money. I was starting to feel like a golden boy with all these good deeds. So why not get a golden boy a new golden toy? My suspicions were confirmed when I received the Best Neighbor Award in the mail, earning 500G. I was clearly a golden boy now. Linus sent us a recipe for fiber seeds, and I went on to tend to the farm, leaving soon to give Marnie a mediocre birthday present. I also opened a jar for Haley. A few gifts later, I was in Pierre's, selling things to reach 10k gold. Then I made the golden purchase in question, donated a new mineral to the museum, and tried giving one as a gift, which flopped hard. I did some more farm clearing that day, except things that required an axe, considering I temporarily now didn't have one of those. This is how much money I made. The third quarter was ending today, beginning our home stretch of these 100 days. What better to do than to try out a whole new location? Day 75 began with Marnie at our doorstep, asking for something. She wanted, oddly enough, a cave carrot to teach her new goat tricks with. Probably one of the odder starts to a Stardew day, but that's what happened. Among the farm chores, I discovered our first honey from the bee house and sold even more bok choy. We also got a few letters, one from Marnie with a new recipe and one from Caroline asking for a pumpkin in typical quest form. I forgot I had these pumpkins planted already, so thinking I had sold them all already, I went to buy one more pumpkin seed. While there, I purchased this apricot sapling, hoping I could start the fruit tree train soon. I also saw this quest from Sebastian, which I accepted. Since it had asked for ocean fish, I took to the beach, but after several fish, I lost interest in doing even more fishing, so I headed back home. I had fished some iridium quality fish and was beginning to store iridium quality things for later. I planted the pumpkin seed, but stored the apricot sapling for later, worried winter would freeze it to death. Winter was coming after all, and I had no idea what that would mean. But I did say whole new location was explored today. I bought our first ticket to a new place at the bus stop. It turned out to be this sprawling desert hotspot. Sorry about that one. Complete with a desert trader with absolutely wild wares and a camel, coconuts and palm trees, cacti and cactus fruit, and a new shop run by someone named Sandy. She had an interesting assortment of new seeds and a really weird guy in the back called a bouncer. Suspicious. Very suspicious. Tucked away in the northwest of what was called Calico Desert was a small, unassuming cave. Upon entering, however, I discovered a skull door, which was openable via the skull key. I had found the key's true use. Finally, I was immediately blasted with shockingly hard-hitting and undoubtedly freaky-looking creatures, and I really tried to survive the first level. After consuming a lot of food and still not making much headway, this creepy smoke appeared, which always meant the flying creatures were going to arrive in droves. In the mines that had been bugs and bats. Here, it was whatever these things are. I went back out the ladder without hesitation and re-entered, only to see a completely different level 1. This was a randomly generated mines, and I sure didn't see an elevator anywhere. I made it to a second level with mummies which didn't actually die and departed upon reaching level 3. We simply were not ready, but that was exciting and was looking forward to figuring this new beast out. And this new beast had a name. Skull Cavern. I dropped off the honey I'd found what seemed like days ago on the farm to the artisan bundle, headed back to that very farm, forgot about the time, and passed out smelting new bars. We hit level 8 farming, snagging the recipes for the keg and the oil maker. Woo! What a day. The journey was now 3/4 complete, but with the new location just being opened, it felt like a new game. In fact, that very morning, a mysterious man by the name of Mr. Chi sent us a letter, throwing down a challenge for us to get to level 25 in the Skull Cavern. So after the day's farm chores, I headed to the bus stop to buy a ticket. I found out the hard way I could only do this when Pam was there, so I started heading to town, but I ran straight into Pam, so I turned around and waited. After she arrived officially, I bought a ticket and went to Calico Desert once again. Upon arriving, I took another glance at this desert trader who had desert totems as well as this extremely expensive recipe for learning how to craft them. I also noticed a very interesting seasonal seed conversion mechanic she had. In light of the mysterious Chi, I went to check the Bowser, but learned absolutely nothing. So I headed to the cavern hoping to get some answers, or at least some loot. I found some bugs, which I assumed would be the easiest enemy. Turns out they're quite literally impervious to damage. So I went and picked on this slime, which became a bunch of small slimes, and then quickly destroyed me. Ouch. Turns out if you lose in the caverns, you don't get rescued by Linus. You go to get emergency surgery, which is expensive, and you still lose items. Ouch. I didn't know if the item recovery service would work for the caverns, but as I started walking to the Adventurers Guild, I really hoped so, because otherwise, I no longer had a weapon. I encountered a funny Linus cutscene on the way, but I can't say I was particularly in the mood at the time. I was partially relieved to find the service worked, but had to pick between something I wanted and something I needed. Still, at least we weren't swordless. I took the rest of the day to relax and recover from my wounds, picking up the golden axe from Clint, giving Caroline her pumpkin, and gathering, selling, and smelting things on the farm. Lastly, I looked at the social tab to see how things were. And well, this is how things were. Not too shabby. That morning, our prized obsidian edge was right back in our hands, and so was our new golden axe, which I used to clear the wood stuffs from the farm I wasn't able to clear before. After that, in the usual suspects of the farm, I made this life elixir, and got a notification about a train coming through the valley. So I went to get whatever fell. Once the train had left, I decided this place could use some clearing as well, and when I'd had enough of that, I brought Robin a sunflower for her birthday. While there, I started looking at some farm upgrades. The option existed to take an existing barn or coop and upgrade it to a big barn or big coop, allowing it to accommodate new livestock species. I put that in my mind as our next use of resources. While I was there, I gave Maro an amethyst, and finally got the rights to enter her room. I had been wondering what this weird little machine was, and my curiosity was not quenched by this underwhelming answer. I brought my hoe, the tool, to Clint to order the copper upgrade for it, then gave this amethyst to Leia. I mentioned this one because it was a surprise. Leia didn't like the pretty rock. I liked the developer had given different people different personalities in this way, and decided to explore that more in the future. So, my main objective at this point, I was looking at duck feathers in the dye bundle, truffle oil in the artisan bundle, and wine in the enchanter's bundle. This meant I needed to get a big coop, an oil maker, and a keg, respectively. In that vein, I started clearing this train station for wood, and also the mountain lake area for even more wood. I took this daily quest from the wizard for a mushroom, and brought him one from my stores, choosing to clear this area out as well afterwards. North of the tower here, I bumped into this big log, and remembered the comments had been hinting about something north of the wizard tower. I eagerly chopped this down and followed a new pathway westward. We had discovered another new place, the Secret Woods. This gorgeous place provided us with a bump in hardwood, as well as some slimes, a new lake for fishing, and a new mystery to solve. But I had so little time to explore this that night, and went home, dreaming of level 8 foraging type awesomeness. The world was opening up to us, with 2 new areas discovered in 3 days' time. I decided after today's harvest, yield, and production to go back to the Secret Woods to see what else there was to know. After gathering the hardwood for these more obvious 4 stumps, I began to wonder if I could get through these trees to the other 2 stumps. After some struggling, I found a way in, and chopped the remaining 2 stumps. I then found another way out, but got lost in the trees on my first try of using it. Terrifying. I also tried to fish in this lake, which gave me a wall decoration? I decided that was enough secrety business for one day, and headed back out to chop some not-so-secret trees. After much wood acquisition, I returned to the farm to nab all the things that had been processed, and sell it for the good money. I also made this oil maker, which I can proudly say I never figured out how to use. At least, not in my first 100 days. I also made 2 kegs, which I can proudly say I did indeed figure out how to use. Throwing some spice berries in to become whatever they would become, I quickly learned my farm would now forever have this sound on it. Some spice berries. Yeah, that's kind of strange of a sound that you just made there. You're gonna be doing that? We're no longer using, because fall is almost over. It's just gonna keep doing that, isn't it? I also picked up the sprinklers that wouldn't be watering the persistent corn, as I didn't intend to replant before winter. And I was assuming, considering there wasn't a winter crops bundle, that we would not be growing anything during winter. I took my first couple of sad attempts at the oil maker, being mushrooms and oak resin, the former of which being on a hunch that truffle oil comes from truffles, which are mushrooms. But neither worked. I slept proud I'd found new paths and secret places, and that I had at least made the kegs work properly. I think. After day 79's harvest and yield, I headed to Robin's, hoping to use all this new wood. But she wasn't in. I decided to head to Pierre's instead, and found Robin along the way. I sold some stuff to Pierre, and the place just so happened to be packed. So I spoke to everybody there, grabbed this quest for Alex, and then talked to even more people on the way to Clint's. Sam in particular had something rather interesting to say. Especially after I run through the haunted maze this weekend. Oh, the what? After hearing this wonderful news and or hint, I stopped in to Clint's to order the steel hoe. This would be the only time I would let him steal my hoe, as I was already getting along with Emily rather well. Hold on, let me just... What? I'm getting canceled? No, it was just a joke. I wandered over to the big quest board and chose a quest from Gunther about getting 100 bone shards, because I was pretty sure I already had a bunch of those already. If only I had known the truth. This quest was about to bone me. Oh, come on. I headed home after my poor choice, giving gifts along the way, and collected some of our processed goods, as well as placing our new wall decoration on the wall of my house. This came out of a lake. I went to the beach that night before sleep to try to snag an anchovy per Alex's request, and had this lovely run around where I tried to get to these bubbles for better fishing. Wasn't that lovely? I stopped by the saloon to give everybody blackberries before ending the day. At this point, I feel like I'm allowed to say chores. It's day 80, yeah? Yeah, they're chores. Very pleasant and aesthetic chores, but they're farm chores. I did them. I enjoyed them. Yeah. Also, Gus sent this letter teaching us how to make a salmon dinner, which I wish I'd known back when I had all that salmon. I sold some things, but not the pumpkins, because Halloween, Spirits Eve festival was close at hand, and I thought I might need them for that. I did, however, make this new quality sprinkler, and then headed to Robin's to order the big coop upgrade. I may have woken on the wrong side of the bed this morning, but I was going to be productive anyway. I handed Alex what was now a day-old fish, which I'm sure is the exact condition he wanted his fish to be in, and received my well-earned reward. Yum, day-old fish. I headed to the mine, stopping first to fish in the mountain lake, netting more fish, and this lost book. How is this still a book? It came out of the water! Moving into the mines, I went to slay many skeletons, and after exterminating so many that I quite literally hit the Slayer goal, I left to go check on what that would mean. The answer to that question was that this man, who had been so thoughtful as to give me an insect head as a weapon before, decided to give me a skeleton mask. I really didn't want to know where this came from. I headed back into the mines, wanting to confirm a hunch that this mask would make the skeletons not recognize me as an enemy, effectively making me immune. And, no, it doesn't do that at all. It's just a mask. As I slew more of the things I was wearing a face of on my face, I thought to myself that at least I had a Halloween costume Spirits Eve costume. After much more of this tomfoolery, I headed home, attempted to grab processed stuff to sell, but my inventory was full, and it was too late. But that night, amidst my gamer dreams, the secrets of the Mega Bombs crafting entered my brain. It was day 81 when I realized why choosing the bone quest was a mistake. After the farm chores, I headed straight to Clint's to steal back our new steel hoe, process some geodes, and order the steel trash can upgrade. I added this new mineral to the museum, and added 67 bones to Gunther's counter for the quest. But when I looked at the quest, I realized I had to gather 100 bones in the time allotted, and I had only gathered 27 so far. I suddenly had a bone to pick with this quest. I got in a cave carrot on my previous bone picking, and I brought it to Marnie, who had been requesting just such a thing. I gave some pretty rocks to people, with mixed results, and headed back to the mines to prune more skeletons. When my inventory was full of bones-based boons, I brought the bone-based boons back before this boy. Say that 3 times fast. I sold this gentleman the calcium-constructed collateral and headed back to do more of the same. I did that very thing into the wee sleep times. Upon waking from my bombastic bone-beating spree, I got this letter next morning from Lewis about winter's approach, as well as this Spirits Eve thing happening tomorrow. I started the morning chores thinking on this, and I discovered the coop had been upgraded. I was pretty sure this meant we could get ducks, but first I greedily stared at my 106 iron ore I had, thanks to my skeleton slaying charades. It was a surprise I still had this much because I had been fervently smelting this whole playthrough. I also received a letter from Robin, speaking of that coop upgrade, mentioning it contained an incubator. I decided that had to be this thing because it was the only thing I didn't know what it was. Proud of my new farm building, I decided to go get the new things we could put in it. Ducks. 4 of them. which I then pet reassuringly before selling the yield and stuff from the mining trips. When I was sure there was no birthday on this day, I dove back into the mines to do the exact same thing again. You starting to see why I said this was a mistake? After more man hours in the mines, I had enough to reach 100 delivered, so I brought the bones to Gunther. But I hadn't gathered enough, so I had to go gather more to complete the quest, despite Gunther now having 100 bones. A mistake, I tell you. I did this until sleep time once again. Today was the day of the Spirits Eve Festival, and oh boy did I want nothing to do with skeletons. We reached the part of the season where I began to store things because I wasn't really sure what I would need later on. I collected, harvested, and processed everything I could before heading back to the mines once again to boop some skeletons on the nose hole. The quest finally popped when I had now gathered enough bones, and I collected my reward, feeling downright exhausted. I went home, looking on the bright side, because I now had so much iron, and got straight to smelting. I did this until I got a notification late in the day about an event starting, and I grabbed a few things just in case I would need them for the event. I wandered in, taking in the scenery, and immediately approaching this limited shop. It had a few nifty things in it, most importantly, a rare crow, which this time I could afford. To my absolute amazement, utter shock, and a little bit of bitterness in there, I saw skeletons at the event. I talked to everyone at the event, including those onlooking the skeletons, reading an interesting remark from Clint. Lewis mentioned a strange maze that Rasmodius had set up, so I jumped in to see what might be at the end, if there was one. A few different villagers were either lost or scared, but when I got deeper into the maze, Alex and I both saw a chest. Challenge accepted. After finding a secret passage here through the shrubs, which was an absolute cakewalk after finding the ones in the secret woods, I followed the logical path all the way to this lovely chest. In it was contained a golden pumpkin. One golden pumpkin richer, I headed all the way out the way I came and decided to buy the jack-o'-lantern recipe and a single gravestone from Pierre's shop, before concluding that must be the end of the event and heading home. At home, the fancy pumpkin's description was a massive implication that I was supposed to sell it, but I just couldn't bring myself to do it. I decided to save it with my special stash, put down a new jack-o'-lantern and gravestone, and called it a night, picking up equipment items to sell to Marlon in the morning. That night, we earned level 8 combat. I can't say I was surprised, but the slime incubator recipe wasn't expected for sure. The final day of fall was upon me, and so were the comments telling me eagerly to start watching the TV every morning. Apparently 2 shows, this being one of them, would teach us very important information. The Queen of Sauce would literally give us new cooking recipes, like artichoke dip for example. It was day 84 and I still had so much to learn. Gunther sent this letter teaching us something else new in exchange for the hard labor we put in. The bone mill. He mentions in the letter that we can make stuff from bones with these. He also said, "To think each fragment belonged to a living, breathing body from the past." If only you knew, Gunther. If only you knew. I checked out my 2 new crafting recipes and immediately made 4 new bones mills, which in hindsight was probably 3 too many, considering I wasn't planning on getting any more bones anytime soon. I tried to convert bone-based loot using them, but that didn't work. It seemed bone fragments were the only option, and I had just spent all the ones I had on crafting the mills, so I just left them to do nothing at all while I did the farm things, including taking care of our new baby ducks. After those things, I headed to Robin's to inquire about the big barn, and learned about the existence of the deluxe tier, seeing this deluxe coop upgrade option. I was short on wood and funds to be able to make either of them, but the deluxe coop apparently had an auto feed system, which was rather exciting. I wanted to give the local angsty boy in town something rebellious, so I thought he might like, "Can I gift you a bomb?" Oh my god, run! Oh my god! It said gift! I decided to leave the townspeople alone for a while after that, and just started chopping wood for more farm construction. Except Marlon, who I sold these extra pieces of equipment to. I sold some of my product to Pierre directly, getting enough money for the big barn, but was unable to get the wood in time for Robin to start that day. I decided to get some hardwood as well on my tree cutting spree, but stopped by this cart before going into the secret woods. She had an oddly large number of things we still needed for the community center, and I happily obliged, purchasing the sandfish, poppy, sturgeon, and even a rare crow. I almost bought the snow yam, but I figured that would be plentiful starting tomorrow. Then I did the secret woods, as planned, gave Abigail something that was actually food that she wanted to eat, and returned to the farm to put down our half-complete collection of rare crows. Then to finish off fall, I headed to the community center one more time, dropping off the poppy to the chef's bundle, the sandfish to the specialty fish bundle, and the sturgeon to the river fishing bundle. I received a dressed spinner for completing the river bundle. This was a piece of fishing tackle that I assumed I could put on my fishing rod, but it didn't work. And I once again assumed, like long ago with the bait, that I needed a better fishing rod to be able to use it. I went home, chopping more wood along the way, sold the last of our fall production, and went to sleep, wondering what in the world winter was going to look like. Winter did not disappoint, with what I must say was the best soundtrack for a season in the whole game, and the snow sounds are delightful. Delightful indeed. The music and sounds coupled with this beautiful exterior, I could not have been more pleased. The other educational television program, Living Off the Land, advised us to do literally all of the other things besides farming during this season, and that made plenty of sense to me. The two kegs had finally made something, so that was a good start. They had produced wine, spiceberry wine in fact. I assumed going forward that putting anything in the keg would make a wine out of it, and this was half right. I'll go ahead and tell you that it was true for fruits specifically. Speaking of fruits, our jack-o'-lantern had already rotted, and I wasn't able to recycle it, so I sold it. I paid the price for this later. I made a new life elixir out of these mushrooms, and went to do the daily farm tasks. In the coop this time, I noticed the heater was pulsing, so I assumed it was working properly. I was, however, making one horrible mistake. I didn't notice it now, my gamer senses didn't tingle as they should have. I instead went to Marnie's to buy a heater for the barn, but she wasn't home, so I fished in the river nearby. And wow, was there a surprisingly tough fish this season. It did the little sparkle. Mom! Oh! Lingcod. I managed to snag a second one of those, then headed to town, where I believe I immediately paid the price for selling the rotten pumpkin. I can't be sure, but Caroline and Jody started talking weirdly about my sap. One saying Pierre took credit for it, and another saying it smelled horrible. I stormed into Pierre's, wanting to demand answers before remembering I don't get to talk in this game. Incapable of standing up for myself, I checked the big quest board and took on a quest from Robin about gathering hardwood, thinking I already had plenty of hardwood. Clearly, I hadn't learned my lesson, for I now had to gather and deliver 80 hardwood. I consoled myself in that it wasn't so bad because I could only get 12 a day, and they weren't long trips. Perhaps I could even make a good hardwood gathering habit. I stopped by Clint's to grab the steel trash can and ordered the copper watering can on the way out the door. I had no idea how it would help, and I still didn't even know how the hoe had helped, but I assumed it would somehow. I went to Willie's to sell all the fish, making sure none of them were in any bundles, and purchased a new fishing rod I had suspected existed, the iridium rod. This could indeed accommodate both bait and tackle. I still didn't know how bait helped, but each piece of tackle had its individual perk in its description. Our dressed spinner, for example, increases the bite rate when fishing. Having looked at the bundles, I noticed we needed tuna. I was hoping to fish one out now that it was a new season, so I tried out the new rod, and I caught one rather quickly, as well as a bunch more fish that weren't in bundles. Then I went to the community center to drop the tuna off in the ocean fishing bundle, completing it and scoring some beach totems. I hadn't used any totems yet by this point, but totems would apparently warp you around to specific locations on the map. A beach totem, for example, would warp you to the beach, presumably. I added one of the wines we had made to the Enchanter's bundle, went home, and foraged a new flower on the way called a crocus. I crammed in a secret woods trip late at night, remembering Robin's quest and that I would need to stay on top of this to get enough wood in time. Then I headed back home for sleep, earning level 6 fishing in our peak efficiency gamer sleep, teaching us how to make 2 new pieces of tackle. That trap bobber there actually came in super handy really soon. Speaking of fishing, the next day I got a couple of letters, the second of which was from Willie, challenging us to catch a squid. And I wasn't about to ignore a challenge. Winter was also a fantastic season for spotting these little worms in the ground. This time it was a rusty spur buried here. I went to the secret woods, grabbed more hardwood, and fished, getting another of the same wall decoration. I also found that winter root could be hoed up this season. The worms were easy to see today, and I also scored this lost book. I went and chopped some trees and found this book. I went to check the calendar, wondering about birthdays and events, learning of 2 new ones, the Festival of Ice and the Night Market. This last one didn't happen in the first 100 days. I saw this quest as well, and grabbed it since I knew I'd be fishing. I sold what I could directly to Pierre, and noticed that I could talk to a lot of the ladies in short time by catching them in their workout. I also talked to Abigail, who wanted to share Coco, which is adorable. I brought this crocus to the community center afterwards, wishing it was Coco, and turned it into the winter foraging bundle. I only had the snow yam left for this whole room. I found 4 worms back to back, and the third one had a snow yam. I can't believe how many books I found today. I brought that snow yam to the same bundle, completing it and receiving winter seeds. This also completed the crafts room, netting us our 3rd star, which felt amazing. Looking at the other bundles to see how far we could get to a 4th star soon, I decided the ocean would be efficient, hoping to search for a sea urchin for the dye bundle, and a squid for the quest from Willie. I decided to try those totems I mentioned for the first time. Whoa. Whoa. After that extremely strange display, I arrived on the scene and began fishing relentlessly. I caught so many fish, I ended up making a whole box just to store them in, and kept going until eventually... Oh, yes! I'd spent so much time fishing, I had no chance of making it home. But that night, the Junos got to work preparing something new. I woke up that morning with a notification about a copper watering can, and a letter in my mail about Harvey having found me last night. I wonder how that happened. I stored those winter seeds from yesterday and headed towards town, running into this thing, and then it ran away. I found this ancient doll and followed that thing into town, but didn't see it anywhere. Despite the rather obvious indication of which way it went, I missed it. So I resolved to look for it later. We had a new quest after all, to find the shadowy figure. I went to the secret woods to continue my work towards Robin's quest, then warped to the ocean to fish for Willie's herring. I found this sea urchin and fished the herring, which I gave him as well as the squid from last night. I also found this rusty cog while fishing. I took some of the things I'd dug and fished to the museum, and earned this strange bear statue. I also took this time to read the many new lost books in the museum, then left to collect the copper watering can, then immediately order the steel watering can. There wasn't much to water in winter, so this seemed like the right time. I dropped the sea urchin to the dye bundle, then went looking for Linus because it was his birthday. I didn't see him outside, and I had a hunch he might be trying to stay warm, so I checked the bathhouse. I gave the warm man his birthday gift, and this is how the socials were looking. I headed back to farm and realized I'd been forgetting about the animals, so I took care of them, but they weren't very happy with me. After placing my new bear statue and tending to the live animals, I headed to the saloon to give gifts, then returned home to sell and sleep soundly, securing level 7 fishing. The next morning, I was shocked by how beautiful the snow falling was. I grabbed a letter with a recipe, then chopped down the mahogany tree. I didn't immediately notice the tree gave 12 hardwood, but after checking the Robin quest, I realized both that fact and another fact. I needed to plant more hardwood trees. A lot more. I grabbed all my hardwood so I could give it to Robin whenever I saw her next, and found out cows don't make milk if you don't feed them. But the ducks grew up, and now I had 8 eggs. I saw one aptly named duck egg, as well as one large big white chicken egg for the collection tab, and queued 4 of the remaining 6, hoping to see what duck eggs did. On my way to buy another heater from Marty for the barn, I found a prehistoric hand axe. I then got that heater and went to gather more hardwood because, you know, I gotta gather it in the time given. I had reached 58 out of 80 by this point though. The mahogany tree was a big, unexpected boost. Upon returning home, I learned the duck eggs make duck mayonnaise. Yeah, that makes sense. I picked up the lightning rods to put them back down with grass in spring and found another doll in the ground. I wanted to go see Robin, give her the hardwood, and purchase the big barn upgrade all at once. So I went to Pierre to sell things to get the remaining money in hand. I didn't quite get the 12,000 G I needed though. Abigail talked about those dumb saps again, and I brought this duck egg to the animal bundle. I then ran home to give this heater to the cows, but it did start pulsing like the one on the coop had, which concerned me. I later learned that I was making a horrible mistake. I decided to spend the rest of the night building Farm 2.0, moving the smelting station, and setting up new sprinklers and chests. Sleeping was still required, so the trial and error farm setup continued into the next day. I messed up the scarecrow placements a few times. I still didn't know what their radius of effect was, so I went for the better safe than sorry approach. After moving the last of the farm, I planted the apricot sapling, because the comments insisted it wouldn't die. After that leap of faith, I placed some fencing and chopped down the last of the farm trees, and planted new trees, hoping to use these for all the lovely tree juices going forward. I queued up some bones I'd found and moved all the chests around for better access at relevant stations, as I began to call them. Finally, I took care of the animals and headed to the secret woods for the daily hardwood run before heading back home to sleep. It was becoming clear on day 90 that ducks wouldn't produce eggs every day, but approximately every other day. But they could also produce duck feathers? What wasn't so clear was how to keep the animals warm. The comments had informed me of my failings by this point, but I had recorded all the way through the first 100 days before they got the crucial info to me. But Editor Watson knew something important. The animals, it's safe to say, were not warm. No one is in winter when the door is wide open. The bones had made deluxe speed grow, and in the mail was a particularly sad letter. Clint was asking us to give Emily an amethyst, saying it was from him. I knew full well she loved these, and even the game knew what was about to happen with the quest it gave us. Clint's attempt! Oh no! Oh no, it was called an attempt. That sucks. Well, despite that, it was time to make a purchase. I found another book, and Alex talked smack on my way to Robin's. I noticed this interesting structure, but purchased the barn instead, leaving 80 hardwood with her before I left. I'd already gathered 70 by this point, so I was confident things would work out there soon. On my way out the door, a new cutscene happened. Robin basically invited Linus over to my farm, without really asking, and when I accepted, she said she'd build him a home on my property. I'm sure she would have charged me for that, and made me get all the resources too. But Linus politely declined, preferring his life among the wilds. I respected his wishes and gave him a flower to show it. I took one of those shiny new duck feathers to the dye bundle and realized only a red cabbage remained for this bundle. Look, a lost book. I donated the new artifacts, gave gifts to those there, and read more books. After the reading, I made 4 more mayo machines so I would never be behind on mayo production. And I anticipated needing 4 more cheese press for the next barn animal. I went gift giving, grabbed a quest along the way, and found Emily to give an amethyst. Clint's amethyst. Oh, my favorite stone. You're so sweet. Huh? It's from who? You got it at Clint's? Well, I don't care where you got it from. It's beautiful. Thank you. Smooch. Oh no, dude. Oh,
God!
That went about how I expected, so I gave her one from me just to really seal the deal. I went to the Secret Woods to finish Robin's quest, which I probably did, and then went home to place the mail machines, 2 new cheese press, and slept the night away. Pierre sent us mixed messages next morning, stopping by to bully us into not shopping at Joja, but leaving a letter in the mail about finding love. Apparently, if I wanted to get a girlfriend, or boyfriend, I would need to buy a bouquet from him and give it to them. We got a lot of other messages too. Emily said she was hosting something called clothing therapy. Linus gave us some fried calamari, and Lewis let us know there was an event tomorrow. With the morning's info download complete, I took care of the animals, and by sheer dumb luck, I decided to close the animal building gates because I reckoned they weren't going to go outside in the snow, as there was no grass for them to eat. Editor Watson was terribly relieved. I was headed out to the Secret Woods out of habit by this point, and saw this lady and her cart again. This time, however, she had this orange sapling, and as I recall, this was a 25% discount from Pierre's price. I didn't buy it yet because I wanted to check after grabbing hardwood from the Secret Woods. I investigated my suspicions and found them confirmed. Indeed, the price of Pierre's was $4,000, $1,000 more. I sold Pierre a few things and gave him some calamari, which I'd learned he liked, but didn't buy that sapling from him. I did buy a bouquet though, because there was something I wanted to try. First, I went back to the cart, bought the sapling at a better price, and planted it back on the farm, close to the apricot tree, but not too close. Look, a lost book! I still had a quest to get Willie a cactus fruit, so I took the bus over, snagged one, finding a few interesting things like this totem, and looking at this massively priced recipe again. I headed back to the valley, giving away mayo to people, you know, like normal people do, and ran up to Emily at work and gave her this bouquet. You want to get more serious? I feel the same way. Girlfriend. Oh, crazy. Now that was a weird experience, but I was down for it. I handed Willie the cactus in drive-by style, like most of my gifts were, completing that quest and heading to the mayor's place, where Emily had said this would happen. You're probably wondering, what is clothing therapy? You all have a unique style to share with the world. Oh, not bad. He's gonna come out wearing the exact same thing. Oh, that is cute. Oh, cute. Watson, I couldn't do it. I don't want to break out of my shell. Oh, I guess I'm interrupting something here, aren't I? I understand. I'll leave now. Congrats, Watson. Poor Clint, man. I had seen it was Caroline's birthday today as well, and I gave her mayo, like a normal person. And yet somehow, she didn't like it. I fished some, then I headed up to see what bridge had been repaired, and found this new area called the Quarry. The name seems self-explanatory, and I even found some iridium ore in this rock within it. But I learned the name by using this minecart, and finding out at the other end that it was now a minecart destination. I sold some stuff, including mayo, which is maybe a bit more normal, and got some decent sleep. Day 92 came with an event called the Festival of Ice. Hoping to get the farm stuff done before the event, I set to work, discovering this chicken statue buried in the ground. How? Just how? I harvested the new wine we'd made, looking at the new winter seeds growing. Did I mention I planted those after we got them? I planted those. I sold that cranberry wine with other variants of cranberries, like cranberry jelly and also just a cranberry, to see how the sale price changed. By that point, the event had begun, so I headed south to see what would be happening. There were igloos and villagers aplenty, all with interesting things to say. I spoke with this cart lady again, this time an igloo lady, and she was selling the same rare crow she'd already sold me. Sneaky, cart lady. I see what you're doing. I didn't purchase it and continued to talk to everybody. Linus even told me he made the igloos. But what this event came down to was ice fishing. And you guessed it, we had to catch as many fish as possible in a short amount of time. And I can proudly say we won, earning 3 pieces of fishing tackle and another hat I would never wear again. But at least I tried it on. I sold everything I'd queued and retired for the night. We're closing on 100 days, but I was still finding new things. Day 93 kicked off as most do, doing the daily farm chores. I noticed our barn was now a big barn. I moved the preserving jars around a bit for aesthetics, and look, a lost book. And a lost book. I truly cannot believe how many of these things I found in winter. I headed over to donate that statue that had come from the ground to the museum, and of course I was rewarded with 2 statues. Real cute there, Stardew. I see you. I read even more books, coming across a particularly interesting one, speaking about 5 legendary fish across the valley and its changing seasons. 1 for each season and 1 in the sewers. I thought it would be fun to explore the winter one, and it referenced a place called Cindersap Forest. I had no idea where that was, but when cross-referencing the map, I realized that was the place I'd just been ice fishing. It also showed me there was a character in Jody's house I hadn't met yet, named Kent. Strange map. There was even another interesting book about marriage, which finally explained that old mariner out in the rain. I'd have to buy a pendant from him if I wanted to get married. Never mind, it's not the map. Strange Valley. I went to clear the quarry with thoughts about the glacier fish, our new winter hunt, in the back of my mind. After cutting a few trees, I noticed a strange mines-like entrance in the northwest of the quarry. I wandered in, and what I found needed no words. A ladder with a skull sign next to it. So I immediately went in. I assumed that skull meant danger, but what I hadn't realized was how literal it was. This cave was one long, single floor with literal magic skulls flying at you to mess you up real bad as you mind your way to an uncertain end. Skull sign. Got it. Making it to the far end of this strange cave, I found what looked like a reaper, but it wasn't real. Instead, it was a statue, holding a very real golden scythe. It must be better somehow, but I had no idea how or why. I left the same long way I came, giving a few gifts that day, and floundering with the oil maker again before heading off to sleep, wondering what I had just found. The next morning, I placed this statue down next to the chickens to keep them guessing, moved some of my tackle around, and headed to Marnie's to buy the new animals, because the big barn was done. I walked in right at 9 a.m. when the door unlocked, and immediately bought 4 goats from her, hoping soon to make goat cheese. I also grabbed these shears for later, thinking I might need them when I got what I assumed would be the deluxe barn. Back at the farm, I pet our new baby goats and went to processing eggs and milk as usual. I headed to town, giving our girlfriend Emily an amethyst, and went to Robin's because it was Sebastian's birthday. I was hit back to back with 2 cutscenes. The first one incorporated her giving us these musical block recipes, which I never used, and the second was a strange conversation about bedposts and their aesthetic importance versus their lack of utility. After settling an argument about such things between husband and wife, which I'm sure wasn't intrusive at all, I gave them both gifts to smooth things over. In the end, I couldn't get to Sebastian because I didn't have permission to go in his room. Leaving what was a decidedly strange household, I went to clear the entire quarry for resources. Well, okay, just the trees in the quarry. What do I look like? That argument was exhausting. I headed home, gathered all, and sold some of my processed goods, and made 2 more cheese press for the barn. Then I went gift giving, and I got lucky because for a brief moment, Sebastian came outside, and I was able to give him a birthday present before we got lost in thought again. Broody, eh? I hear the ladies love that, Seabass. I went into the mines to get some gold, then headed home again, putting those cheese press I for some reason carried into the mines with me down by the other presses. I checked on the fungus before sleep, making 1 life elixir as the day ended. On day 95, the TV told us we'd already caught the winter exclusive fish, the squid and the lingcod. Yet, I knew better. After petting my 16 total livestock animals, and after a Secret Woods run, I decided to follow directions. Now this isn't something I normally do, but it's the 95th day, and I gotta keep you guessing. The Lost Book had said the glacier fish, winter's super secret legendary fish, could be found specifically at the southern tip of the arrowhead-shaped island in Cindersap Forest. I reckon that meant to stand in exactly this spot right here, and this thing showed up. I failed at this several times, but felt proud I had at least figured out where to look, and I schemed to come back very soon to catch this. I wandered about, foraging, and wondering how I could nab this fish promptly. I headed home, chopped a few trees along the way. Look, a lost book. Look! A lost book! I made a few winter seeds from the forage and planted them, collected new jelly, and made some field snacks before heading to bed, dreaming about a particular fish. On day 96, I woke to a new achievement. We had reached a total earnings of 250,000 G, but I had many more things to do today. I received a letter from the wizard asking for void essence, but I had sold all our void essence for a quick buck 25 days ago. So, after collecting the resources, harvesting the farm, and converting the harvest to 50 seeds to replant, I headed to the mines to get exactly 1 void essence. I found this snow yam on the way, allowing me to make 10 more seeds for later. I plunged straight down into the depths with the elevator, slew the first thing I saw for void essence, and immediately left. I planted those 10 more seeds I mentioned, all the while with that glacier fish on my mind. I wanted to create a fence for the farm, and I unknowingly chose these fences, acquiring a new achievement for crafting 30 new items, called Artisan. I had trouble understanding how this had happened, as I was sure I had made fences before. I decided it must have been a different flavor of fence, and didn't realize my error until the fences didn't combine with the original fences I'd placed. I had just made a considerable amount of what was called hardwood fences. Oops. I attempted to pick up the old fences to see how I could remedy the situation, but found quickly that I didn't actually get the fences back. Apparently you don't get those back. Between you, me, and the fence post, I decided I wasn't all that good at fencing. I decided to go back to fishing and look for something I could cook to help with that. The dish of the sea was out of our wheelhouse for now, as it itself required a recipe I didn't have, but I hope to make some soon. At the ocean, I discovered a nautilus shell, which I knew was in a bundle, specifically the field research bundle. So I grabbed it and held on greedily. I also found a dried starfish buried in the sand, which was apparently an artifact. I sold the other forage that wasn't an artifact or a coveted bundle item to Willie, and purchased this lovely thing. The trap bobber, a bobber designed to make the fish get away just a bit more slowly than usual when you didn't have it in your green bar. That sounded just like the edge I needed. And Willie also had this trout soup, offering a temporary +1 to fishing after eating it. So I bought 6. I assume they didn't stack, but I wanted to have plenty, as I had no idea how long they would last. On my way to Glory, I stopped by the big quest board, taking a quest from Gus to to gather and give him 2 dozen eggs. 24 eggs sounded very doable considering I was averaging 6 a day. Giving Leia a flower for luck, I headed back to the scene of the crime with my new bobber and super soup and tossed my line in the water. I got a hold of her several times and she got away several times, but after a few solid attempts, this happened.
Come on, 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 come on. Yes! Oh my god, we got it! Oh, you've caught one of the legendary fish. We did it! That was such a fight, dude.
Feeling on top of the world, I brought the new catch home and stored away the fish because it was apparently the only one. Like, the only one. Because it was the legendary fish of winter. I never confirmed this, but the Lost Book heavily implied there was just the one. With my new one-of-a-kind trophy stored away for later, I headed to bed, scoring level 9 foraging in my gamer dreams. I think I had the winter seeds to thank for that one. Day 97 wouldn't seem like a day to find out about a mysterious quest line that had been hiding under our noses, yet Day 97 was in fact that day. I started storing eggs for Gus's quest, accidentally eating one like the pro farmer I am. I floundered once again with the oil maker with every type of mushroom I could find. Nothing. The apricot tree had grown some, and I donated 2 new things to the museum, but I had some new books, one of which mentioned something called void mayonnaise, which was apparently a delicacy of the goblins in this world. Okay, sure, that makes sense. But there was another book, which started a very peculiar goose chase. Gunther himself mentions in it that he found a small little door in the tunnel leading out of town. I couldn't help but take the bait, just like that glacier fish had many times, and went to the tunnel. I found this little door, and was informed it was a lockbox that had no battery. Curious. Very curious. I went home and tried using Void Essence on my mayonnaise machine, which did nothing. The book said Void Mayonnaise, okay, I had to check. I brought that Void Essence to the wizard, per his request, and headed home to grab a battery to try on that gnarly hidden lockbox. It opened with a satisfying... and within, there was a note. It also added an analogous quest to our quest log. We needed a rainbow shell, and we needed to leave it at the train station. Weird. Clandestine. I like it. Looking at our quests, I was reminded of this one about finding the shadowy figure. With it on my mind, I returned to where I'd last seen him and noticed these footprints on the ground. Following them led me to this bush, which upon shaking caused this little thing to pop out. He gave us a magnifying glass and ran off in a hurry. Just when I thought the lost books were crazy, this thing had given us the power to find secret notes. I didn't quite know what that would mean, so I went to the nearby community center to drop off the Nautilus shell to the field research bundle, receiving a recycling machine for our efforts, and heading home for sleep, and earning level 9 farming. This had some very interesting recipes to go with it, including the seed maker, iridium sprinkler, and quality fertilizer. In fact, that next morning, I confirmed how useful they would be, but I couldn't make any of them. We got a letter about the night market arriving tomorrow, and I saved more eggs for Gus, including some of the iridium quality ones I'd saved before. I expanded the fence, and needing more hardwood, I went to the secret woods. It was there I found my first secret note. I learned I would actually pick these up rather than them teleporting to a library, and after using them as an item, I would glean their secrets. This one in particular was a note written by Penny about what some of her peers like as gifts. The info actually even populated into the liked gifts section of their social info, which was both surprising and useful. I found a similar note by Abigail about what she liked, then headed home to finish the fence. I put down a new recycle machine, grabbed the eggs for Gus, and brought them to him. Finding out the hard way, I should have counted the eggs twice. I had brought 23 eggs, and that simply wouldn't do. I found another interesting secret note talking about Junimos liking gems in their hunts. Clueless about what this would mean, I tried to give them one in the community center's hut, to no avail. I decided, like Void Mayonnaise, I was missing some important element. After more much-needed sleep, Day 99 brought with it our first goat milk. It wasn't large though, so I proceeded to make cheese out of it. I found this note, advising me to look in trash cans for things, which, in fairness, did net me a free fish. I gave Gus the rest of his eggs, then headed home to get that cheese. I sold the regular cheese and a good few gems for cash because I really wanted that lava katana. I brought the goat cheese to the artisan bundle and headed home. I collected and sold some new wine with its correlating fruit to compare, of course. I hit the secret woods and then headed to the night market for the first time. I talked with everybody I could, seeing strange things like this submarine and this extremely odd mermaid show. I also fished some, netting an aquamarine of all things. I gave it to Emily, who was at the market, somehow bringing her all the way to 10 hearts. Who would have thought I'd get a girlfriend all the way to 10 hearts in 100 days? Not to mention this sweet achievement for doing it too. Feeling proud and well liked, I headed home for the last normal sleep of these 100 days. Day 100 was upon me and I genuinely had no idea. I still managed to have a surprisingly cinematic end to this leg of the journey. Firstly, Gus gave us a fridge for bringing him eggs. Nice. Lewis sent us a letter about how we would hypothetically get married. Hypothetically. And conveniently under that letter was one from Emily about going camping in the secret woods at night. Sus, Mr. Mayor, sir. Very sus. I placed our new fridge down, learning it could be cooked from directly. I needed to get more of these. But you know what else I needed? A spicy sword. I sold some goods directly to Pierre to clear the monetary requirement, and headed to Marlin to put down the cash for a shiny new spicy boy to cut things with. And finally, in hand, I had the strongest sword in the game. right? Surely. While testing out my blade, for scientific purposes I assure you, I found this note about Leia's perfect date. How did that get down here? Not to mention these other two about a bush and about gifts for Emily and Haley. I decided it was time to go on a camping date. Warping to the beach and completely ignoring the night market, I ran to the secret woods, only to run into Shane, who decided to be really depressing first. Then I went camping. But of course, Emily conveniently left her sleeping bag outside the tent, and a bear showed up, scaring us into the tent. So she and I decided to share one. That bear was a paid actor, I swear.
At this point in the journey, my efforts combined with the Let's Play comments had taught me much, but I still had much more to learn. I still hadn't even heard of 100 Days videos, much less did I know I wanted to make this journey into multiple of them. So, as you can imagine, I had no idea I'd finished exactly 100 days, and I kept right on going. But soon, that all changed. It was day 101 and I was back on the farm, relearning the unfamiliar territory. The day started with a letter from Emily, mentioning that she was glad that a bear had shown up while we were camping. I'm still convinced it was a paid actor. Clint sent us a letter asking for an iron bar, and I gathered the mushrooms, trying to figure out where I had stored everything, like mushrooms and iron bars, for example. I started taking care of the animals, cows and goats for milk to turn to cheese, and chickens and ducks for eggs to turn to mayo. And I found myself back in the routine like I'd never left, smelting gold, running out of coal, and of course, looking at the hearts of people in town, scheming to get more. I went to town after grabbing an iron bar and did a quick birthday check, noticing today was the wizard's special day. Then I went to Clint, nabbing the steel watering can and giving him the iron bar he requested. I took a look at the prices for new gold tools, but decided I wanted to save my gold for quality sprinkler crafting. Homebound for crafting shenanigans, I decided to take the TV for luck. I'd practically ignored this mechanic in the first 100 days, but this oracle would tell us about the day's luck forecast, which truly had an in-game impact on random chance happenings. Places like the Lovely Skull Cavern, to which I went on day 101, were best went on days where the spirits were agreeable at minimum. I foraged some desert forage and dove into the cave, beginning with a not-so-lucky infested level. Lovely. I got a notification about the night market while in here, which I'd completely forgotten about. I decided instead to smack these slimes like a goober, netting a tiny amount of iridium ore in exchange for many cuts and bruises. As I mined, I began to deduce that reaching level 25 like this was impractical at best. I would clearly need the whole day, crafted staircases, and immaculate luck. Still, I had noted I was occasionally getting iridium ore from the slimes, so I kept going, smacking everyone I found with my new spicy stick. I found this weird secret note and realized I had forsaken the wizard's birthday along with the night market. Guess his day wasn't as magical as it could have been. I tried using a bomb on these powerful bugs and nothing. Completely unfazed. I got a little more iridium and went home at the last minute, nearly forgetting to immediately sleep. In my dreams, I began to worry I had missed some important things at the night market. Day 102 started off with Lewis sending us a letter about the last event I'd yet to see. The Feast of the Winter Star. Winter Star, huh? I feel like that's a little on the nose. The letter described a typical Secret Santa kind of situation where everyone had one specific person to get a gift for. And for us, that was Demetrius. Trying not to think too much about what he'd said to me about his daughter, I considered what I knew he liked. I started smelting our first iridium ore, already coveting the result. Living off the land made an obvious statement this morning, but I began to reconsider it a bit later. The man with a plan had said we should give people their favorite gift on their birthday, which seemed obvious, but favorite gift? I'd only ever heard of liked and loved gifts. Perhaps there was yet a mechanic to discover here. I queued up more jelly, eggs, and cheese before heading to Pierre's to sell what I had made. I gave this amethyst to Abigail while there, reaching 7 hearts with her, then went to Clint's to order the gold trash can after all. Robin told us this was how much the deluxe barn would cost, so I bought a wood chipper because having wood seemed good. I also found this crystal fruit on the way home, which was a gift I knew Demetrius would at least like. Arriving home, I sold some things and tested out this wood chipper, queuing a piece of hardwood to supposedly become some amount of regular wood. Stone would be needed for that barn too, so I went to the cavern hoping to get plenty of stone and hopefully other goodies. While there, I discovered this glorious hole. This big shaft. This thing. I jumped in that thing to find out it would take me down 6 levels. So apparently holes were just better ladders. Noted. Suddenly, on a good cavern run, I continued to delve, and smacked this thing hard enough that it dropped a rabbit's foot. I'm pretty sure this thing isn't a rabbit, but I had a feeling it would make me luckier, so I wasn't complaining. Another one of its ilk dropped this spicy eel. Confused, but hungry, I ate the random gourmet that fell from its corpse and delved on, speedier and even luckier than before. I also tried to equip the rabbit's foot, hoping to get a luck-based boon, but came up empty. I also came up empty when mining, finding this empty hole, and jumping in, falling another 4 levels, reaching level 14. I got lucky with close exposed ladder spawns back to back and caught a glimpse of a new creature in the rush. Gloriously, I encountered another hole, falling 8 levels and arriving on level 25. I had no time to celebrate, however, as before me stood this beast. After running around its scorching morning breath a few times, I dispatched it, receiving a dinosaur egg. A dinosaur egg? Ah, it's an artifact. I was hoping I could hatch that.
I also found this secret note, which I think is a picture of young Marnie and Jazz. I looked finally for the quest to complete for reaching level 25 in the Skull Cavern, but it had simply disappeared. I decided then that some other action, like a cutscene, would probably occur instead. I also decided to spelunk a little further, nabbing gold, gems, stone, and found this thing. I assumed this was our first conventional iridium ore node, and went to mine it, only to find, nay, alas, it was this nasty crab instead. Slaying it rewarded iridium, and I went just a bit further before heading home with super awesome spicy eel speed. That night by starlight, we earned level 9 mining, learning the crystallarium recipe, and earned this much money. No cutscene occurred, but that morning, a letter in the mail answered the quest question. 10,000 G for that one, a pretty penny. That cash would help with a deluxe barn, but we needed more, as well as more wood to order it. Before getting on that, I collected our first ever iridium bar. I used all the coal from the cavern trip to smelt gold before heading to Gunther's to donate this dino egg, earning us absolutely nothing. I went to Pierre's to sell extra gems, but he doesn't buy those, so I gave his daughter one instead. She reached 8 hearts on the spot, and it was time to become a terrible person. I hadn't yet learned the truth that I did not need to date everyone to 100% the game, so yeah. We have 2 girlfriends now. And hey, if you're still here, you're in this with me now. You're now a part of this Stardew pain train. At least Abigail said the exact same thing Emily did here, which made me feel a little bit less awful in the moment. I went to sell the gems to Clint instead, but he was working on the trash can still. I ended up keeping the rabbit's foot because I really thought it would help with luck. I also checked our new crystallarium recipe, hoping to craft more, but it was remarkably expensive. So I swapped out the resource in our existing one to diamonds for extra money. I sold the remaining gems the normie way, except the amethyst because my girlfriends love those. I harvested the farm, sold all the crops, and made new quality sprinklers with all the gold. I began replacing the inferior sprinklers with these and became very aware of a new strange farm sound. Wood chipper makes some weird noises. I sold the old sprinklers I didn't need and tended the animals. I snagged this iridium cow milk amidst the tending of the animals and decided to keep it, adding it to my super special stash. I was sure fresh milk would be just fine and set a wooden box outdoors for weeks to come. I collected and smelted more bars and went to the secret woods to snag more hardwood. The comments had mentioned the elusive wood skip fish could be caught here in this lake, so I settled in for the long fishing session to I yammered on about how weird I felt about having 2 girlfriends as I turned in the fish to the specialty fish bundle, before heading off to sleep. We effectively became high rollers that night, reeling in 14,000 Gs. Today, I uncovered a horrible truth. But before that, I got a letter from Abigail, saying I should come to her room after 8 p.m. The guilt was really settling in at this point. I also learned via some comment hints that after being upgraded, the hoe could be extra effective if I held down the mouse button longer. Efficient! I decided therein I wanted to upgrade the hoe further, along with the barn. Birthday check, it's Evelyn's birthday today, and Caroline wants some algae for some reason. I grabbed this crocus for Evelyn on the way to Clint's, grabbing the gold trash can, and ordering the gold hoe. Then I took her the winter flower, hearing a small story about our grandfather in the past. But I'd left the animals behind, so I went to gather eggs, feathers, and milk. I also harvested the farm, and decided not to replant, hoping to focus on upgrading it this season. I tossed some wood in the wood chipper, then went to get more, leaving soon after to try the weird secret note with arrows I'd found a few days prior. After a little floundering, I decided to try the front door of the pictured house as a start point, and walk as far in the given directions as possible before being obstructed, then continuing in order. This brought me all the way to here, behind the mayor's house, where I found this thing. I stumbled into the saloon to show everyone where their tax money had been going, and found myself watching a cutscene about Gus. He'd made a giant omelet out of the 2 dozen eggs we'd brought him, and gave us credit to the folks partaking for our high-quality eggs. Feeling a little special, I went to Emily to suddenly feel the weight of our guilt all over again. But I did notice that a 10 out of 10 social standing resulted in this purple star. I'd come to the saloon, however, to find some answers. Remember that horrible truth I mentioned? I wanted to see about these 2 games within a game, and I assumed they would be nothing more than novel, simple games. Oh boy, was I wrong. This was a good old shoot 'em up, and I was apparently terrible at shoot 'em ups. It had nifty power-ups to save you from tricky situations, but I was still dying a lot. I eventually made it to this boss, promptly lost, and had to start all the way over, returning and learning how to deal with the barrage of bullets headed my way. After vanquishing this new foe, I was taken to a new territory, where I once again promptly lost, and was returned to the beginning. Crushed, I decided to try the other game, which turned out to be even more tragically difficult than the former. This was a jump and hold timing game. Speed was set and constant, and my only job was to press and hold spacebar perfectly, which I did not do. Despite this goobering I was doing with this cart, I managed to make it through the first level once, only to be introduced to a new mechanic and immediately fail, being sent all the way back to the beginning. Needless to say, that day ended then and there, walking home in a gamer-fueled stupor. I awoke from my utter defeat to find a letter from Robin asking for 10 hardwood. She constantly asks me for the resources to build my stuff, and then asks for more for free? Okay, Robin. Okay. So I went to give her what she asked for some reason, but her door wasn't open. So I gave Linus soup to pass the time. Then I gave her the wood and mentioned I wanted to build a deluxe barn, but I was 420 wood short. Guess who didn't give me any free wood? After purchasing all 420 remaining wood from her on the spot, I ordered the deluxe barn and left in a huff. I decided to blow off some steam in the mines, gathering more stone, and looking for dwarf scroll number 4. And I know I got dwarf scroll number 4 at some point, because I said dwarf scroll number 4. Dwarf scroll number 4. What? This was the final bit of game knowledge I had from my trial run of the game that hadn't panned out in this full playthrough. My efforts didn't end up yielding that scroll, but I did find 3 interesting secret notes. The first said something was hidden behind the community center, and the second said something absurd. Someone is waiting for you on level 100 in the Skull Cavern. You're kidding me. Yeah, and I had no idea how I was gonna get there. The third note was something of a treasure map with an X marking the spot and everything. Officially 3 reasons deep for leaving the mines, I did so, following our new treasure map to the X, but lacking the hoe to dig it up. I also ran behind the community center, finding this strange stone Junimo statue. Abigail asked a strange question about art, and I noticed the Skull Cavern level 100 absurd note actually became an official quest. You have got to be kidding me. I smelted a little iron with the tiny amount of coal from today, collected this wine, and headed to bed, forgetting the animals entirely. I woke up on day 106 to a gold hoe notification, grumpy animals, and a letter from the ever-generous Robin with a pumpkin soup recipe. I love that she gave us a recipe for something that's grown in the fall, in the middle of winter. She's so thoughtful. I went to Clint's to collect the golden hoe and process some geodes. 3 of these were new minerals, which I gave to Gunther, earning a chair, and sold the rest back to Clint. Birthday check. Leia's was tomorrow. Okay, wait. Apparently it's Leah. I've been getting that wrong. Leah's birthday was tomorrow. I followed our new treasure map once more, this time with my hoe, to dig up our prize, which was this strange doll. Okay. I gave this to Gunther, earning a rare grow. Now that's more like it. This is how the collections were going so far. Not too shabby. I gave a few flowers out, confirming Leah liked this one for tomorrow, and went home, smelting some gold and fire quartz. I put the chair down and checked on our trees before fishing in the river, hoping to figure out the mysteries of the catfish and shad. I got this green algae in the process, which I remembered Caroline had asked for, but apparently I was too late. She hated it. I wanted to see what was happening with Abigail at 8 p.m., but I was concerned Pierre's door would lock at 5. So I waited inside the closed store, like any sensible man, waiting for the store owner's daughter to invite me to her room. This didn't happen, so I walked into her room at 8, but she was in her bed and unresponsive. I believe most people call this being asleep. So after being extremely weird, I left all the way outside and tried the door again to see if I just had to reset things. Then the cutscene started. Abigail had Stardew's version of a Ouija board and nearly spelled out that she loved us on the board. After her blunder, she knocked the board over and told us to leave. More than confused and struggling to decide which of us was weirder, I went home, sold some stuff, checked what was left for the bundles, and called it night early. People really like to show up at our door at the crack of dawn in this town. Abigail showed up at our door, apologizing for yesterday's love debacle. And just when she'd left, Gunther was on the scene, also filling our porch. He was here to thank us for all the donations and give us a century-old key in exchange for our generosity. I was grateful because there was a grate I was pretty sure this would unlock. 2 interlopers addressed, I checked our luck before leaving the farm, talking about how I'd like to cook spicy eels for luck. Like, the spicy eel stuff was really good, but I assume that I need both the recipe for spicy eel and also an eel and also some spice, which I feel like I have 0 of those things. Shane mentioned Marnie liked to eat this thing. Okay, Shane, thanks for telling me that, I think. I rolled up on this ominous sewer doorway and turned the key to see what might happen. This was indeed my first time in a strange green sludge sauna, and the first thing I encountered was something that looked like it might have once been a dog. It would seemingly allow an offering in exchange for respeccing my career choices at levels 5 and 10. But I didn't want that. I also found the strange shadowy figure from before, down here standing proudly among the grime. I walked up further to learn he had a name. And my guy Krobus had a shop, let me tell you. He had void eggs, whatever those are. He had a star drop, and I know what those are. And he even had this exceedingly expensive return scepter. For a crisp 2 million G, I could have a magic go home right now stick. This game is wild. I checked this nearby ladder, and it brought us directly into town. I descended once more to check this spot in the west, and, well, it's a weird statue. Whoa! Well, there's some kind of some kind of force field blocking your path. Okay. Astonished and bewildered, I went back to farm to do the farm things. I noticed amidst these farm things that the barn had been upgraded. Oh, Robin finished. Oh, it's time for pigs, baby. It's time for pigs. Oh, it's time for pigs and sheep. Oh, it's time for pigs and sheep. Indeed, it was that time. So after taking care of all the birds, I headed to Marnie's. but she wasn't home. So I went back to the farm to process all the goods from today's gatherings. I dug this skeletal hand on the way to Robin, hoping to see if there was another upgrade past deluxe, but she wasn't home. So I went mining, once again looking for that dwarf scroll. I got a bunch of stone, as well as this interesting sword I recycled, and a secret note about Maru's invention, and what pieces she still needed. These became loved gifts for her, which made enough sense. I turned in late that night and heard this strange cooing noise overnight. Okay, lots of mining. Oh. Why did that happen? I did a bunch of mining, I don't know why that just happened. I woke up on day 108 confused, searching for answers about the noise, but found nothing. I ended up just collecting the processed goods and gathering in our lovely auto feed system in the barn. I went to Gunther's to lend him a hand, then stopped by Marnie's to buy pigs. But pigs are quite expensive, so I bought a sheep instead because they're slightly less expensive. I ran to the barn to see my new baby sheep, and it appeared to have wool. I assumed I could perhaps shear the thing, given this wasn't like milk. Nope. Just tried to shear a baby, didn't I? Okay. I found Maru on my way to Robin's and gave her a battery, one of the few items on our invention list, and she was thrilled. I went to the quarry to bonk rocks while making plans for how to use the day, and found this secret note in one of them. This one seemed to be a treasure map leading to Calico Desert this time. I also found this ancient sword buried in the quarry. I sold some things and decided to turn in early so I could see the new event. It took a full day, but on day 109, I found the source of that strange cooing the night before last. I don't know how this thing just showed up on the farm, but okay, it's not that weird compared to some other things that have happened. I also figured out today that the watering can has the same upgrade benefits as the hoe, watering a larger area when held. That very hoe, now golden, had a third stage of this, enabling a 3x3 area of hoeage. After the testing, I walked to town to find Stardew Valley's version of Christmas in full swing. From the giant, decadent evergreen to the presents underneath it, to the feast of foods among the townsfolk, this was indeed holiday cheer. I spoke to everyone, gleaning very little other than festive spirit, old legends, and recipe secrets. I gave Demetrius his crystal fruit, which I think he liked, and then immediately, George gave us our gift, a purple mushroom. He immediately went full grumpy mode and decided we didn't like his gift, further grumbling about how expensive it was. I, for the record, did like it, and was full well planning to use it for a life elixir. I checked the socials around this time, and this is how they were doing. The limited shop had nothing but decoration, so I headed home, having traded a fruit for a mushroom. It was now automatically quite late, and I had forgotten the animals. Again. So I milked our sleeping livestock, stole eggs from sleeping birds, and went to sleep myself. The season was nearing its end on day 110, so Gus decided this was the perfect time to ask for a seasonal fish. Come on, Gus, why you gotta do me like that? I gathered up the processed goods, tended to the animals, found another chicken statue buried in the ground. What is going on with this game and statues? I bought this pig quickly before leaving, petting it reassuringly despite its huge size as a baby. I grabbed our processed goods and went to Pam to buy a ticket. But my pig purchase had left me without enough funds to purchase a ticket. So I ran back to the farm, grabbed the mayo out of the shipping box, and ran it over to Pierre to sell quickly. Pennies in hand, I ran back to the bus to pay the fare, and soon found myself back in the cavern. I did manage to get some iridium ore, even an actual node that wasn't a crab this time, but never got any holes. I did find the strange secret note about checking a bush at 12:40 a.m., but by this point, there was absolutely no way I was making it to level 100 tonight. So I chose instead to check the treasure map from before, hoeing this area, and receiving another strange doll. Okay, doll in hand, I traveled back to the valley and decided to follow instructions. Oh! This game never ceases to amaze me. I laughed my way back to the farm, started smelting a new iridium bar, and drifted off to sleep. Things were falling apart on the penultimate day of winter. Literally. Look at these fences. I also noticed I ran out of hay this morning as the auto-feed system hadn't completely auto-fed. After tending to the animals, I went to Clint's to make some rocks fall apart, but got no new minerals. I did donate the second strange doll and ancient sword though. Speaking of minerals, I wanted to give Maru a diamond for her invention, but slammed into another cutscene between Robin and Demetrius. Robin had apparently asked Demetrius to go get fruit from the store, and Demetrius, the genius, had returned with tomatoes. Somehow, it was up to me to settle this heated debate between two grown adults. Demetrius asked me up front how I would classify a tomato. And technically, I would classify it as a fruit given it's literally a fruiting body with the seeds on the inside. I expected trouble to ensue, but Demetrius promptly handled the situation with uncharacteristic grace, much to my relief. I gave Maru the diamond before leaving this troubling household and went back to the good old farm. Here, I smelted iron, made 10 more furnaces, and smelted even more things until I was completely out of coal again. I I even collected all the metal bars, all the while not having any random domestic squabbles. How about that? Also, how about all this money? Winter's chill was abating, and so was our hay supply. Or so I thought. The silo was empty, but I still had plenty of hay in this chest next to the silo. I refilled the silo, took care of the animals, and decided to explore another of the many secret notes we'd nabbed. This one mentioned shaking a bush at a specific time, again, specifically on the last day of a season. I was genuinely worried that something like Demetrius and Robin would pop out of this one, arguing about something, but no. We got this thing. Honestly, the Lewis and Marnie thing made way more sense than this. What even is this thing? I remembered after this that Gus wanted a seasonal fish and that it was now the last day of the season. So I went fishing in the ocean for a long time, and I almost gave up, but after many hours, I reeled in this bad boy. I brought it to the saloon in last-minute style, completing the quest and heading home. I sold a bunch of things, including the fish and other farm production. I found this beach totem in the ground as well, and noticed that the fencing that was hardwood hadn't collapsed like the rest. I decided perhaps my next fencing I would do intentionally out of hardwood. Today's sails were inching us ever closer to the star drop from the sewer. Spring had finally sprung, and Stardew did Stardew things by immediately having someone standing right in front of our door in the morning. Kent, father to Sam and husband to Jody, had come back from a tour overseas and wanted to introduce himself. It was kept that simple, and he left, leaving us with our incredibly messy farm. This looked like a job for my golden scythe. I read a couple of letters, one with Robin giving us a rather tiny amount of extra wood. Guilty conscience, Robin? The other was about the price of raw materials at Robin's and Clint's Rising. There, that explains the pity wood. I took care of the farm as a whole, clearing out the silo to generate more hay, and all the other usual suspects, netting our first large goat milk in the midst of it all. I also sheared my first wool as well, planning to bring this glorious stuff to the even more glorious community center. I did a quick birthday check and found Kent's was added, and on the 4th. I wanted to make an effort to welcome this guy back to town, so I tried to give him a flower, but had some trouble. Also, Kent, hello. Hi. Hello, farmer. I've been gone so long, I feel like a stranger. Yeah, perhaps a flower will make you feel less strange? You just got away from me there. You just got away. Wait. Haley, you're getting in the way. I'm trying to make a stranger feel less strange. But maybe it'll make him feel more strange. Hey, this is a really great gift. Thanks. All right. See? Welcome home, Kent. Welcome home. Welcome to the land of the home. Welcome to the homeland. It's so good that after that charade, I went to the glorious building and dropped off that large goat milk, completing the animal bundle and earning a cheese press. I had intended to turn the wool in as well, but for that, I would need to turn it into cloth. I went back home, placing and replacing the cheese press in anticipation of a new fence, and made a structure I'd remembered called a loom to turn the wool into cloth. I did a quick secret woods run before turning in for the night. Spring had sprung, but sadly our orange tree hadn't, at least not last night. I collected the cloth on the way to inspect the trees, wondering why it was unable to grow. I cleared out all this clutter, hoping to solve the issue, and took care of the animals. I also got this letter from Pierre about new quality fertilizers and seeds in his shop. I needed the latter, so I jogged over to make a bulk purchase. I bought a little bit of everything, in fact, with emphasis on beans because they persist through the season, and had a glance at these trees for next time. I turned the cloth into the artisan bundle on the way home, using the hoe efficiently to till soil for our new farm. I noticed I'd purchased 12 of every seed, which was decidedly strange, as these sprinklers watered in sets of 8. So I went back to Pierre with some produce to buy 4 more of each seed and sell the produce, in order to reach the spicy 20,000 G for the star drop down below. I brought the cold hard G down to Krobus, netting the star drop and eating it instantly because I apparently couldn't help myself. I went to the secret woods, buzzing with energy, and saw Leah painting by the water. She had something flirty to say before I went to bonk big stumps. Then I headed home, planting and fertilizing the new seeds, as well as the strawberry and ancient seeds I'd saved. In the midst of my farming glory, I passed out once again on my own farm. Linus apparently found us last night, but that was no reason to slow down. Neither was the rain, as I planted everything I hadn't managed last night, except for some of the beans. The beans grow on something solid, so you can't walk through them like most plants, so I had to be careful where I planted those. I also planted this rice by the southern lake before setting to making more quality sprinklers. I was pleasantly surprised by how much iron, gold, and refined quartz I had, and after a little transmutation, filled the whole farm with quality sprinklers. But then I had an idea with all those bean seeds I didn't know what to do with. With a new northern edition, the farm was roaring with future funds, all automated and ready to go. I took care of the animals, worked on additional fencing and gates, and collected the processed goods before sleep. I started the day once again focused on this farm, taking care of the animals and selling the sprinklers I hadn't added back in. I did a quick birthday check and saw it was the new guy's day of birth. I stopped in Pierre's to sell stuff and buy more seeds, buying 60 kale this time, as it seemed to have a similar vibe to bok choy, which I thoroughly liked. I also noticed Pierre had a daffodil, which I knew Kent liked from my flawless welcome attempts, so I bought that as well. I took another wistful gander at these tree saplings, but held off for now. I dropped Kent the flower, snagging a heart with him, before heading home and realizing I'd been walking around with milk in my inventory this whole time. I cared for the birds, planted the kale, repositioned 2 scarecrows, and swapped in one last quality sprinkler here. With that money-making machine in place, I began to set up the coop fence, but then thought about moving the coop. I'd noticed a Move Farm Buildings button at Robin's, and I wanted to try it. Hopefully it wouldn't be too expensive or take too long. I tacked on this gate before running to get both kinds of wood, and I came back to work on the barn's fence. My inventory overfilled at one point, and I tried to drop items to deal with that, but this magnetic ring was just too powerful. This all happened because I decided I wanted to move the cheese press and mayo machines, but part of the way through, I realized I needed to sleep at the last second. I went to go sort out more farm things on day 117, but ran face first into our girlfriend Emily. She talked to us about cloth and gave us access to her sewing machine. We could apparently make clothes with cloth and a secondary item. Guessing this had happened because we'd just made our first cloth, I moved to farm work. I quite literally moved these processing machines around 3 times before finally being satisfied with this as a temporary solution. I would just put everything here until I had a better idea. Part of the way through putting everything here, I went to Robin to ask about moving services. I was rather indecisive about where to put it, looking around the whole farm, and during this, noticed we had an apricot on our tree. I eventually picked this spot down here, locked it in, and awaited some steep cost or resource demand. But none came. In fact, there was even no time frame to wait. Robin, I guess you're not all that bad. After returning to the building that had just seemingly teleported, I checked on the birds. Did you guys feel an earthquake just now by any chance? I know that might have felt a little strange. I took care of them and added some of the fencing for them, and look at this. Yes! We're growing fruit! I also checked on the pig. That pig looks like it might be an adult. That's a little bit of a large rump I'm seeing right there. Everything else looks the same. I think you just got a fatter ass now, my friend. Good for you. Society would indicate that that's a good thing for you. Congratulations. Queuing the yield, creating useful storage spots, and clearing up other areas of the farm, I managed the goobiest thing so far. This area. No, God, what? No! Yeah, I blew up my wood chipper. Not to mention that poor gravestone. Shaking that off, I went to the community center, turning in an apricot to the artisan bundle, earning a keg, and completing the entire room. The 4th star was ours, and this building really felt like it was starting to come alive again. With just 2 stars to go now, I perused the fish and bulletin board items we still needed before heading home once more. I put some finishing touches on the farm and went to bed, planning to rearrange even more things tomorrow. Overnight, I witnessed the Junimos repairing what would soon be the best and worst building on the farm. The Junimos had repaired this thing, the greenhouse, and I wasn't quite sure what to do with this just yet. In the meantime, Emily had sent us mail asking for an apricot, which I immediately plucked from the tree. I did some brief farm clearing and found a secret note on the farm about the older bachelors in town from someone's diary. Strange as this was, we did at least learn some of the things they like. I started putting all the decorations I'd acquired in the north of the farm, the ones I hadn't blown up. Once again, not yet having a long-term plan. I put down these furnaces among the many other things in this thing area I had going here, and somehow managed to almost make the same mistake. This is a decoration I can go put by the decorations. Oh my god. Pick it up. Oh my god. Okay. I almost lost it. After moving more things without blowing them up, I went to Emily's to give her the apricot, but she wasn't home. I did manage to find her sewing machine though, which I tested out in probably the worst way possible. There you go. And then, what am I supposed to add? Looks like I can add all of these things. What? A mushroom? What? Place cloth or dyeable clothing in the feed and the materials in the spool. You will make question mark. I made Moral shirt. This shirt features the iconic spring mushroom. I just did that. That's what I did, isn't it? I made a shirt out of a mushroom. God, that's awful. Okay, let's never do that again. Yes, I chose my first secondary clothing item as the nastiest looking mushroom in the game. Press the like button if you're impressed by how horrible of a choice that was. I went looking for Emily, not only for the apricot, but also now to apologize for the mushroom chunks that were probably in her sewing machine. I decided to check the saloon, but ran into a Gus cutscene. This one was cut and dry. The saloon wasn't doing great financially, and Pam hadn't paid her tab in weeks. I politely, but sternly, told her the former, implying she'd best be fixing the
ladder, which she did rather quickly. Weeks, Pam? Weeks? Emily was indeed in the non-cutscene Celino? Emily was indeed in a non-cutscened saloon, and I gave her the new fruit, completing the quest, before scurrying back to the farm to continue to get things in order. I took care of the four-legged animals who were both walking and trying to sleep. I had a wild time trying to milk the sleepwalking cows in the middle of the day. I continued organizing, including putting away my fungal shirt, never to be seen again. I also threw down some torches, more gates, and moved literally everything I could before heading to sleep for the night. I forgot the birds though, and so I began day 119 apologetically gathering eggs. I continued aggressively shifting things to this catch-all zone, queuing some bones, eggs, and an apricot for processing. Lastly, I moved my super rare stuff chest onto the porch. With that action, I had completed the farm revamp. Within seconds, I got a notification about a train passing through, so after gathering the mushrooms, I went to the station. This train was just a passenger train, but it had brought me close to Robin's, where I stopped to have Robin move the silo to this spot right here. Birthday check. Today was Lewis. Happy birthday, Mayor. You get mayonnaise. I'm sure he loved it. Speaking of love, here's how the socials were doing. I sold the remaining goods to Pierre for enough cash to purchase 3 new saplings: peach, pomegranate, and apple, leaving only one until we had every kind. I cleared this southern portion of the farm, accidentally destroying a good few saplings along the way. Big stump time. I got a note there with a hint about the mermaid show. I guess I had missed something there after all. I harvested the parsnips and garlic, and without seeds to replant, I went to bed with arable land going to waste. I started the morning off grabbing a new apricot, noticing that our orange tree had grown, and fixing that lost ground for replanting. I followed up with the animal care and big stump adventures, returning to finish the coop's fence and start growing grass within it. I collected the goods, then checked the mail to find a spaghetti recipe from Lewis and an incredibly timely rainbow shell from Demetrius. Mr. Chi had asked us for one of these. I swung briefly by Pierre's to sell stuff and buy more garlic, as well as a cherry sapling, the final sapling type. We had officially sapped them all. I jogged over to the lockbox to turn in the rainbow shell, answering Leah's question along the way. There, I realized I'd been a goober. I had been told to bring the rainbow shell to the box at the train station, not this box. I stopped by the farm, replanting, but still having a few open spots. I had all the forageables I needed to make spring seeds, save a daffodil, so I grabbed these in case I got lucky on my travels. I also planted the final fruit saplings, as well as many mahogany saplings to replenish those I'd slain yesterday. Soon after, I was at the train station, double checking I was following the quest correctly before tossing the shell into this box. We received a new task stating we must put 10 beets in the mayor's fridge. I was pretty sure beet seeds came from Sandy's shop, and it was too late to head there, so I spent the rest of the night looking for Maru to give another invention piece. I did never find her, but I did find the daffodil I needed. I made some spring seeds, took a look at the current state of our collections, planted those seeds, and went to sleep. I started day 121 with this gift from Jody, a bountiful harvest, and some decent replanting. As I was taking care of our four-legged friends, I noticed our pig friend was now an adult, but I was yet still unsure of how to get the truffles from it, so I left it be for now. I shipped off some tulips and potatoes for today's bounty before heading off to the desert to buy new seeds. Specifically, I was looking for beets, but the description said they were to be grown in fall, so I bought a couple others: rhubarb, which was a spring crop, and cactus, which was to be grown indoors. We'd just unlocked the greenhouse though, so I figured that's what inside meant. I also took another glance at this bouncer, who I began to theorize was at the other end of this mysterious chi quest. I made the glorious revelation that these trees were also wood, so I chopped them greedily, finding a few buried artifacts along the way. I also finally really took notice of how strange these 3 poles were, and wondered what on earth they were for. Stay tuned. Back in the valley, I planted the rhubarb on the farm, the cactus fruit in the greenhouse, and stored the beets, because those were for fall. Too bad I didn't have some kind of structure to control climate to grow things in. I also assumed I couldn't put sprinklers in the greenhouse because it was indoors. I spent the rest of my day grabbing fallen train goods and mining in the low levels of the mines. I did get this weird level down there that looked much more like the Golden Scythe Cave than the lower mines biome, but couldn't figure out anything useful about it. I still have no idea if I missed something special. I almost made it to bed that night. The next morning, Stardew decided to give me a hint to stop my gooby activities, with Evelyn at our door. She gave us this garden pot which could be used indoors to grow out-of-season crops. I stood there for a moment realizing I almost goobed up the entire purpose of the greenhouse and that it too was indoors. I decided to test the theory it could grow out-of-season crops by planting 2 beets, one in the crop pot and one in the greenhouse soil, and seeing if neither withered. After this experiment had been launched, I tested something else in the coop. I had wondered in my first 100 days whether this thing was an incubator, so I tried putting an egg in it. It accepted my egg, but the coop was supposedly full, so I didn't know what would happen. Hoping I hadn't doomed an egg to early death, I queued some mayo and smelted some gold before heading in the barn to stare at my pig.
still wondering where in the world the truffles would come from. I guess all of my brain cells were tied up with the greenhouse conundrum. I harvested our bounty of the day, including very much kale, except this piece. Drop your heartfelt woes in the comments for the forgotten kale. After selling much of this harvest, I went to Pierre's to buy a whole lot of kale, but he was closed. Guess I'll buy that tomorrow. Birthday check. Today is Vincent. The weekly quest board had a quest about selling 100 potatoes in a week, so after accepting, I decided I would buy a bunch of potatoes instead of kale tomorrow. I went to Gunther's, running into Vincent, and giving him an amethyst for his birthday, before donating these two treasures to the museum. I spent the rest of this day fishing. I really wanted to catch the shad and catfish, and suspected spring was the time, yet I didn't catch either. Sleep that night came with the boom of level 10 farming, demanding a tough choice. In the end here, I decided to go for artisan, but I really liked both. We also snagged this achievement called Singular Talent for getting one skill to level 10, not to mention these sweet overnight gains. On the morning of day 123, I saw we had 3 apricots on the tree. I also had seen in the comments that our lovely oinker needed to go outside to dig up truffles. Yeah, that makes sense. I thusly found myself chasing the 4-legged lasses down for their milk this morning. A few eggs later, I was back at Pierre's, buying a lot of potatoes. Give them to me. Give them to me. I planted as many as I could, then collected the cheese. And our first truffle. Well, 2 truffles, actually. Truffle? Yes, sir. That's such a weird sound. Okay. I stepped back in the greenhouse, noting both the beets remained unwilted. A few minutes later, the greenhouse was full, with every beet planted and every extra space having a potato in it. I figured, why not? We have the space to grow, may as well grow. Soon after, I got to thinking, perhaps this greenhouse would be best used as a place to plant persisting crops, as perhaps they would just keep growing, never withering. I took our second truffle to the chef's bundle, and took stock of what was remaining for this building's magical repair before heading into the mines. I stopped by the quarry on the way, learning it doesn't just auto-respawn everything immediately. I grabbed ore for 1 more gold bar, as I wanted the next watering can's upgrade, since I would be using it every day for the greenhouse. I barely made it home that night, so I started smelting the gold first thing in the morning. I collected our first truffle oil, milked the animals, and employed a strategy the comments had mentioned regarding putting the correlating animal product processing machines in their correlating structures. So I put the cheese press in the barn for easy cheese making. Good stuff. I collected this truffle, then did the same process with the mayo machines, finding a beach totem in the dirt along the way. After watering the greenhouse, I read this letter from Marnie about a new luxury item called the Auto Grabber. It mentioned the capacity to take care of every farm animal I'd even heard about so far, including rabbits, which I didn't even have yet. Well, almost all of them. It was pricey, however, with a big tag of 25,000 G. Lewis also sent us a reminder about the Egg Festival, which I hadn't even considered. The events were going to happen all over again because it was a new year. I took the recently acquired gold to the local depressed blacksmith, ordered the gold watering can, and decided to begin saving for the auto grabber. I took to fishing again, searching once more for the elusive shad and or catfish, but came up empty once again. The rest of the day had passed by whilst I'd angled, so I went home and tucked myself in for a fishless Betty Bye. In that night's gamer dreams, level 8 fishing came along, giving me recipes I immediately forgot about. Day 125 was the day of our second egg festival, but I didn't remember that. I started the day harvesting, learning while at it that pigs make a digging sound when they dig up a truffle. I also found that forgotten kale today, harvested the garlic, and took a look at our potato quest. I hadn't realized when I'd taken it, but we were going to get to sell our potatoes the normal way, not to someone in particular, meaning we'd make money from them normally, as well as from the quest. After replanting more potato seeds in open spots, the egg festival notification popped, and I got frantic. I sold things, quickly took care of both the livestock and birds, and made it to the festival just in time. The event was similar to last year, including this lovely shop that I bought 10 strawberry seeds from. The dialogue, however, was different in some ways from the previous year. Most importantly was the dialogue from Willie, cluing me into something very important. On rainy days, you'll find catfish in these waters. Right. In the rain. I did the egg hunt again, this time securing 11 eggs, and winning a second year in a row. This time, the prize wasn't so exclusive, but cash is cash, baby. Concluding the event, I went home and grabbed all the different processed goods and placed our new strawberry seeds in the greenhouse chest for later. That night, we saw the largest daily revenue to date on the farm. The truffle oil was particularly potent. I started off day 126 with 2 notifications, one saying our pomegranate tree couldn't grow, and the other letting me know the gold watering can was ready. Fishing was on the mind that morning, as I need to catch the shad and catfish before the season was over. Remember when I said selling that shad on day 3 was a bad idea? After fruitless fishing, I took a break to read the legendary fish Lost book again, making plans for the crimson fish in summer, but also noticing this bit again, now having unlocked the sewer. I grabbed the golden watering can from Clint, and with it, officially reached gold tier on every tool. I planned on targeting the iridium pickaxe first, as that was the tool helping us get iridium, and went to Marnie's. There, I purchased the snazzy auto grabber she'd advertised, and fished again in the river by her, fruitlessly. After losing my patience once again with this infamous
infamously patient man's game, I went to the cart lady. She had a pufferfish in her stores, which I bought instantly, along with this interesting rare seed. I tried it home with this new loot and plopped down the auto grabber in the middle of the barn, hoping that would work. I made some more truffle oil, watered the greenhouse with the watering can's new capacity, and stored this rare seed, thinking I might sow it in the greenhouse later. Fishing still on the brain, I took this fish to the CC, completing the specialty fish bundle and earning a few dishes at the sea. This was going to be very helpful as it gave a massive temporary boost to the fishing skill. And speaking of fishing, I wanted to do more of that, so I went to the mines to murk some bugs for bait. After making some bait, I journeyed back to the bowels of the town, standing in the most specific looking spot I could find. I caught absolutely and exclusively carp until eventually, where's the big boys? Ooh, the big boys. The big boys. Oh no, I'm messing it up. I'm not messing it up. I'm doing great. I'm doing awesome! Mutant carp. And that was another legend in the bag. I snagged some more hardwood before heading to sleep that night, proud of my hideous catch. On day 127, I got a familiar notification about my pomegranate tree being unable to grow. Guess I forgot about that. I also got these letters, one with some loose change from Lewis, and another from Evelyn, asking for a leak. I sold a few things from last night before checking the barn. Ooh, it grabbed everything. Ooh. Ooh, it grabbed everything. It sure did, buddy. It grabbed stuff. I love this thing's grabbiness so much, I knew I had to get one for the coop. I harvested and replanted the farm, venturing out to fish once again because today, it was raining. On the way, I noticed these lovely things were back in season. And now that I knew about jelly, these would be important. Plus, I was getting 3 per bush now, which I think had to do with our much higher foraging level. I got down to fishing, snacking on one of these deep dive dishes to help. Eventually, I hooked one that was a little feisty. And when I landed it, I saw the telltale whiskers of a catfish. There was now but one fish left on our community center roster, the shad. You know, the one I sold. I ended up taking a break here, finding this prehistoric rib in the ground and taking this daily quest for Kent for a red mushroom to rub on his tooth? Sure man, whatever. I bought a bunch more potato seeds, and I gave this rib to Gunther, earning a strange sloth skeleton M thing as a reward. I guessed M stood for middle, and tossed my line back in the water, catching another catfish. But I was getting worried I wouldn't find it. Oh, there it is. How about that? I took this Giga Shad over to the community center, turned both fresh fish in, and completed the river fish bundle. We technically earned 30 bait from this, but the big win was that this completed the entire aquarium. Look at that little guy, carrying our 5th star. 5 down, 1 to go. I took a glance at what was left in our final set of bundles, gazed happily at the better looking rooms, and started making plans on the way home. Next up, we'd go for that deluxe coop, then scoop up an auto grabber to go with it, once we already had the auto feeding in place. I did the usual suspects to the farm late this day, tacking on a hardwood plus berries run before heading home. I barely remembered about the pomegranate tree, and watered as much of the greenhouse as I could before running home to sleep. Overnight, the Junimos could be seen doing something to this glittering boulder. I sold more things from last night next morning, and watered our poor dog's bowl for the first time in a while. I harvested the farm, checking the quests along the way, as I just pulled up Evelyn's leak. I replaced the poor tiny trees I destroyed clearing the farm, before heading to the coop and encountering this error message. This made sense, and I was glad I didn't just auto-delete the poor baby chick. More berries. I gave Kent his toothache mushroom, completed the quest, and checked on the socials, of which some seemed to be decaying. Yikes, so that's a thing. I went to Evelyn's to give her a sneak peek at this leak, but Alex decided to cut in. I'll keep it brief and tell you he felt worthless for not being the book smart type, but I reassured him that everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Then no, that's Alex again, this time without a shirt. He mentioned apologizing for his bravado and arrogance for having believed in his dream to go pro with his sports ball. This one actually caught me off guard, because I honestly disagreed. I liked his go-getter confident attitude, but the game didn't give me any choices this time. Stay strong, Alex. Don't let anybody bring you down. After pulling double duty on Alex's emotional state, I finally got a hold of Evelyn, handing over the leak, completing the quest. I decided that was enough for one day, and allocated the rest of the day to wood and berries. Oh, I remembered the boulder! The glittering boulder! Actually, I went to go see about that boulder, running into Willie, standing by where it used to be. In this cutscene, Willie taught us we could pan for ore, and gave us a new copper pan. I didn't find anything I could pan out the gate here, but I thought maybe soon I could upgrade the pan, as it was at copper tier already. Boulder questions answered, I ran home, chopping trees along the way. That night, the Gamer Sleep invoice brought in more than 22,000 G. Quite spicy, I must say. On day 129, I heard a lovely while harvesting potatoes. After the livestock and also grabbing iron for the pan upgrade, I took a look at our potato quest. We had officially harvested the requisite potatoes and just needed to ship them, and wait a day for that to process, it turned out. I also watered the greenhouse, getting 1 beet of the 10 I would need for the chi quest. More berries. At Robin's, I learned the stone and wood costs for the coop. Then at Clint's, I learned the pan did not have an upgrade. And at the mayor's, I learned I couldn't put any beets in his fridge until I had all 10. And at Marnie's, I learned she wasn't home. Well,
Okay then, I decided maybe the town wasn't for me today. Okay, the rest of this day is now allocated literally just to chopping wood. I ended up with this much wood for the coop and future projects. I awoke to the sound of quest completion on day 130 as the potatoes had officially shipped. We now had a rather spicy chunk of change. Lewis sent us a letter with a mini shipping bin, giving us a smaller but more portable spot to sell things from. I tossed it on the farm, had a few horseradish for breakfast, and made my way to Robin's with all the supplies needed for this lovely coop upgrade. I ended up encountering some pannable water while waiting for a door to unlock, and nabbed 2 gold ore. Nifty. Once that door was open, I ordered the deluxe coop, before accosting Marnie, grabbing a second auto grabber. Look how many berries we have. I made a bunch of hardwood fence for the 4-legged livestock, as well as a life elixir, before harvesting 73 more potatoes, and some beets from the greenhouse. So maybe I'd gone a little overboard. I sold it all but the beets for Chi or Lewis. I fenced in our non-winged friends before picking a strangely large number of daffodils on the way to Lewis's fridge. Upon delivering the beets, I found something strange. Wait a second, there's a note taped to the milk. It's addressed to you. Okay, good job, kid. Your final task, give the sand dragon his last meal. After raiding his fridge, I gave the mayor a springweed before realizing that the milk note had become a quest. I let the comments know I didn't want help with this one, and they listened. So prepare to enjoy the floundering that resulted. Before heading to sleep, I chopped down this green bean so I could see what the ancient seed had grown into so far. Then I sold more things, catching a nice 26,000 G bag in my sleep. Days 131 and 132 were very brief, and I'll explain why very soon. But on the first of those, I found these spring onions, encountered a secret note about Alex's training diet, and completely cleared Cindersap Forest of all of its resources. I also hit the secret woods and earned level 10 foraging overnight, picking the tracker talent, allowing us to locate nearby forageables. And on day 132, the coop finished upgrading, giving more room, and allowing the baby chick to hatch. I spent a large portion of the day trying to figure out how the forage was being revealed to me, until I finally noticed very tiny arrows at the edge of the screen. I also gave Shane an amethyst for his birthday. Now why were those days so short, you might be asking? Well, I should mention, right at the time of those days being recorded, several troubling real-life events happened all at once, and I didn't play Stardew for 5 months. I'm happy to say I did make my way back to this game, as it's absolutely lovely. But why bother mentioning this? It's all in a compressed format anyway, right? Well, 5 months away has a way of making you forget about lots of things. The biggest shock of them all was remembering that we have a greenhouse. I also took a gander at our collections tab, realizing we still had so much to do. I also had another review of this legendary fish lost book, and started talking about that in the future, I'd probably have to ask you guys for help with finding these fish. It's the future. If you've got some hints for catching the remaining fish, drop them in the comments. I dug up this trilobite before having a look at the socials and skills we'd achieved so far. Seeing as we had mining, combat, and fishing left to level up, I decided we'd focus on the first 2 on lucky days in the cavern, and fishing on the not so lucky days. When I got back to the farm, I sold things, and decided immediately that I hated the organization of the farm. Again. I started working furiously on changes for that, moving very many things. And I mean moving very many things. I had this little oopsie along the way. Why did I think that was a good idea? When and what? Why did I do any? I was forced to sleep before I'd concluded the rework, earning the monoculture achievement for selling 300 of a single crop, as well as earning 11,000 G. I guess maybe the overkill on the potatoes wasn't such a bad idea. Day 134 was the second day of the great reorganization. By today, I'd moved everything that wasn't literally the coop or barn. I also found this organize button. I also began on this day this idea of saving some things instead of selling everything we produced. Strap in for the wildest storing bonanza on this side of the Gem Sea. I went to Calico late that day, hoping to snag some skill points as well as iridium ore. I did manage to get some ore from the slimes, as well as gems, other ores, and funny clips for YouTube shorts and TikTok from my reintroduction to this cavern of terror. Oh! Is that a bone? Yo, stop everything. Did you just drop a bone? Men said, and then left a bone behind. A prehistoric tibia. Well, that's cool, I guess. I slept like a log that night, securing level 9 combat and obtaining this nifty iridium band recipe. On day 135, I pulled off the greatest feat any god gamer can. I recycled 2 items with precision and brought our total G value to this. I was a proud farmer on this day. I got to harvesting and toyed with the idea of doing less planting and more livestock-focused farming in the future, as it was automatable, in theory allowing for more time to focus on completionist tasks each day. I kept storing everything we made before checking the luck and heading to the cavern for more plundering. I scored more gems, stone, and ore on this trip. This particular hoard of whatever these things are, dropped a spicy eel and a rabbit's foot. I had a rather close encounter, found this farm totem, and then had the classic gamer oopsie. I took my ashamed self over to the Adventurers Guild, ordered the item recovery for the only reasonable choice here, and took a look at my socials again before sleeping off the day's wounds. My gamer pride was quite wounded after all. The next morning my wounds were healed and my spirits were rejuvenated by this letter, returning our spicy blade to our hands. And of course, Jody ordered too much fertilizer again. Today was the day of the flower dance once again, and this time people liked me. So after moving these jars and storing every food item I could in the fridges, I went to dance, far more confident than last time. I first checked the shop to make good on the mistakes of the past by purchasing this rare crow, as well as some forage to store for later potential seeds. Then, after a few brief encounters, I concluded this event's dialogue wouldn't change. Except this encounter, baby, because this time Emily was gonna dance with me. The dance itself was rather strange, though, with me positioned slightly forward and also not wearing the same outfit as the other dudes. Ah well, despite the symmetry, or lack thereof, I'd done it. I'd really danced with someone. Manhood intact, I was brought home, quickly stepping onto the farm to place our 6th rare crow. There were supposedly 8 of these, so I was starting to ponder the final 2's locations. I also jogged over to the central boy to drop off this rabbit's foot to the enchanter's bundle, before literally writing down the remaining requirements. 2 were clearly fruit that we'd receive in fall, while the other 3 I was still unsure of. After some lovely snoozing, I awoke to do the bean business once more, then repositioned these rare crows, harvested kale, and found a super useful game setting.
Can we get mute animal sounds? Oh my god!
Ah. Sweet cranial peace. How sweet the lack of sound. I once again missed some kale whilst harvesting and got to business on the other daily chores, among which I planted 10 strawberry seeds in the greenhouse. I also found some of the missing kale, testing out our new mini shipping bin with it. Today, one of my worries of the 5 remaining community center items took over my very soul. I looked avidly for this thing called a fiddlehead fern. I searched high and low, muttering fiddlehead fern to myself most of the time.
Where are the fiddlehead ferns? Fiddlehead fern. Fiddlehead fern. Fiddlehead fern. Fiddlehead fern. Fiddlehead fern. Fiddlehead fern. Fiddlehead with the head of a fiddle.
And while I didn't find the fiddlehead fern, I did get a pretty sizable amount of wood and learned that the green forage tracker arrows pointed to panning spots. Not even the train station held answers for my fern queries. And still too did it hold secrets of its own, with this big immovable rock and triple question marked green thing. I came home that night without a fern, but still got everything else I could have needed done in the day. I even had another one of these odd things show up overnight.
This hasn't happened since like the 2nd day. I mean, I can tell you, I really don't think I needed this. Could you turn it into a fiddlehead fern? Okay, bye. Goodbye. Could you have maybe magically turned that into a fiddlehead fern? That would be so awesome.
The fairy hadn't turned any of it into a fiddlehead fern, but Marnie did send us some hay in the mail. The fairy had sped up some kale as well, so I grabbed that, noticing afterwards that at some point during yesterday's fern fossicking, I'd obtained a secret note. Somebody had lost their mom's necklace, but the note didn't say who or where precisely it had been lost. We had a general location though. After storing all the new gains, I did a good old birthday check. This time it was Pierre, but I figured I'd ask him about a fiddlehead fern, as it was my latest obsession, but he had nothing of the sort. No fern, no birthday gift. I brought this tibia I'd been carrying around for a while to Gunther. I mean, it's pretty normal to just carry around a leg bone, right? I checked every lost book in the library, and not one had a word about a fern. I did stumble into this one, though, about different capacities of a keg. It wasn't just for wine. It could also make juice, beer, and pale ale. I took this daily quest from Linus, who wanted a diamond to put under his pillow. Quite an ask for a man who lives in a tent, but I mean, okay. I dug up another chicken statue, collected the day's mushrooms, and brought Linus his priceless gem to sleep with in his tent. Man's got his priorities straight, I suppose. Then I was back by the bathhouse, looking for a necklace this time. I checked all over the station, clicking everywhere like it was a Pokemon game. I even clicked on this water right here, before deciding perhaps it was in the bathhouse. I waded in, spam clicking all over the bathwater like a normal Stardew player, but eventually threw in the towel for the night. I rather needed a towel after that search, to be honest. I kept collecting, processing, and storing things away on day 139, missing kale again, which at this point was on brand for my goobering. I learned cactus fruit was a persisting plant, harvesting our first homegrown desert fruit, before making a strange decision. I looked at these trees over here and decided they didn't look bad enough. They were just too straight and lined up perfectly, so I chopped every other row down. I decided instead to stagger them, replanting each row so the new trees would grow up 2 spots to the left of the current rows. I'm not sure why I thought this was a good idea, but I did end up getting some wood out of it. The day was now late, but the comments had decided to bail me out of the necklace puzzle. I'd been right on the money, but lacked the tool to acquire the prize. But now, thanks to a not-so-subtle hint, we had the necklace. I began to reason through which characters had a mom that they lived with, and therefore to whom I should give it back, before catching some shut-eye. The final day of spring had arrived, and with it, a completely harvested farm. The poor beans would die, but everything else was harvested. I noticed my fridges were a touch cramped, and realized this might be a long-term issue. I was also beginning to remember the TV, learning the lucky lunch recipe from the Queen of Sauce. I took this daily quest from Maru before concluding the most likely candidate for this necklace was Abigail. And apparently, I was right. I still haven't decided whether you can just give this to anyone with a mom living in town, or if I really got this right out the gate.
How about a diamond? Hey, how'd you know I was hungry? This looks delicious. Yeah, you're still weird as hell.
Pierre sold me a fair chunk of jazz seeds, which I bought because of the lunky lunch. which I bought because of the lucky lunch recipe. I then completely forgot about Lucky Lunch as a recipe. I also found a few more quality of life things today, like that C and X on the keyboard function as the mouse buttons, as well as this add to existing stacks button within storages. I tried out 2 bombs on the rock in the train station, coming up empty, before reviewing my lovely skills and heading to bed early that night. I was rather excited for our second summer. Summer was here, and that of course meant a whole lot of dead plants. The ancient seed plants were thankfully an exception. The tree fruits had changed over, and orange fruits were now in season. I started making jelly out of these instead of apricots, but the animal aspect of the daily farm chores stayed exactly the same. I also noticed this setting in storages that disabled the color picker section, which made things look a little cleaner. There were some grapes to forage on the way to Maru, who I had this incredibly painful moment with.
Hey Maru, you asked for a red fungus? Oh, that's exactly what I need to power my latest invention, Watson. Well, you did say that on the notice board. Thank you. You're welcome. You said that on the notice board. Do you still like them? Yuck, you thought I would like this. Yes! I figured maybe you'd need to be able to power it more than once.
Let's try not to think about that one too much. I grabbed this weekly quest for Emily to get specific good rocks for her. Specifically, she wanted these 5, which I had a feeling I had all of already. I nabbed this spiceberry on the way home to check, passing also by the TV. Living off the land told me something we already knew about trains, but at least I've technically seen it now. I didn't know if watching every single one of these was going to be part of the 100%. In fact, I still don't. I had 3 of the rocks Emily wanted, but I still needed to get topaz and jade for her. I went to try processing these geodes for it.
I may do that at some point.
Well, I guess that's not happening today. I went instead by Pierre's to buy seeds.
Pierre, I need to buy seeds. Are you closed? Why is everything closed so quickly? Why is everything closed so quickly? I missed birthdays.
Right then, who needs seeds anyway? I checked the train station for fiddleheads, but no luck. I foraged the sweet pea before checking the secret woods as well.
We get a perk that... A fiddlehead fern. We have done it. We have succeeded. We now have a fiddlehead fern. With it, we are going to go to the community center and deposit the fiddlehead fern. This is good. I like this.
I excitedly took this to the chef's bundle, but all the excitement faded when I noticed this maki roll requirement. I was very afraid I would need to get the recipe for this to be able to progress, and that I might have to wait for an unknown Queen of Sauce episode. I slept poorly that night, fearful I'd missed something key to my progression for a long time. I decided I need more space in my fridges on day 142, but I couldn't do that. So I made these pretend fridges instead. Pretend these are fridges. I did the usual farm things, featuring an orange this time, before checking the luck and seeing the spirits were very happy. I had Clint crack all our geodes, but to no avail. I turned in this new mineral though, scoring some espresso as a reward. It appeared to buff our movement speed, which seemed promising. I stored all the extra minerals, grabbed some food to test in the cavern, including cheese, which was surprisingly good for health, and set off for the cavern. I got the usual loot, gems, gold, stone, dropping down every hole or ladder I could find. I tested this spicy eel with the espresso, and found myself faster than I could handle, hustling around, poking big slimes for iridium. Sadly, the speed got to my head, and I did the gamer bad, landing back in the hospital once again. I didn't actually lose that much, besides a decent run, and a decent chunk of my dignity. I smelted 2 new iridium bars, as well as a lot of gold, before storing things and getting some recovery sleep. Those bars came out nice and shiny by the morning, and the animals were doing just fine in summer's heat. Caroline sent us a cauliflower, and fascinatingly, this was one of the few spring crops I hadn't saved that many of. What I did have a lot of, though, was cheese. This would become very important later. The Queen of Sauce taught us the plum pudding recipe before I left to get C's from Pierre.
That might be how it's not closed on Wednesdays. No, dude, I'm never gonna plant anything. It's never gonna happen. God, I'm on the 3rd day of the season and I don't have any seeds.
With nothing to plant and my mining ego thoroughly bruised, I turned my attention to the summer's legendary fish, the crimson fish. I gave Kent this pea on the way home, grabbed the fishing gear, and noticed we'd grown our first ancient fruit from the ancient seeds. I also grabbed some not so ancient fruit and threw some taps on our grown oak trees. And with that, it was time to go fishing. But I checked the luck first, and there was slightly good luck today. So I proceeded to abandon all other plans and dive right back into the caverns. I guess my ego wasn't that bruised. I found this secret note before the spelunking, and while I understood how the arrows worked, I had no idea where that start point was. I jumped into the cavern, jittering from espresso and spicy eel goodness, and quickly found a topaz for Emily. I found another secret note containing more liked gift info, as well as another rabbit's foot. I kept hunting for jade and getting more ore from slimes. And remember how I said I was getting clips for TikTok by this point? Here, this one got 500,000 views.
Oh God, please give me an exit. 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 Oh God. Oh no, I'm panicking. Eat the cheese. Oh, I already have begun to panic. Oh God, wait, I don't, no, God, there's so much. Please stop. I just want to live. I'm so glad I brought cheese. I'm so glad. I'm so glad I brought cheese, man. If I hadn't eaten the cheese there, that would have definitely been it. Oh man, and I'm lactose. I don't even eat cheese in the real world. But God, am I thankful for cheese in this game.
From then on, I've permanently had cheese in my inventory. Literally, at all times. I recycled some things, keeping what I could, finding a fair bit of topaz, but never finding jade. I had super speed, so I got home faster than I anticipated, and used the extra time to smelt. But I panicked for the tiniest of seconds, and that's all it took to miss the bed. I finished that smelting effort in the morning, and cleared out space for my peach tree, which had failed to grow last night. I started getting orange jelly, which I imagine was so tasty. I've been getting a lot of slime as well from trying to get iridium in the cavern, so it seemed the perfect time to dabble with this. I almost forgot to check the TV this morning, but thank goodness I did, because I learned about how pigs need to be let outside to dig. Wish I'd watched that last summer. I stopped by Clint's, wondering about the iridium pickaxe price, and processing more geodes. I got 2 new minerals, yet still didn't get any jade. I gave a mineral to Penny nearby.
Hey Penny, you want like a diamond or something? Thank you, I really love this. I think she loves it. I think that was a love. I think that was a love. Do you love it? Did you love that? You loved it. Yes. Maybe we go after Penny next. Gotta make friends. It's just friends. We're all just friends.
Gunther took my new minerals, and finally, on the 4th of summer, I bought seeds. I found important things I'd clearly missed last summer, like hops for Pam, and red cabbage for the community center. That answered all questions but one about where to find the remaining bundle items. But I was still sweating a bit about that maki roll. I bought a good bit of every type of seed, except specifically the sunflower seeds, as I'd run out of room. I gave Emily a topaz and gifted her a diamond, but I still needed to find a jade to get any credit at all. I planted what persisting seeds I'd bought in the greenhouse, and the rest outdoors, before storing more minerals and heading to bed. Day 145 felt like a good day to go fishing. It also feels like a good time to mention that this is about when I realized I wanted to do a 100-day series on the game, and I thus kept all the footage from here forward. Henceforth, you will now be able to see the top left corner of the game, and I'll show you my face whenever I'm up to shenanigans that warrant it. After the typical farm tasks, featuring a battery and a green slime egg this time, I stored things and went back to Pierre's. I bought a good bit of corn, as that persists through autumn, and gave the battery to Harvey, who decided it wasn't very healthy. Astute, Harvey. It would be unhealthy to eat a battery. I knew you were a smart guy. But fishing, I said. To the ocean I went, leading things off with a lot of confusion about this magnet. Was this supposed to be going in the bait slot and not the tackle slot? Strange. But I did reel in this ornamental fan artifact. The eastern shore didn't seem quite right though, so I took to the eastern side of the pier. I attempted to stack trout soup with Dish of the Sea, and finally realized that specifically, you can have 1 buff from a drink and 1 buff from a food active at a time. That made enough sense to me. Then I made first contact, losing it nearly instantly, but now I knew where to look. I tried and failed again before pulling in this super cucumber. Then I hooked her again, but I lost her again. Then I pulled in another super cucumber, and then...
Right place.
Ooh, 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 ah, ooh, ah, ooh, ah, ee, ooh, ah, ee, ooh, ha. I gotta focus. I gotta stop making funky sounds. Ooh, 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 shoo. No, 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 no.
No, we're good. We did it. Oh, I was panicking the whole... Could you tell? I was panicking the whole time. Oh my god.
That was the toughest fish catch yet, and I was proud as ever. I sold a few, saved a few that night, including saving our new Crimson Boy before catching some fishy Z's. I started day 146 moving a few things around and reading a letter from Demetrius. He wanted a sample to study of a pufferfish, and while I'd gotten one of these for the community center, I'd still never actually caught one. I figured they must be in the ocean though. The spirits were annoyed today, so fishing was on the docket. I replaced all the remaining non-quality sprinklers with quality ones and received another green slime egg. I also queued up some ancient wine amongst the tasks of the day, deciding as well that I'd saved enough mayo and beginning to sell it again. I took to Clint's, processed some geodes, getting one of these laptops out of a rock again. I took one mineral I got from it and the ornamental fan to Gunther before wondering about the dwarf gadget. As I recalled, we'd been given a recipe for a farm computer, and this was the rare requirement in the crafting recipe. I took it home, made this weird looking thing, and placed it inside. I was worried the computer might not like the rain too much. Upon using, it displayed its analysis of the farm. This was essentially a bunch of observable facts about the state of the farm and its usage, condensed into one report. Useful, but not groundbreaking. I hoped it would at least help save time, which would be important to maximize day efficiency. Speaking of that, here's another clip that got 500,000 on TikTok.
All right, Pierre before he closes. Ooh, that's a tough ask. Are we gonna get there in time? Ooh, I don't think we make it here. Ooh, this is a tough ask. Ooh. Pierre, don't close your shop yet. Wait, Pierre, do not stop selling things, Pierre.
Why am I here? What do I want?
What I wanted was melons, apparently. After that close call, I went to the ocean to fish for a pufferfish. I caught this super cucumber, then this super cucumber, and then also this super cucumber. I decided that was enough fishing for today, heading home and planting the melon seeds before more sleepy time. The only mystery on my mind at the moment was the maki, but another mystery would come to light on day 147. The TV lady told us how to make carp surprise, which was one of the more self-aware jokes I'd seen in a game. The recipe was just 4 carp. The luck was good today, so you know what that means. At the cavern, I walked into the first level, immediately received a spicy eel, and found jade 2 seconds later. I almost left then and there, but I decided iridium ore would be nice, so I stayed a bit longer, eventually having to pull myself away from the cavern, lest I miss the opportunity to complete the quest with Emily. It ended today, after all, so I needed to hustle. I gave the jade to Emily at the saloon, who promptly tried to friend-zone me. I'll remember that, Emily. Then, after leaving, I noticed a secret note I'd got in the cavern.
If you can read this, come to Secret Woods. Please bring maple syrup.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I can't do that. Sure.
Yeah. What? Where? What? Okay. I think I have some.
So I took what maypal syrup I had to the secret woods, but nothing happened. I tried dropping it, I tried drinking it, I tried to give it to these slimes which seemed to be in love, but nothing. I went home confused that night, discovering it had indeed become a quest. Stranger and stranger, this game. The next morning, Emily decided to thank us for the rocks, and probably apologize for using the friend word by giving us this sewing machine. So now we have one of those things we can make clothes out of at home. Maybe she just wanted hers to not get mushroom chunks in it again. I checked the TV before getting on the move, and the Livin' program told us about all the summer-only fish, as well as where and what time to find them. I took a screenshot of this because I had a feeling this was going to be important, and then I promptly forgot about all of this. What I hadn't forgotten about, though, was the maypal syrup. So I went back to the secret woods.
Oh, okay, I guess I just had to... Oh... Isn't this the bear we encountered with the Emily cutscene?
Bad smell. Come closer.
Okay.
Ah! It's not every day I get to speak to a human. Looks like you've got a little forest magic in you.
Okay.
Now, about my note. Did you bring the good stuff?
What is happening right now?
Oh, that smell. This is really sweet stuff.
Look at all those teeth. It's my favorite sauce. It makes me very happy. Did you want some more? I brought a little extra. Oh, God. Oh, dear. Oh.
You've made a friend today, Watson.
Okay. Okay. I'm not cool with you getting quite that close.
I've got something special I want to show you.
Is it that bit? Okay. The bear left you with this special knowledge. What special knowledge did you... Salmon and blackberries are now worth 3 times the gold of...
Stranger and stranger, this game. After gathering the hardwood here, I stopped by the weekly quest board to grab this ectoplasm quest for the wizard. Then, the ocean called to me. I needed to find a pufferfish after all. I saw these bubbles in the water. Ooh, ah, ee, ooh, ah, ee, yo, whoa, 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 whoa. Ooh. Okay, got it. I immediately brought this to Demetrius, completed the quests, and checked to see which ones we still had. Back at the farm, I smelted the ore from our previous cavern run, started storing fish for later, and planted and harvested the farm. Today our peach tree had finished growing as well, so we snagged our first other fruit of summer. I'd planted some of the jazz seeds Pierre sold us in the greenhouse, and some of that jazz had matured today. I noticed they had different colors among the different qualities. It made sense to me that the quality of a flower could be dependent on the shade of its petals. Lastly, before bed, I sold the mayo and the no-star cheese I'd saved, as saving these seemed a bit dumb, as we produced these nearly every day. It's to this I owe this big invoice. Now that's a lot of G. Day 149 kicked off with collecting all the metal bars I'd queued up yesterday. The usual farm activities came to pass, including watering these few plants I'd planted in places that wouldn't get watered for some reason. The greenhouse had more jazz to offer, as well as a round of peppers. Demetrius also thanked us for our efforts by providing us with a recipe for Autumn's bounty. With the iridium from our most recent haul, we had enough to order the iridium pickaxe from Clint. I also swung by Pierre's to grab a few more seeds for the farm. Birthday check, I missed Gus, but the luau was soon. I replanted, did some farm clearing, took note that all the fruit trees had grown up, and started making plans. I was part of the way through the master money moves I was working on in my brain when I noticed the jazz situation was far worse than I'd realized. Jazz had both colors and qualities. Its stacking mechanics were a literal nightmare for a game like this. After acknowledging I'd completely misread this, I gave them their own chest fridge. That's a fridge, remember. I also made a designated fruit fridge, as I expected to be pulling from this for jelly and wine production. I also started putting away all the farm decorations in a chest, as I didn't really care about the aesthetics of the farm at this point. And I started the beginnings of my strangest farm organization yet. I decided to use my bedroom as a makeshift storage area, at least until I could order a shed. I doubled down on this goobery idea on day 150, deciding unknowingly to make the halfway point of this journey remarkable in a unique way. I harvested the farm, including ancient fruit, which I stored at the urgent recommendation of the comments to make seeds out of via the seed maker soon. It was a good idea, to be fair, and I was in the habit of storing things anyway. I took care of the lovely animals, trees, greenhouse, and the birds, even replanting some before heading to Robin's. I wanted to get a shed so this bedroom extravaganza could be as brief as possible. I first tried moving the greenhouse, which I learned would indeed work, before committing and ordering the aforementioned shed. Then it was back to my goobtastic storage solution. I will admit I was being rather thorough. This maybe just wasn't the place. Color-coded chests began to multiply in my bedroom, and I was enabling that. Even afterwards, while scripting this video, I still feel the judgment right now. The comments had recommended a good idea for home organization though, as having the bed by the door would likely save me some troubles in the future. The rest of this day really was just piling as much into chests in my sleep room as I could, even moving some of the crafting stations into the living room. Day 151 has to be one of the most tragic days of the run. It started with Jody once again ordering too much fertilizer. How does she keep making this mistake? Then, one of our 4 fruit trees wasn't a fruit tree anymore. It was a coal tree. I later learned this has to do with lightning? Brutal. But today was the day of the luau, so I ran back inside to my growing hoard and grabbed a gold star hot pepper. I then got distracted just long enough in my hoard. I left my farm at what I thought was on time, only to realize I had to make it to the beach by 2 p.m., not just off my farm. I ran my little heart out, crossing the threshold just a mere second after 2 p.m. struck. But the beach was barren. There was no luau to be found. This made me incredibly sad. I also noticed during my brief distraction, I had even put the hot pepper away. The weight of my goobering weighed heavily on my shoulder that day, and I turned in early, ending the episode then and there. After another brief break from recording, I was back on the farm once again, selling things, taking care of the animals, and grabbing some more speed grow I'd never used from bone mills I rarely used. I planted some sunflowers, testing out the last of the summer crops, and relearning all the wild organization attempts I'd been making. This tree was still making making coal, and I began to worry we wouldn't get one of the 2 fall fruits that we needed for the community center. Socials update, not too shabby. Speaking of those, Alex's birthday was tomorrow. I swung by the blacksmiths to pick up our first iridium tool, then started throwing flowers at people again. Hey, you want a flower? Wait. This is a really nice gift. Thank you. You're welcome. What can I say? I'm got it for you and nobody else. I was thinking of you when I picked it and not the other. The grass is so loud. Wasn't thinking of anybody else but you, then not the other people that I gave it to. The cart lady had a couple of useful looking seeds, so I snagged them before heading home, and planted the coffee seed in the crop pot. I watered it in the rest, cleared up the farm, and continued to fret over my Santa's naughty list tree. I should mention that around this time is when I started posting the funny clips of this journey to TikTok, and comments over there also began to impact this journey. On day 153, I awoke to a brand new shed. I was rather astounded by how much room was inside. So much room for activities. In the interest of such activities, I sold some goods, made some kegs with oak resin I'd been saving, and took care of the rest of the things on the farm. Our plant-based farm area had made something new as well. Have you produced things? You have. What are those the red cabbages? Is that what I'm looking at? I'm sorry, should I not have been looking at the red cabbages? I apologize. I will look at something else. I kept aggressively storing instead of selling things, still unsure on what I would need later. Then I went to Robin's to order another shed. I put it in this spot, still going on the mindset that this was all temporary and a massive rework was coming. I also stopped by the community center on the way home to drop off a red cabbage to the dye bundle. This earned us a seed maker, which I was excited to use on ancient fruit as soon as possible. On the way home, I interrupted Alex's workout to give him a flower for his birthday, then jogged home to put down this seed maker. It occurred to me as I went to replant that I'd spent so much money on the future that now I didn't really have the money to buy more summer seeds. Questionable decisions. But at least I had a greenhouse and some pretty solid long-term plans. Because I feel like having a moneymaker shed of just like a bunch of fruit and vegetables that we just preserve or ferment. Just churning them, you know what I mean? Because I feel like that's money. I feel like that's the big money. So we're gonna do that. I started putting all our kegs in this shed as they were made or when they were finished processing and tucked away for sleep. Truffle oil and ancient wine did some heavy lifting that night. A 25,000 G bag felt quite nice. I was relieved to find the next morning that our coal tree was now no longer a coal tree. I assumed that meant we were back on the nice list as I took care of the farm chores. Linus sent us a fish in the mail. I really need to tell him to stop doing that. My mailbox is starting to smell. After some sales, a new recipe from the Queen of Sauce, and digging up this prehistoric tool, I remember to check the luck for the day. This is rare. The spirits feel absolutely neutral today. What? No. What? No! This is rare. The spirits feel absolutely neutral today. What? Stop. Absolutely neutral? I really wasn't sure what that would mean, but what better way to find out than going to this lovely place? The iridium pickaxe was wonderful, I quickly learned, as it broke every rock in one whack. Well, almost every rock. I noticed that goat cheese sells better than regular cheese, but heals the same, so I planned to sell most of this when I got back. The run itself felt far more lucky than neutral, and I got a fair bit of stone from these large rocks as well. I was in a good mood about this. Ooh! Styling! Ooh! Sauced! You've been sauced upon, my fair children. Good day to you, you foul beasts, but also fair children. Ow! That wasn't very fair, childlike of you. Ooh! Hello, have you for me a gift? But as I went, the luck ran drier and drier. I did find this strange substance mentioned in the Wizard's Quests. Struggle with rocks, and we... Yeah, it's not a rock! It's not a rock! Or not rocks. Before finally deciding to head home. And, okay, you know what? A big deal? You working late, girl, okay. Overnight, we secured level 10 mining, and I took this perk, which gives twice the geodes. It seemed more logical to get 100% more gems than to make gems 30% more valuable. The next morning, Kent was being a gem of a husband, asking us for some starfruit to give to Jody for their anniversary. Fellas, take notes. The ladies want fruit. I smelted everything I could, realizing storing the coal near the furnaces was a good idea. Our second shed was done, and after taking care of the farm, making an extra oil maker, and selling stuff, I jogged over to Pierre's to help Kent make his wife happy. But to my surprise, Pierre didn't have starfruit seeds. Pondering where I'd seen them before, I went home to do some much needed cleaning. I spent the whole rest of the day and night relocating everything from my bedroom to this shed right here, turning ancient fruit into seeds during the move. And next morning, I had this lovely shed to show off, and a nice empty bedroom once again. The luck was rather humorous this morning, so the cavern was to be in our future. But I must say, this day didn't feel very lucky. Okay, aside from the cute grandma cookies in my mailbox. I've never had any grandma cookies before, so I'm assuming these are delicious. The farm was cared for, including moving all the kegs and jars into the money shed. Then it was back to the cavern for more shenanigans.
Ooh, a dinosaur egg. Ooh. Hello. Oh, you getting all maneuvery on me now. Listen, that's not acceptable. Prismatic shard? Okay, excuse me? Oh my god. The most iridium in one place that I have ever seen in my entire... And no way that we got a hole out of it. There's no way. And we're getting like 3 for... I don't even care. Why care? I didn't know that they hit that hard.
But aside from all this glory, I hadn't been paying attention to an important detail. When you jump down a hole, you take damage in relation to how far you fall. And I was quite low here, planning to place a cheeky bomb. But instead, all I had was an oopsie. And remember that goat cheese I said I was gonna sell? Not to mention this artifact here. It was a tough break losing that many items, but I needed that cheese back. That was a lot of money. So I headed to Marlin to ask for the cheese, noticing only after I clicked how expensive the return request was. Just to illustrate how blinded by rage I was, I went to water the greenhouse with 0 energy and immediately overexhausted myself. I smelted these ores really slowly and slept angrily. I woke up to the queen yammering about hash browns before checking my mailbox for tens of thousands of G worth of goat cheese crammed in there. Hopefully it didn't smell too much like fish. I immediately sold almost all of the smelly cheese to financially recover from my bad decisions before collecting all these lovely new metal bars. Some comments recommended I try this. What does this do? Oh shit, it really did go into the incubator. I thought that might have been a troll. It wasn't. What's that gonna do? Don't tell me it's gonna incubate it. I also did this, which the comments subsequently hated. I had a feeling it was rare, but I was hoping turning it in would give me some information, but no. No, it didn't. It was cavern time once again, and I redeemed myself by finding another shard, as well as some farm totems in this chest. I learned about some very terrifying bats on level 60. And a bit later, actually really late into this run, I jumped into this hole and found...
levels. Dude. We gotta go. We gotta leave. Never mind. Never mind. Whoa. Nope. Nope. We're not ready.
There was exactly a 0% chance I was going to remove all of those in time, but in my dreams, I did get the cheese money back. Today was the day. The TV said I was a lucky duck once again, so I was going back. But this time, I had bombs. I ignored all my other responsibilities, crafted as many bombs as I could, cleared my inventory of everything except bombs, bomb-making spares, and stairs, and I went back to the cavern once again. I was sure this time I'd pull this thing off. Okay, actually Pam wasn't ready yet, so I did some of the farm stuff. Then I was off, snacking on an early eel and bombing for ladders or holes incessantly. I constantly mined ores on the way down to make more bombs out of, and I constantly ate cheese anytime my health was below half to prevent negligent oopsie poopsies from occurring. I mined these big rocks too, as they provided significant returns for stone staircases. This chest on level 16 gave us life elixirs, 3 of them. Tasty. By 1:20 p.m., I had already reached level 25, so things were looking good. More bombs, and then level 39 hit us with another one of these. I slew these prehistoric boys as fast as I could and kept moving, but we'd lost a lot of time. After more explosions, I was caught in a dance with many ghosts, had a little close call, had another eely snack, and made more bombs from the ores I'd just gathered. The fighting was nearly too much on level 55, but a staircase saved the day. A few ladders later, I found myself on level 71. To make more of those bombs, what do we need? We need iron ore. Do you see what I see? I see bombs. You can see I was singularly focused. I used that iron and blew up more rocks, found more ladders and holes, even some tasty iridium, before arriving at level 80. The sheer amount of bats in this room immediately terrified me, and I ran for my very life. I attempted to staircase out, doing so successfully, but wasting one like a noob. By midnight, I'd reached level 84, and started leaning heavily on staircases. At level 91, it was 1 AM, and I needed to clutch this. I checked my inventory, and I had enough stone now for 9 more staircases. That math was marvelous, so I plunged via staircase 8 more levels, and at 1:40 PM, I emerged into a strange room with a strange man in it. In exchange for all our efforts, struggle, and strife, Mr. Chi complimented us and gave us a reward.
Now, go over to that table and drink this special milk I've prepared for you. No, special milk? No, what the heck? No, I don't know. Wait, okay, this is not what I came down to. Don't drink special milk because some random dude. It's called iridium snake milk. One healthy swig of that and you'll become even more powerful. Can we get a rain check on... The taste is awful and the texture is even worse. Yeah, it sounds like it would be. But your health is permanently increased by 25. Okay. Is that the end of the cutscene? Good luck out there, kid. Is that the story? Is that it? And that was it. This is what we had survived 100 levels for. What a day. My secret note collection was filling up, and my pockets were full of 69 iridium ore on day 159. Nice. I smelted all of that and more, harvesting and storing crops, and testing out corn on the oil maker per the comments. Among the farm chores, I noted some very serious concern that this dinosaur egg would hatch, and I'd find my coop birds all slain by a chonky fire breather. I decided the only way to avoid this was to make another coop. I turned more ancient fruits into seeds, got some wood in the mail from Robin, and ordered the iridium watering can from Clint. Birthday check. Token science guy wants some gold for a quest too. Kent also still wanted starfruit, and I'd reckoned I'd seen that at Sandy's shop. I'm not really sure how this next part happened. I stood there, literally read aloud that these plants take 13 days to mature. Oh, they take 13 days to mature. Looked at the date being the 19th of summer, and said, we got enough time. And so I bought a bunch of starfruit seeds. Yeah. Back at home, we had a glorious 13 iridium bars. I grabbed this and some gold, finding Demetrius for his birthday pea and quest gold bar. Suddenly, this man was at 9 hearts. How about that? One of the secret notes I'd found looked like this, so I slapped this spot in the train station to find buried treasure. The description suggested it was best sold, but I was officially a hoarder at this point. So what's one more thing in my super special chest? I also found out Abigail loves spicy eels. Clearly, she has good taste. This spurred a gift-giving spree where I gave a bunch of people goat cheese, which went over very well. Then I did the dumbest thing ever. I planted 34 starfruit seeds on my farm, dooming them all to death by season change. Because it takes 13 days and we have 19 days left of summer. And there it is. I had read 19 and decided that meant I had 19 days left of summer. I guess I'm more of a goober than I thought. I decided these fences were lame sauce, so I removed them all from the farm part here so I could make a better design. Late that night, I picked up the last keg and processed more ancient fruit seeds before turning in for sleep. I clearly needed it. 19 days left of summer? On day 19? I decided to store all those ancient seeds in the greenhouse for later, and noticed the hops had produced. Pam would get her ale soon enough. After the harvest, I tossed the keg down from last night, shoving hops in the lot of them to produce pale ale. I started having cold problems again, smelting with the last 2 I had. After the farm's duties, today was the day to try something new. And by new, I mean buying a bouquet and giving it to someone. Which sounds treacherously not new. But this time, it was Alex I was hunting for. That's right, you thought I was just gonna date all the girls? Nope, I'm twice as awful as you thought. After doing a big loop of searching for him, starting at his home, I found him later that day. At his home. He was actually rather adorably bashful about it, then promptly returned to Dude Bra, talking about how hungry he was. Lovely moment we had there, Alex. Though, who am I to judge? Leah had loved goat cheese, so I decided to just spam gift her that, as I would always have plenty, assuming I didn't lose it all in the caverns again. Speaking of mines, I headed there to look for dwarf scroll number 4 again, but on the way, I had a beautiful moment with Maru. We discussed the nebulousness of space, and eventually, she got bashful. Watson, never mind. You sure? This game is art. This game is just magnificent art. Wow, I love this game.
Alright, back to the plan. The comments really wanted me to go down a particular path, and I was doing my best to follow it in order and not skip steps. But I'd gotten a pretty clear idea of the steps I was supposed to take long ago, and that I'd just missed dwarf scroll number 4 along the way. I'd been recommended to take a hoe to the ground in the fiery portion of the mines, so I started slapping around, trying to do anything really, but it seemed particularly ineffective. I slept confused that night, wondering how I was going to get that scroll. The queen pulled double duty this morning, teaching us pink cake and telling us Haley loves it. I grabbed our first normal oil and got another rainbow shell from the now very happy Demetrius in the mail. And these were all well and good separate. But then I got a letter about oil. And this letter was not so well and good. And you know what else wasn't all well and good? My poor starfruit seeds, man. I'm so embarrassed about this. Farm tended, I went to Clint to snag our iridium watering can before stopping by Lewis's house to address that letter.
You got the oil? Let me see. It's high quality. Very slick. Great. Thank you. Where are you going with that? What are you about to do with that? Say, you growing any blueberries on your farm? Yes. What are you doing with the oil? I do enjoy a fresh blueberry. Why do you enjoy oil?
Perhaps it was better to leave that alone, but I'm just kind of worried about Marnie's pH.
Lewis wants truffle oil. He won't explain what it's for. Maybe it's none of your business.
I drove those strange thoughts from my mind with prospects for an iridium hoe. I grabbed the bars and swung by Pierre's to sell cheese to have enough money. On my way to Clint, I reckoned with this new reality I was now in.
Ooh, hey, boyfriend, you want some cheese?
Wow, that's crazy. I've never had a boyfriend before. Okay, I gave Clint my hoe, the tool, for him to upgrade to iridium. I took the watering can we'd gotten from him earlier and tested out this new 6x3 watering zone in the greenhouse. Pretty snazzy. I also started untilling this whole area because I didn't know what kind of fertilizer was in the ground, and I wanted only the best going forward. Lastly, I finished off this very strange day by stalking Leah home because I thought cutscenes might start at 4 hearts, but I ended up just stalking her and arriving at a locked door. Yeah, that makes sense. We hit 10 hearts with Abigail moments after though, with cheese of course. With that strange day out of the way, I had time to reflect. I looked at the starfruit, and I looked at the date. Then I looked back at the starfruit, and then back at the date. I began to think I may have made a mistake. I even accidentally destroyed one of them whilst harvesting the farm. Not that it mattered anyway. I harvested the rest of this jazz, being appalled by the sheer amount of space this jazz took up, before getting a bomb from Kent. Kent, did you just send a bomb through the mail? How is this acceptable? I reset the greenhouse ground, stored the jazz, checked on Leah, who was out apparently, and returned to find our pale ales had finished, doing whatever it is they do in the kegs. Fermenting? Now, we got a quest about this in summer year 1. Pam was thirsty, apparently. This seemed more like enabling than anything else, but I quenched her thirst twice over for the delay. I actually just started handing them out to everybody, which in hindsight is really weird and creepy, isn't it? Maru wanted me to tinker with her gadgets, though. So I guess it wasn't too creepy. I even tried to give one to poor Gunther, but alas, I saw this weekly quest for the wizard about ectoplasm, and I was excited, as I'd found some earlier on in the cavern run. On my way home, I talked to Leah, but her door was still locked. When I got home, I searched, but couldn't find that ectoplasm I'd found, and later I learned it was a quest item that degenerated after the quest deadline passes. I listened to the guy on the TV talk about kegs as I fell asleep that night. Pam dropped us a recipe as a thanks for the ale, and I harvested the farm once again on day 163. I also decided to sell everything of specifically silver quality for some quick cash. I spent the morning's chores worrying about my starfruit's date and my fowl's fate, because dinosaurs breathe fire in this game. But it would all have to wait, because the iridium hoe was back in our hands. The comments had explained my previous foolishness to me. I needed to find the soil-esque ground, like this, to hoe in the mines levels. I actually found a surprising number of things lying in the dirt, especially cave carrots. I also encountered my first of whatever this thing is, and immediately worried I had made a mistake by dispatching it. Eventually, I came upon one of these rooms with plenty of dirt and found this green strange doll, which looked oddly familiar, as well as our main objective, the scroll itself. I TP'd home with our prize and slept, reeling in 32,000 G overnight. The next morning I did farmer things, fretting over my same 2 looming concerns, both of which I had caused. I grabbed more pale ale, tossing corn in some kegs this time to see what would happen. I started impulsively giving Pam ale just to get hearts, even if that's questionable. I stopped in Gunther's to drop off the scroll and doll, but he didn't want the doll. We did get this cool Dwarvish translation guide for providing all 4 scrolls, and from then on, we were able to understand Dwarvish. But I also realized in this moment that we'd given him this strange doll already. This was another copy, yet the description was still 3 question marks. I had a theory. But first, it was Willie's day of birth, so I gave him an ale, which was apparently a good move. Okay, now the theory. The text for interacting with this blocked doorway was also 3 question marks. Coincidence? I think not. Perhaps I would need the other dolls. Now immediately fluent in Dwarvish, I wanted to try speaking to the dwarf in the mines. As soon as I walked in though, I slammed into what I would guess was Abigail's 10-heart cutscene. She had plans to go into the mines, but was driven off by this whirlwind of bats. We showed up on the scene to comfort her, and she discussed feeling like she wasn't very brave. We were given choice here between being the protector and being a role model, and I chose the latter. I decided she wanted to grow and become strong and brave more than she wanted to be coddled. This seemed to go well as she subsequently professed her feelings, but sadly we couldn't respond. This amazingly self-aware game played on that fact so beautifully though.
And I'm just gonna stare at you and not say anything. Cool. You don't have to say anything right now. Jesus.
After that touching scene, here's how the socials were looking. Back on task, I stopped by the dwarf. Just like that, he spoke to us, and we could understand him. More so, the dude has a shop with a rare crow and lots of bomb types. I gave him an ale, which reminded him of home apparently. Then I left, going to do what the comments were dying for me to do. I went to the graveyard where within, this gravestone, which I couldn't read long ago, had become legible, and its cryptic instructions were rather clear. I needed to take a prismatic shard to Calico Desert and stand in the middle of those 3 pillars I'd been casually ignoring. I placed our 7th rare crow onto the farm and grabbed our remaining shard, planning to acquire this new coveted item on the morrow. Day 165 started with the simple things, but became grand. Another recipe was learned thanks to Willie's letter. This cow got out, the little rascal, and I continued to fret over my birds' lives. I'd queued up the iridium axe when I retrieved the hoe, and it too was now ready. I had to make the iridium trash can, which I definitely didn't forget the iridium for and have to go back to get. I went over to Robin's, checking wood requirements before setting out to chopping. I quickly discovered this axe was blazing fast and chopped the tree in 2 hits and the stump in a 3rd before the tree could even hit the ground. With new speed, I chopped madly, securing the wood and returning to order another shed, putting it in another spot I knew I'd change later. Then it was to the desert, where I hopped out of this bus and strode over to do what needed to be done.
So, excuse me, Pillars 3, if I maybe just did this... okay, I had to just... Yeah, great, whoa. The prismatic shard changes shape before your very eyes. This power is tremendous. You found the galaxy sword. Excuse me?
This sword was rather impressive, having absolutely no cooldown on swinging due to its speed. It however did lack the added defense of the lava katana, so I was curious to see which I would like more overall. Sandy got some more business on the way home, as I'd figured that I might have had a bad math day. These would go in the greenhouse, and I even gave him some quality fertilizer. I stored a few more things that night before heading to bed, cuddling my new flashy sword. I spent day 166 being creepy again. After harvesting the farm, and trying to put the waste of space and money out of my mind, I started repeatedly checking Leah's for a cutscene. The door was locked in the morning though, so I kept chopping trees and rechecking the door like a psycho until finally, at 10:30, it opened. We were promptly slammed with a strange cutscene about wood sculpting, and the game gave us a chance to be even more creepy. I decided I had some standards and went with a more thoughtful dialogue option. After suggesting she host an art show in town, the cutscene ended, but I was now outside the house again. I stepped inside and was hit with another cutscene. This one, however, was a bit less innocent, as we'd caught her on a less than kind phone call with her ex. She'd moved away from him to get away from some semi-manipulative behavior, and I supported her decisions. I tried to comfort her, but she gave a rather neutral response, and that was that. I decided to just go back to chopping wood, as all this was just a bit too much for me apparently. The secret woods and some farm mahogany trees were part of the day's bounty before taking care of the farm late and heading off to sleep. I chopped the wrong thing next morning, but who needed that plan anyway? But some big strides were made today. First, the comment suggested this setting for advanced crafting options, which would apparently be important for something called perfection. This is apparently Stardew's word for doing everything in game, and I was so down to try for perfection. I also had a theory that the shed might also be an upgradable building, so after replacing some hay, making 8 more kegs with the resin we'd gotten, and collecting our first pickled corn, ew, what? I guess I'll make more? Anyway, I separated the kegs and jars into separate sheds, then went to Robin's and found the big shed. I moved around a few buildings, still temporarily awful, and ordered a new shed, planning to make a furnace and mining related shed out of this one. I made some fresh mega bombs for a Skull Cavern trip, and I had the usual why not thought of going to the desert. I wanted coal anyway for preserving jars. I noticed my chopping addiction could be fed by these desert trees as well, one of which fell on this thing, and for the first time, I didn't just ignore this as being a game art decoration. This in fact might be something far more important. In other words, yes, it took a literal tree falling on it for me to realize that this was the sand dragon. You win some, you lose some, I suppose. I of course immediately tried to feed it cheese, but no, instead I got this text, which I handily ignored. But thankfully, I reconsidered when I was editing this particular episode. Stay tuned. Back into these treacherous caverns I went, hoeing like I now knew how, and swinging my new sword faster than ever. It occurred to me that the speed of this thing's swings was its defense, and I decided that this was the superior choice between it and the katana. The comments had also informed me that the mummies could be completely removed via bombs after dropping it to the ground. So on day 167, I finally slew my first mummies. I got some coal, ores, and even another strange doll repeat from the dirt before TPing home, thinking I'd gathered enough coal to make heaps of jars. I went to craft 16 new jars with all this coal, and found out the hard way it costs 8 coal per, not 1. Oops. I gave out more saloon gifts and swung by the dwarf shop to see if these dolls had anything to do with him. Strangely, he said they reminded him of home. Interesting. Also, apparently pickled corn has more value than regular corn. That's surprising when I really think about it because pickled corn sounds awful. But roasted hazelnut sounded pretty good, and the Queen of Sauce happily taught us this on the morning of day 168. I'm convinced collecting these recipes is gonna matter, so I'm gonna keep showing that I did get them. A letter in the mail reminded me that the moonlight jellies would be out and about this night, which explained why Robin wasn't here building my shed. Among the day's chores, I noticed that the kegs didn't make corn wine, but instead, corn juice. You know, that's a bit of a relief, actually. I learned the hard way that the auto-feed system doesn't feed unless there's hay in the silo in the morning. And I picked up the smelting stuff for the shed later. Off the farm, I waltzed into an Emily cutscene relating to all the fancy rocks we gave her. Everybody was zenning out to their particular special rock, and I was sure I was gonna bust in and break up the vibes.
Now close your eyes and take slow, deep breaths. Focus on your lungs. Visualize the pure energy flowing into your body with every breath. What's up, everybody? How you guys relaxing? Did I not walk in at that moment? I really thought I was gonna. Now open your heart to the vibrational frequency of your stone. Do you feel anything? What's up, everybody? My name's Watson. No, am I not?
After that surprisingly untarnished moment, I took to another task beset upon me by fervent commenters. I've been freaking out about the Maki roll situation, but apparently Gus might be able to bail me out. While there, I threw gifts at people's faces, then asked him what was for sale.
What are you selling? As a matter of fact, give me this coffee, thank you. Give me the omelet recipe and pancake and bread and tortilla and pizza and triple shot.
This was the beginning of the end for my coffee addiction in this game. Even so, we had the Maki roll recipe, and it wasn't exactly pricey. But I didn't have rice. The unmilled rice I'd grown long ago, I'd sold, so I grabbed the other 2 ingredients and planned to see Pierre tomorrow about buying some rice. That night, I watched these lovely glow squids roll by the shore as summer's warmth faded away once more. It was fall once again in the valley, and the corn didn't care. Everything else did, though. Please don't look at these starfruit. I have no idea what you're talking about. The daily farm chores had altered some, as now we have pomegranate and apple trees producing. Not to mention this addition.
Okay. A new baby lizard hatched? Yeah, sure, Chuck. Oh, get this out of the way. My boy, my tiny little, oh no.
The pressure to get a new coop was now very high, but thanks to the jellies, Robin was still building the shed. Birthday check to de-stress, Penny's is tomorrow. Pierre sold me some rice, as well as some grape and cranberry seeds for the greenhouse. And finally, some pumpkins and bok choy for the farm. Back at that farm, I used the kitchen to cook up a Maki roll, and enjoyed this forgotten oboe solo. After replanting, I betook myself to the glorious community center to drop off both the pomegranate to the enchanter's bundle and the Maki roll to the chef's bundle, earning 5 gold bars and 3 pink cakes. All that remained was an apple a day for 2 more days. How about that? I headhunted Haley immediately afterwards because I knew she loved pink cake, and I'd just gotten some from the forest magic, which I'm sure added to the flavor. She said it was her favorite thing, and I began to wonder if this favorite thing was a legitimate mechanic in the game. But that was enough of the town for today. I went back home, removed the corn I'd constantly forget to water anyway, and decided against expanding the farm since I'd be reworking it in winter. I also managed to harvest our first coffee beans from the pot in the greenhouse late that night, before selling lots of cheese for money and earned 32,000 G overnight. Our fourth shed was done on day 170, and Caroline gave us another of those recipes. After all the usual plant-related tasks, including grabbing and queuing up more pickled things, I went to Pierre to buy a bunch of pumpkin seeds. Clint had the iridium trash can for us, completing all the upgrades we could buy from him. I gave Penny cheese for her birthday and checked for the next birthday. Elliot was on deck. I went home and planted all these lovely pumpkins in all the empty spots, sold things, and bought some better fertilizer for later. I also threw more gifts at people's faces this day, before fertilizing the coffee plants and taking care of the rest of the farm chores by night. Day 171 heralded glory as we picked our third apple. Kent sent us a recipe, I destroyed a cactus fruit by accident, and I kept getting the bus driver tipsy. But today was the day for grandeur, and to the community center I went, leaving 3 shiny apples in the fodder bundle, receiving a heater as a reward. But that, ladies and gentlemen, was the last bundle, on the last scroll. In response came our moment of true joy. The Junimos bounced their final goodbyes and departed, leaving us 6 out of 6 stars, and a great looking community center. I mean, seriously, this looks so much better. The clock was even working outside. A true beauty. Drink it in. Okay, we gotta go. I don't want our birds today. I went to Robin to buy a coop because that dinosaur was suspicious. I again threw it down somewhere temporary, handing the moody couple some ale before leaving. And after collecting plenty of corn juice, I went to bed early to see what would come next. Yet overnight, there was no cutscene, no Junimos, nothing, in fact. And the next morning, I began to worry it was just simply done, and that there would be no celebration. I did get this letter from Lewis, however, which seemed to have something to do with the friendship reward for completing the bulletin board scroll. Everyone apparently got gifts overnight, and our hearts went up with everybody. Not by much, but the effect was wide, albeit not deep. But then, upon heading to town, the fanfare I wanted so badly had arrived. Lewis presented us with the Stardew Hero Award for having finished this objective, but no sooner had we received this than Morris showed up to cause problems. Pierre quickly confronted him, and the way this would be resolved was up to me. I decided after much agonizing to choose the reasonable option, in which Pierre gives a motivational speech and successfully starts a boycott against Joja. Morris's plans had been thoroughly thwarted.
Morris and his JojaMart cronies were never heard from again. I believe, ladies and gentlemen, that's the good ending.
I immediately went to see
Terminated, bro.
Well, that's gone. Sorry, Shane, you're out of a job, I guess. I went home, planning to get more done, when I ran into Gus at our door? And so were we. Okay, sure. He went deep into a decent metaphor about sauce making, in which he basically said he wasn't sure how we would mix with the small town, but that we'd actually made a great addition to this place. And he gave us this really nice mini jukebox, which could play any song from the game's soundtrack. But with that, I began to feel a bit sad. I worried that we'd just finished the big task of Stardew Valley, and that there wouldn't be much more to do but farm, farm, farm. Oh boy, was I wrong. There was yet so much more to do. I planted a few coffee beans in tonight's chores before checking the TV, getting a strange hint towards some strange task about large fields of specific crops. I still have no idea what that was about. Even so, I slept worried that night that we'd peaked as a farmer today. As if the game heard my concerns, a new direction came swiftly on the very next day. I took care of the animals, the greenhouse, and destroyed another crop like a pro before gathering and queuing like any old day. But then, a new opportunity was revealed in this letter from Willie. In it, he told us he'd unlocked the back room to his shop, and this was promising. I recalled he'd mentioned about something like a sea vessel being back there, and the comments had been hinting about some kind of island. This was exciting and was the first of 7 letters in our box this morning, 4 of which were recipes, 1 a gift, and 1 notice from Pierre that he wouldn't be closed on Wednesdays anymore. Good news, good news. I decided to move the seed maker to the storage room, as the things I'd make seeds out of were there anyway. I sold some of the artisan stuff I was storing, figuring I was making these constantly and year-round, and I took all the mining and smelting things to the newest shed. I also had my sights on a new legendary fish from this season, so I ran to the library once again to check where the fall fish would be.
The anglerfish has been spotted in fall north of the town where the river flows down from the mountains.
This to me meant 2 possible answers, but I wanted to see what Willie was hinting at first. I missed his door not being locked by seconds, but this at least caused me to accidentally give Elliot his birthday gift without realizing it. Hope you feel special, Elliot. The day was running away from me at this point, so I ran home to grab my fishing equipment and returned to test the fish's possible locations. I had 2 theories. North of town, as in the very south portion of the mountain zone, which was north of town, or north of the town, as in the very northernmost portion of the town. I tried the former first, suspecting I could quickly rule it out as as being incorrect. And upon arriving, I realized this one didn't look much like a river. The mountain lake here hadn't really turned back into a river yet. So I chose my latter theory and walked back to town, running into a cutscene along the way. It was as simple as us spying on Lewis and Marnie, trying to keep their activities a secret, Lewis more so than Marnie. And for some reason, I emerged to tell them I would keep their secret. And with that, we disappeared back into the ether. Right, fishing. I stood in the most northern spot and far back enough so I could get a max cast. To be honest, I still don't know if the max cast does anything, but I thought it might be required to encounter tough fish. I immediately hooked it once, lost it soon after, and never found it again, fishing a bunch of other things out there instead. But I'd found the right spot, but I stayed in that spot too long. Linus found us that night with all that fish in our pockets, but that was okay, because Clint, who somehow doesn't hate us, sent us an extra gold bar. Sure, this makes sense. We also got a letter from Gus asking for a lobster, and I promptly and repeatedly ignored this quest. Our second coop was done, and after a few minutes, so was the rest of the farm. I went to Marnie's to ask her to move my animals from one coop to another, and found myself in an unexpected cutscene once again. This time, however, it was Shane as the star, and he was out cold. He clearly had too much soda, and after another bout of depressing Shane stuff, I gave him some cheese, which somehow always makes everything better. I then asked Marnie about why I'd come, and realized she doesn't even do that. So glad I came here. Lay off the soda, Shane. I walked up to my chickens on the farm, clicked on 4 of the 5 of them, and moved them of my own accord. The 5th wouldn't fit for now, not until we'd managed an upgrade on that coop. So I ran to Robin to order the big coop, but I didn't have enough stone. Then I noticed the time, and ran again to Willie's, but found him out here fishing, so I assumed his door was already locked. Torn and losing time, I ran to the mines, hoping to get enough stone for the coop. But that wasn't happening fast enough, so I bailed and decided to try fishing once again. But now it was night, and it didn't seem to be catchable at night according to yesterday's failings. So finally, I decided in my self-inflicted chaos to go to the quarry and mine and chop it dry. I even somehow found this among the gatherings. Excuse the hell out of me. I sold a bunch of things from today's nonsense and turned in at the last second. Take a moment to press subscribe if you made it this far, so you can be informed of more content like this right here coming your way. And once you're done with that, buckle up, because day 175 is where things start going hog wild. First things first, among the daily tasks, I started to forget to feed my chickens in the basic coop, as it didn't have auto feed like the others. I finished this column of coffee in the greenhouse and sold lots of today's harvest. Then it was off to Robin's to order that coop upgrade. This is about when I realized the day was about to go hog wild, so I decided it was time to drink coffee for speed. I hustled to Marnie's, grabbing a new auto grabber for the coop, then hot-footed it to the beach to speak to good old Willie. But Wilson would have to wait because it was time for a Haley cutscene. She'd lost a bracelet on the beach, and I callously said I'd buy her another one because I thought she was the type to enjoy that kind of attitude. But that backfired hard, as it turned out to be an heirloom. Thankfully, the game gave me a chance to redeem myself, as we were permitted to search around, and I actually found it for her rather quickly. Not all heroes wear capes, baby. Then it was off to see Wilford. Pause. Cutscene time. Willington had apparently been experimenting with crabs, and something had gone both very right and very wrong. Gus arrived soon after to buy them, and the 3 of us had to gather them all up. Gus snagged these at a discount for the extra labor, and apparently there would be a crab cake special at the saloon for a little while. But finally, the reason I'd come to the beach was to go through this door. The sea vessel was here, but she was beaten up, and William couldn't fix her because he lacked the supplies. So it was tasked to me to acquire 5 batteries, 200 hardwood, and 5 iridium bars to fix the boat. Alright, Wilbur, you're on. I stopped by the saloon to buy some more coffee and now crab cakes, because today was going to be a long day. At home, I slapped down the new auto grabber and found that I already had all the batteries, more than half the hardwood, and enough ore to have 2 total iridium bars. I swung by the secret woods for more hardwood, buying sashimi from the cart lady along the way. Pierre had said he wanted some of this, so much that it had become a quest, so I handed it to him, chatting with him about his excitement about Jojo's disappearance. Oh, just you wait, Pierre. I brought Haley another pink cake, who thanked us again about the bracelet. Then I sauntered back over to the saloon to see if the crab cake thing would cause a cutscene. And well, I can't believe it, but another cutscene happened. Though I was surprised to learn it was actually an Elliot cutscene. He told us he was a very dedicated writer, and asked us who we should toast the round he bought us to. I tactfully chose Pelican Town, and he quickly got affected by the very strong soda he drank, dancing about and hiccuping, while I laughed and shined. The effect of this soda had somehow made me slower. What a disaster. I went there to get faster, and I became slower. At this point, I remembered Pierre's sashimi was a quest, and marked that one off as done. I jogged home, slowly, chopped down a mahogany tree, and planted a bunch of mahogany and oak trees for later hardwood and oak resin. Just before bed, I realized crab cakes also gave speed, so we could literally buy double speed from Gus every day. Spicy. And just when you thought more things couldn't possibly happen in one day, this happened.
Ooh, what was that?
Pierre had obviously spoken too soon. I woke up that morning determined to get answers about the storm last night, but immediately got hit with distractions. First, the TV told us it was blackberry season, and given all the kegs and bins we now had, how could I pass up on free fruit? Yet, as soon as I stepped outside, distraction number 2 arrived. Jody wanted us to have dinner with her family tonight, and she wanted us to bring a largemouth bass from the mountain lake for her to cook. This sure did change the pace of the day. I started rushing around, but promptly got distracted again in the coop. This was in the auto grabber.
Why is this in here? Did you make a dino egg? But you're so small.
So my immediate thought was to try this.
Can I make dinosaur mayonnaise? I bet that sells for a pretty penny.
Then I took care of the rest of the farm, with the greenhouse having reached the point that 2 runs were necessary to harvest due to the inventory size. I was off to the beach after that, but stopped to give the token emo boy some cheese again, which he hated again. I turned in 5 batteries to Willie's boat project and went to the mountains, where I avidly fished for the bass. Just as I was beginning to fully freak out that I wouldn't get a bass in time, we reeled in a largemouth fishy. I went to Jody's, but it was a bit early, so I stopped by Haley's to give her the last pink cake I had, then opened Jody's door at exactly 7 p.m. It was quite a simple affair, really. I gave Jody the fish, then it was implied that we had a tasty dinner. Then we were outside again, which was suspicious, and boom, another cutscene. But I must admit, this one was not so simple. Jody was making popcorn for her husband, who ran in freaking out, the sound reminding him of the trenches of war he was in before having returned home. I was fascinated by the artful, but also respectful take on actual PTSD this game had just laid out, and I was likewise pleased when we were given a de-escalating answer choice that resulted in a wholesome outcome.
This game is just art.
It really is art. It really is. Having had far more than the dinner I bargained for, I left another of this town's marriages to sort itself out. I decided instead chugging coffee and hunting blackberries by nightfall was the move. In fact, I cleared and chopped a lot of the area as well. And at the end, after a secret was run, I barely made it home in time, with more than 50 blackberries in my pockets. That night, thanks to the bass rush, we snagged level 9 fishing, earning 2 curious recipes for the magnet and seafoam pudding. JoJo's lightning had all but left my mind thanks to the chaos of yesterday, and today was no better. Leah started us off with a weird one, standing at our door to give us the essence of the wood she'd been beating earlier. It was entitled, How I Feel About Watson. Considering this looked like pure natural chaos encapsulated in a sculpture, that kinda made sense. Sure, okay, thanks, Leah. Mail time. Pam sent us a recipe, and Lewis reminded us about the upcoming Stardew Valley fair. That dino egg I put in the mail machine made dinosaur mayonnaise. Okay, that makes sense, kinda, but also, what?
It's thick and creamy with a vivid green hue. It smells like grass and leather. Dude, I bet that's great.
I planted a fair bit of pumpkins, checked on Robin who wasn't home, chopped wood, whiffed again on Sebastian with the gift of ale, then went to try fishing for that fall legendary fish again.
This was the location that was successful. Okay. This is the only place I actually got. Okay. This is the only place that I got it to ship. Okay.
After some patience, we hooked her again and landed it, albeit partially off screen. Still, we had finally caught the angler. There was but 1 legendary fish left, according to the lost book, and it was all the way in spring. I gathered more...
Oh, hello. Hello? Well. Hello. Hello, hello. Hello. Well, hello. Hello.
I guess you get the picture. I did a Secret Woods run for more hardwood, and with my fishing still boosted from the angler prep, I took advantage of these bubbles in this lake. But I just got a lot of carp, and the occasional wood skip that I would make room for, then forget to grab. Once the bubbles were gone, I ran home, only just noticing the time, and watering what I could over in the greenhouse before having to run to bed. The Dino Mayo did indeed sell for a pretty penny. The Queen of Sauce taught us another meal today, and I tried one of her more odd recipes she'd given us before. Woohoo carp surprise! Not to mention a little algae soup. I managed to cook something a little slimy, and something bland and oily. You could say I'm a master chef. I moved the 5th chicken to this coop, now big, but left the ducks for later. I still wouldn't be able to fit them all in there without upgrading it again. So after finding this totem, I went to Robin's to inquire about such an upgrade, but I didn't have enough cash or stone. I tried the whole drinking coffee to hustle thing again, and this would soon become a full-on coffee speed boost addiction. I started by selling things to Pierre to reach the cash requirement, then ran to the farm to grab 75 stone I remembered I'd left in the greenhouse due to harvesting and inventory issues. Then I hit up the quarry, which was rather thin, before heading down to the frozen level to get more stone and hopefully call an iron, so I could make bombs to do this faster. I also found this frozen tier, which the comments had told me Sebastian liked, because people really wanted me to date Sebastian. Imagine that. After getting enough stone, I went back to Robin's, attempting to give Emo Boy his sad rock on the way. But I'd already given him 2 gifts this week. The misunderstood man would just have to wait. I ordered that deluxe coupe upgrade, then stopped in the saloon again to spend the rest of my money on speed boosting coffee and crab cakes. It was time to become a permanent zoomer. I zoomed to the secret woods, did the usual, and upon leaving, stumbled into a Leah cutscene in which she couldn't reach a particular fruit in this tree. And despite all the human intelligence we've evolved over centuries of innovation, she just stood there waggling her arm at it. I know she ain't that stupid. She wanted somebody to help her. You ain't fooling nobody, Leah. Even so, after we hoisted her in the air, she jumped on our head, backhandedly said we look weak, and shared the fruit with us. Then she was sweet, but also called us a friend. I'm officially getting mixed signals here. Back at home, I sold the stuff I'd cooked, realizing I was just gonna eat cheese anyway. I took stock of the special stuff box, and decided to put the fishing rod away for a while, as the final legendary was in spring. I also planted our first rare seed in the spot where I'd accidentally destroyed a cactus, and upon consideration, destroyed 2 more to plant our other 2 rare seeds there. I moved 3 of the 4 ducks out of what was soon to be the dino coop on day 179, but still couldn't move the last, as it wasn't yet deluxe. The farm tending was slightly different today, as I decided to stop harvesting the greenhouse briefly, so hopefully I could sync all the crops up and harvest them on one day. The mail had a recipe and a piece of cloth in it, and I immediately followed with a hardwood run, as I wanted that boat done soon. This run indeed brought our grand total to 205, which was just enough to fix the boat with. I also did a fair bit of regular wood and blackberry gathering, letting the time get away before realizing I needed to hustle to get to Willy. Double speeded up, I zoomed, and just made it in time. I dropped it off rather unceremoniously, and left, knowing only 3 iridium bars stood between me and wherever that boat was gonna go. I handed Elliot this cheese, earning us a new achievement for having a lot of hearts with a lot of people, and it reminded me to check birthdays. I saw it was Jody, so I gave her cheese. Then I went crazy with gifts to her family and anybody else who was nearby, before finally remembering about the weather event by JoJo's Ruins. Ooh! The abandoned JoJo Mart? Question mark, question mark, question mark? The missing bundle? Yeah! You can tell I was very excited about this. It had 6 choices to fill 5 slots. A silver quality wine, some dino mayo, a prismatic shard, 5 gold quality ancient fruit, 1 gold quality void salmon, and caviar. And out of 6, I only had any idea how to get 3 of these. Back at home, checking my stores, I found 3 dino eggs. I set up 2 to become mayo and 1 to incubate. I had recently found that shard in the quarry, so I was covered there. I quickly checked to see if it could be put in a crystallarium, but alas, it wasn't to be. I also had already secured 3 gold ancient fruit, so we were on track to have 5 soon. But I had no idea where to get any quality wine, nor even a clue on the other 2. Well, actually, I had one idea, but we'll get back to that. I decided to try and investigate the silver quality wine concept first, as I already had at least made wine. I had 2 working theories off rip, the first of which being that perhaps I could use silver quality fruit to get silver quality wine. I didn't have a ton of faith in this, but I started my testing there. I'll come back to my other idea soon. That night, we earned level 10 combat, which I guess must have been thanks to those secret wood slimes. I had 2 choices here, and Desperado seemed the clear choice, as I didn't use the special moves often, but I did crit quite often. Fall was in full swing by this point, but the Stardew world building was about to take a dark turn today. Jody sent us a recipe, and our coop had become a deluxe coop, so I moved the last duck out of harm's way. The luck was bad today, so today wasn't the day to go to the cavern to get the last 3 iridium bars. Instead, I went on the trail of this missing bundle. I noticed the reward for its completion had 3 question marks in it, which was rather interesting, considering the doll and blocked cave in the train station mystery I'd been trying to solve. I turned in dino mayo and my only remaining prismatic shard to the bundle, pondering what this could become. Back at the farm, I decided I wanted to separate the coops by animal. So, if rabbits existed, that would mean I'd need 4. Right? Stay tuned on that. Look, ducks jump in the water. Adorable. I harvested the star fruit from the greenhouse and planted ancient seeds in its place. I also have been collecting oak resin, having reached 8 of that by now, yet I didn't have any iron to make kegs, having used it all up to make bombs, or having kept it as ore just to make bombs with in the future. I checked the price for a 3rd coop, but I didn't have the stone. I decided to let that wait until I had a luckier day for iridium gathering. But finally, after what was surely not a time-sensitive quest at all, I gave Ken a star fruit to give to Jody for their anniversary. I really came through for them there, didn't I? Upon completing the quest, I looked through what remained, and I noticed the sand dragon quest, which I'd also completely forgotten. Remember when I said I'd considered the text of the dragon's bones while editing? It was time to act on my hunch. The text had indicated that the dragon was staring at the desert sun, and that even in death, it wanted to taste. Perhaps its meal was to be the sun, or more derivatively, solar essence. And so perhaps solar essence is the answer. Ha! Ha!
Whoa! You placed the essence in the dragon's maw. Only then do you notice a note hidden in the eye socket. You've proven yourself, kid. Check out the pile of lumber next to your house, Mr. Chi.
I was very proud of myself for this one, and so of course I excitedly chopped trees in celebration. I also stopped by Sandy's while here to buy honey to use in crafting these farm totems, like that. I decided the kegs were important enough to me that I would smelt the iron I had for bars, and that I'd get new iron ore soon in the upcoming Iridium run. I noticed that the Chi quest had updated in our journal, and decided to wait on checking the lumber pile next to our house until tomorrow. I harvested another gold ancient fruit, bringing our total to 4 out of 5, consequently taking another gander at this missing bundle. Really wondering what I was gonna do about all this. Remember how I said I had one other theory about one of these items? I was looking at this void salmon, and I'd remembered that Krobus sold void eggs. Perhaps these could be incubated into salmon? It seemed off, but the egg existed, so I jogged to the sewer to test it, only to run head first into that dark turn I mentioned earlier. Who would have imagined a cutscene in the sewer? Stardew built some lore here quickly and intensely with this one. The dwarf and shadow person were arguing, as there had apparently been a war between their peoples, something to do with both of them and lots of territory underground. Both had lost much, the dwarf his family, the shadow person his ancestral home, and eventually the nasty jeers came out, and hands were thrown. I was forced to step in and break up the fight between these two little tykes, before Rasmodius teleported in to tell them off. He name-dropped something called the Elemental Wars, which were apparently long over, and demanded that the two of them make peace for the sake of the humans that live around them. They made peace begrudgingly, and the wizard did some corny sparkles to make a real special promise. Sparkles to make a promise. That's cute, but will it hold in a court of law, Rasmodius? I didn't trust it, but this was well beyond my pay grade. I was here for funky-looking eggs, so that's what I got. I also snagged a few nifty recipes before testing this force field again. I went home with my new egg, and more knowledge than I'd bargained for.
I have to wonder if I can use this incubator to incubate this.
Well, guess that means I might need 5 coops then. I picked up the iron, made 8 new kegs, and now we had this many. I tested my other theory about silver wine with these kegs, involving picking items that would make better wines, such as grapes, or other conventionally appreciated wine fruits. I slept a bit restlessly that night, from the rather long day, and the worries about strange wars between strange peoples.
The comments made a small hint that the wine answers lay in upgrading my house.
I was confused, but willing to play along, so I began to work towards that objective as well. Unfortunately, the hardwood trees hadn't grown much, and I'd just spent our hardwood on Willie's boat, so I suspected it might be a while. I gathered what hay was available on the farm, worrying that we may be in trouble for winter. Thankfully, Marnie gave us an extra 30. I harvested the greenhouse, completely forgetting I'd meant to not harvest it, and did a secret woods run for more hardwood for our future home. I also wanted to explore the Chi quest, which had updated yesterday, but my special things chest was in the way. After moving that, I discovered the club card, which was added to our wallet, which was beginning to look rather full. The bus was down for the night, so I couldn't check where I suspected that club card would be used, but I did see this lobster quest. I half-heartedly ran down to the crab pots, thinking I should trap them, and decided, fine, I'll go get some bugs. I booped some bugs on the antennae, pulling this early game looking haul, before heading back to the beach, baiting the traps, and returning home for sleep. In the morning, I checked my mail, and Pam had sent us a battery. Okay, Pam. I harvested our lovely pumpkins, took care of the farm, including the birds, the coop animals, before heading to the desert to explore the club card's use. I had remembered about a bouncer in Sandy's shop.
Don't mind me, Sandy. Hey, bouncer, would you let me through now? Is that a club card? Yes. Well, I guess you made your point. All right, well, what's in here? Let's go find out. What? Is this a casino? I'm in a casino.
Indeed, it was a casino. I must say, I'm not a big fan of gambling, but this is all fake video game currencies, so it's all swell here. Chi was here, and he told us that he was the spice of life, including admitting he was the person who'd put the chests in the mines. Do you have a thing for shoes, Mr. Chi? Looking around this tiny little legally questionable establishment, I found 2 tables which were both the same card game, Calico Jack. This was almost a clone of Blackjack with some smaller, player-friendly alterations. One table had an ante of 100 coins, and the other was the big boys table with an ante of 1,000. There was also eerie-looking slots, and this weird guy selling a statue for a cool mill, which I definitely didn't have. Not to mention this extremely strange computer, which tracked everything about us, down to the step. Okay, Chi, this isn't spice. This is a little messed up, my guy. Also, the Oracle Wellwick the one on the TV that tells us our luck, he was in here losing. That's a bad sign. So why does any of this matter? Why not just leave? Because this shop, which was in Chi coins only, was selling the final rare crow. Dastardly stuff, Chi, dastardly stuff. So the game was afoot then, and I went to this machine to exchange 1000 G to 100 coins. Need I mention there was no reversing this? There was no way to convert one's coins back into G. Dastardly. Or should I say spicy. I hadn't come with very much money, so I was gonna have to make what I'd brought count. I used basic blackjack logic, asked for another card if my total was 14 or less, declined if it was 16 or more, and play it by ear if it was 15. There was no splitting here for you card sharks, nor were there any other players to count cards of. I did this very simple strategy for a long time until my 100 coins became 1000 coins. I hoped to speed the process up, so I took my new hard-earned 1000 to the big boys table and immediately lost it all on the first hand. That hurt, let me tell you. I started up again, but the strat failed twice in a row and I didn't have any more G to play with. I left mortified and further terrified by the fact I would have to return and do this again, as this was the only path I'd found to the last rare crow. I had one saving grace, and that was that no in-game time passed whilst playing Calico Jack. Back at the valley, I went to Robin's to check the official home upgrade price before heading to get more hardwood. That night, I returned to the farm and cut down all the fences and trees that weren't oak before sleeping uncomfortably from all that spice of life business. This Stardew Valley day lasted literal hours in real life. The usual farm-type shenanigans occurred in the morning, including moving the lightning rods and noticing the distinction between wild honey and just honey. We also got a reminder that the Stardew Valley Fair was tomorrow. I also had Robin move around my farm buildings a bunch, hoping to start getting them in a slightly more usable state until winter's big reformation. Then I sold cheese to Pierre for gambling money and took the bus back to this troubling club Chi was maintaining. I noticed in Sandy's shop, though, that Emily had come to visit and had given Sandy a gift. I therefore suspected it might be Sandy's birthday, but I couldn't get to her to give her a gift, so I gave Emily one instead. Then I stepped back into this seedy place, weighing my options. I needed to get 10,000 Chi coins to buy the rare crow, and if you're doing the math, that's 100,000 G to buy it outright. Therein, I needed to make some big wins via the gambling system. So I stood here at this table, turned on a TV show on the side, and got through the entire thing whilst using the same strategy as before. Hours went by. I peaked somewhere in the mid to high 1000s, but my luck slowly turned around there and it all bled away rather quickly. Sounds like some spice of life mischief if you ask me. I must admit I was frustrated by this point, so I put on another show and began spinning the slots machine over and over, switching between 10 and 100 on whim basis. I came close to hitting zero several times, and I frequently missed big wins by one of the slots. Rather, it was these cherries keeping me in the game. Strangely, as it was the only item I hadn't actually seen in-game on this list. I eventually reached a point where I'd done better on this than I'd done on Blackjack, Calico Jack. So I decided to stick on it, and after much time, we got this spin. Like magic, our life had finally gotten its spice, and with it, I bought this rare crow. I then promptly left and never came back. That was quite enough of that for one lifetime. Sandy and Emily had moved, so I gave Sandy this gift, finding out my birthday hunch was correct. I then returned home, absolutely exhausted in the real world, and chopped down these oak trees for more farm room to potentially move buildings to. I placed down the final rare crow, received absolutely zero fanfare, and at this point, was rather over it. So I decided to cannibalize some sprinklers from the farm where they were only watering corn to test and see if they worked in the greenhouse. I also grabbed some jelly, put torches down in front of some farm buildings, and turned in early, as real Watson also needed sleep. On day 184, I was recharged and ready to go, harvesting more pumpkins and learning the glorious fact that sprinklers did work in the greenhouse. I watered the area the sprinklers hadn't been placed for yet, making plans for the day before being reminded in the mail that today was the fair. We also got some food and this letter, which was the fanfare for getting all 8 rare crows. Man, I could have used that yesterday. The Rare Crow Society had congratulated our efforts by giving us the recipe to craft a deluxe scarecrow, which was twice as effective as a regular scarecrow. Apparently it had double the radius, which I learned was about 16 tiles. That's right, I just learned the effective radius of a scarecrow on fall 16th of year 2. I'd also just learned that these spaces are called tiles. You know, that makes sense. I was excited to use these deluxe crows, but they had iridium ore in their recipe, so they would have to wait. It was fair time, so I grabbed a bunch of stuff from the special chest and went to the fair. There was essentially nothing new about this at all, except Kent's dialogue. I won again, and spent the tokens on what was available, wagering the change on all orange, and it came up green. Hey, at least I had some new flowers and a hat I'd never wear again. Overnight though, a strange sound played. I'm sorry? My skin is crawling. Would you like to share with the class? An explosion was heard in the night? An explosion sounds like that, apparently. I searched around finding this thing, which seemed to be a meteor. That actually adds up because iridium comes from meteors in the real world. So I thought this was actually pretty cool. I grabbed some more sprinklers to add to the greenhouse, setting up everything except the bottom row. I was also just kind of letting the barn animals go everywhere, as I still wanted the pig to dig up truffles. In fact, the animal products had built up a bit from chi-related delays. So I started processing what I could, including this silver dino egg. I stored what I could, gave Harvey a blackberry, and took this weekly quest from Robin to collect 1,000 stone. I checked those traps for lobster, but I think I was too late, because it was all just trash. I sold some ocean forage to Willie, and bought bait directly from him to rebait the traps with. I chopped a lot of wood, including secret wood that day, before catching more sleep and having another strange event overnight. Firstly, this happened. Excuse me? Yeah, okay, sure. Then a UFO flew. What's happening to me? What is going on? Sure. Okay. Because of that, I started the day frantic, and it never stopped. My concern was that this was the creepy version of the fairy that accelerated plant growth, and that it had arrived to accelerate animal growth, namely, the dinosaur I had in this coop. But instead of finding an evolved big boy in here, I found this void egg. Okay, so now I had one incubating, and one in my hand. What to do? I decided to hold on to it, unsure of how to proceed. I also chopped down some newly grown mahogany trees, thinking perhaps now we had enough hardwood for the house upgrade. I was of course very wrong. The house upgrade costs 150 wood, not 50. Even so, I went on to make some daring plans, grabbing bombs on the way off the farm. Just before starting those plans, I saw it was Marnie's birthday and turned to hand her a gift. Then the plans began. I first sold a bunch of crops directly to Pierre, scoring the millionaire achievement, and securing enough gold for the house upgrade. I also gave him some fried calamari I'd received in the mail, which was his all-time favorite apparently. Favorite item, huh? I went directly to Robin's with the money and 50 hardwood, only to learn of my error. She didn't sell hardwood, so I switched to making our next coop. Yet we lacked the stone, so I frantically went to the mines to farm this out fast. I ran back with extra coal and gems for my trouble and ordered the coop, but the last stage of my plan was now in jeopardy. My intention was to go to Skull Cavern and mine the iridium needed as well, but the time was now rather late. But I pulled a little maneuver here and made it just in time. The objective was simple. I needed 9 iridium ore to finish this guy's boat. Yet sadly, luck was not on our side, and never found any iridium at all until 11:40 p.m. So despite all the scrambling, I'd only successfully ordered a coop. On day 187, I harvested our 5th ancient fruit of gold quality. I also had a new coal tree from the most recent storm's lightning. The oak trees had started to grow, and Marnie sent us another recipe. And then Pam sent this absolutely absurd letter. The woman wanted a battery. She literally sent us a battery through the mail 5 days ago. Okay, Pam, lay off the sauce, hun. I gave her back her battery, completing this completely reasonable completing this completely reasonable quest line before returning to Joja to fill the 3rd of 5 slots for this bundle. Then it was back to the cavern, as I still needed 8 more iridium ore for Big Willie. This time, I gave big purple slimes high priority, as I knew they could and would drop iridium ore, and I actually got our first 4 early on this way. I also found another sad rock. Speaking of rocks, I was also attempting to pick up many rocks for Robin's stone quest, bombing rocks willy-nilly. And speaking of bombing things, I started stacking up mummies to farm out cloth and solar essence. And while we're at it, here's some proof of skill I'd finally acquired after 187 days of strife. Not a single one of these things touched me. This crab brought iridium ore totals to 5 of 8. Then I aggressively bombed this level in particular to finish things off. I stayed long enough to use the rest of my bombs for stone, snagging a little extra iridium for the road. I TP'd home, because who needs a road, and prioritized starting the smelting of these ingots over making it to bed, so we would have them in the morning for completing the boat. Despite passing out in a shed, Marlon found us in the mud at 3 a.m. I suspect Linus had something to do with that. Worse still, the iridium hadn't even finished smelting. I did notice, however, that strawberry wine was more valuable than other wines, and I'm not sure why. Strawberry wine! Yeah, okay, that makes sense now. I sold it all, queued up more, and started putting tappers on all our new oak trees. The comments also told me I could put sprinklers down on these spots in the greenhouse and that they would still work, which I can assure you, I would have never guessed. I moved the crop plot to be in range of one of these new 4, so it would get watered as well, so my watering can days could once again be behind me. Little did I know, they very much weren't behind me, but not for any reason I could have possibly known. But now, in theory, the greenhouse was self-sustaining. You know what wasn't self-sustaining? These crab pots. I could not be bothered to check these things at all, and yet again I had mostly trash. But I did officially give Willie 2 + 3 new shiny iridium bars for this anchor. Okay, but why is your anchor made out of a metal more priceless than gold? The boat would apparently repair overnight, so my patience was tested once again. I was quickly distracted, however, by the local angst personified. I really wanted to make the comments happy on this one, despite this man appearing just to be a giant stereotype, so I TP'd home, grabbed the saddest looking rock I could find, and ran back to him. Mission accomplished, folks. Sad boy has sad rock now. With interest in seeing the new fancy boat soon, I took to the mines and spent the entire rest of the day mining stone, fully clearing 5 low levels of the mines and getting all of this. Overnight, Robin pulled double duty again, hammering away, and the strawberry wine sold very well. Look at all that cash. Day 189 was a little weird, I'll admit. I didn't have time to record a whole new episode, but I wanted to see what was up with the boat. So I just went straight to Willie's to see if there would be a cutscene or something, but instead it was just now a room with a machine costing 1000 G. And this looked like a whole new can of worms I couldn't open without more time, so I called it, effectively resetting this day due to time constraints. On the real day 189, I checked the greenhouse to confirm, and the sprinklers were performing flawlessly. Well, almost. They actually don't water the crop pot. Well, that's fine. Today, after these 2 letters, I went to Calico Desert instead. Today was the last day for Robin's Gather 1,000 Stone quest, and I wanted to clear it. I bombed very aggressively, doing my best to keep up with the time, with some rooms being more effective than others. But eventually, late in the day, we hit 1,000 stone gathered. I returned home, made as many bombs as possible to the proceeds, sold stuff, and smelted our plunder. And I noticed that right before winter, we'd just run out of hay. Good thing Money had sent us 30 in the mail. That would give us 1 day to sort things out. The new coop was done as well, not to mention this thing, which had hatched. Void egg makes void chicken. Sure. I'd begun to pick up all the animal product processing machines, congregating them here, with plans to make a dedicated animal product processing shed. Robin also sent us a letter in reference to our resource rush completion, giving us a recipe for a new chest. I must admit, I was excited we could make a chest out of stone instead of wood, but I was a bit disappointed it didn't have any extra inventory slots or something else special. Still, it looked cool. I harvested the farm, moved the autogravers all closer to the doors of the farm buildings, and I noticed that our void chick had red eyes. Nice, okay, yeah, I think I'll just put this other egg over here for a while. I kept adding tappers to oak trees as I could, queued up animal products in this new area, sold a fair chunk of things we'd saved, and went to Marnie's to buy more hay for our hungry animals. But she wasn't home. Sorry, animals. I spoke to Robin instead, ordering a new shed for the animal processing station, then swung by the saloon for coffee, as the speed boost was just a needed status now. And finally, it was time to see where this new lass could take us. So I bought a ticket, and Willie took us south. Far south, where we docked on an island with a large volcano on it. And like magic, we'd arrived in a new area. On day 190, somehow, a whole new location had just opened up. No wonder this game has such a dedicated following. The developer was clearly dedicated themselves. This area quickly announced itself as being high level, as even something as trite as the worms rewarded multiple omnigeodes and multiple seeds. Immediately after, I encountered a boy in a tree who screeched like a bird and ran away upon contact. Okay, we're in for some wild here. There were giant turtles blocking the paths. Or I guess maybe these are tortoise? The only available option was to go east, so east I went. I encountered this small jungly area, which I impulsively cleared out, discovering the first of what would end up being so important, a golden walnut. There was also quite a bit of fiddlehead ferns in the area, not to mention this strange box, as well as discovering a mummified frog? Okay, what? There was a treehouse with the tree boy in it, but he just stood staring leerily. There was a parrot in here as well, which asked rather effectively for 1 golden walnut. Right, okay. I gave the parrot a walnut, and the parrot's excitement was parroted by the boy. He didn't seem to trust me, but the actual parrot did. At least enough to... 5 nutty stone in Fire Mountain. In Fire Mountain. Nutty stone, eh? I took that to mean there would be 5 golden walnuts in the volcano. In the volcano. I took that as my cue to go check on the turtle blocking the northern path, as that seemed to be the direction of the volcano, based on our bird's eye view, or should I say parrot's eye view, from before. But before I even got that far, I encountered this little flame guy. I decided to follow, chopping trees along the way, and encountered this broken bridge. I was confused why I couldn't repair this one like the one from the beach long ago, but then noticed 2 things at once. First was this rock to the west, shaking with screams for help behind it, and second, these perches, which were scattered around and looked exactly like the one the parrot in the boy's house had been sitting on. I was probably gonna have to appease parrots with walnuts and have them do everything for me, and this bridge was just one of many. Alright, walnuts it is. This tent was empty, probably something to do with the screaming rock. Further north I went, following the flame once more, rolling right up on a volcano that could just be walked into. Another concept was immediately presented, and I put this one together pretty quickly too.
Now, I needed a watering can to progress, and I don't have one. I totally get it. Makes perfect sense. Absolutely computes. I totally see what I'm supposed to do here, but I don't have my watering can.
I stepped back out, checking out the west side of the volcano and witnessing this lovely starry night. I also saw this suspicious ring of rocks and found a walnut buried there. I followed that basic pattern twice more on the way back towards the boat, earning 2 more walnuts. And so, without any way to progress further, I sailed home, juggling the processed goods, selling things, storing this strange frog, and heading in for sleep. I picked up my watering can on day 191, as we needed it again after all. We also hatched a new dino, so I began incubation on a 3rd. I sold a lot of things as well, since I was about to have to buy a whole lot of hay. Jody somehow once again ordered too much fertilizer, so I sold it for her. Then it was off to Marnie's to buy some hay. But the brutal truth slapped me in the face. One single piece of hay was 50G. 50G. And I had 22 creatures. And there were 33 days until the end of winter, during which I was going to get absolutely 0 grass, meaning I needed 726 hay. And thus, I spent 36,300G on hay. Ouch. I then went to Gunther to drop off this frog, but he didn't want it. I don't blame you, Gunther. I don't want it either. I figured it must all be self-contained then. Island item, island use. Back to the island I went, and I heard its music for the first time. I'd arrived too late in the day yesterday for it to play. I cleared out more of this jungly area, finding another frog, and I also found a secret path on the way back to the volcano with a walnut at the end. Plus, some of the trees here were mahogany trees, so say hello to an influx of hardwood. Back at the volcano, this time with my can, the water worked a treat. Just across the lava, I ran into new enemies. This one explodes and dropped pineapple seeds. I decided to check west to start with a can, finding 2 more walnuts before returning and using the main doorway. And bam! Welcome to floor 1 of the volcano. A walnut popped out of a rock while I was mining the new stuff. Nutty Stone and Fire Mountain, eh? A flame like the one from before attacked me, and I found a new mushroom called a magma cap. This mines was different from either the mines or the caverns, as the way to the next level was not random ladders going downwards, but rather consistent doorways on the far north side of the level. We also found these things, called cinder shards, as well as new copper and iron nodes, all the while traversing the terrain dynamically with our watering can. Gold and iridium were down here as well, but they looked just the same as before. We also started finding these journal scraps, which began to tell the story of a marooned pirate captain who had made a life on this island. In this one, he mentioned the presence of fresh water, food to forage, fertile soil to work, and even his work on making a shelter. This got the gears turning, let me tell you. The creatures here hit rather hard too, but the loot was fruitful in exchange. Also, these things could just come out of the lava and spit at us. Charming. I was surprised, honestly, by how many golden walnuts were just popping out of random places as I tunnel visioned for level 5, hoping to see if there was an elevator system. Just before level 5, though, I encountered this chest, between which and these bombs, we scored 2 more walnuts. Level 5 didn't have an elevator. It was a safe zone, with a place to refill the watering can, and a dwarf with an interesting shop. He had this pair of shoes for a rather pricey 100 cinder shards, but they were even better than the galaxy boots I was still wearing. Target acquired. He also sold bombs, super meals, and 2 recipes which I immediately bought. And finally, while I can't say I found an elevator, I did see this unoccupied parrot stand. But that was that. I had to head home and get sleep. And overnight, we made our hay money back. I sold and stored stuff from the island, took care of the usual farm things, including this lovely hay, and planted a pineapple seed in the greenhouse. Who needs cactus fruit anyway? I also moved all the inactive processing machines into this shed. I ordered the big shed upgrade from Robin for this one, then sailed right back to the island. I had more questions. I started off by giving this parrot 10 walnuts to move the western turtle, then stepped in to clear this area impulsively. And about 3 seconds into that, it clicked that this looked exactly like a cluttered farm. An abandoned one at that. There was also a parrot here who wanted 20 walnuts to repair the sleep hut on said farm. Surely we weren't about to get a vacation home. A second place to sleep? I found a few more walnuts, as well as this bouncing plant. Against my better judgment, I hoed it, gaining our first ginger. I also found this strange door, stating,
Only the greatest walnut hunters may enter here. Your current status, 15 out of 100.
Very strange. I went wild with tree chopping, finding a little shack in the west and finding these weird muscle rocks and maroon ship in the south. The ship added up properly with the journal scraps so far. One of the rocks actually had a walnut in it, though I imagine this one might be a bit salty. There was some weird whack-a-mole thing I couldn't win despite trying for a while, with a few cheeky tactics. The southeast of the farm away from farm had this closed doorway here as well. So many new things to do. After clearing the whole farm area, I'd ended up with plenty of hardwood, and even these worms were lucrative, giving straight up artifact troves. But it was late, and I didn't have a sleep hut here just yet, so I went home, picked up the last of the processing stations, and went to sleep, expressing my utter shock at how much more there was in this game. I started the morning thinking about the house upgrade, considering all the hardwood we'd snagged yesterday, and found we had even more that had grown on the farm. Clint sent us a bar, which I sold along with the other things from the trip, and I put down the processing stations in this shed. Oh look, there's Robin. I guess I can't upgrade the house today. After the chores, I began to once again call into question my storage methodology, considering the changing landscape of the farm. I smelted the little copper I had to make more tappers, and tossed some more on oak trees. I hit up the secret woods to ensure I had enough hardwood for the upgrade whenever Robin was ready again. I couldn't really help myself after everything though, and I fled back to the island late that day. First things first, this bird dropped topaz. Sure, why not? I started rather consistently digging up omnigeodes, and started noticing how many different places were going to be asking for walnuts. I'd noticed I'd missed a fair bit of hardwood, but was a bit lost in thought, missing this nut here. This was not a case of the blind squirrel getting the nut, it seems. I was curious rather about that volcano. I went back afterwards, wondering if the levels would be the same, or if they would be random. Upon entering level 1, I had my answer. This level 1 was distinct from the first level 1. I decided these must change on a daily basis, and pushed in, hoping to get some late day loot. Another journal scrap implied that the southeast shore had caves that were great for fishing. There were more walnuts as well, not to mention this sick ring in this chest, returning energy to us upon each slain enemy. Then I found this.
You best be below. Dragon.
With our new dragon tooth in hand, I pushed onward, running headlong into an angry floating computer. But in exchange, the loot was really quite spicy down here. I began to theorize that perhaps less mining and more running was the best course of action, as I had a feeling we were going up this volcano, not down, hence the lack of ladders. And I really wanted to know what would be at the top. I TP'd back home and slept, still in genuine shock all this was even in the game. In came our first big shed on day 194. I was still trying to cram as many new discoveries as possible into 200 days. And look how much room it has! The Spirit's Eve was tomorrow apparently. Sounds like a free golden pumpkin to me. I chopped some trees on the way to Robin, but it was early, so I checked the quarry, somehow finding another prismatic shard. I also decided to make this totem with this new dragon's tooth in hand. At Robin's, I ordered the house upgrade, which she said would take 3 days to finish. I also swung by Pierre's to sell some things, and then it was back to the island because my curiosity was running rampant. I tried, but couldn't get to the southeast shore this way, but those journal scraps I'd read that from were being added to the secret notes section here. Noted. More omnigeodes, more ginger, and more nuts for this parrot, and suddenly, we had a bridge. I went for the resources first. That dude behind the rock could wait. I found another journal scrap about walnuts, essentially saying 2 key things. Get your slingshot, and if you see a nut, you can get the nut. Then I helped Rockboy. My iridium pickaxe was surprisingly ineffective, but a bomb got the job done. Introducing Professor Snail. The guy had apparently been behind this rock for weeks, eating mushrooms to survive. He seemed the archaeological type, so I planned on giving all the strange and specific bones and mummified who's-its-whats I was finding to this guy. I snagged this guy's remaining meals he didn't eat and brought him some dead pieces of things for what was apparently his field office. He talked a lot about wanting bones, so I gave him bones. The layout of his desires was incredibly intuitive. He also had a survey here asking for a report about how many of this type of flower were present on the island. Bro, what? No, thank you. I found a few more walnuts instead, finding them in some fun and strange places, but still couldn't figure what was going on with this barred entrance in the volcano. Perhaps this was the answer to the level progression? No, maybe it was a one-way fast exit mechanic? I still wasn't quite sure. I tried giving this box in the jungle some random items, but none were accepted. Finally, I decided to try speaking to the boy in the treehouse again, and this time, we got a cutscene. We first learned that the boy could understand the birds very well, and subsequently were given the chance to ask some questions. I chose the careful versions as I didn't want to set the kid off, but in short, he too had been marooned here, losing his parents in a storm, and his age was unknown, being measured instead in number of walnuts eaten. I'm clearly very young on this island, as I personally have had very few walnuts in my life. Just before we left, left, we learned his name too. The boy's name was Leo. I of course left him a piece of cheese and started back towards the western shore. We'd found another journal scrap in the volcano that looked like this, and I wanted to see what it was about. But instead of treasure, I found this woman. I'll quickly paraphrase her dialogue here and tell you that she was the pirate captain's wife, and she wanted something to remember her late husband by so she could leave his bones behind comfortably. So she handed us this war memento saying she didn't know how this would help us help her, but that it would help us help her. Okay. Sure. I took this moment, speaking of keepsakes, to finally say goodbye to our sturdy ring. It put in very much work, but now we return this bug meat to the earth, at least so I could fit this thing into my inventory. This gave us an official quest, which also told us the woman's name. Birdie. I looked around a bit to make sure that this X marks the spot had just been about this woman before grabbing more ginger. I struggled for a while to try and interact with this memento, but it simply had no interaction. I TP'd home, baffled once again by the depth of this game, and got more much needed sleep. Day 195 started with some charity from Lewis, before smelting some copper bars for tappers. I made one with a bar I already had, placing it and chopping down the mahogany trees that had matured. And while harvesting the farm, I had a few thoughts. The first of which was confusion, as to why I just paid somebody money and supplies to upgrade my house, and they weren't here upgrading my house. And the second of my concerns was this war memento. Perhaps with Kent being the obvious veteran, I could get answers about it from him? And third, this thing was an adult now, and was even creepier than before. Creepy or not, it had already laid 2 void eggs, so I couldn't really complain. The animals also didn't hate us anymore, so that's a plus, but they had disliked us for long enough to not lay big eggs once again, which, as it turned out, I needed them to do. I needed to sell a not big white egg, as well as a void egg for the collections tab. So let's call it a tactical mistreatment and pretend it never happened. I also queued up our first void egg in a mayo machine, expecting the delightful void mayonnaise I'd read about long ago. I'd intended to go to Ginger Island today, but the Halloween event was being set up, so I couldn't actually get to Willy, and I didn't want to use my one island totem. So instead, I doubled down on the farm, collecting preserves, lots of strawberry wine, and remembered I had a bunch of food in my fridges. I subsequently took the food out of these fridges and put them in wooden boxes in a shed instead, and got to thinking that might be the opposite of what I should do. Perhaps I should be storing the food in the fridges instead of all this being out here in chests. It's day 195 and I'm only just now thinking this up. Unparalleled intellect, ladies and gentlemen. Anyway, I collected our first void mayonnaise, which...
A thick black paste that smells like burnt hair. Minus 75 energy. What the hell? Why in the world?
Yeah, doesn't that sound tasty? I sold a few things, including mayo and those eggs I mentioned earlier, before heading back to the mining shed to grab more copper. Copper was in fact becoming the big problem. I wanted to make kegs, I wanted to make more tappers to make oak resin to make kegs, and I wanted to make more mayo machine and cheese press. All 4 of those things have copper in their recipes. I decided, considering the necessity of oak resin for big money keg times, that tappers was our best use of copper for now. I queued up melon jelly as well as more strawberry wine before heading over to the Spirits Eve festival. I quickly deduced this was essentially a rerun, so I ran through the maze, grabbed the golden gourd, and skedaddled back home to sell it for whatever it would be worth. I didn't sleep that well though, as I was too busy doing the math on void mayo and hearing extremely strange sounds.
Well, I mean, you know, what?
I was also told to spam click on this moon, which apparently got mad in response? What a game. The game was thoughtful enough to remind me that I'd heard a strange sound last night. Thanks for the reminder, Stardew. I definitely didn't pee myself last night when I heard it or anything. Easily could have forgotten. Robin was smacking our house with a hammer finally, and the queen had taught us a new recipe. But then I found this. I elected to chop down the trees just to show you guys because it legitimately looked like an alien embryo in a glass vat. Stardew truncated that description down to strange capsule. Fair play, that isn't technically wrong. I was able to pick it up, and I truly didn't know what on not Earth I was supposed to do with it. I suspected this could hatch at some point, so I thought maybe leaving it indoors would enable us to catch whatever it was when it did so. I mean, just look at it. It's pulsing like any other processing machine. It's gotta be active. I decided after that to leave my farm entirely for no reason in particular. Today felt like a good day to ask Kent about the war we knew he had literal PTSD about, which somehow ended up being a good thing. The war memento was apparently a picture of a brother in arms he'd lost in the war, and he was grateful for the image. In exchange, he gave us this gourmet tomato salt, and I immediately smelled a goose chase. I also smelled tomatoes, but you know what I mean. I had a feeling this was going to be a trading game, where I'd continue to get items that would suit another villager, until eventually, I'd get the thing that Birdie wanted. I guessed this one was for the local passionate chef, Gus, and I was 2 for 2 when he ecstatically traded me a Stardew Valley rose. I quickly decided this was for Evelyn, given that she was the local flower enthusiast, and jogged over to her house. But upon entering, I found myself in an Evelyn cutscene, where I was given some cookies. We were nice about their texture, so she also taught us the recipe as well. I tried to give her the rose in return, but she said it reminded her of Emily. Swing and a miss, I suppose, feeling extra guilty for not knowing my girlfriend well enough. But upon trying to give it to Emily, she said her friend from far away would like it. The emphasis on the rose being a Stardew Valley rose suddenly made more sense as I brought this thing to Sandy in Calico Desert. Sandy accepted happily, giving us an advanced TV remote in exchange. I was 2 for 3, but I had a feeling this one would be George, considering all this TV watching we'd found him doing. I didn't find him in front of his TV though, and went looking for quite a while, losing lots of time, before finally returning and finding him right there in front of the TV. The guy had apparently been a miner in the past and gave us this Arctic shard in exchange. It was described as having otherworldly properties, so I ventured to guess this would be the wizard. On the way to check, I stopped by the saloon to see about getting more crab cakes, but there weren't any. They were long gone, and I was so sad about this. No! My speediness! The wizard accepted the shard without giving us anything in return. I wish I could say that. No, actually he gave us a wriggling worm. What a guy. I decided this one must be for Willie, who gladly took it as bait for a future catfish catch. And in exchange, we received a pirate's locket. Goose chase complete. I'd lost too much time looking for George though, and couldn't go back to the island today. So I went and bought a bunch of coffee, took a daily quest for copper, and went mining for copper for the rest of the day. We did stumble into one of these levels though, and from the skulls, we received 2 of these dark swords. These piqued my interest as they had a starred effect on them called vampiric. I deduced that perhaps we should get to know the wizard more, because maybe weapons could be given magical effects with his help. I also managed to get the Slayer goal for the Duggies. After getting more than enough for the quest, I TP'd home and went to sleep, earning an achievement for upgrading our house to the maximum size. The new house was much bigger than I expected, complete even with what looked like a children's room. I rearranged a bit to accommodate the new walls, and I still hadn't quite pieced together how this upgrade would help with the silver wine. But with winter's beginning came the deconstruction of the plant farm, as even the corn had finally gone away. I saw the fruit trees without leaves for the first time, moved the chicken statue from the dino coop to the bird coop, and noticed the poor birds didn't have a heater. I decided they could handle it and grabbed all my non-omni geodes, plus these troves to bring to Clint's to process. There I completed the copper quest, then broke all these open, getting a large assortment of minerals, a good bit of ores, especially iron, and a few nifty non-mineral items. I earned a crystallarium and farm totems from what I donated, and sold to Clint what Gunther didn't need. By the end, I was only missing 2 more minerals. I went back home after all the bouncing back and forth that had occurred, where I smelted ores, sold saved minerals, and placed down our second crystallarium in the house. I decided also I would give the dwarf this helm I'd gotten, grabbing that Slayer gold reward while I was in the area, which ended up just being another hat I would never ever wear again. I sold Marlin 1 of the dark swords before heading home, grabbing my slingshot for future walnut hunting. It was too late for the island today, but I remembered that the comments had been suggesting I go to the train station ever since I'd completed the community center. Upon doing so, I was met with a cutscene for the wizard discussing this blocked pathway here. For all my theory crafting, it turned out this passage had just been sealed by the wizard so that no unsuspecting individuals would waltz up to his ex-wife's home. She had apparently become green and envious ever since some mistake he'd made, and begun flying around, doing wicked things. The wizard insisted, however, that the seal needed to be broken, as he needed me to go to his ex-wife's house and retrieve some magic ink that she'd taken from him. Once again, Stardew had me in the middle of marital problems. I hadn't yet made the connection about who or what the wizard's wife could be until this happened.
Oh. This is you? Your wife came and gave me a void egg.
I'd been instructed to go to Krobus, who would help me acquire a dark talisman in order to break the wizard's seal. I was sure I was going to need to combine those three question mark dolls to make one, but no, actually. He directed us to this odd cave in the sewer that had a force field. I say had because he removed said force field so we could go prowl around this place to find a dark talisman he apparently dropped in here. This terrible place had green bugs, green water, and green eggs everywhere. At the end of all of this was a chest with a dark talisman inside, which was apparently covered in bug slime, which I had a feeling was also green. Also, why was this in a chest, huh, Krobus? You said you dropped this. You drop a whole chest, buddy? I ran back to the blocked passageway, discovering the talisman had been added to our growing wallet. Using it on the seal caused the seal to just fly away. Of course, it just flew away. Sure, yeah, that makes sense. Inside the pathway was a very small cave with what appeared to be a glyph on the ground. For once, I was unsurprised when this teleported us somewhere else, as otherwise the wizard would have just been lying. We ended up in another green place with a goblin to go with it, standing guard. We couldn't pass, and that was that. The gears started turning, and the quest text confirmed my hunch as I left. I needed to give that goblin something that goblins like, and we'd learned just what that was by reading the lost books. Instead of running to sleep, I ran to the processing shed to queue up just what we needed: void mayonnaise. It was now day 198, and there was so much to do, and so little time to do it. Marlin found us in the mud, but we didn't lose money. I began to suspect that if I passed out not in my house, but in a farm building, I wouldn't lose money. Gus sent us a gift of bean hot pot, which I incorrectly remembered was Emily's favorite, and planned to give it to her. I grabbed our new void mayo, bringing our running total to 3. I just had to hope that 3 would be enough for the goblin to get out of the way. I started back at the open cave and handed this goblin some void mayo. It quite literally couldn't resist, grabbing it and running away. I ran north, finding this shack, and inside was the wizard's ink, along with a lot of witchy paraphernalia. Oh, also there were 3 shrines. I figured these would require the strange dolls, only to be wrong again, as the first one wanted an offering of a strange bun. In exchange, it would allow monsters to spawn on the farm at night. I couldn't really figure out why I would want this, and I had no idea how I was going to get a strange bun. I found another glyph on the floor of the shack, which upon activating brought me to this room. I found this thing, which seemed to be able to change our appearance, as well as this ladder. Climbing it started a cutscene with the wizard, which really disoriented me. How was I here? Still, I gave him the ink, and he in turn spawned a book on this lectern. I assumed this would be the weapon modifications I'd mentioned before, only to once again be very wrong. This book was of course for summoning magical buildings. Magical buildings. At the end of the cutscene, I was in the tower, but next to a hatch in the back. Oh, so the wizard and the witch had a teleportation glyph to get to each other from their homes. Cute! I couldn't go back in the hatch despite having just come from there because he didn't trust me enough. Even after giving him cheese, I still couldn't, which was downright appalling. I checked on these magical buildings, and the first option was a Junimo hut. I actually wasn't wildly surprised by this one, considering the lost book about them liking gems in their huts would otherwise be hot garbage, but I was happy. I really quite liked the idea of having the little nature fuzzballs back in action, though I didn't know what they would actually do. What did catch me by surprise was these obelisks. There were 4 very expensive towers that had the power of the various totems that could be placed on the farm. This was promising. And finally was this unbelievably extravagant golden clock, which kept everything as good as new. My heart was set on them all, and so I knew I needed lots and lots of money. I was especially excited about the obelisks, as those would essentially negate the need for any totems besides farm totems. I stumbled upon the weekly quests board, practically drooling, before noticing a strange quest that would last a whole month rather than a week. Pierre wanted 25 gold star vegetables, and I was pretty sure I already had that stored on my farm, so I accepted and teleported back home to quickly grab them. I somehow had still not learned that I would need to harvest these in the time allotted, and was caught off guard by this yet again when I checked the quest. At this point, I think I might just be a little dumb when it comes to quests. My only chance at success for this, given the season, was the greenhouse, but fortunately, I had persistent vegetables growing in there. I harvested what was available, then ran like the wind to Willie's, hoping to go on an island retreat today as well. I did buy 4 bait for the crab pots, hoping casually to trap a lobster for Gus's quest I'd been ignoring. On Ginger Island, I started by running to the bone guy to give him a mummified frog. There were 4 sets, 2 of which were one-piece sets, and this completed one of them. As a consequence, we earned a walnut from him. I mined out this area in search of bones, gave Leo some cheese, and tried to use the slingshot to retrieve this walnut with no success. I must have misunderstood that as well. I found a new journal scrap on the way to Birdie, confirming my suspicions that the volcano had a top. The dwarves had made a home of this volcano once, and there was a forge at the top of this fire mountain. Buzzing with intrigue, I gave Birdie the keepsake, which Birdie appreciated, bothering even to tell us that it smelled putrid, just like her late husband. Lovely, Birdie. Lovely. I comforted her in her devoutness to her old man, and in exchange for the peace we brought her, she jumped. She also taught us how to make fairy dust, and gave us 5 walnuts. I tried to give her another gift after that was all over, but she wouldn't accept. In fact, she wasn't in the socials tab at all, which I found kind of sad. The comments had pointed out that I'd made a mistake with the previous X marks the spot here, but not how so. On second glance, I realized I was indeed a bit south, so I went a touch north and dug again, this time netting another walnut and some new tackle. I also remembered around this time to grab the walnut from behind a tree I cut up here, and also found one on the west coast over here. According to this weird door, we'd found 34 walnuts so far, which got me wondering how many of them I would or could get from the volcano runs. I learned on the way home that fairy dust worked a lot like the fairy dust fairies had sprinkled on our farm in the playthrough, instantly completing a given product. Back in the valley, I gave Emily the hot pot, which she only liked, much to my dismay. I gave cheese to everyone in the saloon before strolling home, reflecting on the incredible amount of things I got wrong today. Today was a day for some shenanigans, as time was running short. After the usual suspects of the farm, I decided I wanted to try and run through the whole volcano. So I went straight to Willie, harvested, sold from, and rebedded the traps, and bought a ticket to the island once again. I entered the volcano with zero hesitation, zero concerns, and one plan. Run. And run I did, with flames swarming the whole way, but I had the power of cheese and coffee on my side. I stayed fast, and anytime I was hurting, I snacked on a piece of milk mold to stay hardy. I made level 4 by noon, noticing a dragon's tooth, causing a brief deviation from my reckless strategy. I quickly returned to my nonsense once I'd claimed the tooth, reaching the shop where I bought super meals. These, as it turns out, increase speed, which was a really big deal. Now zooming at Gen Z speeds, I refrained from ignoring chests and breakable loot things, netting some interesting things like this curiosity lure. I also took a moment to appreciate the lore with all the big gears and dwarvish constructions and ruins around the levels. At level 9, however, things were a little less ruined. There was a chest on this level with a walnut prize inside, and a fully functioning dwarven trap. I braced myself for even worse on level 10, but there was no level 10. We had reached the caldera, containing 2 walnuts, lots of lava, a chest with a prismatic shard, and this was a wild forge with the capacity to improve weapons via expending a gem as well as a given number of cinder shards. It also had the capacity to fuse 2 rings together. There was a path to the southwest here, which conveniently led to the beginning, and on returning to the top, I encountered lava monkeys. Sure, why not? I wanted to test the forge, but I didn't have enough shards due to all the rushing, so I went backwards through the levels to try to get some. I had to go all the way back to level 6 to get enough, but I did, and returned with enough, even dodging the trap at the end like a pro. I can't say I quite got a hold of the way the forge worked. I understood it partially, including that different gems produced different upgrades, but I didn't understand what those upgrades actually did. Still, I figured the best play would be to use the ever-revered prismatic shard on the galaxy sword. In the end, it gave some sort of effect called the Crusader, which I honestly still don't know the impact of, but it looks cool. I left, heading through this door, which I expected to close behind me, and I was surprised to find it didn't. Would we have access to the forge from now on? I haven't been back since, and I honestly still don't know. But now it was quite late, so I went home, desperately trying to figure out what I had actually done to my sword. And while I sold stuff, I wondered if all the minerals that I'd just sold would have worked in the forge. I began talking as well about this thing the Stardew community seems to call perfection. The idea of doing all that can be done to perfect a playthrough exists mechanically in the game, and it's called perfection apparently. I wasn't sure what all was required to achieve this, but I get this feeling between in-game hints and the comments, I'll find my way there. Feel free to comment below what you think I need to be working on for that. I went to Robin's on the final day of the 200-day run, planning to rearrange the farm like I'd been constantly talking about. I cleared the quarry while I waited for it to open shop before heading in, and learned our house was not fully upgraded. Not only could we make renovations, of which I made every one, but also we could add a cellar for 100,000 G, allowing us to age wine and cheese. So that's how we could get starred wine. I also bought fridges while I was in here, 6 in fact, before getting down to moving the buildings around. After a fair bit of agonizing, I allocated the southeast corner to animal stuff, including the coops, the barn, and the shed with animal product processing machines. I made the northwest corner for plant stuff, including the sheds with kegs and bins, as well as the greenhouse, leaving room south of this for arable land. I made the northeast corner for storage, mining, and our house. And I left plenty of room in the middle for potential magical buildings. I spoke about wanting to improve the ground with things like pathways, but I didn't have any idea how I would do that just yet. I'd also seen something about fruit trees in the greenhouse. Apparently they could just be shoved in the floor. I went and bought one of each sapling, and then slammed trees down in the greenhouse like an absolute animal. I tucked the spring ones in the northwest, the summer ones in the northeast, and the fall trees in the due north of the building. I started putting some final finishing touches on things when I realized I might have made a dangerous mistake. The embryo wasn't in the strange capsule anymore. It was now just a broken capsule. Actually terrifying. I put this broken boy down by the storage shed before revamping the storage in a big way, moving all the animal goods, food, and mining things to their respective locations. I was especially happy with the fridge situation as I now had a separate fruit, vegetable, fungus, forage, and fish fridges. villages. I sold a fair few things for the collections tab at the last minute, some of which I was surprised that I still needed to sell. I never once sold a salmonberry, for example, despite having so many of them. Last but not least, I picked up all the empty chests in the storage shed and emptied my inventory for the first time in a very, very long time. Sleep came easy that night, but not too easy, as we'd done so much, but there was yet still so much more to see.
I'd come so far from the cluelessness of the early days, but yet, my big goal of beating the game blind, which I'd learned at this point meant achieving perfection, was still nebulous. I had no idea what would be required, but I knew the only way I could possibly find out was to keep doing things. So I did exactly that. Day 201 started with a reacclimation to the valley once again, this time with a letter from Rasmodius asking for an iridium bar. So I started things off as an errand boy once again. I should mention really quick that the game had a large update between day 200 and 201, so there were lots of new things to find and do. I decided to start with the quests I still had, and harvested the greenhouse for Pierre's quest, and grabbed enough from my stores to turn in ahead of time. I started noticing the little improvements, like no more black bars on the side of the screen here, and winter clothing on the villagers. I tried to give Pierre his vegetables, but he hated them, of course. I read the quest this time, and tossed some corn in there to get the job done. Lucky for Gus, there was a lobster all ready to go down at the ocean, and he accepted it in hand like a normal person. With that, only harvesting a few quality crops remained on the quest list. I decided to tackle this cellar sooner rather than later, since I really wanted to crack the Joja mystery, and cook the pepper popper for speed. A new lizard hatched. Bah! What a great name. Welcome to the team, Bah. I got back into the rhythm of animal product processing, as I wanted cheese to make more poppers for speed for later. I also started converting my coffees into espressos, since it seemed to be a bit more efficient. I sold some things for collections, and noticed that for some reason I had a heater in my shed. I'll never understand myself. I also sold a bunch of stuff from the greenhouse, moved a few things around, and learned during sleepy time that mystery boxes can now be found. Mr. Chi was up to shenanigans again. Marnie sent me this letter about adopting more pets, but I was barely taking care of the animals I already had. I'm probably not gonna do that. Let's water that bowl I never forget about. Look, a mystery box. I finished off that last quest and collected the newly colored strawberry wine. I saved one and sold the rest, both for the cellar project, and topped off the kegs. These mystery boxes had to be broken like geodes at Clint's, where I got a couple random items. I'd also finally noticed that I could buy coal from Clint, so I made an investment. Back home, I tested a strange theory. Maybe we have to like stock our ponds with a void egg, because like maybe void eggs hatch into chickens if they're hatched in the air, but they hatch into salmon if they're hatched in water. I was really struggling for that void salmon, but it wasn't to be. There was this new menu tab for the animals, and the past wallet had been converted to this powers tab, and where the wallet had been was some new info. I made some new kegs. Spoiler alert, you're gonna be hearing a lot about kegs soon. I chunked a few of the things I'd been saving in the bin before sleep, snagging almost enough for that cellar. I found another new feature on day 203, this prize ticket, which I could redeem in Lewis's place, where I earned my first powdermelon seeds. I stopped in Pierre's, only to find out he was scalping those vegetables I gave him for an absurd price, and the villagers weren't too happy about it. I quickly sold him my blueberries and left, before anyone could get mad at me too. I took the money to Robin and ordered the cellar, and was absolutely shocked to learn I didn't have to provide all the construction materials too. I took another look at these powers. That kind of looks like a spring onion. I made a little temporary farm for the powder melons, which wasn't exactly efficient. I'm gonna pretend like I didn't just do that. I started looking what I still needed to ship for the collections. What is this? Egg. I also noticed what looked like caviar appeared to be in the list, notedly next to the duck feather and rabbit's foot, so I assumed it must be dropped by a farm animal, and the only animal I could think that would drop something slimy looking. Do I need to get a slime hutch? So to the desert I went, with hopes of iridium to build one of them hutches. I noticed this weird thing at the entrance to the caverns, but couldn't figure it out just yet. Also, thanks to the comments, I knew the Crusader effect I'd got on the sword kept mummies from reviving. I scored a mystery box and a monster compendium from this slime, which upon reading, gave a permanent small chance of mobs to drop double loot. 1.6 is nifty. I didn't get enough iridium worth even showing, but I did get a new mini shipping bin from Pierre. I went to check on the price of bombs from this dwarf, and decided they were too expensive. But this big stone chest recipe, a must-have. It could apparently hold nearly twice as much stuff, and that sounded useful. Then, as I went to go to the desert, I realized today was the Festival of Ice, so Pam wasn't there to drive me. I popped into the festival, but decided I'd rather get back down to business. I got a new
new lizard on day 205, Zopeak, actually remembered the animals, and stocked up on more pepper poppers for speed, along with a few life elixirs. At the desert, I bought a lot of desert totems. Hooray! No more waiting on the token alcoholic. I also noticed this quartz for bombs trade I plan to take full advantage of. I went back to the valley to see Clint, because I wanted to get the last 2 minerals I was missing before I traded all these Omniboys away in the desert. I managed to get both with 10 geos to spare. Minerals, check. I took one of them totems for a spin, bought 2 artifact troves with the remaining geodes, and drove the bus myself back home. I got 1 new artifact from him, turned it in, and moved a bunch of things around in the museum to try and organize things. I took this new quest from Caroline asking for a shipment of 100 pieces of ginger, and grabbed some sleep early so I could get cracking on the morrow. And next morning, I saw these stairs. So now I've got a cellar with casks for aging stuff, like this wine. Then it was caverns time, with what looked like some new floor variants, as well as this little guy who dropped an iridium bar. A whole bar? The luck sharply turned after this, with no ladder popping for a few hours in game, so I decided to bail with my new bar. I bought my first rabbit, and a new cow and goat, as I'd never sold a small milk of either type. I also messed around with this big tree, but couldn't figure out why my cursor changed over the top of it yet. There was this new worm type that when Doug gave powder melons, and Robin now had this community upgrade option to build Pam a house, but that's expensive. I'd come to check the price of a hutch, and it looks like I need more stone and money. This is when I decided I was tired of being broke. I sold everything. Well, except the pumpkins, hops, and wheat to use with kegs. But basically everything I'd been saving went in this box. My hope was to get a whole lot of money, with which to invest in a strategy to never have to worry about money again. The greenhouse was no exception, where I harvested my first pineapple and sweet gemberries. The description made me think of that statue in the secret woods, and I planned to— I forgot to not sell them. Okay, that's fine. Never mind, that'll have to wait. Is this— I am being forsaken. It sounded kind of like a tree maybe got knocked down. I queued up 1 thing of beer in this new keg on the next day, and decided to take all this money to the scariest place in the game. I saw this prismatic shard trade, and went ahead and traded all my quartz for bombs, before heading into the caverns to hit that 500 stone target. Along the way, I found this secret note from Grandpa, saying he'd left a special secret compendium for me somewhere in the valley. Curious, very curious. There were a couple close calls, but I managed to avoid throwing away any money, and came away with this decent chunk of iridium for my troubles. I was informed about a squid fest starting on day 208, and was reminded of the menace that is crows. I threw some rocks and other things at Robin to get a new slime hutch underway, and the game had mentioned some kind of bookseller thing being here, but despite this very obvious sign, I could only think to check the museum. Guess it is a blind playthrough after all. I checked out this Squidfest thing too, but decided this could wait till tomorrow. At this point, I decided to start using iridium to get more iridium. In other words, I wanted to make more Crystalleria, which would require iridium, to produce gems the desert trader wanted, to buy stuff to make getting iridium easier. I added a scarecrow to this atrocious farm, and tested out this flute block I'd got as a museum reward. I TP'd to the desert trader to check what gems to produce, and resolved to make diamonds, rubies, quartz, emeralds, and jade. And I bought 10 artifact troves before driving myself back home. I saw the gems I didn't want to produce, then I went back because I was confused why I hadn't seen a jade trade. This is when I realized her trades changed throughout the week. I went ahead and bought a few things while I was there, and started production once I was home again. Stone. That's good news. I decided to craft a few tappers for these trees and began to hatch a strategy. I used all the iridium and half the found stone on more Crystalleria and queued up exclusively jade in these 5. I polished off the day purchasing this dwarfish safety manual from the dwarf, which would reduce the amount of damage I take from bombs. I also definitely didn't get distracted and pass out. That'd be ridiculous. Willie asked me to catch him a lingcod, and I harvested a few oak resin from the fledgling orchard. I popped those troves and snagged 3 more artifacts for the museum. Only 6 artifacts to go. Back home, I visited the animals that I constantly ignore. Then I went fishing for squid. I managed to catch all 10 for all the prizes and got all these things from the experience. I read the book immediately for perfection purposes. Marlon dropped by in the morning to give us a slime egg. Probably because I now have this hutch built, baby. Caviar, here we come. Right? I set that egg to incubate in the hutch, harvested from these delightful kegs, and started rearranging them in a way I thought would save time to refill and harvest from. Then I went to do something strange. I spent 100,000 G on copper ore. This was the next stage in my strategy. Everything, and I mean everything, that I needed to make to stop having to worry about money needed copper. Kegs, tappers, mayo machines, you name it. The next problem was wood, but I noticed something crucial, even in winter. This tree fertilizer fertilizer could help expedite both wood and oak resin production. It only cost stone and fiber, so I got to work on the oak trees immediately. And those fertilizers got to work. Unfortunately, I'd forgotten some of these were hardwood trees. I resolved to fix that later and harvested my first powder melons. I bought more coal to smelt future things, tossed some pumpkins in the kegs, and went to Robin to spend an absolutely disgusting amount of money on wood, and a slightly less disgusting amount of money on stone. I made a few more kegs, and made the large amount of tappers I needed to get this oak resin business roaring. I placed what I could, and chopped what wasn't oak. Then life happened. I think I hear the weather siren outside. That is the biggest storm I have ever seen here. Holy. So I ended that day early. Moments after the game saved and I ended the recording, the power went out. By mere seconds, I had managed to save the footage. Once the real weather was agreeable, I got back to work on the trees on day 212, placed the kegs I made yesterday, and ran into the issue that I hadn't sold anything yesterday. Pierre helped me out with that, and on the way to Robin's, I noticed there was now a waterfall in the north of the town. I ordered a stable, finally, since the comments were full of people insisting I should have had a horse a long time ago. The storm also reminded me that there was a storm in-game that I'd forgotten about. And it looks like this was the tree that fell. It asked for 100 hardwood to fix up, but I'd quite literally just spent my hardwood. Time to gather that again. I smelted the rest of that copper ore, and then had a very painful realization.
The night market.
Oh, not only had that just opened, I had no money to spend. And I'd missed the first night of it due to the storm. I had plans to check out this submarine, but it was too expensive, and I was concerned there might be some fishing things with this that I'd otherwise not be able to do until next year. I followed some directions of a past secret note at the mermaid show to get a free pearl, but I couldn't sell anything, so I officially had a disaster on my hands. I went home, shipped my treasure chest and pumpkin from my special things chest, and slept very, very worried that night. I started the day tending to the orchard, which I was beginning to pave to hopefully reduce stray seeds from getting in the way of growth. But my mind was on the market. Due to the real-world extreme weather, I decided to make an exception to the golden rule and did a quick Google. There are in fact 3 exclusive fish in this submarine, and we must get them today. I packed everything I had for fishing, bought some of this new deluxe bait from Willie, and with my best stuff in hand, and dish of the sea in my stomach, I reeled in the midnight squid, the blobfish, and the spookfish. Phew! That was close. Submarine fishing? Check. I snagged this artifact while fishing for more, just in case. I headed back up at midnight and checked these shops before leaving. Caviar. What? Okay, rare seed. What a fantastic bailout. 2 things I really needed right here, and I actually had the money to buy them. I suspect the spirits of the real world were in good humor today. The cured roe of a sturgeon fish, considered to be a luxurious delicacy. I completely failed. That was not anything to do with slime. Well, good thing we know now. I turned in the sturgeon roe before I could possibly accidentally sell it. I planted the new rare seed in the greenhouse and greeted the new addition to the farm, Grover. Yeah, this was undeniably fun. I did a little more new tree work with my new buddy overseeing the efforts before we went to go rebuild this tree. Oh, actually I made a home. If I'm capable of this, why is Robin building all the farm buildings? I rode for Robins, who asked me if I had a nice walk. Joke's on you, Robin. I didn't walk, you resource-stealing little mother. More wood I purchased for more tappers and went fishing for Willie's lingcod request. Then I handed him a raw fish in the middle of the saloon. I did a little more fishing, hoping for some algae for another plan I had cooking, before heading home to make a box for saving fish. Turns out most of my special things box was actually just fish anyway. More tappers! The trees were looking good on day 215, so why not do some more? I planted every single tree seed that I had to create a massive amount of wood. I had to cut down the outside fruit trees to make room, and was shocked to learn they dropped their respective saplings. I crafted as much tree fertilizer as I could, but it wasn't nearly enough. Gus asked me for a coconut, and a raccoon thing moved into this tree house with a request for these things. Sure, okay. Guess I'll start baiting these traps again. I went to get Gus's coconut on day 216, and I began the project of figuring out what items were available on what days from the Desert Trader and from Sandy's shop, because I was really hoping somebody would sell tree fertilizer. I also chopped the trees down here for a little extra wood. I bought even more resources from Robin, this time stone, so I could make more tree fertilizer. I went to Cleanse to process more mystery boxes. I just got 2 mystery boxes out of a mystery box? Okay. That is weird. I ended up getting a lot of useful things out of these, and I brought Gus his coconut. I TP'd back to the desert, spent some gems how I could, and came back home. Because I was honestly just enjoying flexing my totems. It made me feel powerful. Then I went back to the desert, and did a proper caverns run. I had a chest level with 2 iridium bars in it, and I carved myself a nice spot to sleep for the night. We're gonna sleep next to the algae. Linus found us on level 55. Thanks, buddy. The small milks are ready to go because the new animals hated me. Yay. The spirits were very displeased today, but I didn't really care. I did a little trading, learned Sandy sells ice cream on Sundays. Sunday. And went to the caverns again to find out just how displeased those spirits really were. I got a Slayer goal for these things, a secret note about feeding raisins to Junimos, and even there's a pink cake in that slime. What? But considering I only made it to level 25, I suspected the spirits really were quite upsetty spaghetti today. I did at least get some new copper, 1 new crystallarium, and a new dino baby named Lemme. The spirits were very displeased again on day 218, so what better day to process some geodes and go back to Skull Cavern, right? I did find that artifact I'd lost a while back, and got an interesting reward. Magic rock candy? Yeah, we definitely gotta get more of that. I also, for some reason, repurchased this book from the dwarf and read it again. I didn't get a you learned a new power notification. I'm such a little peanut sometimes, I swear. Sandy's Monday item was coconuts, and the trader's was hay. The caverns definitely felt displeased, as it were, but I made the best of it. I'd rather just be a healthy man. And you know what healthy men do, we just chug ice cream by the cone. I also jump in random holes, that's a good way to strengthen your knees. Become one with the earth. I found carrot seeds down here, and had a little nap with this guy. But I came away pretty good with the ore this time. Take that, spirits. Also, look at the trees. I did a little more work on them, dropped off a gift to Leia for her birthday, and magically disappeared immediately afterwards. Wait, Leah? Nah, I'm sticking with Leia this time. Sandy still didn't have tree fertilizer, but the trader had something close. Fiber for stone. So now I could just keep mining, and eventually get all the tree fertilizer I needed. That's close enough for government work, baby. Let's grab some stone. I snagged a new artifact while I was back in the valley, and then converted all my stone into fiber, because I need them trees to grow. Then I went back to get more stone. I had this really lucky chest room with 5 mega bombs, and one of these crabs dropped a lucky ring. +1 luck sounds good to me. I'd been told it was a very happy day, and I was feeling it. I also managed to snag the monster goal for these little iridium impersonating fiends, and the iridium grind was getting good. I may have just... Yep. Spicy nap time. Marlon found me this time, so I don't even think I lost money for that one. Ken sent us a bomb in the mail again, and I made a whole bunch of tree fertilizer. Poco joined the ranks of the lizards, and all this pumpkin juice was ready to go, so I started making more. I went into the cellar and saw this silver star on the cask, so I knew what I had to do. Upon placing it in the dilapidated Joja, this cute little Junimo waved goodbye and exploded into a bunch of stars. Something good will happen soon. Okay, thanks for the reassurance. Cool, look forward to knowing what that is. Back to them caverns, baby. Sandy sells exactly 3 Omni Geodes on Wednesdays, and the trader does cloth, weirdly enough. I went back to the valley because I had an overflowing inventory, and look how much this pumpkin juice sells for. I noticed the sign this time and found this guy's bookshop. There were lots of useful books in here, but I had to choose. I ended up buying this one that boosted move speed, this one which shows the sell value of things permanently, this one which makes horses go faster, and this one which gives some experience in each skill. I was hoping I'd finally get the push over level 10 fishing, to be honest. Back home, I got to fertilizing trees because I really needed that wood to make all this effort pay off. And when that ran out, I did some smelting. And that night, the lone Junimo did some overnight work. Day 221 was the valley's version of Christmas again, and my person to gift was Emily. So I gave the gift that started it all so many days ago. Then Evelyn gave us some cookies, which was adorable. Once that was over, it was now magically 10 p.m. and I went to see what that Joja business was all about. What? Movies? It's a movie theater now? Yeah, that was a surprise. I was so baffled by this that I got up to my old tricks next morning. No way, dude, no. Whoa. I was quick thinking enough to save the trophy, but that bee house and broken capsule are gone for good. I really need to stop putting my bombs in the slot I usually have coffee. Pam sent us a letter.
Pam, you sent me a battery again, huh? Okay, you better not ask for this in 5 days.
I bought my first movie ticket and learned I could get a second one to invite somebody with me. Perfect. A new opportunity to be a terrible person. I scored a new achievement for seeing a movie upon entering and noticed I could order my friend a whole meal for the movie. I got to the most natural looking kind of option and walked in to watch this thing. It was a cute vibe and Leia enjoyed her salad. After it was over, 0 time had actually passed, which was astonishing. I've managed to score an extra heart with her doing this, and you know what that means. Introducing significant other number 4.
Yup, I'm a terrible person.
Truly awful. The worst. Let's mine some more. I got another Monster Slayer goal, but had an otherwise uneventful day in the caverns of accidentally getting hit by my own bombs. I made this mining day chest here next to my bed and decided I needed some more quick cash. I sold all these unprocessed animal products and these to buy a whole lot of iron ore. And a new mass smelting project began, along with a desperate attempt to get more fiber in the mines, which netted me a little extra copper too, and of course, a nice nap with my bug friends. I only managed a measly 37 fiber, so I won't be doing that again. I spent all the money I had for the day on this small amount of wood and smelted the day away. I put 8 more kegs down with that wood and filled my first shed finally. I was low on pumpkins, so I went for pale ale, and decided to start having a keg outside each shed to know when the ones inside were done. I also made a couple of Crystalleria and realized my limiting factor was now gold of all things. Also, this little guy exists now, and I started making him a blue friend. And I went to top off my coal in this section of the mines and got the Slayer goal for bats. With these last minute tasks complete, winter and year 2 were suddenly over. Then the fabled meeting took place. This touching reunion was a posthumous passing of the torch of Chess Farm forevermore. But I got this feeling that there was more to the story of why this had happened. Then Leia showed up seconds later to invite me to her art show. Excuse me, Leia, I'm trying to have a moment here, okay? Those candles gave me this. Statue of Perfection? What is this? I wasn't sure quite yet, but look at these trees. The wood was at hand, baby. 56 more kegs. Oh yeah, it's happening now. I thought perhaps the year 3 thing might involve this immovable boulder, yet still nothing. It kind of looks like it's off. You know, it looks like it's not lit up or something. I decided to leave it out overnight because lots of cool things happen overnight in this game. And next morning, it gave me 8 iridium ore? What is happening? I'm so lost. The animals hated me at this point, but at least they could come outside again. I was also getting moss while collecting the oak resin, and the pale ale was ready to rotate in both sheds now. I chose to trim down the oak trees to here and keep this section producing ongoing. I planted the few acorns I'd missed, finished off the second shed's keg count, and started working on making sure every oak tree had a tapper on it, and paving stuff between the trees to hopefully keep it nice and clean. This was surprisingly difficult considering the, trees in the way. I spent basically all of day 227 desperately trying to pave the area between these trees, but I can't see what I'm doing. Yeah, so it wasn't really working. I spent a little bit of time setting up a tiny farm where there weren't already trees in the way. I also had a little fun harvesting the kegs as they were finishing, thanks to being able to hear the outside kegs. I TP'd to the desert next morning to grab a piece of magic rock candy from the trader. This trade is gonna be useful. Sandy's Thursday thing was deluxe speed grow at a low price of 80G. And so it was time to never have to worry about fertilizer again. Then I decided the tropics were calling my name. Whoa! Reached Ginger Island? A couple achievements got added for things I'd already done, and this was one of them. These worms dropped a surprise. Jack be nimble, Jack be thick. Gain +1 defense. I'll be thick. Yeah, I'm thick, baby. Then in the west, I said, what am I doing? This was my painful realization that I could have just come here for fiber and wood all winter long. I'm stunned by my stupidity. I went walnut hunting, which was why I'd come here, and stumbled into this room. It was a musical memory game, which I definitely didn't fail twice. I have a great memory, I swear. So on my first try, I earned 3 walnuts from this dude. I also found a weird little secret path to the east of that, and snagged a 5th nut for the day. And now that I had so many, I made a purchase. With that flurry of parrots, a shipping bin in this new home away from home was open for business. And for the first time ever, I awoke in a different home. The nut hunting was paused when I encountered this big frog in a cave who asked us to...
You must grow for me that sweet delight which is both pink and juicy.
Are you talking about melons? Frogs only want one thing and it's disgusting. In the East Jungle, I noticed a correlation between this, and stumbled into this area with 4 pedestals and some kind of riddle. I had no idea for this one, but I figured dark clouds cry meant I had to come back when it was raining. This guy existed now, but the price was so high. Maybe those kegs will save the day? I took the time to finally count the number of these pink flowers on the island and found this interesting note about the forge along the way. I whiffed on the count apparently, so I had to wait till tomorrow to try again. So on the next day, I guessed one higher, and the guy literally spawned one in to make it right. Cheeky bass, you largemouth bass. And now he wanted me to count starfish. Fine. I found a couple nuts in the ground during the count and got the count right this time. That seemed to be the end of the counting shenanigans, so I went to the volcano to hopefully find some more walnuts, as I was out of ideas. I found this nifty ring, and this thing did drop a nut. Perhaps it's 5 nutty stone per day in Fire Mountain. I started looking at the map and realized this boat was accessible. A nut. That's fair. I still couldn't go east yet, so I purchased this Parrot Express thing, hoping for access, but alas, it only took me to places I had already been. I decided to head home to get fishing equipment, since I hadn't really done much of that here yet, and grabbed this potato keg in quest from Pam. Before bed, I threw coconuts and ginger in kegs to make what I assumed would be coconut wine and ginger ale, and I definitely made it to bed. I harvested the first run of spring crops next morning and planted some potatoes for Pam. I got to work expanding farmland where trees weren't in the way, but I had a sprinkler problem. I put down the rest of my garlic and potato seeds and set to work. It was Sunday, so I bought as many staircases as I could because I needed to go mining. I also bought as many bombs as I could because now I need more stone, more copper, more iron, and more gold. The spirits were mildly perturbed, and to be fair, so was I at this point, so I decided we could be perturbed together. With all the last minute equipment in hand, I dove in to make my own luck. This time, I was able to save all the iron and gold ore, seeing as I'd already bought so many bombs. I ignored most of every level, trying to get as far down as possible early on, which meant skipping some levels if they just didn't look good. By 3 p.m., I was already down to level 53. The spirits kept it spicy every now and then, but there were ample rewards for the danger. We're getting into the good stuff now, baby. I even got an auto grabber in a chest level, but it was still quite spicy. Right, okay, okay, I see a lot. Not today! Oh, it might be today. Hold on, wait. Ooh, and a hole. Level 90 plus 6 equals 90. 90. Wait a second. Time out. Whoa. Yeah, it was a lot. She left us some burgers on level 100. Okay, just as I was running out of bombs, I found this turban I couldn't carry, but I could wear. The moment I put this thing on, my luck finally ran out. Oh yeah. Oh no! Oops, guess that's the end of that run. But hey, look at all this loot. I spent day 233 smelting the ores, fertilizing trees, clearing out the extra stuff, watching slimes do whatever that is. I bought what little coal I could and managed to smelt everything except the iridium. I did a trader run for fiber, got a new dino named Canoe, and then I stumbled into the village, where Leia was having an art show in the rain. The first was just an unnamed sculpture of a woman, but this one's called Post-Dimensional Null Space. Leia also announced we were special friends, and I could feel the glares from you and you and you. Anyway, I patched in some sprinklers for the starter farm, read this book while trying to manage the oak orchard, and got so frustrated with this orchard. It had these random blockages I couldn't see in it, keeping me from putting more tappers on the trees. I made an executive decision on day 234 and chose violence. I had enough oak resin for now, and I was gonna need all this wood anyway. I cleaned this thing up all nice and pretty-like, got all the pathways arranged, and planted all the acorns for Oak Resin Orchard 2.0. Before sleep, I sold the rabbit's foot for the collections, and determined I would need to make 26 more tappers to have one for every tree. I grabbed my new ginger juice on the next day, guess that doesn't make ginger ale, along with some potato juice and garlic juice. Let's not think about how terrible those sound. I got an extra copy of this thick book, so I gave it to the bookseller in exchange for stuffing, apparently. I started doing the whole harvesting and replanting thing again finally, even if it was still a bit of a small farm at the moment. The greenhouse had flourished in my absence, so this was all gonna go in kegs too. too. I started working on making more pineapple seeds for hopefully a flourishing island farm, and sold my first cherry ever. Day 235, first cherry, that's gotta be a world record, right? I also decided to clear out the areas of the farm that required destroying some trees, because whatever at this point. I tried making squid ink with a squid and an oil maker, but nah, that ain't it. And I went ahead and picked up every tree seed that hadn't sprouted yet, because whatever at this point. Grow faster or you're getting uprooted, tree boys. I chopped trees, shook trees, harvested potatoes, replanted a bunch of things, and even queued a bunch of dino mayo in the morning, and spent the rest of the day trying different fishing spots on Ginger Island. I got this lionfish early on, and surmised these 7 spots were the island fish, since a journal scrap had mentioned something about stingrays, I think. This lake gave me 2 walnuts, a blue discus, and a new power book. The river gave me a river jelly, of which there appeared to be more variants. The south shore tossed me another 2 nuts, a flounder, and some roe, thanks to that book from earlier. Perhaps we could get sturgeon roe like this for more caviar? I found this secret path and got the 5th nut of the day, and I tried this cave spot for fishing, but didn't come up with anything extra. And finally, P. Snail hit us with a hint that to get more fossil for him, I'd have to pan. Oh yeah, that exists. Okay, sure. I banished more trees, harvested crops, and set up some more farm space on day 237, and made use of it immediately. That coconut wine I'd made had finished.
Does anybody want this? Does anybody want coconut wine?
Probably not. I planted those fruit saplings in the greenhouse so I could hopefully make wine out of some more appealing fruits, and rode south by night to grab some spring onions in case I needed those for something. Then I got hit with a new surprise. Tomorrow begins a 3-day festival in the Calico Desert. More of the farm trees were vanquished, and the farm was thusly expanded again. I gave Haley her best birthday gift ever, and had to break the news to Emily that I would also be dating her sister now.
Well, that's number 5. I'm gonna lose track at this rate.
I bought the fish smoker recipe from Willie to hopefully help out the raccoon friend, but the crafting cost was steep, but also insightful.
Those are the 3 variants right there.
I stopped by the traveling cart.
This snail is suspicious.
It honestly was, because why is it called a fish? I spent the rest of the evening clearing out Cindersap Forest and found this.
Yo, what? Yo! Only a master of the 5 ways may enter here. 4 out of 5. We gotta fish more.
Then me and Grover had a little nature nap. You know the drill with the trees, yeah? Salmonberry season had begun, which just sounded like more wine to me. I harvested this sweet gemberry, which I didn't sell this time. It was festival time though, so I TP'd to make up for lost time. This was a shockingly large event. This guy had an animal race going on, and I was allowed to guess the winner for a chance at a prize, so of course I guessed this fabulous speed rooster would win, and he did, just like any fabulous rooster should. I received 20 calico eggs for this, which I later learned was the exclusive currency of this event. But first,
are you ready to welcome a new cactus into your life? I am. Oh, good lord. I won't say why, but this is the one perfect match for you. So how's your little guy doing? It's doing great. Thank you for my cactus. What is this, bro?
I decided this was a good chance to give the townsfolk gifts. So basically everyone got a spicy eel for lunch. Sandy gave me a makeover in this cardboard box, which was really just her giving me a Luigi outfit, but it was too late in the game to be changing outfits now. There were some shops from the villagers with strange items, and this really creepy looking chef who used a pickaxe to make me some nachos. There were actually a lot of recipes to choose from, and the effects stacked on top of the existing food and drink effects I had going. There were more shops, and this scholar whose quiz I failed because I couldn't remember how much a cow cost. Gil and Marlin had challenges and rewards for spelunking in a revamped Skull Cavern, but I wasn't quite prepared to do this. Apparently I could find eggs down there, and they would be more plentiful the deeper I went. Sounds familiar. This was just a little too much at the moment, so I went home with hopes to prepare for the second day of it. And by prepare, I meant sell everything I could to be able to buy bombs for the augmented caverns run. I bought those bombs the next day and went back to the desert, where I acquired some spicy tacos, which upped my speed and defense, and took a cavern challenge to reach level 30. With this speed, that was a cinch. I had this little egg indicator, and getting deeper, or sometimes by interacting with these statues, would increase the number. Sometimes those statues did bad things though. Mummies have become angry.
Oh, God, they sure are angry!
I got this red slime egg and 2 iridium bars from chest levels, and the experience overall was nifty. But the eggs essentially just watered down the amount of other things I could get, like iridium for example. And there was no shop to spend the eggs at when I emerged, which is probably because it was 1:50 in the morning, but still. I fertilized more trees, what a surprise, right? And went to the desert to spend all these eggs. I learned meat existed from Pam's shop, and failed this guy's quiz again because I had no idea how many garbage cans were in town. Why would I know that? And Gil and Marlin had no rewards for the quest I took yesterday because it was a brand new day. Wow. In the end, I spent all my eggs on mystery boxes from this dude and went home a confused man again. I brought all my boxes and troves to Clint to pop and got this new book, an ancient drum, some sweet treasure, an arrowhead, an ancient drum, and this new ancient drum. I ended up with a total of 15 bombs from the boxes, which was a really nice rebate for my efforts, along with all this stuff. Then it was time to hit the books. There was one more legendary fish, and I needed a refresher. Its name was Legend. It lived in a log in the mountain lake, and it only came out in spring rain. It wasn't raining today, so I went to work on farm things, checking sell values of different wines, and hoping dearly I'd get some more rain before spring ended. There was no rain on day 242, so I checked on those artifacts, and I was apparently down to only 2 more. Bye trees. Hello flowers. Remember that algae I said I had a plan for on day 14? I used it today to get my very first fish pond. I didn't know then quite how badly I needed this, but at this point, I knew I'd have to get caviar again somehow. I bought more Clint from Cole to ore some more smelts, and went to ask Potato about the Pam juice. Wait. Aw, shit. That was a timed quest, wasn't it? Whoops. I cannot believe I have done this. I smelted more copper and iridium and took some pictures with these cows. And I guess also Haley, who was actually having some character development finally. I went to the island, caught my first sea jelly, and tried to fish into this cave to catch a cave jelly, but had no luck. Well, not no luck, but you know. I tried to fish in this little trickle of water, but no dice. I tried fishing in this little spot in the volcano, as well as the caldera, but nothing. It did kind of look like there was something I was supposed to do here though. Then, only after all this buffoonery, that I remembered this journal scrap, which mentioned a cave in the southeast, the only portion of this island I still couldn't figure how to get to. One of the other scraps reminded me to check this, and then I found that cave spot I was thinking of on the map. My only leads at this point were repairing the resort and those weird dark clouds cry pedestals. Man, this fish business was stressing me out. Look how many I still don't have. On day 243, it still wasn't raining, but in my desperation, I scanned the crafting options and finally remembered that this thing exists. So after some dino mayo gathering, iridium smelting, and good old tree chopping, I made the only one I could make and prayed for rain the Stardew way. I made one column of the perma orchard into pine trees instead, since pine tar was the ingredient I'd need more of, and planted a bunch of rice. Then I went to Ginger Island, where dark clouds were crying, and in the north, this bird dropped a ruby. Oh, so that's why a bird dropped topaz before. So that south one must be topaz. I decided to go ahead and plant some of the taro tubers here, and fished in the ocean till I had to head home for tomorrow's incoming rain. I also made a couple trap bobbers for it last minute. The blessed rain fell on spring 20, and the very first thing I did was ride for the mountains. Thar be the hollow log. Now where to cast from? With this dish in my gullet and this rod and tackle, I started from this spot. This didn't quite feel close enough though, so I tried here instead, but this didn't feel close enough either. Then I tried standing here. Ooh, there she is. We've hooked her. And it was a tough fight. I nearly lost her halfway through, but eventually, this is what it all amounts to! The legend, it's just a fat bass! Legendary fish? Check. I went to the desert to catch my first sandfish, since the one I'd used for the community center had been from a traveling cart. And look at all this iridium! I chopped more trees and tested this fish pond, learning I can only have one species of fish in it at a time, and that roe can't be used or hatched in it. So I planned on using this for sturgeon whenever I got one. Finally, I decided to let some of these trees go, so I could start carving up the land early for the upcoming farm. But I didn't have enough iron or gold for the sprinklers. That'd have to wait, because today was a day for very much confusion. I used my Fern Island totem to see some crying skies once again, only to encounter a different gem bird in the south. Needless to say, this confused me greatly. I found this while ruminating, but my theory was that this gem bird had come from the east, since I couldn't access the east yet. I went around trying to pan for fossils, and managed to snag this one. Then P. Snail suggested I go fishing, but I had a feeling he was referring to fishing in a cave that I couldn't reach yet. I tried this cave just in case, but no. I tried next to the boat, but no. I tried fishing this little thing, but no. I decided to concede for the day, and see if I could just mine up the remaining gems, topaz and amethyst, because I thought I'd seen a bird that looked like these gem birds that was purple somewhere else. And in fact, I had, every time I launched the game. The only gem I managed to find, though, was aquamarine. The next day, I finished off the iridium smelting, snagged the 5th and final cockle for the raccoon friend, and headed back to a rainy isle once again, where I found an amethyst bird in the east. I'd nailed the amethyst part, but now I was flabbergasted, because I was sure I'd seen a topaz and an emerald one in the south. I'm super confused right now. I'm super lost. I went to the caverns to hopefully mine up some topaz and got really lucky on level 8. I changed totems to get back to Willy and gave the topaz a whirl, but neither orientation worked. I decided to just go home and work on the farm and think. I gave the raccoon his cockles and gave this guy a sweet gemberry. Oh! Okay, nice. Haven't found one of those in a while. A win is a win. Let's sleep on that. And the sleep helped because I had a plan on day 247. My thought process was, since I'd got that achievement for going there for the first time, the gem bird thing had probably been reset, and that there were more than 4 types of gem birds. Since I knew what 3 of them were, I could probably just try the other gems besides topaz in that last slot. And when I tried aquamarine, whoa! Okay, alright, success. Take that, weird reset thingy. Except, this still wasn't a path to the east, so my last guess was now the resort. Or maybe this thing? I found this scrap with info on forge enchantments, and Snail said that the bat fossil was probably in the volcano cave. But I'd had enough of Ginger Island shenanigans for one spring, I needed to make sprinklers. So during some gold mining, this thing dropped squid ink, which only pushed my confused brain to the edge, so I went home. I sold that ink for the collections, harvested a whole bunch of wine, and harvested all my fruits to sink these kegs up for winemaking, even my extra ones. I harvested all the stuff, save the rice, from the soon-to-be great farm, and bought a whole bunch of starfruit seeds from Sandy. Then I started doing a little math. I was 35 sprinklers short on the farm size I had currently, and gold was the problem. But 35 ingots times 5 ore per is just 175 ore. If I focus the bottom sections of the mines, could I get that much in time for summer day 1? So I grabbed my furnaces and got to work. I used cherry bombs I didn't want to use for Skull Cavern and smelted along the way. I found some nifty seeds at one point, more squid ink, and even a strange bun. But it was mostly just a lot of booms. I placed the 19 I could make from yesterday's run on the farm, and with another day of just iron and gold mining, I polished off the rest by night. I had a bit of a spring clean on 251, where I put the TV by the door so I could stop constantly forgetting it, moved these back into the animal buildings, having them in a separate shed just wasn't working. Moved this big shed up here for more keg space, and a few other little things. The comments suggest that I go fishing in this place.
Yeah, there's some white salmon. There it was this whole time.
And after doing a little extra fishing, I got this notification. I took another comments section recommendation to break these bad boys out for tree fertilizer, and I sold a whole lot of stuff, including reluctantly these 85 iridium bars for seed money. During the move, I took the big chest out for a spin.
Hot diggity dang, man, that's a whole lot of space. Oh, Lord.
And overnight, the gamer dreams returned, and I became a master of the 5 ways. Look at this money. I bought a ridiculous amount of starfruit seeds first, then went to check out this door. The room was something Grandpa had left me, with a whole lot of new recipes and perks I could acquire so long as I pursued this mastery thing, which I learned soon after is accrued by doing any of the 5 ways. This plump little guy wanted a smallmouth bass, but I didn't have one. I harvested all the rice to clear up the farm, and hid it away in this chest of things I was hiding from myself in case I needed these things later. I started using the fertilizer the bones were making on the orchard, and started getting into the habit of harvesting this greenhouse for stuff to keg, and storing it in the new fancy big stone chest.
There we go, yeah. Get on over there. Yeah, look at that, that was great. I loved that.
I spent the rest of the day trying to pre-hoe the farm for summer's big planting and trying to pickle cauliflower because despite how disgusting that sounds,
Cauliflower juice is the only thing that sounds worse than pickled cauliflower.
that pre-hoeing was basically useless, turns out. I spent the day tending to the now messy farm and noticed that the paved part didn't get messed up. I bought a bunch of melon seeds, retrieved these crab pots, and didn't start working on actually re-hoeing the farm until 4 p.m., which was a huge mistake. That meant I couldn't start fertilizing until 9 p.m., and I couldn't even start planting until 12:20 a.m.
Oh man, I got a bunch, but I did not get it all.
And look, it isn't even watered. Some farmer I am. I atoned for my sins in the next day's rain, hoping that this would be okay, because 75% of 13 is 9 point something. If deluxe speed grow rounds down, then I still had the full 27 days to achieve 3 harvests, maybe. I started throwing the tappers on the new trees and discussed an idea.
Works in streams, lakes, and the ocean. Not just the ocean. So that's probably where I'm supposed to get the snail.
And yes, I forgot to bait them. I'm a peanut. The Ginger Island crops didn't die on season change, so I planted a whole bunch of melons and other stuff without any plans for sprinklers just yet. This is when I learned you can fertilize post-plant now? Gotta love 1.6. I tried fishing near ancient bones again, and came up with a new catch. Then I mined the bones for more fertilizer production and had a nap with Snail. Oh, we wake up here. Which was perfect because I was able to get straight to the beach for octopus fishing. I encountered it twice back to back, but it was fearsome. Tomorrow then. Also, the ground becomes unpaved randomly, absolutely devilish. Then I came up with this foolproof plan.
Okay, I got this row, which I think I'll plant.
I may or may not have been having a bit too much of this stuff right here. I decided to start aging the ancient fruit wine. Got one shed going for wine, and a mix of wine and juices in the other.
Oh, these weren't baited, were they?
I decided to complete this offer in the witch's hut since I thought it might later unlock some new, more useful options later, and had a little nap in the cave. The broadcast that I'd been recollecting came on again on day 256. I'd remembered the octopus part, but this Dorado I'd completely missed. I also realized with those two new midnight carp, I could make this. It didn't stack with Dish of the Sea, but it was still strictly better. I whiffed on my first attempt, but just before morning's end, I hooked her again. This one was a battle. Every time I moved, that octopus did the opposite. And the pudding buff had run out, so I was on my own. But with some patience,
Woo, yeah, buddy! Octopus!
then onto the river, I started hunting for...
Oh!
That was my actual first try. At least I did something in this game on my first try. I bought some crab pots to look for more snail tier fish in different places, like here. The first monster showed up on the farm that night, and one measly slime may not be much, but just wait. Just before bed, I just so happened to check the weather.
There appears to be some kind of anomalous reading. I don't know what this means. What do you mean you don't know what this means?
And the next day,
The rain is green.
and that wasn't even the half of it. There were fiber plants everywhere. Many trees had been converted into this strange alternate tree type. The TV programs were just green static. These massive fiddlehead ferns just existed, and these trees just grew everywhere. The villagers had opinions about this, including this rather ominous one from Pam. I stopped by Pierre's to grab some summer flower seeds and this dehydrator recipe, and he told me the rain was toxic. Great. The Robin Demetrius household had little insight to add, so I just went and chopped everything I could. I also caught my first fish snail and decided to do a little fishing just in case there was like a rare green rain only fish, but no.
Nature is a powerful force, not to be trifled with. Did I do something? Was I trifling?
You know, maybe breaking the magic seal around the farm might have been trifling, especially since there were a lot more mobs today. The next day, I saw I'd missed a spot with the scarecrows, and I saw that the trees that had been converted had gone back to normal.
That was such a weird thing that just happened to me.
I'd ended up with these, which I presumed would help grow that alternate tree type more permanently, along with all this wood, fiber, and even ferns. I got my first summer squash, which was apparently a persistent plant, pickled some more cauliflower, and hid the ferns and squash from myself,
Just in case.
I planted every seed I still had that could grow in summer on the Ginger Island farm, and came home to craft all the iridium scarecrows I could ever need. No crows allowed. I was actually getting recipes thanks to the TV's new position. I started harvesting the greenhouse about once every 3 days, and today was greenhouse day. I decided these coffee beans had to go because more ancient fruit was more important. I planted some green beans and squash on the island because I wanted to test the limits of this farm, and placed down some scarecrows, scare parrots, just in case. I also tossed down some crab pots just in case. You may see a pattern developing here. Then I decided to jump in this volcano again, living purely off the local shrooms and picking up dragon teeth. I also got this cryptic message that seemed to have something to do with communing with a mermaid on a rainy day via flute and drum blocks. I got a nut by slapping a fireboy and made it all the way back to this dwarf, who was now selling a new book. I bought a bunch of super meals from him to help with speed, and I started mining the ores along the way. And of course, I took a nap with my flame friend. I manually watered the farm away from farm when I woke, and when I got home, the OG farm was looking fantastic. I grabbed my bombs, crafted an island totem with one of those teeth, and harvested all this juice early for a little extra cash from Pierre. From there, I TP'd to the desert to buy 2 spicy eels, then TP'd back to the island to get down to business.
Ooh, walnut. Yes. 4 more till I get my 3.
This was working. I ended up getting a total of 4 today, along with ores, stone, and shards. Clearly this is where I needed to be. I started making a habit of watering the island farm, and started trying to give gifts to Elliot and Penny. The conglomerate must expand. The orchard was almost done, again, and I sold one of each of these new things for the collections. The comments suggested I return to the sewers to talk with this thing, which would apparently help me reselect my level 5 and 10 specializations within one of the 5 ways. I also proceeded to make flute and drum blocks for the cryptic note, but I had no fiber. I'd wasted all that green rain fiber on the scarecrows I wasn't even using. So that became a project. I also started making island totems with the teeth I was getting from volcano trips to save a little bit of time. And by night, I started setting up the farm to accommodate persistent plants and sprinklers, like these rows of coffee. That dog statue made me have these dreams again, where I took the comments' advice and picked botanist, which would hopefully help with the inventory management. Big Frogman said I'd planted the right thing, so the melons must have been it. Harvesting these taro roots gave a walnut, so I sold one for the collections, and I'm probably gonna hide it from myself just in case. With that walnut, the resort was active, and the path east was opened. I fished in this little spot for a single nut, and found the lone rock from the cryptic note, but didn't find a cave entrance. I assumed the music puzzle would finally give access to the cave, so I'd have to return when it rained. Here's how the walnut grind was going. That thing I missed last year was tomorrow, so I proceeded to hang out in the valley, and realized I'd forgotten to buy more starfruit seeds, so I sang a song. I am a stupid man. I am a stupid fool. I am a big dummy. I did not buy more starfruit seeds. I am a stupid man. Then this happened. Oh my god, what just happened to me? That was the sound of the orchard being set back, actually. Before sleep, I sold pomegranate wine, peach wine, and orange wine. Because why not? Day 263 was Starfruit Harvest Day, and the farming XP from it was enough to push me over the mastery line. Looks like this will come in tiers, and to unlock all the goodness, I'd have to clear all 5 of them. And look at all this Starfruit. The plan had been to sell some of this directly to Pierre to buy more seeds, but the luau meant he was closed. So I went to the luau to hopefully sell to him at his seasonal shop, but that didn't work either. Once again, the luau was causing me trouble. I gave the soup a gold star hot pepper, but apparently the governor isn't a fan of spice. You don't like spice, bro? And suddenly, it was 10 p.m. I went ahead and sold the stuff the normal way, and made some high dollar overnight. I picked up all the outside kegs, put one next to the house, since all the sheds would be synced up now anyway, and put the rest in the big shed, and started filling them things up with starfruit, baby. Then I had an interesting idea. I wonder if ancient fruit can grow safely on, what's-its-face? What's-its-face, of course meaning Ginger Island. So after buying a disgusting amount of starfruit seeds again, testing out my new foraging perk, rehoeing the farm, running out of replacement fertilizer, having this realization that I couldn't buy more. Pierre, it's 5. No! After that, yeah, I started working on making as many ancient seeds as I could, and of course, planning all that starfruit. Then I took this thing with me to the island, and went to check on the rainy siren puzzle. But I hadn't left myself any time to solve the puzzle, so I took a wet sand nap instead. I made the farm wet, and got a nut from it on day 265, and I started working on the ancient fruit idea, converting fruit to seeds as I wanted. I threw down some chests, and continued to expand ancient stuff where I could, and saw the villagers had begun to enjoy the resort. I gave them super meals, and found out Harvey's favorite thing is super meals. You know, that makes sense. The cryptic note had said some rocks would show up the next day, but I didn't see anything. Rather, it looked like some rocks were missing. It was past 5 p.m., so I mined for bones for fertilizer instead of buying more, and as soon as I TP'd home, what do I got going on? Okay, did somebody just knock over one of my trees? Well, the orchard will get there eventually. Only one tree from my shenanigans remained as of today, and I realized the animals hadn't been getting fed for a long time. And the 10th dino showed up, Sienna. I sold some greenhouse produce to Pierre to buy deluxe speed grow. Pain. Oh, no! I didn't mean to do that! I was trying to... Peanut. I looped that process, this time to buy this new catalog, as well as a bunch of hay for the poor abused animals. Once I'd patched up the fertilizer situation, I grabbed all my ores, made 3 new furnaces, picked up the rest, and spent the rest of the day watering Ginger Farm, converting ancient fruit and pineapples to seeds, and smelting ores along the way. I made the giant frog happy with the melons, and he gave me 5 walnuts. Fair trade. Then he asked for this, which I later worked out was wheat. I harvested these poppies, which dropped 3 walnuts back to back, and spent 5 of my recent bounty on getting my mail delivered here, or doubled here, or maybe it's a dimensional mailbox? Maybe it's an ender chest mailbox. Anyway, the blessed rain had saved me the trouble of watering, so I spent the morning fertilizing what I could. I spent the afternoon working out this puzzle, which eventually made sense. Stones as big as 1s and stones as big as 5s, right? Okay, so if the small stones are 1 and the big stones are 5, this must be a sequence 2, 11, 9, 5, 7. I decided I'd need a total of 6 flute blocks, so the fiber project continued. I accepted this island fishing quest, which curiously only mentioned 3 fish. The comments reminded me that I should be getting my rewards for the Slayer goals, and some of those looked kinda good, especially if I could combine them. This is how those goals were going, by the way. Marlin was selling some other galaxy weapons, so I had a feeling that as a 1.6, I no longer had the best sword, and I practically mortared this quarry when I saw how much had built up in it. And then, the final tree. And the farm is free from the tyranny I enslaved it with when I barked orders, can finally leave it alone and branch out. Sorry. What beautiful tree puns. Don't worry, I won't get sappy on you. I chose my first mastery benefit that night among the fiber gathering, hoping to make that mini forge for combining all the cool rings I now had. I did mostly maintenance on day 268, like animal stuff, harvesting my first spangles, placing one new flute block, spending some walnuts to get this bridge built, and volcanoing for ores and walnuts. I very nearly died to not having enough healing items in the beginning. But once I started finding these iridium magma caps, I was good to go. This dude stopped selling super meals, which was an insult, considering that was my backup speed plan. I think I dislike you, sir. Even so, he got my business for these cinder clown shoes I'd been saving up for.
I'm really gonna jingle from now on.
And so I jingled on. And apparently bombing counts for mastery. Tier 2, done. Let's have a fiery nap. I'd gotten this mummified bat in the fire mountain, so I snagged myself a new walnut. I placed the third flute block. Sound familiar? I went back to the valley to buy some wheat seeds, harvested this spot for fiber, had Robin move the old furnace shed to here, you'll never guess why, and had her make it a big shed. I got all the fiber I still needed from the train station, and found out that planted forage also harvests at exclusively iridium now, and apparently, so do truffles. With the recent ores, I made 5 new sprinklers, 20 new kegs, and 10 new tappers. I put the latter 2 down in the valley, and the sprinklers down on the island, along with the wheat and these lovely flute blocks.
I knew it was gonna be the mermaid call.
I can't say that was a surprise, but it was still cool. Frog Boy told me the wheat was right on day 270, and Mermaid Girl gave me 5 walnuts for the trouble. But that wasn't what I'd been hoping for. I thought she'd show me how to get to the daggum cave. So I went back to the drawing board on that one, but then I saw this board on the ground.
Oh, it was right there. Oh, I saw the little thing.
Does anyone else smell peanuts? Anyway, the cave. I fished here aggressively, hoping to get a stingray and a cave jelly, and the first was a success. Along with this statue, another decoration out of a lake I see, not a lake, an ocean? Never mind. The cave jelly, however, was nowhere to be found. At this point, all the pieces clicked. Jellies aren't Ginger Island fish, but instead a 1.6 thing. Where better to look for a cave jelly than a big old cave? But I may have lost what was left of my sanity at this point.
Where would a man get a cave jelly from? Where would a man have to go to get a cave jelly from? I've tried a couple different caves. Where would a man have to go to get a cave jelly from? Where would a man have to go to get a cave jelly from? Where would a man have to go to get a cave jelly from? Where would it be? Where would a man catch a cave jelly? Except for a cave. Where would a man catch a cave jelly from? Except for a cave. Where would a man catch a cave jelly from? Oh, where would a man? Oh, where would a man catch a cave jelly from? Where would a man? What is that? Oh my God! What's happening? No! What? No! No, but I was on it. Wait.
That's no cave jelly. I failed whatever that was again. Then,
Oh, cave jelly. Where would a man?
but on my third try, I landed this lava eel. Well, alright then. Only 6 fish to go now. I made the fish smoker, queued up the flounder, and panic harvested the starfruit at the last minute.
Pause. How much is an individual one worth?
And sold it at 1:50 a.m.
Yes. I want to see this.
I gave that smoked flounder to the raccoon, enabling him to find a wife, apparently. I kegged all the kegs again with the 5-pointed fruit, caught my first sturgeon, and tossed it into my fish pond, in which I could seemingly only place 1. I harvested the now summer and spring farm on the island, and with 86 walnuts found, I was getting antsy. I was gandering at the missing things for perfection, and I was getting worried. The annual trout derby began the next day, so of course I fished for some. They occasionally had these golden tags on them to turn in for loot, but the the loot felt a bit early game tier, so I took my easy trout and left. I grabbed the foraging mastery recipes to hopefully be able to make those treasure totems for artifact finding. I made the new tree seed from that as well, planted it here, planted maple trees in the orchard just in case I needed maple syrup later, and spent the rest of the day in the volcano, looking for walnuts and dragon teeth. I'd found none of either by level 7, so I called it and bought this fast exit here. I spent the next day chasing snails' bones, firstly by fishing next to these ancient bones more assuredly now having seen the cave, and following this suggestion about snake spines being in the west. I tried shaking every bush in this area, I tried fishing in this little spot, and eventually started losing it again. I've spent the entire day looking for a snake spine, and I don't have one. Oh my god! Is that a snake spine? Snake spine? I ended up finding 2 of these this way. Oh, they both count! Oh, cause it's just the big long spine. And the snake was 3 pieces, so I got 3
Mango sapling.
Uh-oh, that takes 28 days to mature, and it's day 273. Snailman gave us a final fossil hint, telling us to find golden coconuts. But I had no clue where to get that. I thought perhaps the coconut trees would be the answer, so I chopped every single coconut tree, but found none. This turned out to be a big mistake. Also, the Jojobert's price for the walnuts was much cheaper, and I wasn't quite sure why. The mango tree was officially in action, and Mr. Frogman told me how wheat reminded him of his ex.
What?
Wait. He gave 5 more nuts for this, and then the second blow came. This was clearly garlic, but that's all the way back in spring. In my desperation, I went to the valley, sold some things to Pierre, and grabbed my slingshot. I brought it back to try hitting this thing for a coconut, but alas, the Jojobert's price was lower again today, but upon accepting, am I sure about this? If the parrots find all the remaining golden walnuts, I won't have the true Ginger Island experience. All? So this seems to be a bit of a cheesy shortcut to receive all the nuts, so I held off for now. I did finally manage to shoot down a walnut though, and then the price was 10,000 G cheaper. I see what's going on here. 34 total walnuts to go, and only 5 more to get in this door. The Jojobird was becoming difficult to resist. Oh, I don't want to not have the true Ginger Island experience. That sounds so sad. Oh man, what's a boy to do, man? With the nuts I had left, I bought this trading hut, where I found the banana sapling. Uh-oh, that also takes 28 days, and I didn't even have the teeth to buy it. I went home and harvested the absolute bounty of starfruit. Perfection may be looking grim, but money? That was happening. Most of day 275 was looking for dragon teeth, but I didn't find any. I did find these broccoli seeds and this journal scrap. I also tested the ring combining at the forge and got this combined ring with the boons of each. Simple but effective. I like it. The journal scrap led me to a walnut and this ostrich egg buried in the sand. I went home to incubate it, but first, my fish asked me for a diamond. Good thing I was making those. Here you go, little guy. Oh, now the population can increase. Weird, but okay. My incubators were occupied, so I'd have to wait on the egg. But this crabshell ring was about to join the party. I planted some of that broccoli in the greenhouse and grabbed my TV to use on the island. Willie mentioned something cryptic about a special fish in the pools between waterfalls, but I didn't quite work out what that meant. Then, I committed to taking out my frustration with the banana garlic situation on the volcano for a few days, which was a lot easier with the extra 5 defense from the crab ring. The first day of it yielded this golden mystery box, these mermaid boots, 3 dragon teeth, since these apparently could benefit from the forage doubling perk, and this dwarf sword. Day 2 of denial-fueled teeth hunting yielded 0 teeth, but I did combine these 2 rings. Day 3 of the depression-fueled volcano delving yielded 3 teeth, and with that, I had enough to buy the much-needed sapling. I put that one in the ground and went home to try for tree fertilizer for the coconut trees, but noticed the raccoon friend had his wife. Oh, so that's how you do it. I'll be back in a sec. I'm gonna go grab some fish. She sold the new 1.6 seeds, but the original raccoon now needed fruit, including these dried apples. I figured that would need the dehydrator, but I hadn't saved any fire quartz. Clint popped my golden mystery box, only to give me another weird hat, and I grabbed that fire quartz with some elevator shenanigans. I harvested all the starfruit wine, a crisp 144 of it, and dehydrated an apple. 5 apples, apparently. A new lizard hatched.
What's up, Lack? That is exactly how I feel.
I was having a tough time, okay? I really wanted to finish perfection by 300 days. I couldn't seem to incubate the ostrich egg just yet, despite it seeming to want to interact. But look at all this money.
That's the most I've gotten so far for sure. I gave the little guy his waterless apples and bought a couple more books from the bookseller next morning and managed a measly 3 tree fertilizer for the coconut mission. So, without coconuts to look for, I went fishing for extra sturgeon, just in case, and reeled in my penultimate artifact as well. This is also probably a good time to mention I'd had another cheeky Google for the golden coconuts, because I was getting a little desperate. Evidently, I had to shake the trees, not cut them down. Oops. I had Robin upgrade another shed on the last day of summer, and was reaching the acceptance stage of grief around this time. Drying my tears with the hundreds of thousands of G I'd made with starfruit made me feel a whole lot better. Now that I knew it was garlic I was supposed to be hiding from myself, I went ahead and moved all the hidden items back with the rest of the produce. I turned in that artifact, only one to go, and used those tear-soaked bills to buy a full stack of deluxe speed grow. I also decided it was time to go for aesthetics. If I'm in this for another 100 days yet, this place ought to look awesome. To that end, I moved the whole farm down to the right and started working on this nice worn pathway to hopefully start giving this place the dignity it deserved. Day 281 was pumpkin time. My math said this was how many pumpkins we needed, and I spent the entire day setting up this 18 by 39 farm for 624 pumpkin seeds. This sturgeon row finished up during the process, and I realized that shape is right there. Oh. So I need to sell roe also. The sturgeon were reproducing successfully as well. Good news. And with a trick I'd worked out regarding holding X and left click at the same time, I placed all 620... well, almost. Zopeek fell asleep on the farm, the rascal, so I couldn't put his seed here. The next morning, I learned that spreading weeds includes random rocks destroying furnaces, apparently. Can you spot where Zopeek slept? I'd never sold the fairy flower, so I decided to grow one of those there instead. And I had some words with Zopeek. Zopeek, you're out of here. Goodbye. That's what you get for sleeping on the farm. I'm the only one that gets to take random naps around here. Oh my god, what is this? Okay, that one was on me. I had Robin upgrade the 4th and final planned keg shed and crafted some sprinklers for Ginger Island, but iron was the new problem. I grabbed a blackberry for the raccoon and kept trying to figure out Willie's waterfall suggestion, but this just wasn't working. I went looking for some other places a waterfall could have been added, and I found this new addition where I caught this thing. That clears up the 1.6 fish, but I wonder what those last 4 are. I'd reached a new level of mastery with the fishing, and this iridium scythe just looked too cool to deny any longer. And look at that harvesting efficiency. Worth. I sold most of the quality crops I had, and started saving only the qualityless ones for possible recipes. I bought more starfruit seeds for a Ginger Island starfruit money farm. I bought 999 copper ore from Clint. I made more weathered floors, and grabbed my furnaces for another Ginger Island multitasking adventure. Do I have enough coal? Oh yeah, that. I bought out on iron ore too, and started spamming these super meals to everyone I came across. Then I threw some stuff away to be able to pay for the ticket because I bought too much iron. I spent the rest of my day smelting, shaking trees, and reworking this farm to start making me some money too. Featuring a short explosive break to get bones for more tree fertilizer, and a fertilizing break that went really well. Oh! Hey, I got one! Oh. I'm not sure what that owl impression was. Oh, I got one. You could tell I was hyped. I brought it to Clint, but I was actually disappointed to see I got 1 walnut from it, rather than that skull I needed, since I'd probably be getting 6 walnuts from that. I spent the rest of this day, too, working on taking control of Ginger Farm, and of course, I smelted a considerable amount. This is what I had by nighttime. I was lamenting my missing 3 walnuts on day 285, but I did accidentally remember Elliot's birthday again. 7 hearts already? Watch out, Elliot. I gave this married man his blackberry jelly. He gave me a book about finding mixed seeds, and then he told me he was gonna start a family. Sounds good, little guy. I made some more sprinklers, and my sturgeon asked for maypal syrup for some reason, but far be it from me to argue. I polished off the tapper crafting for good, and made 37 more kegs for the keg god, and started workshopping the best way to lay them out. I also started trying to figure out what was missing in the collections, and realized this was dried fruits, and this was probably smoked fish, so I got to work on that. The next day, something unexpected happened. Ordered too much Jody, jeez, man. It's every season. You have a problem. You need to get some help. I sold that smoked fish and dried fruits I mentioned, bought some more iron, once again failing to save enough for a boat ride, and went to work on Ginger Farm again. I got things arranged pretty well, but then...
I'm such a goober, man. Gus had a little shop going here with this shocking mango wine and a recipe I threw stuff away just to make sure I could acquire. And I spent the rest of the night trying to retame the farm. I finished fertilizing every coconut tree on day 287, but had yet to get a new coconut for the final pea snail bone. So I went home and threw food at some of the bachelors of the valley. And it was keg day! And look, I made caviar for real. I spent the rest of the day rearranging the kegs for their new big shed life, but I got so fixated on it that I didn't quite fill them all. Kegs desynced. I placed and filled the rest, and went to Robin's to order my first meal. I thought maybe I'd need rice for recipes, so, you know, just in case. Also, the botanist perk works on bushberries too. I got a couple lucky lunches from this golden mystery box I'd gotten from a coconut tree, and bought a sickening amount of iron ore, and a slightly less nauseating amount of coal to go with it. And I went back islanding to begin the grind, but I found this lovely thing early on. I immediately started home, but noticed it was apparently girls' day at the beach, so I gave them all food, as one does when they see a gaggle of gals on the beach. Then I made it to Clint's. Please? Yes! Oh, we're gonna get the walnuts. And I took it straight back. Check it out. Snail and I admired my work, despite how freaky it looks, and he thanked me by teaching me how to craft ostrich incubator. There it is! There it is! Farewell, Watson. Hey, you owe me 6 walnuts. Don't leave. I got an extra banana sapling too, go figure. But it was time. And who else would be behind a door like this but Mr. Chi? He told me I was special. You got a very special energy. Ah, my mom always said I was special. But now, Chi threw down the gauntlet. The challenge had begun. He had his own quest board of sorts, with the rewards as his exclusive currency, Chi gems, which were apparently highly radioactive. They could be spent at this shop, full of strange and fantastic rewards, but most importantly, the answer to the question I'd been wondering for so long: what is perfection? Yes, see? Wow, we are not even close. And you know, that was bittersweet. At least I had no reason to be depressed about bananas anymore. I furiously took notes in hopes that I could keep track of all these lovely goals, and I chose this quest about chi beans, thinking all my efforts towards farm making could finally pay off if I just grew the beans and made seeds from them. I planted my second banana tree and did what I could to sort this farm for starfruit and chi beans. I got a suspicious letter the next day from this guy named Fizz. That name makes sense considering how much Joja Cola I've been seeing. Apparently I was supposed to meet him in a watery cave. And also, Jody. I checked this cave first, but no dice. Though I did notice a little patch here with a walnut in it. Then I checked this cave, where this really creepy guy was selling papers to purchase 1% of perfection for 500,000 G apiece. Joja was back at it again, trying to take away experiences in exchange for money. No thanks. I headed home, unsure of which day the pumpkins would actually mature, and got some easy iridium blackberries because why not? Then I tried to give Jazz a super meal. Oh my god. But accidentally gave her my last Ginger Island totem. Oopsie. I went ahead and made as many new kegs as I could, with the limiting factor after everything somehow being wood again. Too bad, because we need money if we're gonna make all of these things. And the gold clock is 10 million G. I checked in on the Slayer goals and got this immunity to slimes ring from Gil. I went deep in the mines to confirm that these were the void spirits mentioned on the list, and I found my very first chi beans down there too. And last minute, I snagged this book from Marlon's back room. And on the 10th, it was pumpkin day, and this iridium scythe was putting in work. Then I said this: welcome to the team, give me your juice. Look at all those pumpkins. Please ignore the fairy plant that hadn't grown up yet, you see nothing. I'd recalled juicing was faster than whining, so I set the recently crafted kegs to work, hoping to sync them back up on the back end. At this point, I noticed this kind of looked like a cup of tea, and this must be a radioactive bar. Those had been in crafting recipes in Chi's shop, so I suspected I'd have to smelt the chi gems at some point. I gave my new mill all the unmilled rice I had, and fair warning, I'd just been incubating slime eggs whenever I remembered, and it looked like this in here now. I bought a whole stack of hay from Marnie, because I really need to stop starving my animals. Then I went back to Ginger to do more fixing and smelting activities, featuring lots of healthy plant destruction, planting these chi beans, and finding an extra to join the party. And I called in some rain at the last minute to save me some time tomorrow with the farm work. A couple comments mentioned around this point that this bird would give walnut hints, but by the time I found this out, it would only tell me about the frog. I planted some broccoli to see if fall seeds would grow here, and that fairy rose had finished growing, so I sold my first one of those. I set up this obelisk chest where I started putting all the supplies for upcoming obelisks, and while looking at the collections, I noticed the dehydrator breeder also worked on edible mushrooms, so I tried that. I gave Frog Statue a sword for good measure, and put these mini shipping bins in the greenhouse to quickly sell the quality crops, where I also harvested my first broccoli. I gathered clams and coral for the water obelisk, and learned the botanist perk also applies to this. Man, that is a really good perk. The next day, I gathered more coconuts for the desert obelisk, got a few chi beans in the process, and topped off on desert trader stuff. I also snagged and sold these dried mushrooms for the collections. I elected to swap out the jade for quartz since I didn't really need stairs for now. These raccoons seemed to have the family thing happening, but now my guy needed dried purple mushrooms and white algae, the usual family making ingredients. Then back to the island, I planted the new chi beans and saw the broccoli was growing fine. This place might just be a bigger greenhouse. I went to work getting this whole area ready for starfruit galore and did the usual multitasking things, minus the smelting, since I'd forgotten coal like a noob. Then I went back home, gave this guy his algae, and turned my ancient fruit into seeds before sleep. I set up for a dive for gold for sprinklers, along with seed making, went to get coal from Clint, but the ADHD hit hard. I forgot to get coal, and just didn't actually mine. Instead, I went to Sandy's, bought slightly too many starfruit, got this inspiring rhetoric from Sebastian, and planted as much—
What are you saying to me, Red? Look at these strange melons.
That, folks, is chi fruit. That guy never ceases to amaze me.
It's got like glasses on it, man.
In the end, I harvested the grown stars and planted the entire farm with more, and had just enough fertilizer to get the farm completely ready to go, along with a little spillover right here. I counted out the sprinklers I still needed for this bad boy, and the magic number was 37. And just before I set out on the gold mission, I had a thought. Transmutation.
Wait a minute. Maybe it's more efficient to buy iron and turn it into gold than to buy gold.
This is good stuff. But first, let's harvest this incredible amount of wine and juice, shall we? I went for juice for the next batch, because juice is faster, and I needed more money soon. The day-late starfruit wine finished as I was wrapping up, so thankfully the kegs were all synced up again. Look at all that product. The journey of turning chi fruit back into beans began soon after. This will be happening a lot. I made one last key decision before bed, and started working on a new section for plants on the Valley Farm. Oh, and—
We are really getting somewhere with that.
The expansion continued the next morning, including a detour to move the main produce chest out of the way, and having Robin move the mill to here, and this shed to here. Then I got a reminder.
Oh, is it?
Okay. And I couldn't just skip the fair this year either. You'll see why soon. I blasted back to the island, and with some cheese, Elliot hit 8 hearts.
I have some terrible news, my guy. I have some awful news.
I swapped out the last of the island chi fruit with ancient seeds, and went home to set up this new chi bean farm for success. I also learned chest types can be hot switched now while I was picking my items to impress at the fair, and I transmuted some iron to make sure all the beans I'd made would get watered. I started the day with the greenhouse, polishing off the last of the ingredients for the desert obelisk, except the million G's of course. At the fair, I used this setup to become a 3-year consecutive champ, scoring the new achievement that had been added for winning first place at the fair. Now you see why I had to come back. The tokens were enough to buy this prize ticket, which was good enough for me. The next day, I finally tackled the gold for sprinklers problem in a bit of a hybrid way. I started the day off in the mines, getting gold and chi beans, and took a pit stop at Clint's once he was open. I'd had the bright idea I mentioned on day 294, and I was right. Buying 10 iron ore and 2 coal costs 3,000 G, whereas buying 5 gold ore and 1 coal costs 4,000 G. After all the times of being an absolute peanut in this playthrough, this genius behavior feels really nice to share. With that, the mining and smelting began. Then the coolest thing happened.
What? What just happened?
This was my very first trinket. Fairy Box summons a level 1 fairy companion that heals you in combat situations. And that's what it did. It followed me around like an adorable little pet and healed me anytime I was fighting.
That's really cool. Keep up the good work, ma'am.
I snagged the Void Spirit Slayer goal amidst the fighting and healing, and I ended up with this stuff from the journey, including 10 extra chi beans, which I planted and fertilized, but didn't quite water in time. I harvested the next round of chi fruit, retrieved my furnaces, and got down to the multitasking vibes once more. Amidst the farm building, my first mystic sap had arrived, and I made my first treasure totem. I ended up with a fair bit of coal, a couple chi beans, and a whopping 3 chicken statues.
What's with the chicken statues in this game?
And my sturgeon were getting obscurely needy again.
You want 3 Omnigeodes? Guys, have I got some fantastic news for you?
The animals finally didn't hate me, imagine that, and if I'm counting right, the 12th and final dino hatched today. I transmuted needed as much gold as I had refined quartz, and made a crisp 39 more sprinklers. I slapped those bad boys down, bought more deluxe speed grow from Sandy, placated my strange fish, and refreshed my lovely pumpkin juice makers. It's so nice seeing all this money coming in, gotta say. Pumpkin day had arrived once again, so once I'd sorted the chi beans, grabbed the quartz I'd queued up in these Crystallaria, and finished off smelting the iron and quartz, I went to work on good old pumpkin acquisition. I picked up a new tier of mastery during the haul, and despite my animal's best efforts, I finally got every spot filled with a pumpkin without error. I crafted the last of the sprinklers I needed, polished off the gold and iridium smelting, re-upped the newly well-treated animal's food, and got some much-needed sleep. I harvested the last of the smelted metal bounty on day 300, and received a letter. Jody. Some things never change. I threw those furnaces in the shed they were once in quite a while ago, and I bought out one last time on starfruit seeds. And I actually saved enough money for the boat. Look at me go. But I had to make another purchase.
Hey, Elliot, you wanna, join the conglomerate?
As if he could resist the charms of accidentally remembering his birthday 2 years in a row. In my efforts to bring him into the fold, I ran headlong into 2 cutscenes about the perils of the creative struggle. And they were nice, but it's day 300, we gotta get a move on here. Welcome to the collective, Elliot. I got a couple clams for the future obelisk, and threw down those 37 sprinklers Ginger Farm needed. I harvested the ripe stars, rotated the broccoli out, and watered the farm for what I suspected would be the last time. I went home, stood next to my bed, churning out ancient seeds, and wondered what on earth I was going to do next. Perfection still eluded me at this point, but now I knew what it was. I had a clear goal in mind, even if some of the components of it were still a bit unclear. And the money situation was really coming along. 10 million G was still quite far away, but maybe not so impossible now. But there was still quite a lot to do. And hey, if you've made it this far, literally over 6 hours, give this video a like and subscribe to support the channel so I can make more of these things for you guys. Now, let's hit the ground running, shall we? I kicked off day 301 with a new recipe, since I was gonna need every single one, and now I only needed to learn 14 more. I spent the rest of the day harvesting, seed making, setting up the farm, and replanting chi beans for the chi gem quest I'd taken a few days ago. I ended up making 9 more seed makers to speed up the process, because otherwise this was gonna take all day every time. The comments had given me ample hints on where to find the last 4 fish I hadn't caught, so here I caught a stonefish, here I caught an ice pip, and here I caught a slime jack. I planted a few extra chi beans I'd gotten from fishing, and also thanks to your comments, I finally realized I was supposed to water these for the hutch to actually do anything. I saved those new fish for later, dealt with my out-of-sync chi fruit next morning, and found out how the hutch works.
Oh my. What? I didn't mean to. Whoa!
What in tarnation? I went to the desert looking for that last of 4 mystery fish, found another thick book, and eventually...
Ooh, what was that? Hey, Master Angler, we got the scorpion carp. We got them all. And 12 wood, baby.
Fishing, check. I was blazing through the comment hints you guys had given me on the 300 days video.
Did I do that one?
In fact, I hadn't. It led me to here, where I could trade this driver a rabbit's foot in exchange for a new wallet power thing, the special charm. More luck forever and always? Sounds good to me. I stopped by Pierre's to grab some cooking supplies, and addressed another comment hint to check this door. Turns out Caroline is a big fan of tea. Like, maybe a bit too big of a fan. Who knows what might appear?
What? What? What's in your tea? What are you putting in your tea?
Anyway, she gave me some tea leaves, which I could apparently brew into tea, and it looks like I need to sell one of each. I tossed the leaves in a keg and hoped that'd get the job done. I made a couple of new recipes and handled keg day like a seasoned pro, including the tea, which was now already done. I sold that and the pumpkin juice for collection and money and called it a night. Willie sent me this letter the next day, so I had a nice little star drop snack to celebrate the fishing victory. Hopefully completing the other sets will reward star drops too. Caroline sent this letter with the recipe for a tea sapling.
What an interesting way to make a tree. Here's some seeds and some wood and some fiber. It's a tree now!
I made 5, tried and failed to plant them in the greenhouse, and carved out another column of the orchard for the tea trees. I grabbed another tea leaf from Caroline to sell, but
I just gave her the tea leaves!
whoops. Then it was off to the island. Elliot whispers a sweet secret into your ear.
Only wish I'd given you a bouquet first.
Okay. Anyway, I got some clams. At the island, the mangoes had arrived, but the bananas weren't quite ready. I started getting into the island starfruit harvesting grind, and went to visit that nut hint parrot again. Buried near bones, huh? I began clearing this entire place, when prehistoric scapula...
Holy was that the last one?
And that's the artifacts, folks. But I still gotta bring it to old boy first. After digging basically this whole area, I noticed this suspicious looking spot and snagged a new nut. Only 24 of those to go. The parrot said this the next day, and apparently Leo loves mangoes. After some hunting, I found one in the middle of these stars and assumed the other 5 were the frog. I gave some more gifts. You know what? Go ahead and assume on any given day that I'm doing a bunch of this gift giving, and we'll check in on it later. Most of the chi fruit was ready again today, but the day count versus the number I had was beginning to look not so good. I decided to give it my best anyway, because 100 chi gems were on the line. At the museum, I stumbled into an Elliot cutscene, where I listened to him read an entire romance novel to the town. You're lucky I like you, Elliot. Then I got to why I'd come here.
A complete collection! We finished the museum. Why is there more space than there is artifacts?
I did some final rearranging, and
Complete collection, huh?
I went home to give it my best on the chi fruit seed making for the rest of the day, including making a temporary extra section down here for him. This is how the socials were looking at this point. We'll check on those after more gift giving. I spent some time on the chi fruit and ancient fruit seed conversion, and I reached a sweet 100 ancient seeds all ready to go. Then I gathered up some animal products because it was time to tackle the massive recipe making situation. I made a few things, getting this achievement, and then realized I needed plenty of fruits and veggies too. Then I made more things. This started to get a little out of hand, to the point where I just started shoving everything I had in my fridges. I got another cooking achievement. I was a proper chef now, and I went back to get even more ingredients from Pierre. Then I made more stuff, and I realized I had to get fish too. Let's just look. This is what I made. I also made a bee house and some kegs during the process, and I noticed I already had honey, which I tossed in the outside keg for meat. Most of what I was missing to cook more recipes was seasonal forage and ocean crab pot stuff, so I went looking for more wood and forage for the rest of the day. I sold my first meat on day 306, and spent the day chopping, foraging, and grabbing freshwater crab pots to put back by the ocean. I also knocked out this fall forage recipe before it was too late, and checked the cart lady to find
Garlic seeds.
ooh, Mr. Frog will be happy sooner than I thought. Just before bed, I made this thing, along with 52 more kegs, and got that ostrich egg incubating. I spent the entirety of day 307 in denial. The math was bad. I had 2 days left to complete the quest, and I needed a full growth cycle of 3 days to pass to get the 500 chi fruit I needed. But I did all this anyway, on the slim hope that I was wrong, or that I'd at least get to keep them. That was depressing. But today was Pumpkin Day.
You can never be upset when it's pumpkin day.
That's right, so let's get back to it. Please ignore the depressing continued effort towards the chi beans. I definitely did not waste 2 days working on this, full well knowing it wasn't gonna work.
Final day. Yeah, it's all gonna go away. I don't know why I'm doing this. I think this is denial.
You think? I started switching the Crystalleria to rubies, hoping I could set up a spicy eel for life kind of situation. I threw down the crab pots, actually remembered to bait them, and went back to the aisle, where
Banana!
I harvested the ancient fruit and star fruit too, planted the lucky garlic seed and star fruit seeds, sold 1 banana for the collections, grabbed my Ginger Island crab pots, and tested out that banana box thing I'd noticed before.
Yes! Oh! Okay, dude.
This game never fails to surprise me.
I thought that was gonna open up and we were gonna be allowed to go that way. No.
The hint parrot said this, so I went looking. But speaking of surprises,
What the heck?
the Pirate's Cove was active. Each one of these pirates was as corny as ever, and I loved it. This guy asked me to play darts to score exactly 301 points, and I did so, despite the really shaky cursor, and earn a walnut to boot. I spent the rest of the night scouring the cove for the walnut the parrot mentioned, but never found it, so I had a scallywag nap instead. Winter began on the tropical isle, where the frog confirmed the garlic was the right thing, and this gorilla just existed now. Despite my best effort to give him another banana, all I did was eat one in front of him. I saw what the parrot meant in the daylight, claimed a new nut, and went home to face the music. I got this haul from the crab pots, moved them to a slightly more convenient spot, and bought a full stack of bait so I never had to worry about having enough bait again. Then I realized I should have taken a new quest from Chi, so I went all the way back and took this one, which was a 3-day speed run of augmented legendary fish. Sure, why not? I'd constantly forgotten to get a new tea leaf from Caroline, but those only produced in the last week of the season, so now I had to wait till late winter. Yay. Oh, and look at my farm. Totally barren of chi fruit. I'm not crying, you're crying. I cooked my first crab cake, and took part in the glorious keg day once more. I packed up the seed makers, since 150 ancient seeds felt like enough, and I spent the night prepping for the fishing adventures, and I made so much overnight. Day 310 was fishing day. I tackled the Glacierfish Jr. first, and this thing was
was a menace, but I did manage it on my first encounter. I'd stacked a bunch of seeds I wanted to bring to Ginger Island in my inventory, so after catching the much easier radioactive carp, my inventory was struggling. I went for Miss Angler next, but the spot I'd stood to catch it wouldn't work now thanks to the waterfall, so I improvised. But soon, I had 3 out of 5. Then I messed up. I went for the Legend 2 next, but I hadn't yet caught the son of a crimson fish. The original legend had to be caught last in the set of legendaries, so after being unable to catch this guy, I assumed I'd made a mistake. And when I went to the beach, my inventory caught up with me when I saw that I had lobsters to harvest, which was the other crab pot thing I still needed for recipes. Then I lost even more time forgetting that I'd been on the pier when I'd caught the crimson fish, such that it was now nighttime. So I spent a little time working on another slight farm adjustment. The queen taught me pumpkin pie in the morning, so I cooked it and went straight back to the ocean where I found a nautilus shell for my sturgeon friends. Then I got to fishing for the son of crimson fish, and he was a beast. But eventually, I landed him. But the Legend 2 didn't go as well. I lost it once, I lost it twice, but on attempt number 3 of this kind of stuff,
Sing a song about the time that we went fishing. It's a fatter bass.
and look, we got some Chi gems. Weirdly, they were a currency and didn't go into my inventory. Guess I'm not gonna be able to smelt those. I went to buy some ore I understood at Clint's, and came home to find I already had the earth crystals I'd need for the earth obelisk.
Alright, that's wonderful news.
I stored the extended family in this chest to see if they would disappear tomorrow, and gave my other fish friends their recent request. I stumbled into a winter root on the farm, started smelting lots of copper, and made 3 new recipes. One with a bass I'd gotten while fishing, one with the lobster from yesterday, and one with that winter root. And I spent the rest of the night working on that same farm adjustment. I did a little more of that next morning. My goal was to link up these 2 farm sections and make them one really big farm section. Then it was off to the wizard, where I bought my first obelisk, moved a bunch of farm buildings around because I could, and bought my second obelisk. I spent a decent chunk of time moving small stuff around, but eventually I got the obelisks looking like this. I'd put them up here by the teleport home spot, since these were supposedly going to be a teleportation network. I went to the beach the fancy way, and headed back to the island, where I told Mr. Frog about the garlic, and he gave me 5 nuts one last time. I had enough of those now for this thing, which made an obelisk of sorts. I harvested the farm, replanted it with my bounty of different seeds, and bothered Chi about how to get the radioactive bars, where I learned about a radioactive ore. So that's what this is. That means these are the only 2 things I don't know yet. I grabbed some wood on the way home, learned from the parrot that the 5 hidden in the west wasn't about the frog, took my new obelisk back to the farm, and made one more recipe with the lone garlic. I made some more kegs on the next day, and the new fish decided to stay after all. I harvested the greenhouse for a little extra cash from Pierre, and had Robin help me move my buildings around to make these just a little bit better, and ordered a new fish pond. The barn was too full for the ostrich to hatch, so I sold one of the cows to make room. Goodbye! Sorry. Welcome the ostrich chick. Pricky. Okay. Then I spent the rest of the night again working on the farm layout. I grouped the whole family up the next day, thinking I might try some row shenanigans with these, and or some of the other really difficult catches like octopus or lava eel, and spent the day finishing off the farmland part of the farm rework. Krobus was at the very bottom of the socials, so I brought him a gift I'd been recommended to by the internet, a pumpkin, which seemed to be his favorite thing. The farm was now a 6x19 quality sprinkler behemoth, and I allocated a new row of the orchard to the mystic trees. I paid the desert trader a visit on day 315, where I kept the spicy eel and staircase trains rolling, and bought this recipe for the crafting everything part of perfection, and crossed it off the list, along with a few other miscellaneous items. Some crops were ready at Ginger Island, where I'd come to go tooth hunting again, but I ended up hunting for these 2 in the north instead. I started to figure out the style of how these things were hidden, in the middle of a bunch of stuff, basically. So I managed to find—
Oh god, I'm crazy. I'm actually nuts. I didn't mean to do—
With this new epiphany having taken hold, I looked for those 5 in the west for the rest of the day, and managed to find 4 of them, bulging very close by. Yeah, that was a weird hint right there, and despite my best efforts, I couldn't find the bulge. Perhaps that's for the best.
Bulging? You wanna run that by me again?
I purchased this cooking recipe with bone shards I'd mined while looking, and spent the rest of the day looking for teeth and vanquishing magma sprites for the Slayer goal. The next day, I remembered to check Mr. Cheese for a new quest, and this one kinda looked like it might answer the radioactive ore question, especially since it matched the name of this achievement. So I went for it. Perfection report, we're getting somewhere. I harvested the Ginger Farm's 5-pointed bounty, along with some amaranth, and replanted all my not starfruit I had left, as well as more glorious you-know-what, and began to sweat my 4 remaining one-heart friends. This ancient wine was as ancient as it was gonna get, so I harvested it and learned it doubled the value. But at the same moment, I also learned starfruit was actually better than ancient fruit here. But ancient fruit wouldn't require replanting or repurchasing seeds,
kegs, so it was clearly a trade-off. It was keg day too, but I hadn't brought the recent Ginger Farm starfruit home yet because I kinda suck at inventory management. So I didn't quite fill all the kegs, but I got most of them. For the last few, I did some random things like beer and coffee, because why not?
That is literally more than 1 million right there.
Then I headed to the mines, where the elevator was indeed broken, and this was something really cool. The mines had been completely redone. I quickly found my first radioactive ore, as well as a loose J-Gem. The new mobs in here had some high health, but I had some high defense, so I was surviving long enough for the OP fairy to heal me. This place was also Loot City, with nifty things and advantageously placed ores. The elevator started working the way it did in the very beginning, unlocking every 5 floors, and each of the biomes had new themes, like this ocean one here. But it wasn't exactly a serene experience. Thankfully, all the jade I'd farmed meant I had a crazy amount of staircases, so I made it all the way here before doing one of these again. And as for the...
Whoa! Oh, it wiggles. I like that it wiggles.
The reruns taught me another one of these, and I started smelting my first radioactive bars. And I sold 1 ore for the collections. More island crops were ready, and I picked up what I'd had to leave behind here before, well, some of it. I got 7 nanners, which combined with those 5 nanners is enough. All that was left for the obelisks was some teeth and 1 more round of starfruit wine. The ruby mission was online, but it was time to mine once again. The staircases helped me get to the 3rd biome, the foresty area, which replaced the ice biome.
Oh, this is weird.
It is, but it's also awesome. The dust sprites were looking a little different, but I hoped they'd still count for the Slayer goal. The forest got darker though, and out came the bugs, the horrible bugs, and this dashing ghost that gave an effect that keeps you from eating anything if it hits you. Scary. Frankly, if it wasn't for the fairy, I might not have made it. Oh, and speaking of which, I got a fairy box. Someone's a level 3 fairy companion. We love an upgrade. It seemed to heal faster and more potently, which sounded good to me. I took my staircases to get out of this place, and found myself in a dungeon with skeletons that could lock me in place.
Okay, let's keep moving.
More staircases, and then it was fire time. The goal was quite dense, but this biome was the most similar to the original mines, still menacing, with stronger versions of the same stuff.
Bro has a crossbow. Whoa!
Yeah. Stronger. It was a great chance to get fire quartz for my latent interest in a shed full of dehydrators, but was otherwise mostly me running away with staircases from the scary things. And then of course,
oh, I passed out.
My first radioactive bars were finished next morning, known by the Zuzu City Safety Commission to cause irreversible bodily harm. Awesome. Seems like a good thing to sell, right? I once again made more kegs, and then it was back to more scary staircasing.
How magical this experience is. What a wonderful experience.
I was lucky enough to find a mushroom floor, so the purple mushroom request for the raccoons would soon be sorted. The final biome truly had that demonic abandoned mineshaft vibe, with more mushrooms to boot, but eventually I reached the bottom. Phew, that was work. This thing existed here now, but I had to wait till tomorrow to see what it did. I topped off my bomb supply and went home to smelt all the ore I'd acquired on the journey. While I was waiting, I crafted a few things I hadn't crafted before, like my first iridium sprinkler, which would apparently water a 5x5 square around it instead of the typical 3x3. They interested me enough to make more of these to hopefully get more batteries, but I wasn't really sure where to put them. By this point, I'd harvested so much oak resin, I mean look at this, that I decided the need for oak trees was fast disappearing. I quickly gave this dude his mushrooms, and I got a fancy hat. Sure, okay, good luck with that family, little bro. And the hat wasn't half bad, to be honest. Back at the mines, this shrine could now be activated. Through some brief detective work, I deduced activating this was now a way to make the mines function like they had during the quest, whenever I wanted, on the following day. To be honest, I'd expected to get a key to this place instead, where I'd then presumably be able to get radioactive stuff in the future, but this works too. So then, what is that? I bought the desert obelisk, immediately moved it as well as these fish ponds, and requisitioned these rods from their horrible location. And by the end of the night, I had this, though I suspected I might make some changes with the pathways. I tried a bunch of things in the dehydrator on day 321, hoping to figure out those last 2 things in the shipping collection. I tried bug meat hoping to get jerky, seaweed to get dried seaweed, vegetables for, I don't know really, but none of it worked. Amidst the efforts, I found the little ostrich had grown up to this big guy, so I got a new ostrich egg. I sold that, tried a few other things, like milk for powdered milk, but really couldn't work this one out. I did remember to go polish off this mastery thing, as I'd gotten enough for all 5 at this point.
Oh, I'm done. Oh, you feel Grandpa's hand patting your shoulder.
Oh, how touching. Literally. I got this new and improved fishing rod, but of course, I had 0 use for that at this point. I tried putting some of the legendary fish in this fish pond, but the legend wouldn't be happy in there. Did I ask about happiness? I asked about profits. Yeah, so none of those worked. So I went for the octopus. I chose this as the new horrible location for the lightning rods, and did my best to make this spot look a little better. And started consistently working on the people at the bottom of the socials list, mostly with flowers. I accidentally remembered this dude's birthday. Nice. And I bought a special gift for somebody new, since it was time to expand the collective once again. Then I ran into a Sebastian cutscene which I related to deeply. He told me that he's a freelance programmer, that no one takes his job seriously, and he doesn't want to do the corporate rat race. Sebastian, my guy, we have 3 more things in common than I thought we did. I ordered a new fish pond, bought all the recipes Robin sold, as well as a hunk of wood for crafting stuff. Ginger Farm had more to harvest, and I paid Chi a visit, where I spent some walnuts on Chi gems. I figured this was safe, since this option hadn't shown up till I'd done every single parrot trade I could find. Then I used my gems to buy this Junimo chest pair, which I guess would be an actual ender chest kind of thing, and this thing, which I suspected would let me get more seeds from Pierre. I tested the chest. It's only 9 inventory spots? I'm upset. I used it to help me get more of the island harvest home, cooked 6 more recipes with said bounty, and started hypothesizing. For example, I expect that Krobus is going to teach me the strange bun, because I get strange buns from those shadow people down there all the time. I made one more of these to produce frozen tears for my programmer buddy, and just before sleep, I learned these don't work quite like ender chests. I brought Pierre his stock list the next day, which caused him to start selling all the different season seeds permanently. Oh my god! That'll save me some trouble. I ran into a Harvey cutscene, where I agreed that Harvey's generic recommendation for George's health was a good one. Krobus asked me to help him not get assassinated. I know exactly why you gave me this stone today. Do you? Do you really? The island was successfully growing powder melons I'd tested, so this farm could evidently grow any season's crops. I had these choices again for Chi, so I decided to go for the Spicy Mines rework one more time, and purchased this thing from the shop in case it had a unique mushroom I needed for the dehydrator. I got this tiger slime egg, and I made a few dehydrators to help me test more things, like maybe a banana for banana chips. Sadly, that didn't work, and surprisingly, I couldn't even use truffles. But it was keg day, so today was a win no matter what. I subbed in some ancient fruit this time since I really ran out of starfruit, and decided to leave a permanent Junimo chest here for easy swapping when teleporting. This quest was available, which had some decent synergy with the Chi quest, and a 50 Chi gem offer was hard to ignore. So after a little ginger farm work and some rampant gift giving, I put my magic chest down and got to work on rerunning these loot-filled mines for the rest of the night. And wine money is still great. I got another of those recipes from the queen in the morning, and put a pressure nozzle I'd gotten from those loot-filled mines yesterday on this iridium sprinkler to see what it would do. And I also made another one since I hadn't seen what they do without the nozzle either. I also decided to try another one of those tough fish in a pond to see how it worked out. And I remembered something important. There'd been a secret note about raisins and Junimo that I'd completely ignored. But now I decided dehydrating grapes had to be the move. I also tried tomatoes, but no luck there. I ran into a Penny cutscene where I was a guest speaker for kids, but considering my track record on speaking out loud, that probably didn't go so well. Happy birthday, Mr. Wizard. Please build me one of these now, thanks. And I spent the rest of the day in the mines again, with a brief break to make some pumpkin pies for health, and also this recipe that I hadn't made yet. The grapes indeed produced raisins on the morrow, so now I was down to one final mystery in the produce section. The pressure nozzle iridium sprinkler is also crazy effective, evidently adding a ring compared to the normal ones. I also got my first octopus roe, which seemed to be just a bit less good than sturgeon roe by default, but I wasn't sure about the eel. Do I have to get like a lava pond or something for that? I queued up more raisins, ordered another fish pond, and did more Chi mining, pausing on most levels today to slay the reskinned dust sprites for the Slayer goal and Clint quest, because thankfully they still counted. I also got one of these, which seemingly would help me get the new best weapon in the game once I had 3 of them. I'd polished off one of those 2 quests by this point, but I still had to get to the bottom. Clint sent this letter and a crafting recipe as thanks, and I tried out this new geode crusher. Looks like I might need to do some quests to get all the crafting recipes, huh? I put some raisins in this hut, as per the note, and went to the desert to try and make a new galaxy sword, which did not work. I also bought some honey there for making more farm totems, but fiber was an issue, so I tried out these fiber seeds I needed to craft at least once anyway. And speaking of seeds, I needed kale too. You may be wondering though, why on earth was I trying to make a new galaxy sword? And why did I just buy one? So this whole thing said 3 of them had to be forged into a weapon to make it extra special. But my galaxy sword had already been forged once. That's that Crusader thing. And supposedly they could only be forged 3 times. So I thought I needed a fresh one.
God, I didn't realize I was low.
Oopsie. The spirits were on my side though, as I lost very little of anything at all. I spent the rest of that night clearing and beginning to pave the quarry. I went to the forge bright and early to see how this would help, but just before I added this to the fresh sword, I noticed the soul 1 of 3 thing here, and reconsidered that maybe souls were a separate thing from other forges, and that I could probably just use my original blade.
Oh, so I wasted my money then. And I also think it does nothing until you get to 3.
Yeah, literally no change. I also checked Cheese Shop on a hunch.
Do you maybe sell more Junimo chests? You do. So the idea isn't to carry Junimo chests around your inventory, it's to place them all over the place. That makes more sense.
I finally picked up the rest of the Ginger Island stockpile and spent the rest of the day in the mines again, using a new strategy of being really aggressive with bomb usage since I didn't really have staircases this time, but I did have money. Fortunately, I was very calm the whole time.
Oh my goodness, I'm not excited about what I'm experiencing. I currently am expressing the I want my mommy emotion.
The next day, I got my first lava eel roe, which I learned was even more valuable than sturgeon roe. I started my next test with scorpion carp and proceeded to buy bombs for the day, but the dwarf said this.
One day you'll have to tell me about this beverage you call milk. You want me to bring it to you?
And I couldn't possibly resist.
I'm gonna get this dude some milk. He needs some milk. What exactly does this juice come from? Where's this juice come from?
I love this game. I bombed my way through the rest of the day and cleared the mines in time. The next day, I harvested dried cranberries, which unfortunately weren't the craisins I was hoping for. So I tried powder melons, hoping I could powder them, as it were. My lava eel was behaving like the sturgeon had, so I began to assume the good roe fish would exhibit this behavior. Ginger's bounty was acquired once again, and this time I replanted everything else I had left and started up on the ancient fruit project. She gave me these options, and I wasn't willing to fish again, so gifts it is. And I decided to buy the most expensive recipe in his shop to start chipping away at that impending problem. And with that, the loved gifts began, taking advantage of what I learned so far. Before I left to work on that, the hint parrot said this, so I planned to mine those muscle rocks every time I was here. And when I got home, I spent the rest of the day on the good old kegs, learning about the Raccoon Fam's new spring requests, and crafting and testing these new hoppers.
And look at that, 2 million G at once. It's a nice feeling.
But the powder melons weren't it. This thing is quite the mystery. Kent gave us a recipe for Harvey's favorite thing, good for him, and I set up the hopper operation outside, hoping they'd help with the geodes and another round of seed making. And then, every time I ran into someone, I'd check to see if I knew what they loved, and give them it out of the kindness of my heart, for sure. I looped this process obsessively with everyone, but there were some people I had no idea what they loved, or I simply didn't have it. I ran into a cutscene here where I apparently startled Maru into breaking a medical sample, so I told her to tell Harvey it was my fault, which was apparently a bad idea. Well, that's rough, buddy. Half a diamond and a super meal? All better, right? Anyway, I learned about—
Oh! So it is a lava pool. I was wondering about that.
I cooked my first of these things, grabbed a bunch of things I'd already cooked, and by the end of day 331, I'd given a total of 19 of the 50. Krobus sent me a crafting recipe for a nifty sign the next morning.
I can display an item?
I determined today that the aged lava eel roe is also more valuable than caviar. Then I spent the rest of the day giving gifts, but I was starting to worry, because you can only give people 2 gifts per week. I soldiered on with my maximal people-pleasing, swapped in some ancient fruit on Ginger Farm, and occasionally guessed when I didn't have any better ideas. But the guessing wasn't working. I was at 37 out of 50, but my remaining options that I knew and could get only totaled to 11, which meant I needed to guess right twice. It was Christmas again though, which ended up being a saving grace, because our giftee was Marnie, who I did know loved pumpkin pie. Achievement unlocked, and yes, that did count. So now I only had to guess right once. Maru actually wrapped my present, even if it was just a weird shell. The fiber seeds produced this bounty next day, along with a few mixed seeds, thankfully. So this fiber train will be continuing. I stumbled into a Sam cutscene about making a band, but didn't end up hearing any music. Then it was gift time again, in the middle of which I got a Harvey cutscene about getting a checkup.
Okay, hold still, please. All right, you gonna tell me to turn my head and cough? Oh, say ah. Oh, okay.
But not long after, I was running out of options, and Leo was one of my last known.
Oh, shit! I never tried hitting it!
Then another cutscene happened with Leo.
Are there other kids? He is surmounting his denial right now. I know I'm not actually a bird, but I don't like thinking about it because I'm so alone. I don't belong anywhere. Poor lad. I wonder if there's some way to help. Oh, that hit me in the
feels like a truck. And after that, I spent the whole rest of the day trying to find him, but only ever found this nut. And I came back to the valley very late to give Clint a last-minute birthday gift, which he only liked. I was down to 3 gifts, and I knew I could give Leo a mango and Elliot a pomegranate, but the last one had me worried. Once keg day was done, I did a little pond work. The scorpion carp roe wasn't revolutionary, so I decided to test the speed of caviar production versus aged lava eel roe production, and emptied the other 2 ponds, testing midnight squid in one of them. Then I had an idea. The wizard had always liked items that had magical relevance, including something called a prismatic slime with prismatic jelly, right? So perhaps, please? This is imbued with potent arcane energies. Please tell me that was a love. Yes! Yeah! I quickly gave Elliot his pom-pom, harvested, pruned, and replanted on Ginger Farm, and gave this rascal my 50th and final loved gift for the quest. Now, let's spend that reward. I really want this. I had to resist the urge and bought 2 more expensive recipes. Perfection progress report. Back home, I crafted magic bait for the first time, and the queen filled me again the next morning. I stopped into Pierre's, where I overheard Abigail and Caroline arguing about clothes, and for once, I didn't have to give them some kind of advice. I'd come to buy a truckload of wheat seeds, thinking I could use these for something special. I spent the whole day hoeing the farm with this master plan of mine, and then, out of season. Oh no, dude. Well, that didn't work. So, I used what little I had left of the day to start using hoppers for dehydrators and furnaces, which was rather satisfying to see. And now it's year 4, and it's a complete mess again. Once I'd decluttered the farm, I decided to go for kale at Pierre's, since from all my random juice testing, that one hadn't been half bad. And frankly, the rest of these didn't look like good keg options. Bean juice, anybody? I didn't have time for the whole farm thanks to the wheat fail, but I'd managed to get a good chunk of the farm in action. And the lava eel road takes less time to age than caviar, so this was clearly superior. Once I had the farm ready, I bought parsnip seeds to hopefully have the crops all be ready at the same time for the first harvest, but then I got this potato quest again, so I bought some potato seeds too. Though surprisingly, I didn't actually have to grow them again. Cheese quests looked like this, and I wasn't down for a 3rd mines run, so now the hunt was on for 4 prismatic shards, and I got the last of the Shelly rock nuts. As I polished off the farm that night, I noticed this hut was on, and thanks to that distraction, I barely got everything planted in time. Willie checked off another recipe from the list, so I cooked her up and started working on making pineapple seeds for a future thing when Did I just dig up a chair out of the ground? I dug up a whole chair? Yup, nice. I made some more kegs, what's new, and my first big wooden chest. I threw 12 of these kegs down out here, spent a little time trying to make the front of my house not look quite like a yard sale anymore, tossed potatoes in those kegs, tossed pumpkins in all the other ones, and really leaned into the big wooden chests for making organization a little bit better. And look, an achievement. Yeah, look at that, we're a legend now. I chopped down most of the remaining oak because I figured I had basically all the resin I'd ever need. And now I had all of this space to work with again. I had Robin start another shed upgrade. Then I used a totem to go home. And rode for Clint's, where I bought 800 coal with plans to make 100 preserves jars for pickles and lava eel roe, and 1,000 iron ore for more kegs. And more stone and wood back at Robin's, also for those jars. And with this rod setup, I went fishing for friends. You can tell I was really into the fish pond strategy. My very first catch was the glorious doubled catch of lava eels, and I spent the rest of the day not catching a single nother one. I crafted 39 of those 100 jars, and I spent the day smelting and... Whoa, what's happening? These little fluff balls will harvest in a radius around the hut, it seems. Good to know. Okay, you guys do that. And these dudes sometimes give gold. Wild. I harvested the rest for myself, replanted more kale, and ended up with this juicy yield, some of which I shoved in these new preserves jars because I didn't really know what else to do with all these parsnips. I started off the day smelting again. Okay. I'm really good at this game. I made use of these sprinklers to increase the hut's efficiency for now. Cooked some of the things that needed kale. Did a little ginger maintenance. Came back home to smelt. No! I'm very good at this game. I cooked a few things that needed the radishes and poppies I'd grown on Ginger Farm, and went gift giving and foraging for the rest of the day. And cooked this shrimp cocktail before bed, which I had needed a horseradish for. The potato juice for Pam was done, and I learned that this is how you get squid ink. Oh. In my attempts to drop off that juice to Pam, I smacked into a Penny cutscene, where Penny asked me to help clean the place. Then Pam came home, lost it, and told me to leave. So I went back in. Watson, you came at a good time. I don't think that I did! Anyway, here's the juice.
Hooray.
Today's gift-giving highlights were accidentally remembering the mayor's birthday and learning from this quest that Clint actually loves rubies. And today's keg day finally had me a bit low on pumpkins and starfruit, which had me sweating a bit. The ice pip asked for iron ore the next day, though the stingy thing hadn't even made anything yet. I gave Sam a cactus fruit to sleep with, fished up a sunfish, used it to bake my first fish, started harvesting the not-so-glorious but still acceptable pickled parsnips, and bought some cauliflower seeds to plant on the island, where I also continued the ancient fruit replacement mission. The Joja bird confirmed I only had 3 walnuts left, a tempting offer, but I still couldn't find the one more hidden in the west. I harvested another mountain of kale, and planted more kale and potatoes this time. George sent one of those remaining recipes, fried eel, but I needed an eel for that, and guess who didn't have one? I made a new crystallarium to produce diamonds, since my still weirdly needy fish wanted some. I bought this workbench and calendar from Robin, along with a spare TV for Ginger Isle. This workbench let me craft from all chests adjacent to it, which will be very convenient for the recipe crafting requirements for perfection. And the calendar, well, it's a calendar, so that's good. And I went night ocean fishing for that eel, but didn't catch one, though I did get seaweed and a diamond. I guessed it must be seasonal too, so I made some magic bait next morning, and I ordered what I suspected would be my final shed on day 346. Don't worry, I'm gonna move that later. I turned in half of the raccoon's new needs, did more foraging down south, and bought more hay for my starving animals, who I was beginning to suspect were eating my crops.
How's this happening?
The other half of the raccoon's needs finished soon after, and he gave me fairy dust in return. Oh, and apparently the family still isn't done.
Another?
The fairy dust does this, which is nifty, so I decided to save it. And this time, with magic bait, the first thing I caught was an eel.
Guess that covers that.
One fried eel coming up. The diamond I'd caught yesterday was enough to make these dudes happy. And the next day, I stole Pam's sign, because apparently I can, and put it to good use. I swapped even more ancient fruit seeds on Ginger Farm, and found out the hard way that most people hate poppies for some reason, except specifically Penny. So I turned them all into these muffins instead. I was truly offended by all the rejection, so I spent the rest of the day clearing out this shed, setting up the new Crystallaria operation, making more preserves jars, and slamming them down where the Crystallaria were, and working on hiding all the items I didn't really care about behind my house. Next morning, I polished off the moved the sheds one last time, and called for one more big shed upgrade. I retrieved the Mines Junimo chest, queued up parsnips in the new preserving shed, started giving people poppy muffins instead, and set up that Junimo chest here, with plans to fix the long-awaited problem. I ran into another cutscene with Leo. These cutscenes were happening a lot thanks to the gifts, and it looks like Leo wants to be a normal kid again. Poor kid. And finally, I started working on that volcano again, but I'd forgotten my watering can, so I had to go get that. I spent time working on the magma sprays for the Slayer goal, and getting teefs for the obelisk, ending up with 3 for the day. And instead of going to the egg festival and crushing the kids' dreams again, I went after the volcano again, running into a room full of mushrooms and these little mushroom creatures. Freaky as that was, I ended up with plenty of magma caps at this point. I popped the Slayer goal for these dudes finally, but was otherwise unsuccessful in finding the tooths. I queued up magma caps in a dehydrator, hoping dearly I'd get the last thing I needed for the produce selling, and frantically harvested and replanted the farm by night with what seeds I had left, but didn't quite finish. These magma caps weren't the answer to my produce woes once again, and I was really worried at this point. Once the farm was all fixed, I faced the reality that the potatoes were a giant waste of time, since Pam never sent me anything special for the potato juice quest. Keg Day was a mix of queuing wine and juice due to supply, most of the juice being from kale. But look at that. Oh man, I can't wait for summer. The rest of the day was wholesome gifts. Candy from a stranger. I also checked out these Slayer goals, only 2 to go now, and saw I could buy a new crab shell ring, with intentions to improve my combined ring situation. And for some reason, why am I killing these? Oh my god, I just impulsively killed them. Well, now I can raise better ones, I guess. And then, in the ethereal time and space between recording sessions... Guys, it's about to be 1 o'clock in the morning, but I just was in the shower thinking about Stardew, you know, like a normal person. I've been trying to figure out this whole time what this is. And I was like, well, what if it's not a dehydrator thing? Because it's on the other side of the dehydrator stuff. It's like, what if it's something else from 1.6 that isn't this? What else was 1.6? Oh, right. There was the mastery. Did mastery provide anything? Yes. Yes, it did. It's almost like that and that are the exact same shape. I got it. It's, oh my, I'm going to bed. I'm going to sleep. So on the real day 351, I sold that lovely stuff to finally knock out the produce requirements. I spent a little more time on paving the quarry that morning. Then it was off to the desert festival, where I gave people things, received a lovely new cactus from the cactus man, passed this guy's quiz and earned a crisp 50 calico eggs, and took on a relatively simple challenge, testing out my first magic rock candy. Combined with the weird chef guy, I had an additional 8 luck from food now, so I made pretty short work of the journey. I told good old Gil about it, and got even more eggs. And that night, I finally got the achievement for shipping every item. Probably could have had this several days ago, but you know. By today, thanks to focusing a lot on Jazz and George, everyone was at least 3 hearts at this point. Speaking of George, I took this big board quest for leeks for him, and the default gift to give people became rubies, thanks to the consistent crystallariuming of them. You know what I mean. Today's desert quest was pretty straightforward again, and upon its completion, oh, I completed, that counts as help wanted quest. That was a surprise, but I'll take it. I stole Pam's sign again. This is important activity right here. I decided to make my big chunk of spring forage into spring seeds to get those leeks for George, and planted them during the next day's harvest. It was now preserving day, and the fact I didn't know how long it would take for these things to, well, do their thing was really catching up to me. So, the parsnips are beginning at 2 p.m. on Wednesday. Let's see how long this takes, shall we? Shane sent me a pizza in the mail again. This thing has to be at least 2 years old now, doesn't it? That's great, bro. That's awesome. That's what I've always wanted. So, the ancient fruit was starting to come online by this point, and the cauliflower was too. I ran out of ancient seeds to my surprise, so I threw coffee in the ground to keep the soil fresh for now, and started doing some of this again. I spent the rest of my eggs on these mystery boxes again, and late that night, the raccoon said, "I need a gift for the missus," which was apparently these things. And I had those things. That Watson wingman coming to the rescue. He gave me this jungle tank in exchange, of which I could apparently buy more, whatever it was. I cooked this with the cauliflower from Ginger, and now I'd officially cooked every recipe I knew, but I still needed to find 7 more. Hopefully making friends will take care of that. And as for that tank, the spirits were very happy on day 354, so I decided to take action. I popped my only other magic rock candy and dropped into the caverns once more, employing the frivolous bomb usage strategy I'd refined in cheese mines. It was my absolute best run ever, and I was even lucky enough to find a dino room to help with the Slayer goal. The loot was great, and so was the iridium, but my main mission was to get these as per cheese request. By level 80, the rock candy had already run out, and my bomb supply was low, but it was only 4 p.m. Shard number 2 came soon after, and I made sure to target clusters of iron to make more bombs out of. I had the 3rd one pop at level 90, but number 4 was tricky. Hey, this is the first time I think I've ever made a level 100 without using staircases. Yeah, I had 0 of those thanks to the chi mines. I had to start crafting bombs around 8 p.m., but 19 more might just be enough. Okay, maybe 8 more. Okay, maybe 6 more. And after almost dying and snacking on lots of parsnips while this bomb waited patiently, ooh, we got it! That was close. I pushed just a bit further to set my new record of level 154 in Skull Caverns, with 249 iridium ore required. Keg things happened, at least the ones that had juice in them. It is Friday at 10:50 a.m. Soon, I'll know how long juice takes to make. I ordered fish pond number 5, and I decided to give these little guys one of each type of gem, just to see if anything would happen. And I spent most of the day smelting, seed making, and giving gifts where I still could for the week, with a pit stop to swap ancient seeds into these last spots, confirming this parrot simply wouldn't tell me about the other 2 nuts besides this one, finishing off that shard quest for Chi. Never stop trying to achieve perfection. Yeah, Chi, I know. That's what I'm doing, Mom. I also took a new quest to sell 100,000 G of freshly cooked items. Progress report, man, I do not know where those other star drops are. I bought another recipe with the gems, and decided this key to the town was worth grabbing now, in order to give gifts more effectively. Then I began to strategize for that quest. I really could just make 1,000 hash browns. And considering how many potatoes I had growing, that became the plan. The experiment parsnip finished, and it took somewhere between 60 to 64 Stardew hours to finish, which is about 2.5 days. I learned from the ice pip experiment that the row was good, but not as good as lava eel row. And also diamonds are more than twice the value of any of the other gems. Today was a day for a lot of learning, and among the replanting, okay, did I successfully plant potatoes in every spot? I think I did. I like to miss these, I've noticed in editing, like I like to just missed them. I wish this was a bit, folks. I really do. I started up a second lava eel pond where the pips had been, and when I grabbed the squid out of this one, I noticed that the ponds stripped the fish of their quality. I decided to test the sandfish next, and learned I could put 3 fish in these tanks. So of course I decided a little legendary fish museum was in order. Oh, and I also started a 3rd lava eel pond, and by night, I did some big boy math. But the math left my brain when I got this incredibly suspicious letter from Penny. Penny? Oh my. I had another realization today. I swear the Junimos that are coming out of here are different colors. They were all red before, because they were rubies. Wait a minute now, you can choose the color of Junimo based on the gem. That's what's happening.
And then it was time to use that math. And by math, I do indeed mean an absurdly large amount of copper ore, iron ore, oil, and wood. So much wood. Oh, and I guess I was wrong. Here comes a new shed in this spot for some reason. Also, I finally looked at this for the first time, and oh, wait, does that look nice? Don't look at that. Maybe this book right here will help.
I bet there better be some. I better not know them all already, because I'm gonna be upset. If you give me this and there's none left, you learn 0 new recipes. You are such a dick.
I began the multi-day journey to smelt the incredible amount of ore I'd bought, and immediately took a break to do this, which somehow was actually a working plan.
Which is almost enough.
A few more potatoes to sort that. And speaking of potatoes, Pam apparently didn't like the juice. But this penny cutscene was a bit more positive. Let's just assume nothing untoward happened, everybody. Pam clued me into a new TV channel as a thanks for the nasty juice. And look at this, a literal guide about when and where the fish are. Bit late there, Stardew. Still, it told me where to find smallmouth bass, which I did need for that not-so-little guy down by the sewer exit. The spring seeds yielded lots of forage. I enjoyed a Maru cutscene where she electrocuted me. I fished up that bass, and dropped off the leeks for George's surprise. Hope you like 'em, buddy. That ruby plan had worked, because look at all these spicy eels, baby. The desynced wine was done today too, and this guy finally got his bass.
Mission accomplished?
Not exactly. He wants an eel now, apparently. I finished smelting the copper part of the new keg order on day 358, and I took a minute to rearrange the cellar.
And I'm going to start making like basically an emergency fund.
I plan to scoop a little bit off the top of all the starfruit wine I produced, and age it down here for some backup cash. You know, just in case. The juice took somewhere between 86 and 91 Stardew hours, so I assumed juicing takes basically 3.75 days. Evelyn sent me one of those remaining recipes, and she told me to swing by to see George receive his leeks, giving me this coffee maker which just automatically makes coffee every morning. I am suddenly jealous of my Stardew character. I stumbled over to witness what I thought would be a funny moment with George.
Leek, my favorite. Just like Mama used to make so many years ago. Well, that... I guess maybe I'm not as forgotten and ignored as I thought. Thanks, son. You made an old man's day. Wow. Well, that was emotional.
I'm not crying, you're crying. Sebastian also took the time to be edgy and show off his bike. Of course he has a bike. I'd stumbled into learning Sandy likes pearls by happy accident, so I started giving her the ones I had. And as of that one, everybody was at least 4 hearts now. And by night, I fished up some fairy dust and an eel for the snack man down south. I cooked up that rice pudding in the morning, collected my morning coffee, gathered the rest of my hash browns, polished off the iron smelting for the keg bonanza, and cooked a slightly less morbid amount of hash browns to complete the cheek quest. I went to bring the eel to the mystery man, only to realize my whole day was now gone. Great. I checked the event shop.
Oh, whoa. Have I been missing recipes from event shops?
That's disturbing. I decided to dance with Penny since we just hung out in hot water a few nights ago. Seemed appropriate, you know? In the end, Mystery Snacky Boy was nowhere to be found, but the raccoon wanted these things again now. And by firelight, I crafted an absolutely ungodly amount of kegs, such that the spirits of the valley may never forgive my sins. I slapped those down where I could, filling every space I had in my 7 sheds, taking over most of the preserving shed, and leaving the overflow out here for now. I bought a new truckload of starfruit seeds for the first harvest, relieved Pam of another of her signs, ordered another shed upgrade, actually got rid of everything that wasn't ancient on Ginger Farm, and took another strange and wacky cheek quest, this time involving Skull Cavern. This guy got his eel, only to request I bring him another one, fried this time. And my eels were needy again, with the first pond I'd made asking for mega bombs?
That's what you needed, huh? You needed... Okay.
I gave old boy his fried snack, but now he wants a fruit salad.
Little man is hungry.
The pickles were done, so I swapped the spots of the jars and kegs, which means I'm probably gonna need another shed, doesn't it? The raccoon's needs were met once again, where I received more of this, and the capacity to buy it in their shop. And...
whoa! Okay, there's something interesting happening now.
Little man got his salad.
Is that enough? We dancing. What? Oh, that looks way better.
What in the Mary Pop?
A hint from the comments directed me to this secret I would not have found otherwise, where I got this new power book.
Guess I should be checking those cans after all. Gus was selling these things Vincent loves, so I bought a few. I also traded all my saved up mystery boxes in to take advantage of these new options in the raccoon shop because I wanted to get something to help with the upcoming Skull Caverns dive. The rest of that night and the next morning was all about the farm. Remember that plan I'd had before to save the winter soil with wheat? I was hoping it would work this time for the spring soil since I could actually plant these parsnips. I also decided to have 2 notifying kegs over here since I'd be doing a mix of juice and wine until the starfruit was ready. And once keg day was done, which takes so long with 867 kegs, the day was basically over. But look at this mushroom tree. Today's mission was the Chi quest since I'd forgotten all about it, and today was the last day. Once I'd made a sizable bomb purchase, I read the fine print and ate and drank something outside the caverns, then went to work. You guys have seen plenty of the cavern by this point, so just know I ran out of all the foodie goodness on level 72, but still managed to make it to level 100 just after 10 p.m. without any extra food. I spent the last few hours continuing with food. Auto petter? Huh? That ought to be interesting. Summertime. Good news, the soil's tilled and watered already. Bad news, it's not fertilized. I tossed this little spinny boy in the barn, bought more of this stuff, and kept giving people gifts. Still can't understand why you'd want to be friends with me. Shane, have a parsnip. You're welcome, buddy. I have such a way with people, don't I? It took all day, but I planted and fertilized this whole thing, including a little double checking session just in case. Day 366 was almost entirely about giving gifts and watching cutscenes, like covering for Sam dropping an egg, or watching Clint give an advertisement for Joja Cola blue flavor and then literally turn blue. But a few other things happened. No! I'm clicking on a toad, no! That's my totem, bro. Why are you wasting my totem like that, dude? I also bought things, like all the seeds I'd need for the rest of the season, this random recipe from this island trade hut thing, and this recipe from Chi. I got 2 new recipes from the giftees next morning, and I cooked them up, gave more gifts, because these 4 hunters down here had me worried. But hopefully they'll give me these remaining 4 recipes soon. Today also began the first of many consecutive volcano days, in hopes of snagging some teeth, but there were none on day 367. And by night, I kegged the last of the kale. Well, almost. I did the rest in the morning, along with coffee and parsnips and the rest of the kegs I didn't have kale for. Clint taught me bean hot pot, so now, bam, it's just green beans. It's just green beans? 3 cooking recipes to go. I also relearned the magic of loved birthday gifts, as Jazz went from 4 to 7 hearts, just like that. Today's obligatory cutscene involved me finding Pierre's, stash. I agreed not to mention it, and he agreed to not call me out on the burglary. You know, that's fair. Oh, and I also learned Harvey does aerobics classes with the ladies, which he was embarrassed about for some reason, so I kept his secret too. At least you don't have a stash, Harv. I gave Maru one of these. Welcome to the collective. Cutscene number 3 was a very touching choice by Leo to come to the valley, thanks to Linus agreeing to take him in. This game has so many fantastic cutscenes. And the day's volcano was once again devoid of teeth. But look, Leo's here now. I also emptied all the ponds except my original lava eel pond, and used the eels I'd bred to make all of the remaining ponds lava eel ponds. And the parents did one last construction project overnight, but not for me this time. And that's what that tree has been this whole time. The regular ancient fruit bounty was getting real good by this point, but otherwise, today can be summed up like this.
What did they do with my teeth? Where are my teeth at? Where did they go?
Though in the end, I did actually find a whole 1 tooth.
Dragon Tooth Club? Can I have the tooth off of this?
Wouldn't that be nice?
I spent the extra time after the volcano on the Paving the Quarry project, where I started planting a whole bunch of acorns to have a new tree farm. It was wine keg day today, and once I'd replaced all of this, I ran to the volcano, got no teeth again, and spent the rest of the day crafting every single thing that I could, including these heavy furnaces. And I made a list of what I still needed resources for, including this thing which needs 5 additional dragon teeth.
How did you get there? Hey, can I sit with this man?
I'd also crafted this new dwarf statue, which allowed me to pick between 2 random mining powers each day. I also decided to start saving the geocruster's results, since one of the things I still needed to craft every recipe I'd found so far was marble, which I'd only ever seen come from geodes. The raccoon had more requests. Lucky for him, I already had what he needed lying around.
Thanks, Bobo, take this. What in the
Stardrop tea?
The description made me think this would be an awesome backup in case I couldn't get everybody to 10 hearts in time, so I held on to it for now. This is definitely not another shed. My incessant gift giving had everyone at least 5 hearts now, but that's still kind of low, so a lot of my days were about giving gifts to fix that. I chose against refilling the juice kegs today, since the starfruit was nearly done, and had lots of coffee to speed things up. Besides finally remembering to feed my animals before they started starving, accepting this quest to gather ginger, and a Shane cutscene where he had too much soda again. The rest of day 372 was gifts and volcanoing, where I found an unbelievable 7 dragon teeth, but I didn't see one of them, so I only got 6. And also, I learned this zooming out trick for the mining-based tasks and how helpful it was by this point. Progress report, look at that crafting recipe percentage. The volcano had no teeth today, so at this point I began to think there were better days for teeth. Back home, I fire quartz to my lava boys, and finally built the final obelisk.
Now we're talking. We got all the obelisks. Check.
And among the day's gifting,
What is this? It's a painting by Leia? Oh, so you're cheating on me. Okay. Oh, Leia, what are you doing here? Oh, so you're both cheating on me with each other, I see.
I'd also snagged some coral for a remaining crafting thing, but there was this other recipe that also had me worried. The Statue of Blessings, because that's a lot of fiber and moss. Oh look, somebody in my face at the crack of dawn again. Listen Shane, therapy's great, but let's talk about this not at 6 a.m., okay? Today was Starfruit Day. Suffice it to say, despite 2 wilted ones, me and the Junimos harvested a combined total.
It's 1,031. Did I do that right?
Now that's a lot of starfruit. I used the zoom trick to replant successfully and chucked starfruit in every keg that didn't still have ancient fruit in it. I also decided to take birthdays very seriously from now on. And look, Maru's at 10 hearts now. Day 375 was completely absorbed by the luau, but the comments had advised me that a gold star melon would get the job done. And well,
Thank you, comments. Oh my, that's the best soup I've ever tasted. Oh, look at him, he's good, yes.
I spent the night crafting tree fertilizer for the new oak farm, and I passed out using it all up. The OG eels had reached their neediest.
You want an iridium bar? Of course you do.
There you go, guys. I'd also made a lot of fiber seeds, so I planted those all over the south side of the farm and left them to do their thing. I had Ginger Farm's ancient fruit almost entirely synced up, so I snagged myself 445 ancient fruit too. The volcano had no teeth once again, but the ancient fruit wine was finished, so I threw starfruit in all the remaining kegs. Well, almost all of them. Once I fixed that, I planned to sync all the kegs back up on the back end of this tragic split and went to buy a nice chunk of iron from Clint again. Iron was the main obstacle for most of the remaining crafting recipes I'd yet to craft, so once I'd checked off another important birthday gift, oh, wait, another cutscene. Maru built a robot in her basement and wanted me to see it. Demetrius came to catch us doing something, only to be surprised by a giant robot. So now her dad likes me instead, and the robot was too sentient to accept servitude, so it flew away in search of other sentient life in the cosmos. Right, okay. Glad you're happy, Maru. Alright, now I'll smelt the iron in my new fancy heavy furnaces. And look, sometimes you get 6 bars instead of 5 for 25 ore. They're even more efficient than I thought.
Did that thing really just strike my lightning rod and then not actually strike my lightning rod? Yo, what the
I crafted 4 more of the things I had left to do, like this anvil that randomizes trinket stats, and managed to get my level 3 fairy up to a level 5 fairy. I have no idea how that helps, but I think it helps. Leo gave me another cooking recipe in the mail, only 2 to go now. I caught Alex crying on the beach, only to learn the heavy truth that his mother died just a few days after his birthday, 12 years ago. And this theme you're hearing right now is a music box she gave him way back when. This game is so ridiculously well made that I have strong emotions towards every single one of these characters, and I don't know how to feel about that, okay? The raccoon wanted to try for baby number 7, and of course that means they need
radish juice and pickled tomato.
Oh look, a Sam cutscene.
Oh yeah, that's gonna get you in trouble.
Anyway, I bought coal again and spent the rest of the day giving and smelting. Oh look, another cutscene. No, my emotions can't handle this. Okay, the rest of the... No, Stardew, please.
These are real Bonnie Jewel slippers.
Look at that.
But these are so expensive. How did you afford them?
I've cut back on an expensive habit. I have a lot more spending money now.
Okay, now we can... Not another one, please. My heart can't.
What are those?
Are those blue hens? Can you get those? The chicken whisperer over here didn't tell me, and I'm upset about it. Even when I gave him a bouquet. Unbelievable. I'm taking this out on the trees. I took a new quest from Chi to hunt for shards again on day 379, checked on my progress to see I still had so far to go, finished up all that iron smelting, crafted a new jar and some kegs to jumpstart the raccoon's latest request, and almost finished up this shed. And harvested the greenhouse for the first time in a while, where I learned that the trees had begun to produce silver quality fruit. I'd really gotten the loved gifts thing down by this point, so I spent the rest of the day taking care of that. Again. George cutscene. Turns out the wheelchair was from a mining accident. Let's quickly move on so our hearts don't break again. Just before sleep, I cooked that thing Leo taught me.
Oh, it's a green rain day.
And so, with a day like this having shown up, and considering that statue of blessings I mentioned before, I spent the whole day foraging lots of fiber, lots of wood, and lots of moss, until I passed out in the mud.
Here's how much I got. The starfruit wine was done today, so that apparently takes about 6 to 6.5 days. I harvested the wine from the kegs, but didn't refill them just yet, since the others were still about 2 to 3 days out of sync. But this half of the kegs had quite the output. Oh my! Harvey joined the collective today, and Sam got a birthday cactus at work, who was also now ready to join the one. So can I get a kiss now? Honestly? You asked me like that, you can have it. Happy birthday. I had everybody at minimum 6 hearts at this point, but everything was starting to feel just a bit out of reach. The comments had given me a hint about this one hidden in the west, so I covered up the other holes for this guy and slapped him. Oh! That walnut was enough to get enough Chi gems to buy Chi's last recipe. But the hint parrot would not give me hints about the last 2 walnuts I was missing now, and this had me worried. Elliot took me for a boat ride in the ocean and gave me a surprise. Fair enough, brother, carpe diem, right? I crafted that recipe I got at the dance and started getting crafty with ways to improve hearts with Sandy, since she was the only low heart person I didn't have something she loved, as I'd run out of pearls. Let's watch a movie, Sandy. 7 hearts, yes! So that works. Good to know. The comments also advised me to do this. I'm supposed to go into his bedroom and use a staircase. Oh my god. What? Once I'd solved this maze to finally reclaim Lewis's shorts, these phantom shorts came to destroy me, but I made it out in time. I have no idea why I did that, but I'm glad I did. I'd gotten this catalog from Pierre, so don't be too shocked if the floor and wallpapers change every now and then. Before sleep, I crafted a few more of the few crafting recipes I had left. Sam showed up at my door at 6 a.m. to tell me he had a band show coming up, and Sandy taught me one of the 2 remaining cooking recipes. Only 1 to go, and I'm willing to bet it's a spicy eel. It was farm day, so me and the boys pulled up a whole bunch of fiber and 1,037 starfruit. The rest of the wine finished up today too, so I filled every single keg with delicious starfruit. And at the last minute, I made a few extra kegs, filled up the rest of the casks down here with more starfruit wine, and gave the raccoons their most recent request. The ancient fruit was officially synced up by this point. Oh, how glorious this extra 462 ancient fruit is. I hadn't managed to get marble by this point, so I took matters into my own hands and brought Clint 307 omnigeodes. And exactly 300 geodes later, with 7 left, I got it. Look how much I got before I got it. Even a prismatic shard showed up before marble, folks. Marble brazier? Check. And also this thing too, which really does give random blessings. The only recipe I had left now was the mini forge, assuming I had collected all the recipes. Oak Resin Farm 3.0 was officially online as of day 384, and I ran smack into the Sam cutscene on the way home, and you know what? The music was really good. I snagged one of the 5 remaining teeth for the forge, but when I checked the crafting recipe percentage afterwards, it's at 96. Oh, we're missing a lot then. Oh, that's not good. My theory at this point was that they came from the quests I'd been ignoring, like the ginger one Caroline gave me this recipe for. There was exactly 1 day left on a couple of the wizard's quests, so I took this one and went looking for a prismatic slime. This is when I learned the Chi Mines was a toggle kind of thing. Once it was on, until I turned it off. But I got real lucky on level 4 and scored this jelly. There you go, Mr. Wizard, give me a crafting recipe, please. I played Stardew's version of D&D with Sebastian and Sam, and I planted a new rare seed with the hopes that maybe one day I could make sweet gemberry wine, if that exists. I'm not sure, because sweet gemberries aren't in the produce collection.
And the volcano was devoid of teeth once again, but I did get this book from the dwarf on level 5.
George blessed me with the final cooking recipe, which I proceeded to immediately forget about. And the wizard gave me this recipe, which was a cologne that draws out more monsters when applied. Sounds like it's time to do more mining things, so I took this ectoplasm quest and made sure to catch the dwarf's birthday too. Leia's ex showed up today, being that terrible kind of man we all know and hate. Even claiming to have shown up to Leia's art show, which I guess he actually did, if standing so far back here that I literally didn't even notice counts as showing up. I decided not to hit him, because you know, that was her job.
Watson's a better man than you in every respect.
I don't know about that better man than you in every respect thing, because I'm dating literally everyone in the town. Yeah, literally every option at this point.
The minimum heart count was at 7 now, but the clock is ticking, so let's do another movie, Sandal. I turned in these prize tickets I'd been hoarding, earning some nifty stuff, including another Stardrop tea, and revealing a book that I suspected would improve the hearts with everyone when I read it. So I went looking for ghosts with some of that musk, slaying dust sprites along the way for my second to last Slayer goal. And oh man, was that musk effective. I spent a large chunk of the next day in the normal mines, musked up, looking for sprites and ghosts. Eventually the sprite goal popped, only 16 dinosaurs to go now. I fished up a single eel late at night and cooked the final cooking recipe.
Oh yeah. Every single one.
Cooking, check. Most of the next day was skull caverning, but I'd forgotten monster musk. I did encounter 5 dinos on a dino floor, but I came up empty on the ectoplasm once again.
What did you do with the ectoplasm? What did you do with the ectoplasm? Hey, I got one of them. I forgot I was doing that too.
My eels were needy again after that. These guys wanted a mineral from geodes. How about that? 2 of them wanted dwarf scroll number 3, and 1 wanted some diamonds.
These other 2 dudes are gonna have to wait. Dwarf scroll 3, dude?
I bought a magic rock candy today, and went for a luckier day down in them caverns, with monster musk this time, which drew out several dinosaurs, and lots of ghosts. I slew 7 of the 11 remaining dinos, but not a single ghost dropped ectoplasm.
Where are the ectoplasm?
And I did manage to secure a 3rd prismatic shard, earn some more sprinklers, and I beat my depth record by exactly 1 level. I ran around till 9:40 in the morning trying to find this guy, who was surprisingly difficult to find these days due to him having 2 homes. Still, happy birthday, Leo. Welcome to 10 Heartland. The rest of day 390 was a big ol' rekegging day, which really takes all day when you lose hours looking for Bird Boy. But hey, money is money. The comments recommended sprinklers for these guys, and you know, that makes sense. I used the piddling amount of time I had left to run the caverns with musk, knocking off 2 more dinos. But hey, money is money. Alright, it's story time. I thought that this parrot might be bugged, kind of like the Gembird puzzle and the Ginger Island achievement have been, due to the big update. So this time I did a cursory Google. I avoided the wiki, of course, but somebody on Reddit had the exact same issue as me, and I thought, great, I'll get this solved. Little did I know, I was just being a peanut again. I may have accidentally read exactly where the last 2 nuts were, but let's not worry about that right now. Let's talk money. The current batch of wine would bring me to about 8 million G when it was done, but the wine round after that, which would bring me enough G for the golden clock, wasn't going to finish by day 400. So it was time to improvise. I took the first step today, where I swapped all the Crystalleria over to exclusively diamonds, since they were worth the most. I went musking for the remaining 2 dinosaurs, and quickly found a dino floor to score. Protector of the Valley, we have done it. The ghosts, of course, did not give any ectoplasm, despite my best efforts. But I did at least get my last shard for Che again, so I bought this thing from him late at night, and TP'd over to Gil, who shockingly didn't give me a star drop for my efforts. Well, at least this thing is done. The final bounty of stars was done on day 392, and it was once again quite a lot. I started throwing my old chests in this deconstructor, another brilliant comment section suggestion, and I spent most of the rest of the day on gifts, taking breaks to do things like setting up this hopper deconstructor combo, and grabbing these skulls I'd remembered I'd saved for the dwarf. My eels are in luck.
Thank you, this dwarf scroll number 3 will keep us healthy. Wow, thanks for dwarf scroll number 3. Y'all are so weird.
Sam and I hid from Jody in his bed. Close the door,
course, Sam!
And Alex and I had a fancy dinner with Gus's violin serenade. And I checked to see if the pirates were here for no particular reason. I also chatted everybody up at the jelly dance, hoping to get every edge possible for the 10 heart mission. Look at those two, aw. And I've spammed down wheat to keep most of the farm fresh. More of this, huh? It's 6 a.m., guys. It's fall, our final season, and the money schemes are on. All the row my needy friends had made, I'd saved. Time to cash in. Vincent was the only dude freaking me out for the socials, being the only person below 8 hearts. The Statue of Blessings had blessed me with a butterfly to find that gives me 50,000 G, apparently. Nice. I took this quest, still hunting for crafting recipes, and it looks like Leo is assimilating here well. Good for him. In the process of taking Sandy to her next movie, I got caught in another lovey-dovey cutscene with Shane this time. Goal! Oh, scoring when your team scores, huh? I see you, buddy. I actually remembered to feed my animals again. Look at me go. I checked for pirates for absolutely no reason whatsoever. And I fished for Willie's Quest, featuring this nifty challenge bait I found, which let me triple catch these dudes. I had the last of the fish by noon on the next day, and I was lucky enough to get a daily quest from Sandy.
You're at 10 hearts. What? What? I should not be ignoring those.
Guess those matter. Those 2 quests were enough tickets to get this book.
You become friends with people a little faster. Dude, it's day 394 and you're now giving me this?
I may be ungrateful, but I sure still plan to use every ounce of this buff and started talking to everyone under 10 hearts every day.
You got 7 now. All right, talk to me.
They wanted these things now because I guess 7 just ain't quite enough. Let's get them things going. I only got a decoration for helping Willie, so that was a fail. But at least it helped my legendary fish museum. Progress report. Man, where are the other star drops? I harvested all that wheat, learning the fertilization remains if the crop persists. Interesting. The rest of the day was fixing the rest of the farm I'd missed and getting pumpkins in all the spots. And check out my diamonds. I started making jelly out of ancient fruit when the row was done. And good news.
Because I'm actually feeding them, they're producing.
Imagine that. I started working on a routine to aggressively process all this, with Hoppers helping along, and sold a few of the things I'd saved in the kitchen for unknown recipes.
Oh my. Sure.
The sprinklers were working too.
Ostrich eggs make 10 mayonnaise?
Things were starting to come together, folks, in a good way. I mean, just look how many dino eggs had been quietly accruing. Let's use them. Pierre Daily Quest, on it, buddy. Have this one.
And he's at 10 hearts. You're kidding me, dude. I should not have been ignoring this.
I'm guessing the power of that friend book plus a daily quest just is a whole heart, which is wild. I was on a selling spree at this point, and I constantly upkept the production of mayo, cheese, cloth, and jelly going forward. And it was finally keg time, but I only finished 5 sheds plus this on rekegging before the obligatory sleep. But for no wine involved, that's a nice chunk of cash. And the aggressive processing continued on the next day, including of course the remaining kegs. I got the lucky prismatic butterfly thing again, and I became convinced these dailies were a source of a star drop thanks to this little drawing, which I assumed had something to do with these stars. I made a new hopper to automate the cloth production, and enabled these little ones to have their 8th child, hoping I'd get a star drop from them, but no.
You're starting to make me sad.
But I will take one of these. Looking good, Legend fam. The volcano offered me exactly 1 tooth today.
1 tooth is more than 0 teeth.
There's the gratitude we like to see. Not to mention this lovely haul in the day. I'm at 8 million. Can I find 2 million in 3 days? Because those kegs won't make it in time.
You gain extra friendship from speaking to people. Okay, right now, that's what we're going to do. Right now, we're going to talk to people. Right now.
Caroline, Evelyn, and George all went up a level. Then I ran into this really weird cutscene.
This is where you develop photos. Oh, cool.
Then, after showing me her passion project room, she asked me this, and I offered to help decorate, which didn't go over well. I feel like trying to get physical with someone when they're trying to show you their hobby and/or passion is a bit selfish and rude. But clearly, Haley felt otherwise. So that cutscene ended abruptly, but then, immediately after,
for some reason, you decide to place your hand in your pocket. You touch the rabbit's foot and feel a sense of relief. Huh? All right. Hi, everyone. We were just gossiping about Mayor Lewis and Marnie. Personally, I don't think there's anything fishy going on between them. Were you born yesterday? You spent a short while with the group. It was an uneventful gathering.
Well then, looks like they're all happy to be part of the collective. And I may
have gone on a rant about Haley.
Like, she just got a brand new dark room. Like, what are we gonna do in this room? If we do too much in this room, we're gonna mess up your brand new dark room. And I don't want to do that. I want your dark room to be pristine so you can use it for your photos.
So, only 6 people to get to 10 hearts now.
Did you guys make a spicy eel? Thanks. 5 of them.
Yeah, that's OP. The volcano offered no teeth today, but I did get some ancient jelly. The pirates had arrived today, which I checked definitely not because I accidentally read anything, and I just so happened to try playing darts with this dude 2 extra times, and won 2 more walnuts from him. Yeah, apparently I was supposed to do that 3 times, not once. But hurrah, that's all the nuts. Yet she did not give me a star drop. Where are they? I went ahead and bought these pressure nozzles for future farm fun, and look, more money. I sold that sweet, sweet jelly, and Krobus and Sebastian rose to 9 hearts today, leaving only Vincent down here at 8. I got the wizard to 10 hearts with a prismatic shard, leaving only 4 total people to whip into shape. The bookseller was in town, so I said this.
Trade in some of my books for something. Give him some of my bookussies.
I also remembered about my cask bank down here. Time to cash in. The volcano bequeathed unto me 0 teeth once again, but I pulled in this much money overnight. The gambit wasn't yet over on day 400.
I'm looking at these numbers, and they don't look half bad.
Even Pierre agreed with my strats that morning, but he wasn't open yet. I gave Vincent one of these star drop teas, which raised him to 9 hearts, and it didn't count as a weekly gift.
So I can also give you this.
What? Only 3 to go, and they're all at 9 hearts.
George, how do you feel about an iridium leak?
Is it gonna happen? Hang on tight, folks, this ain't over yet.
There's only 2 people now!
Krobus was still at 9 hearts after his second pumpkin, but I still wasn't done yet. I sold Pierre a few things I had on me, and gave Sebastian his second tier, but still he was at 9 hearts. But I had a movie ticket. I ordered him this delightful Star Drop sorbet, watched this creepy movie with him, which was just his speed anyway, and look who's at 10 hearts now. And with my very last trick up my sleeve, I gave Krobus the other Star Drop tea I'd gotten.
Yes!
Great friends, check. The blessing statue came clutch with another prismatic butterfly gift, and I had these 2 quests today. I chose the bug one, and came home to gather up everything I'd been working on. Pierre got the business of a lifetime. I sold Willie my extra row, and at Clint's, I sold a bunch of minerals. The gems I'd made I hadn't used for gifts, the leftover ore I had, even my gold, iron, and copper bars, and my precious rubies, and I topped off with iridium bars until...
Oh my god, I did it.
And at the Wizards, I did what had to be done.
Golden clock, baby.
Golden clock. Check.
I have no money, but I got the clock on day 400.
And all that's left now are the mystery star drops, the mystery crafting recipes, and the one I knew I hadn't crafted yet, the mini forge. So I spent my final hours in my 400 days of Stardew, once again not finding any volcano teeth.
Now I could end this video here, since it's been 400 days, but that sounds lame.
The mission is perfection, and I'm not stopping now. I'm too close. But we're in overtime now. The rules change now. Namely, I decided that 400 days of not using the wiki is enough days of not using the wiki. I wanted to know where the star drops were and what crafting recipes I was missing.
How many star drops are there? I need to know. There are 7? Dude.
I was only missing 1, and apparently, to get that one, I would have to get married. Okay? I scrolled through the crafting recipes, and I'd only missed 2, the quality bobber and the mini obelisk, both of which came from big board quests. Go figure. That's what I get for ignoring the quests all game long.
Quality bobber I get for doing juicy bugs wanted, mini obelisk I get for doing this stupid ectoplasm. I was almost there.
Let's fix that, shall we? Abigail's birthday was coming up, so I decided I'd marry her to speed getting hearts up.
I know that's a bit min-maxy, but also, we love a gamer girl, okay? Come on, let's do it.
Raw gold potatoes became my new heels, and I spent the rest of the day getting bug meat, and got lucky with a Galaxy Soul loot drop along the way. Day 402 was bug hunting again, until I finally had 100, and slurped it all into old boy's barrel for safekeeping. I also bought one of these from the raccoons, and you'll never believe this, but the volcano? Yeah, it had no teeth. The next day, this cutscene happened, with this still wiggling mass of meat on display. Delightful. Willie gave
gave me the Quality Baba recipe. I bought another one of these from the desert trader this time, and I went to Clint. I'd sold all my copper, so I had to buy a little to be able to craft this thing. I tackled the volcano once again, but this time I used a Lucky Lunch instead of a spicy eel in hopes of getting some teeth already. And you know what? I found one, but I doubled it, so now I only need one more tooth. And I harvested a glorious 898 starfruit wine from my kegs. The next day was pumpkin harvesting and replanting, giving the non-scroll lovers some mega bombs, and of course, kegging those pumpkins. And the volcano was back to its old tricks. I grabbed my ancient fruit the next morning, but it was finally raining in the valley, so I spoke to this dude, who sold me this mermaid pendant, which I then immediately gave to Abigail on her birthday. Unfortunately, the ceremony was to be 3 days later, so it looks like the birthday strategy failed. But I gave her a birthday gift anyway. Girl has good taste, to be fair. Spicy eels and pumpkins? You're gonna love my place. The Lucky Lunch. Oh no, not again. The Lucky Lunch did the trick again today, and the tooth journeys were finally over, with even a few to spare.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
I bought iron to make into gold from old boy, and finally crafted this inconvenient son of a bitch.
I like that. I like that right there. I like that. I like what I just did. I like that right there.
It's a good spot, to be fair. With nothing to do until the wedding and the next big board quest, I finally bought this tantalizing thing, and look at that.
Oh, I returned home.
Right on the doorstep. I like that. By night, Sebastian and I finally went on that bike ride, but I'm engaged now, so you'll just have to guess what happened. The marriage was on the calendar at this point, and I had absolutely zero things I needed to do today. So I spent some time polishing off the quarry tree farm concept, moved my preserving bins into the 8th shed I hadn't upgraded yet, and started seed making my first sweet gemberries. I pruned some of the greenhouse to make room to help with that operation, and the only unfinished quest I received on the big board was the good old ectoplasm thing. I popped a rock candy and a musk and began the long quest to...
I got it. I got it on my first day.
That was, in fact, my first ghost of the day as well. Okay, Stardew.
Well, what's that about? I spent like 6... I should just be happy.
The scroll-loving eels got their mega bombs.
They're all gonna probably ask for iridium bars next. I'm gonna be like, I didn't sell them all. Good neighbors? Yeah, we're good neighbors, baby. Look at him dancing. I'm dancing too.
Well, I guess 8 was enough. The wizard finally got his ectoplasm, and with nothing else to do, I went to sleep at 6 p.m. The wizard sent me the final crafting recipe, and I got
Craft Master. I have crafted everything.
crafting. Check. These apparently did on-farm teleporting, which was pretty nifty.
I can't do anything else productive today because I'm not married.
What a statement. But look, it's true. The next day, I got married. In front of all my other girlfriends and boyfriends.
I'm sorry, Sebastian and Sam and Penny and Harvey and Maru and Alex and Haley.
Yeah. And I'm dear now, apparently. Honeymoon phase over already? My dear had 14 hearts now instead of 10, but it was all the same. I gave her a pumpkin, picked up my pumpkin juice, invited her to a movie, and now she's at 11 hearts. Fortunately, there's no 2 gift per week limit on her anymore, just the 1 per day limit. Sleep time, gift, talk, kiss. I also went to Robin to move the sheds for little walkways between them and to have her upgrade the preserving shed. Sleep time. Good morning, dear. Here's a pumpkin. Good night.
I want perfection. I want it. If this means I have to have a depression sleep after my wedding, then fine.
I changed it up today and gave her an amethyst, and now she's at 12 hearts. Good night.
Good morning. It's fall again. I do need to do the pumpkins.
Abigail made me breakfast too, which was adorable. I finished the harvest, refilled the kegs,
Holy.
and gathered an absurd amount of slime, and slept. Another pumpkin in the morning, and as I returned from the theater to give her a ticket...
Oh! Never mind! Mystery Star Drop, find every star drop. Let's still go to the movie. Screw it.
And you know I stole this sign on the way there. And would you look at that, folks? Star drops, check. Sleep time. And on day 415, you feel it in your heart, somewhere, somehow. Grandpa is beaming with pride. The legacy of Chest Farm is eternal. And then
A rumbling sound was heard in the distance. It's that stupid little rock, isn't it?
And by little rock, I of course meant that immovable boulder.
Oh! Hi! It has to be. It's gone.
And so I climbed what seemed to be a tall mountain. And at the top...
Perfection! Abigail, you're up here with me! And so is the fairy!
Abigail said some sweet words like we'd been married for more than a literal week. But hey girl, I love the optimism. With a kiss, the touching moment began.
Oh, what? Is that Krobus riding a crow?
This game never ceases to amaze me. ever. And so the credits rolled on my journey to the summit of perfection. It was a wonderful saga of highs and lows, and I'm so glad I got to experience it the way I did. And that, folks, is how I achieved my first ever perfection in Stardew Valley without ever looking anything up. Mostly. But wait, something doesn't feel right.
How about another, huh? I think you'll like this one too.